Chapter 1 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 1, Mr. Fox and Miss Goose. It had been raining all day, so that Uncle Remus found it impossible to go out. The storm had begun, the old man declared, just as the chickens were crowing for day, and it had continued almost without intermission. The dark gray clouds had blotted out the sun, and the leafless limbs of the tall oaks surrendered themselves drearily to the fantastic gusts that drove the drizzle fitfully before them. The lady to whom Uncle Remus belonged had been thoughtful of the old man, and Tildy, the house-girl, had been commissioned to carry him his meals. This arrangement came to the knowledge of the little boy at supper-time, and he lost no time in obtaining permission to accompany Tildy. Uncle Remus made a great demonstration over the thoughtful kindness of his Miss Sally. "If she ain't one blessed white woman," he said in his simple, fervent way, "den dey ain't none of 'em round in dese parts." With that he addressed himself to the supper, while the little boy sat by and eyed him with that familiar curiosity common to children. Finally the youngster disturbed the old man with an inquiry. "Uncle Remus, do geese stand on one leg all night, or do they sit down to sleep?" "To be sure dey does, honey. Dey sets down same as you does. Course, dey don't cross der legs," he added cautiously, "'cause dey sets down right flat-footed." "Well, I saw one the other day, and he was standing on one foot, and I watched him and watched him, and he kept on standing there." "As ter that," responded Uncle Remus, "dem might stand on one foot and drap off to sleep and forget deyself. Dese yer gooses," he continued, wiping the crumbs from his beard with his coat-tail, "is mighty coos fowls. Dey's mighty coos. In old times dey was amongs the big bugs, and in dem days, when ole Miss Goose gun a-dinin', all de quality was there. Likewise, and needer was dey stuck up, 'cause wid all der carryin's on, Miss Goose warn't no proud fer to take in washin' for de neighborhoods, so she make money and get slick and fat like Sis Tempy. Dis de way marter stand when one day Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit, dey was settin' up at de cotton patch, one on one side de fence, and t'other one on t'other side, gwine on wid one another, when fust news dey know, dey year somethin', blim, blim, blim. Brer Fox, he ax what dat fuss is, and Brer Rabbit, he up and respon' dat it's ole Miss Goose down at de spring. Den Brer Fox, he up and ax what she doin', and Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat she's battlin' clothes." "Battling clothes, Uncle Remus?" said the little boy. "Dat what dey call it dem days, honey. Dese times dey rubs clothes on dese yer boards what got furrows in 'em, but dem days dey des tuck de clothes and lay 'em out on the bench, and ketch hold of de battlin' stick and natchally paddle de fillin' out of 'em. When Brer Fox year dat ole Miss Goose was down dere dabblin' in soap suds and washin' clothes, he sorter lick his chops, and 'low dat some of dese odd come shorts he gwineter call and pay his specks. De minute he say dat, Brer Rabbit, he know somethin' is up, and he 'low to himself dat he speck he better whirl in and have some fun whiles it's goin' on. Bimeby Brer Fox up and say to Brer Rabbit dat he bleedst to be movin' 'long towards home, and wid dat dey both say good-bye. Brer Fox, he put on ter where his family was, but Brer Rabbit, he slip round, he did, and call on ole Miss Goose. Ole Miss Goose, she was down at the spring, washin' and bilin' and battlin' clothes, but Brer Rabbit he march up and ax her howdy, and then she tuck and ax Brer Rabbit howdy. "I'd shake hands long with you, Brer Rabbit," says she, "but they are all full of suds," says she. "No matter 'bout that, Miss Goose," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "so long as your will's good," says he. "A goose with hands, Uncle Remus!" the little boy exclaimed. "How you know Goose ain't got hands?" Uncle Remus inquired with a frown. "Is you been sleepin' longer ole man Know-All? Little mo' and you'll up and stand me down dat snakes ain't got no foots, and yit you take and lay a snake down yer 'fore de fire, and his foots'll come out right 'fore your eyes." Uncle Remus paused here, but presently continued. "Atter ole Miss Goose and Brer Rabbit done passed de time of day wid one another, Brer Rabbit, he ax her, he did, how she come on dese days, and Miss Goose say, mighty po'ly, "I'm gettin' stiff and I'm gettin' clumsy," says she, "and more'n dat I'm gettin' blind," says she. "Jes 'fore you happen 'long, Brer Rabbit, I drapped my specks in de tub yer, and if you'd a come along 'bout dat time," says ole Miss Goose, says she, "I lay I'd tuck you for dat nasty, owdacious Brer Fox, and it'd a been a born blessin' if I hadn't a scald you wid der pan of bilin' suds," says she. "I'm dat glad I found my specks, I dunner what to do," says ole Miss Goose, says she. Den Brer Rabbit, he up and say dat bein's how Sis Goose done fotch up Brer Fox's name, he got somethin' fer to tell her. Then he let out 'bout Brer Fox gwine to call on her. "He comin'," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "He comin' sure, and when he come hit'll be des 'fo' day," says he. Wid dat, ole Miss Goose wipe her hands on her apron, and put her specks up on her forehead, and look like she done got trouble in her mind. "Laws a massy," says she, "s'posen he come, Brer Rabbit, what I gwine do? And dey ain't a man 'bout de house neither," says she. Den Brer Rabbit, he shot one eye, and he says he, "Sis Goose, the time done come when you bleedz to roost high. You look like you got de dropsy," says he. "But I don't mind dat, 'cause if you don't roost high, you're a goner," says he. Den ole Miss Goose ax Brer Rabbit what she gwine do, and Brer Rabbit he up and tell Miss Goose dat she mus' go home and tie up a bundle of de white folks' clothes and put 'em on de bed, and den she mus' fly up on a rafter and let Brer Fox grab de clothes and run off wid 'em. Ole Miss Goose say she much obliged, and she tuck her things and waddle off home, and dat night she do like Brer Rabbit say wid de bundle of clothes, and den she sont word to Mr. Dog. Mr. Dog he come down and say he'd sorter set up wid her. Des 'fore day, here come Brer Fox creepin' up, and he went and push on de door easy, and de door open, and he see somethin' white on de bed which he took for Miss Goose, and he grab it and run. 'Bout dat time Mr. Dog sail out from under de house, he did, and if Brer Fox hadn't a drapped de clothes, he'd a got cotched. From dat, word went round dat Brer Fox been tryin' to steal Miss Goose's clothes, and he come mighty nigh losin' his standing at Miss Meadows. Down ter dis day," Uncle Remus continued, preparing to fill his pipe, Brer Fox believed that Brer Rabbit was the 'casion of Mr. Dog being in the neighborhoods at that time of night, and Brer Rabbit ain't disputed. The bad feeling twixt Brer Fox and Mr. Dog start right there, and it's been a-gwine on twell now they ain't getting in smelling distance of one another without they's a row. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 2. Brer Fox Catches Mr. Horse. There was a pause after the story of old Miss Goose. The culmination was hardly sensational enough to win the hearty applause of the little boy, and this fact appeared to have a depressing influence upon Uncle Remus. As he leaned slightly forward, gazing into the depths of the great fireplace, his attitude was one of pensiveness. "I speck I done wore out my welcome up at the big house," he said after a while. "I most knows I is," he continued, setting himself resignedly in his deep-bottomed chair. "'Cause the last time I was up there, I had my eye on Miss Sally mighty nigh the whole blessed time. And when you see Miss Sally rustlin' round makin' like she fixin' things up there on the mantel-shelf, and bouncin' the cheers round, and breshin' dust where there ain't no dust, and flyin' round singin' sorter louder than common, den I just know somethin' done gone and rile. "Why, Uncle Remus!" exclaimed the little boy. "Mama was just glad because I was feeling so good." "Moughter been," the old man remarked, in a tone that was far from implying conviction. "If 'twa'n't that, then she was gettin' tired of seein' me loungin' round up there night after night, and if 'twa'n't that, then she was watchin' a chance for to preach to your pa. Oh, I done been know Miss Sally long 'fore your pa is," exclaimed Uncle Remus in response to the astonishment depicted upon the child's face. "I been knowin' her since she was so high, and endurin' all dat time I ain't seed no more up-and-spoken white woman than what Miss Sally is. But dat ain't neither here nor dar. You done got so you can rush down yer jes like you used ter, and we can set yer and smoke and tell tales and study up 'musements same like we was gwine on 'fore you got dat splinter in your foot. I minds me one time," with an infectious laugh, "when old Brer Rabbit got Brer Fox in de worst trouble what a man was most ever got in yit, and dat is when he fool him 'bout de hoss. Ain't I never tell you 'bout dat? But no marter if I is. Hoe cake ain't cooked done good twell it's turned over a couple of times. Well, after Brer Fox done git rested from keepin' outer de way of Mr. Dog, he sorter ketch up wid his rations, and say to hisself dat he be dog his cats if he don't slorate old Brer Rabbit if it take him a month, and dat too on top of all de 'sperience what he done bin had wid 'em. Brer Rabbit, he sorter gwine on dis, and one day, whiles he's gwine long de road, studyin' how he's gwineter haul de hand wid Brer Fox, he see a great big hoss lyin' stretch out flat on de side of de pasture, and he tuck'n crope up, he did, fer to see ef dish yer hoss done gone and die. He crop up and he crop round, and bimeby he see de hoss switch his tail, and den Brer Rabbit know he ain't dead. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit lope back to de big road, and most the first man what he sees gwine on by was Brer Fox. And Brer Rabbit, he took after him and holler, "Brer Fox, oh, Brer Fox, come back. I got some good news for you. Come back, Brer Fox," says he. Brer Fox, he turned round, he did, and when he see who calling him, he come galloping back, 'cause it seemed like dat just as good a time as any for to nab Brer Rabbit. But 'fore he get in nabbing distance, Brer Rabbit he up and says he, "Come on, Brer Fox. I done find a place where you can lay in fresh meat enough for to last you plumb twel the middle of next year," says he. Brer Fox, he asks whereabouts, and Brer Rabbit, he say, "Right over there in the pasture." And Brer Fox asks what it is. Brer Rabbit, he say which 'twas a whole hoss lying down on the ground where they can ketch him and tie him. With dat, Brer Fox, he say, "Come on," and off they put. When they got there, sure enough, there lay the hoss all stretch out in the sun, fast asleep. And den Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit, they had a dispute about how they gwine to fix the hoss so he can't get loose. One say one way, and the other say another way, and there they had it, twell after a while Brer Rabbit, he says he, "The onlyest plan what I knows of, Brer Fox," says he, "is for you to get down there and lemme tie you to the hoss's tail, and den, when he try to get up, you can hold him down," says he. "If I was big man like what you is," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "you might tie me to dat hoss's tail, and if I ain't hold him down, den Joe's dead and Sal's a widder. I just knows you can hold him down," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "But yet, if you're feared, we just better drap the idea and study out some yother plan," says he. Brer Fox sorter dubious about this, but he believes to play biggity for Brer Rabbit, and he tuck'n agree to de programs, and den Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n tie Brer Fox to de hoss's tail, and after he get him tied there hard and fast, he sorter stepped back, he did, and put his hands akimbo and grin, and den he says he, "If ever dey was a hoss catch, den we done cotch dis one. Looks sorter like we done put de bridle on de wrong end," says he. "But I lay Brer Fox has got the strength fer to hol' him," says he. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit cut him a long switch and trim it up, and when he got it fixed, up he step and hit the hoss a rap. Pow! The hoss is dat surprised at de kind of doin's dat he make one jump and land on his foots. When he do dat, there was Brer Fox danglin' in de air, and Brer Rabbit, he dart out de way and holler, "Hol' him down, Brer Fox! Hol' him down! I'll stand out yer and see fa'r play. Hol' him down, Brer Fox! Hol' him down!" Course, when de hoss feel Brer Fox hanging on onter his tail, he thunk something cuse was de matter, and this make him jump and ra'r wusser and wusser, and he shake up Brer Fox same like he was a rag in de wind. And Brer Rabbit, he jump and holler, "Hol' him down, Brer Fox! Hol' him down! You got him now, sure! Hol' your grip, and hol' him down!" says he. The hoss, he jump and he hump, and he rip and he roar, and he snort and he tar. But yet Brer Fox hang on, and still Brer Rabbit skip round and holler, "Hol' him down, Brer Fox! You got him where he can't neither back nor squall. Hol' him down, Brer Fox," says he. By, when Brer Fox get a chance, he holler back, he did, "How in the name of goodness I gwine to hold a hoss down less I get my claw in the ground?" Den Brer Rabbit, he stand back little furder and holler little louder, "Hold him down, Brer Fox! Hold him down! You got him now, sure! Hold him down!" By the hoss begun to kick wid de behind legs, and de fust news you know, he fetch Brer Fox a lick in de stomach dat fairly make him squall, and den he kick him again, and dis time he break Brer Fox loose, and sawed him a whirlin', and Brer Rabbit, he keep on to jump around and hollerin', "Hold him down, Brer Fox!" "Did the fox get killed, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy. "He wa'n't 'zactly killed, honey," replied the old man, "but he was de next do to it. He is all broke up, and whiles he was gittin' well, it sorter come 'cross Chapter 3 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 3, Brer Rabbit and the Little Girl. "What did Brother Rabbit do after that?" the little boy asked presently. "Now, den, you don't want to push old Brer Rabbit too close," replied Uncle Remus significantly. "He mighty tender-footed creature, and the most what you push him, the furder he lef you." There was prolonged silence in the old man's cabin until, seeing that the little boy was growing restless enough to cast several curious glances in the direction of the tool chest in the corner, Uncle Remus lifted one leg over the other, scratched his head reflectively, and began. "One time, after Brer Rabbit done been trompin' round huntin' up some salad fer to make out his dinner wid, he find himself in the neighborhoods of Mr. Man house, and he pass along twel he come to de gyardin gate, and nigh de gyardin gate he see little gal playin' round in de sand. When Brer Rabbit look twixt de gyardin palin's and see de collards, de sparrowgrass, and de yuther gyardin truck growin' dar, it make his mouf water. Den he take and walk up to de little gal, Brer Rabbit did, and pull he roach and bow and scrape his foot, and talk mighty nice and slick. 'Howdy, little girl,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. 'How you come on?' says he. Den de little gal, she spon howdy, she did, and she ax Brer Rabbit how he come on, and Brer Rabbit, he 'low he mighty po'ly, and den he ax if dis little gal what her paw live up dar in de big white house, which de little gal she up and say 'twere. Brer Rabbit, he say he mighty glad, 'cause he just been up dar for to see her paw, and he say dat her paw, he sont him out dar for to tell de little gal dat she must open de garden gate so Brer Rabbit can go in and get some truck. Den de little gal, she jump round, she did, and she opened de gate, and wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he hop in, he did, and he got a mess of greens, and hop out again, and when he gwine off he make a bow, he did, and tell de little gal dat he much 'blige, and den after dat he put out for home. Nex' day, Brer Rabbit, he hide out, he did, twel he see de little gal come out to play, and den he put up de same tale, and walk off wid another mess of truck, and he keep on dis-a-way, twel by Mr. Man, he gun to miss his greens, and he keep on a-missin' 'em, twel he got ter excusin' everybody on de place and destroyin' of 'em. And when dat come to pass, de little gal, she up and say,
"My goodness, Pa," says she, "you done told Mr. Rabbit fer to come and make me let him in de garden after some greens. And ain't he done come and ax me? And ain't I done gone and let him in?" says she.
Mr. Man hain't had her study long 'fore he say how dat land lay, and den he laugh and tell de little gal dat he done gone and disremember all 'bout Mr. Rabbit. And den he up and say, says he, "Next time Mr. Rabbit come, you take and turn him in, and den you run just as fast as you can and come and tell me, 'cause I got some business with dat young chap dat splits to be tender," says he. Sure enough, next morning there was the little gal playin' round, and here comes Brer Rabbit after he allowance of greens. He was ready with the same tale, and den the little gal, she turned him in, she did, and then she run up to the house and holler,
"Oh, Pa, Pa! Oh, Pa! Your Brer Rabbit in the garden now. Here he is, Pa."
Then Mr. Man, he rush out and grab up a fishing line whip been hanging in the back porch, and make for the garden. And when he get there, there's Brer Rabbit trompling round on the strawberry bed and mashing down the tomatoes. When Brer Rabbit see Mr. Man, he squat behind a collar leaf, but it wa'n't no use. Mr. Man done seed him, and 'fore you can count 11, he done got old Brer Rabbit tie hard and fast with the fishing line. After he got him tied good, Mr. Man stepped back, he did, and says he, "You done been fool me lots of time, but dis time you are mine. I'm gwine to take you and give you a larrapin," says he. "And den I'm gwine to skin you and nail your hide on the stable door," says he. "And den to make sure that you git the right kind of larrapin, I'll just step up to the house," says he, "and fetch the little red cowhide, and den I'll take in gin you bringer," says he. Den Mr. Man called to the little gal fer to watch Brer Rabbit whiles he's gone. Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin', but Mr. Man ain't mowin' out the gate 'fore he gun to sing, and in dem days Brer Rabbit was a singer, man, continued Uncle Remus with unusual emphasis. And when he tuned up fer to sing, he make them yother creatures hold a breath.
"What did he sing, Uncle Remus?"
asked the little boy. "If I ain't forget that song off of my mind," said Uncle Remus, looking over his spectacles at the fire, with a curious air of attempting to remember something, "hit runs sorter dish yer way. De jaybird hunt de sparrer nest, de bee martin sail all round, de squirrel he holler from a top of de tree, Mr. Mole he stay in de ground. He hide and he stay twell de dark drop down, Mr. Mole he hide in de ground." When de little gal hear dat, she laugh, she did, and she up and asked Brer Rabbit fer to sing some more. But Brer Rabbit, he sorter cough, he did, and 'lowed dat he got a mighty bad hoarseness down into de windpipe somewheres. De little gal, she swayed and swayed, and bimeby Brer Rabbit, he up and 'lowed dat he can dance more'n samer dan what he can sing. Den de little gal, she ax him won't he dance, and Brer Rabbit, he spun how in de name of goodness can a man dance while he all tied up dis-a-way. And den de little gal, she say she can untie him, and Brer Rabbit, he say he ain't carin' if she do. With dat, the little gal, she reach on and unloose the fish line, and Brer Rabbit, he sort of stretch hisself and look round. Here Uncle Remus paused and sighed, as though he had relieved his mind of a great burden. The little boy waited a few minutes for the old man to resume, and finally he asked, "Did the rabbit dance, Uncle Remus?" "Who? Him?" exclaimed the old man, with a queer affectation of elation. "Bless your soul, honey! Brer Rabbit get her up the foots under him, and he dance outer dat garden, and he dance home. He did dat! Surely you don't 'spect dat an old-timer what done had experience like Brer Rabbit gwine to stay there and let dat er Mr. Man sacrifice him? Shoo! Brer Rabbit dance, but..." Chapter 4 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 4. Brer Fox Copies Brer Rabbit. Uncle Remus chuckled a moment over the escape of Brother Rabbit, and then turned his gaze upward toward the cobwebbed gloom that seemed to lie just beyond the rafters. He sat thus silent and serious a little while, but finally squared himself around in his chair and looked the little boy full in the face. The old man's countenance expressed a curious mixture of sorrow and bewilderment. Catching the child by the coat sleeve, Uncle Remus pulled him gently to attract his attention. "It looked like to me," he said presently, in the tone of one approaching an unpleasant subject, "that no longer'n yesterday I see one of dem er Favors chillun climbin' dat er big red oak out yonder. And den it seemed like dat a little chap 'bout yo' size, he took and start up to see if he can't play smarty like de Favors yearlings. I dunno what in de name of goodness you want to be a copyin' atter dem er Favorses fer. If you are gwine to copy atter yother folks, copy atter dem what's some account. Yo' pa, he got the idea dat some folks is good as yother folks, but Miss Sally, she know better. She know dat dey ain't no Favors pon de top side of de yearth what can hold de hand wid de Abercrombies in pint of breedin' and raisin'. Dat what Miss Sally know. I've been keepin' track of dem Favorses since way back yond long before Miss Sally was borned. Old Cagey Favors, he went to de poorhouse, and as to dat Jim Favors, I bound ye he know de inside of all de jails in dish yer state in Georgia. They allers did hate niggers 'cause they ain't had none, and they hates 'em down to dis day. Year 'fore las', Uncle Remus continued, I hear your Uncle James Abercrombie tell dat same Jim Favors dat if he laid a weight er his hand on one of his niggers, he'd slap a load of buckshot in him, and bless your soul, honey, your Uncle James was just the man to do it. But dey is monsters polite unter me, dem Favorses is," pursued the old man, allowing his indignation, which had risen to a white heat, to cool off. "And dey better be," he added spitefully, "'cause I knows der pedigree from de first to de last, and when I gets my African up, dey ain't nobody, 'less it's Miss Sally herself, what can keep me down. But dat ain't neither here nor dar," said Uncle Remus, renewing his attack upon the little boy. "What you want to go copyin' atter dem Favors chillun fer? You're settin' back dar right dis minute, bettin' longer yourself dat I ain't gwine to tell Miss Sally, and dar where you're lettin' your foot slip, 'cause I'm gwine to let it pass dis time. But the very next time dat I catches you in hollerin' distance of dem Favorses, right den and dere I'm gwine to take my foot in my hand and go and tell Miss Sally. And if she don't naturally skin you live, then she ain't the same woman what she used to be. All this year copyin' arter day's year favors has put me in mind of the time when Brer Fox got to copyin' arter Brer Rabbit. I done told you about the time when Brer Rabbit get the game from Brer Fox by making like he dead. The little boy remembered it very distinctly, and said as much. Well, then, old Brer Fox, when he see how slick the trick work with Brer Rabbit, he say to hisself that he believe he'll up and try the same kinder game on some yother man, and he keep on watchin' for a chance. 'Twill by and by, one day, he year Mr. Man comin' down the big road in a one-hoss wagon, carryin' some chickens and some eggs and some butter to town. Brer Fox year him comin', he did, and what do he do but go and lay down in the road fronter the wagon. Mr. Man, he drove along, he did, cluckin' to the hoss and hummin' to hisself, and when they get mos up to Brer Fox, the hoss he shy, he did, and Mr. Man, he took'n holler, "Whoa!" and the hoss he took'n whoaed. Then Mr. Man, he looked down, and he see Brer Fox layin' out dar on the ground, just like he cold and stiff. And when Mr. Man see dis, he holler out, "Hey-yo, dare the chap what been nabbin' up my chickens, and somebody done gone and shot off a gun at him, which I wish should have been 2 guns, dat I does." With dat, Mr. Man, he druv and left Brer Fox layin' dar. Den Brer Fox, he get up and run round through the woods and lay down in front of Mr. Man again. And Mr. Man come driving along. He say, Brer Fox, and he say, says he, "Hey, yo, you're the very chap what been destroying my pigs. Somebody done gone on killed him, but I wish they'd have killed him long time ago." Den Mr. Man, he druv on, and the wagon wheel come mighty nigh mashin' Brer Fox's nose. Yet all the same, Brer Fox lipped up and run round head of Mr. Man, lay down in the road, and when Mr. Man come long, there he was, all stretch out like he big enough fer to fill a 2-bushel basket, and he looked like he dead enough fer to be skint. Mr. Man druv up, he did, and stop. He looked down upon Brer Fox, then he look all round fer to see what the 'casion of all dese yer dead fox is. Mr. Man look all round, he did, but he ain't seen nothin', and neither do he hear nothin'. Den he sat dar and study, and by he 'low to himself, he did, dat he better 'zamine what kind of cuse disease done got into Brer Fox's family, and wid dat he lit down outer the wagon, and feel of Brer Fox's year. Brer Fox's year feel right warm. Den he feel Brer Fox's neck. Brer Fox's neck right warm. Den he feel of Brer Fox in the short ribs. Brer Fox all sound in the short ribs. Den he feel of Brer Fox's limbs. Brer Fox all sound in the limbs. Den he turn Brer Fox over, and lo and beholds, Brer Fox right limber. When Mr. Man see dis, he say to hisself, says he, "Hey-o here, how come dis? Dish yer chicken nabber look like he dead, but there ain't no bones broked, and I ain't seen no blood, and neither does I feel no bruise, and more'n dat, he warm and he limber," says he. "Somethin' wrong here, sure. Dish yer pig grabber might be dead, but den again he mightn't," says he. "But to make sure dat he is, I'll just give him a whack with my whip handle," says he, and wid dat, Mr. Man drew back and fotched Brer Fox a clip behind the ears. Pow! And the lick come so hard and it come so quick that Brer Fox thunk, sure he's a goner. But 'fore Miss Man can draw back for to fetch him another swipe, Brer Fox, he scrambled to his feet, he did, and just make tracks way from dar." Uncle Remus paused and shook the cold ashes from his pipe, and then applied the moral. "Dat what Brer Fox git for playin' Mr. Smarty and copyin' after yother folks." Chapter 5 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 5. Brer Rabbit's Astonishing Prank. "I speck dat is de reason what make ole Brer Rabbit git long so well, 'cause he ain't copy atter none of de other creeturs," Uncle Remus continued after a while. "When he make his disappearance for 'em, it is allers in some brand new place. Dey ain't no whereabouts fer to watch out for him. He was de funniest creetur in de whole gang. Some folks mighter call him lucky, and yet when he get in bad luck, hit look like he most allers come out on top. Hit look mighty cuse now, but it wa'n't cuse in dem days, 'cause hit is done gun up dat, strike 'im when you might, and where you would, Brer Rabbit was de souplest creetur gwine. One time, he sorter took a notion, old Brer Rabbit did, dat he'd pay Brer B'ar a call. And no sooner did the notion strike him than he pick himself up and put out for Brer B'ar's house. "Why, I thought they were mad with each other," the little boy exclaimed. "Brer Rabbit make his call when Brer B'ar and his family was off from home," Uncle Remus explained with a chuckle which was in the nature of a hearty tribute to the crafty judgment of Brother Rabbit. "He sot down by de road, and he see 'em go by, old Brer B'ar and old Miss B'ar, and de two twin chilluns, which one of 'em was named Cubs and de other one was named Clibs." The little boy laughed, but the severe seriousness of Uncle Remus would have served for a study as he continued. "Old Brer B'ar and Miss B'ar, they went on long ahead, and Cubs and Clibs, they come shufflin' and scramblin' long behind. When Brer Rabbit see dis, he say to hisself dat he speck he better go see how Brer B'ar gittin' on, and off he put. And 'twa'n't long needer, 'fo' he 'uz ransackin' de premises, same like he 'uz sho' enough patroller. W'iles he's goin' round, peepin' in yer and pokin' in dar, he got to foolin' 'mong de shelves, and a bucket of honey what Brer B'ar got hid in de cupboard fall down and spill on top of Brer Rabbit, and little mo' and he'd a been drowned. From head to heels dat creetur was covered wid honey. He wa'n't just only bedabble wid it, he was just covered. He had to sit dar and let the natal sweetness drip out'n his eyeballs 'fore he kin see his hand befo' him, and den, after he look round a little, he say to hisself, says he, 'Heyo here, what I gwine do now? If I go out in de sunshine, de bumblebees and de flies dey'll swarm up and take me, and if I stay yer, Brer B'ar'll come back and ketch me. I dunno what in the name of gracious I gwine do.' Anyhow, bimeby notion strike Brer Rabbit, and he tip long twel he get in de woods, and when he get out dar, what do he do but roll in de leafs and trash, and try fer to rub de honey off of 'em dat-a-way. He rolled, he did, and de leafs, they stick. Brer Rabbit roll, and de leafs dey stick, and he keep on rollin', and de leafs keep on stickin', twel after a while Brer Rabbit was de most owdacious lookin' creetur what you ever sot eyes on. and if Miss Meadows and the gals could have seed 'em den and there wouldn't have been no more Brer Rabbit call at their house. 'Deed, and that they wouldn't. Brer Rabbit, he jump round, he did, and try to shake the leafs off of him, but the leafs, they ain't gwine to be shook off. Brer Rabbit, he shake and he shiver, but the leaves, they stick, and the capers that creature cut up out there in the woods by his own lone self was scandalous. They was that. They was scandalous. Brer Rabbit seed this wa'n't gwine to do, and he 'lowed to hisself that he better be getting on towards home, and off he put. I spec you done year talk of dese here boogers what gets after bad chilluns, continued Uncle Remus in a tone so seriously confidential as to be altogether depressing. Well, den, dis 'zactly dat way Brer Rabbit look, and if you'd a seed him, you'd a made sure he de granddaddy all de boogers. Brer Rabbit pace along, he did, and every motion he take, the leaves they go swishy, swushy, splushy, splishy. And from de fuss he make and de way he look, you'd a took him to be de most savageous varmint what disappear from de face of de earth since old man Noah let down de drawbars of de ark and turned de creatures loose. And I bound if you'd a struck up long wid him, you'd a been mighty good and glad if you'd a got off wid dat. De first man what Brer Rabbit come up wid was ole Sis Cow, and no sooner is she laid eyes on him dan she hiced up her tail in de elements and put out like a pack of dog was after her. Dis make Brer Rabbit laugh, 'cause he knowed that when a ole settled woman like Sis Cow run distracted in de broad open daytime, that dey must be something mighty cuse about dem leafs and dat honey, and he keep on a-rackin' down de road. The next man what he meet was a black gal toilin' a whole passel of plantation shoats, and when de gal see Brer Rabbit come prancin' along, she fling down her basket of corn and just fairly fly, and de shoats they took through de woods, and such near racket as they kick up wid de runnin' and de snortin' and de squealin' ain't never been year in dat settlement needer before nor since. He keep on dis-a-way long as Brer Rabbit meet anybody. They just broke and run like old boy was after 'em. Course, this make Brer Rabbit feel monstrous biggity, and he 'low to himself that he spec he better drop round to skirmish in de neighborhoods of Brer Fox house. And whiles he was standin' there runnin' dis round in his mind, here comes Brer B'ar and all his family. Brer Rabbit, he get crossways de road, he did, and he sorter sidled towards 'em. Old Brer B'ar, he stop and look, but Brer Rabbit, he keep on sidling towards him. Old Miss B'ar, she stand it long as she can, and then she fling down her parasol and took a tree. Brer B'ar look like he gwine to stand his ground, but Brer Rabbit, he jump straight up in de air and give himself a shake, and bless your soul, honey, old Brer B'ar make a break. And dey tells me he tore down a whole panel of fence gettin' away from dar. And as the cubs and clibs, they took the hats in de hands, they went skeddlin' through de bushes the same as a drove of hosses. "And then what?" the little boy asked. Brer Rabbit paraded on down the road, continued Uncle Remus, and by here come Brer Fox and Brer Wolf, fixin' up a plan fer to nab Brer Rabbit, and they was so intense on der confab that they got right on Brer Rabbit 'fore they seed him. But gentlemens, when they is catch a glimpse of him, they give him all the room he want. Brer Wolf, he try to show off, he did, 'cause he want to play big for Brer Fox, and he stop and ask Brer Rabbit, who is he? Brer Rabbit, he jump up and down in the middle of the road and holler out, I'm the Will-o'-the-Wust, I'm the Will-o'-the-Wust, and you're the man I'm after. Then Brer Rabbit jump up and down and make like he gwine after Brer Fox and Brer Wolf, and the way them creatures lit out from dar was a caution. Long time after dat, continued Uncle Remus, folding his hands placidly in his lap with the air of one who has performed a pleasant duty. Long time after dat, Brer Rabbit come up with Brer Fox and Brer Wolf, and he get behind a stump, Brer Rabbit did, and holler out, I'm the Will-o'-the-Wust, and you're the mens I'm after. Brer Fox and Brer Wolf, they broke, but 'fore they get out of sight and out of hearing, Brer Rabbit show hisself, he did, and laugh fit to kill hisself. Afterwards, Miss Meadows, she hear about it, and the next time Brer Fox call, the gals, they up and giggle. Chapter 6 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 6. Brer Rabbit secures a mansion. The rain continued to fall the next day, but the little boy made arrangements to go with Tildy when she carried Uncle Remus his supper. This happened to be a waiter full of things left over from dinner. There was so much that the old man was moved to remark, "Ah, 'clare to gracious, it look like Miss Sally done got my name in de pot dis time, sure. I just wish you look at dat pone of cornbread, honey, and dem air greens, and see if they ain't got Remus writ somewheres on 'em. Dat air chicken fixins, they look like dey're good, and yet 'tain't familious with me like dat air bile ham. Dem air sweet taters, they stands fair for dividin', but dem air preserves, I laid they fit your palate more samer than they does mine. Dish yer hunk of beef, we can talk 'bout dat when de time come. And dem air biscuits, I just naturally knows Miss Sally put 'em in dar for some little chap which his name I ain't gwine to call in company." It was easy to perceive that the sight of the supper had put Uncle Remus in rare good humor. He moved around briskly, taking the plates from the waiter and distributing them with exaggerated carefulness around upon his little pine table. Meanwhile, he kept up a running fire of conversation. "Folks what can sit down and have der vittles brung and put down right spang under the nose, dem kinder folks ain't got no needs or no umbrella. Night 'fore last, whiles I was sittin' dar in de door, I hear dem Willis whistlers, den I just knows we is gwine to get a season." "The Willis whistlers, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed the little boy. "What are they?" "You're too hard for me now, honey. Dat what I knows I don't mind tellin', but when you axes me 'bout dat what I don't know, den you're too hard for me, sure. Dese yer Willis whistlers, dey bangs my time, and I been knockin' round in dish yer low ground for gwine on 80 year. Some folks want to make out deir frogs, yet I wish they'd pint out to me how frogs can holler so that the nigher you come to 'em, the furder you is off. I'd be mighty glad if some 'ud come along and tell me dat. Many and many's de time is I gone after dese yer Willis whistlers, and no difference where I goes, dey's allus off yonder. You can put the shovel in de fire and make the squinch owl hush his fuss, and you can go out and put your hand on the trees and make this year locust bugs quit their racket. But them there Willis whistlers, there's always way off yonder." Suddenly, Uncle Remus paused over one of the dishes and exclaimed, "Gracious and to goodness! What kind of doings is this Miss Sally done gone and sought us?"
"That," said the little boy, after making an investigation, "is what Mama calls a floating island."
"Well, then," Uncle Remus remarked in a relieved tone, "that's different. I was most feared it is some er that there syllabug, which a whole jugful ain't scarcely enough fer to make you seem like you dreamt about smellin' dram. If I gwine to be fed on foam," continued the old man, by way of explaining his position on the subject of syllabub, "let it be foam, and if I'm going to get dram, let me get in reach of it while she got some strength left. That's me up and down. When it comes to this year floatin' island, just give me a hunk of ginger cake and a mug of persimmon beer, and they won't find no nigger what's got no slicker feelin's than what I is." "Miss Sally mighty cuse white woman," Uncle Remus went on. "She's sending all these doin's and fixin's down here, and I expect they're monstrous nice. But no longer as last Tuesday she had all the niggers on the place, big and little, gwine squallin' round for Remus. It is Remus here and Remus there, and lo and beholds, when I come to find out, Miss Sally want Remus fer to whirl in and cook one of these year old-time ash cakes. She bleeds to have it den and there, and when I get it done, Miss Sally, she got a glass of buttermilk, and tuck and sot right flat down on the floor, just like she used to when she was a little gal." The old man paused, straightened up, looked at the child over his spectacles, and continued with emphasis, "And I be blessed if she ain't eat a hunk of dat there ash cake mighty nigh as big as your head, and then she took and make out 'twa'n't cooked right. Now den, honey, all these done fix. You set over there, and I'll sit over here, and twixt and between us we'll stample dish yere truck and see what it is Miss Sally done gone and sont us. And whiles we is making way with it, I'll sort of rustle round with my remembrance and see if I can call to mind the tale about how old Brer Rabbit got him a 2-story house without laying out much cash." Uncle Remus stopped talking a little while and pretended to be trying to remember something, an effort that was accompanied by a curious humming sound in his throat. Finally he brightened up and began. "It turned out one time that a whole lot of the creatures took a notion that they'd go in cahoots with building one of a house. Old Brer B'ar, he was amongst 'em, and Brer Fox and Brer Wolf and Brer Coon and Brer Possum. I won't make sure, but it seems like to me that plumb down to old Brer Mink was amongst 'em. Leastways, there was a whole passel of 'em, and they whirl in, they did, and they build a house in less'n no time. Brer Rabbit, he make like it make his head swim fer to climb up the scaffold, and likewise he say it make him catch the palsy fer to work in the sun, but he got him a squire, and he took a pencil behind his ear, and he went round measuring and marking, and he was that busy that the other creatures say to deyself he do a monstrous sight of work, and folks gwine along the big road say Brer Rabbit doing more hard work than the whole kit and bilin' of 'em. Yet all the time Brer Rabbit ain't doing nothin', and he just well been layin' off in the shade scratchin' the fleas off of him. The other creatures, they build a house, and gentlemens, she is a fine one too, mon. She'd a been a fine in these days, let alone dem days. She had her upstairs and downstairs, and chimleys all round, and she had rooms for all the creatures what went into cahoots and helped make it. Brer Rabbit, he pick out one of the upstairs rooms, and he took and got him a gun in one of these yer brass cannons, and he took and put 'em in there when the other creatures ain't looking. And then he took and got him a tub of nasty slop water, which likewise he put in there when they ain't looking. So then, when they get the house all fixed, and while they was a-settin' in the parlor after supper, Brer Rabbit, he sort of gap and stretch himself and make his excuses and say he believe he'll go to his room. When he get there, and whiles all the other creatures was a-laughin' and chattin' and as sociable as you please, Brer Rabbit, he stick his head out of the door of his room and sing out, "When a big man like me want to set down, whereabouts he gwine to set?" says he. Then the other creatures, they laugh and holler back, "If big man like you can't sit in a cheer, he better sit down on the floor." "Watch out down there, then," says old Brer Rabbit, says he, "'cause I'm a-gwine to set down," says he. With that, bang went Brer Rabbit gun. 'Course this sort of astonished the creatures, and they look round at one another much as to say, "What in the name of gracious is that?" They listen and listen, but they don't hear no more fuss. And 'twa'n't long 'fore they got to chatting and jabbering some more. By and by, Brer Rabbit stick his head out of the room door and sing out, "When a big man like me wanter sneeze, whereabout he gwanter sneeze at?" Then the other creatures, they took and holler back, "If big man like you ain't a-goin' to gump, he can sneeze anywhere he please." "Watch out dar, den," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "'cause I'm gwine to turn loose and sneeze right here," says he. With that, Brer Rabbit let off his cannon. Brum, brum, brum. The winder glass, they shook and rattle, and the house shook like she gwine to come down. And old Brer B'ar, he fell out of the rocking chair, ka-plump. When the creatures get sort of settled, Brer Possum and Brer Mink, they up and allowed that Brer Rabbit got such a monstrous bad cold that they believe they'll step out and get some fresh air. But them other creatures, they say they're going to stick it out. And after a while, when they get the hair smoothed down and they gun to lower amongst themselves, 'bout that time, when they get in a good way, Brer Rabbit, he sing out, "When a big man like me take a chaw of tobacco, whereabouts he gonna spit?" Then the other creatures, they holler back, they did, sort of like they're mad. "Big man or little man, spit where you please." Then Brer Rabbit, he squall out, "Dis the way a big man spit." And with that, he tilled over the tub of slop water, and when the other creatures hear it come a-sloshing down the stair steps, gentlemens, they just hoisted themselves out of there. Some of 'em went out the back door, and some of 'em went out the front door, and some of 'em fell out the winders. Some went one way and some went another way, but they all went sailing out. "But what became of Brother Rabbit?" the little boy asked. Brer Rabbit, he just took and shut up the house and fastened the winders, and then he got to bed, he did, and pulled the coverlet up round his ears, and he slept like a man what ain't owe nobody nothin', and neither do he owe 'em, 'cause if them other creatures go on get skeered and run off from their own house, what Chapter 7 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 7. Mr. Lion Hunts for Mr. Man. Uncle Remus sighed heavily as he lifted the trivet on the head of his walking cane and hung it carefully by the side of the griddle in the cavernous fireplace. "Folks can come along with their whatchamacallums," he said presently, turning to the little boy, who was supplementing his supper by biting off a chew of shoemaker's wax, "and likewise dey can fetch round der what's-his-names. Dey can walk biggity, and dey can talk biggity, and more'n dat, dey can feel biggity, but yet all de same dey're gwine to get cotch up wid. Dey go long and dey go long, and den by here come trouble and snatch 'em up slaunchways. And de mo' bigger what dey is, de worser does dey get snatched." The little boy didn't understand this harangue at all, but he appreciated it because he recognized it as the prelude to a story. "Dar was Mr. Lion," Uncle Remus went on. "He took and sot hisself up fer to be de boss of all de other creeturs, and he feel so biggity dat he go roaring and stamping round de neighborhoods wuss'n dat ere Speckled bull what you see down at your Uncle Jim Abercrombie's place last year. He went roaring round, he did, and everywhere he go he year talk of Mr. Man. Right in de middle of the bragging, some un 'ud up and tell him 'bout what Mr. Man done. Mr. Lion, he say he done dis, and den he year 'bout how Mr. Man done dat. He went on dis-a-way twel by Mr. Lion shake he mane, he did, and he up and say dat he gwine to search round and round, and high and low, fer to see if he can't find Mr. Man, and he 'low, Mr. Lion did, dat when he do find him, he gwine turn in and give Mr. Man such nary larrapin what nobody ain't never had yit. Dem yother creeturs, they took and tell Mr. Lion dat he better let Mr. Man alone, but Mr. Lion say he gwine to hunt him down, spite of all they can do. Sho' nuff, after he done took some rest, Mr. Lion, he put out down de big road. Sun, she rise up and shine hot, but Mr. Lion, he keep on. Wind, hit come up and blow and fill de elements fer a dust. Rain, hit drift up and drizzle down, but Mr. Lion, he keep on. By, whiles he's gwine on dis-a-way, wid de tongues hanging out, he come up with Mr. Steer, grazing along de side of de road. Mr. Lion, he up and ax him howdy, he did, monst'us polite, and Mr. Steer likewise he bow and scrape and show his manners. Den Mr. Lion, he do like he want to have some confab wid him, and he up and say, says he, "Is there anybody round in dese parts named Mr. Man?" says he. "To be sure dey is," says Mr. Steer, says he. "Anybody kin tell you dat. I knows him mighty well," says he. "Well, den, he's just the very chap I'm after," says he. "What might be your business with Mr. Man?" says Mr. Steer, says he. "I done come dis long ways for to give him a larrapin," says Mr. Lion, says he. "I gwine to show him who de boss er dese neighborhoods," says he. And wid dat Mr. Lion he shake his mane and switch his tail, and strut up and down wuss'n one of dese yer town niggers. "Well, den, if dat what you come after," says Mr. Steer, says he, "you jest better slew yourself round and p'int your nose towards home, 'cause you're fixin' for to get in sho' nuff trouble," says he. "I'm gwine to larrup dat same Mr. Man," says Mr. Lion, says he. I done come for dat, and dat what I gwine do, says he. Mr. Steer, he draw a long breath, he did, and chaw his cud slow, and after a while he says he, You see me standing here fronter your eyes, and you see how big I is, and what long, sharp horns I got. Well, big as my heft is, and sharp though my horns be, yet Mr. Man, he come out here and he catch me, and he put me under a yoke, and he hitch me up in a cart, and he make me haul his wood, and he drive me anywhere he mind her. He do dat. Better let Mr. Man alone, says he. If you fool along with him, watch out that he don't hitch you up and have you prancing round here pulling his cart, says he. Mr. Lion, he fotch a roar and put out down the road, and it wa'n't so mighty long 'fore he come up with Mr. Hoss, which he was a nibbling and a cropping the grass. Mr. Lion make hisself knowed, and then he took and asked Mr. Hoss, do he know Mr. Man? Mighty well, says Mr. Hoss, says he, and more'n dat, I've been a-knowin' him a long time. What you want with Mr. Man? Says he. I'm a-huntin' him up for to larrup him, says Mr. Lion, says he. Dey tells me he mighty stuck up, says he, and I gwine take him down a peg, says he. Mr. Hoss look at Mr. Lion like he's sorry, and by he up and say, I spec you better let Mr. Man alone, says he. You see how big I is, and how much strength what I got, and how tough my foots is, says he. Well, dish here Mr. Man, he can take me and hitch me up in a buggy, make me haul him all round, and then he can take and fasten me to the plow and make me break up all his new ground, says he. You better go long back home. First news you know, Mr. Man'll have you breaking up his new ground, says he. Spite of all this, Mr. Lion, he shake his mane and say he gwine-to larrup Mr. Man anyhow. He went on down the big road, he did, and by he come up with Mr. Jack Sparrow sitting up in the top of the tree. Mr. Jack Sparrow, he whirl round and chirp and flutter about up there, and apparently make a great admiration. Hello yer, says he. Who'd have expected for to see Mr. Lion way down here in the neighborhoods, says he. Where you gwine, Mr. Lion, says he. Then Mr. Lion asks if Mr. Jack Sparrow know Mr. Man, and Mr. Jack Sparrow said he know Mr. Man mighty well. Then Mr. Lion, he asks if Mr. Jack Sparrow know where he stay, which Mr. Jack Sparrow say dat he do. Mr. Lion asks whereabouts is Mr. Man. Mr. Jack Sparrow says he right cross there in the new ground, and he up and asks Mr. Lion what he want with him, which Mr. Lion spawned that he gwine-to larrup Mr. Man. And with dat, Mr. Jack Sparrow, he up and says he, You better let Mr. Man alone. You see how little I is, and likewise how high I can fly, yet spite of dat, Mr. Man, he can fetch me down when he get good and ready, says he. You better took your tail and put out home, says Mr. Jack Sparrow, says he, 'cause by Mr. Man'll fetch you down, says he. But Mr. Lion just vow he gwine-ter after Mr. Man, and go he would, and go he did. He ain't never seen Mr. Man, Mr. Lion ain't, and he don't know what he look like, but he go on towards the new ground. Sure enough, there was Mr. Man out there mauling rails for to make him a fence. He is ripping up the butt cut, Mr. Man was, and he druv in de wedge, and den he stuck in de glute. He is splittin' way, when by he hear rustlin' out there in de bushes, and he look up, and there was Mr. Lion. Mr. Lion ax him, do he know Mr. Man? Mr. Man 'lowed dat he know him mo' samer dan if he were his twin brother. Den Mr. Lion 'lowed dat he wanter see him. And den Mr. Man says he, dat if Mr. Lion will come stick his paw in de split fer to hold de log open twel he get back, he go and fetch Mr. Man. Mr. Lion he march up and slap his paw into place, and den Mr. Man he took and knock de glute out, and de split close up, and there Mr. Lion was. Mr. Man he stand off and says he, if you been a steer or a hoss, you might a runned, and if you been a sparrer, you might a flewed, but here you is, and you caught yourself, says he. With that, Mr. Man saunter out in de bushes and cut him a hickory. Then he let in on Mr. Lion, and he frail him twel frailin' him was a sin. And down to this day, continued Uncle Remus, in a tone calculated to destroy all doubt, you can't git no lion to come up where dey's a man a maulin' rails and put
Chapter 8 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 8. The Story of the Pigs. Uncle Remus relapsed into silence again, and the little boy, with nothing better to do, turned his attention to the bench upon which the old man kept his shoemaker's tools. Prosecuting his investigations in this direction, the youngster finally suggested that the supply of bristles was about exhausted.
I don't know what Miss Sally want to be sending you down here for, if you gwine to be stirring and bothering longer dem airs doings, exclaimed Uncle Remus indignantly. Now don't you scatter dem hog bristle. The time was when folks had a mighty slim chance fer to git bristle, and dey ain't no tellin' when dat time gwine come again. Let alone dat, the time was when de breed o' hogs was done run down to one poor little pig, and it looked like mighty sorry chance for dem what was bleeds fer to have bristle. By this time Uncle Remus's indignation had vanished, disappearing as suddenly and unexpectedly as it came. The little boy was curious to know where and how the bristle famine occurred. I done told you about that too long ago to talk about, the old man declared, but the little boy insisted that he had never heard about it before, and he was so persistent that at last Uncle Remus, in self-defense, consented to tell the story of the pigs. One time, way back yonder, the old sow and her chillens was all livin' longer than the other creatures. It seemed like to me that the old sow was a widder woman, and if I don't run into no mistakes, it looked like to me that she got 5 chillens. Let me see, continued Uncle Remus, with the air of one determined to justify his memory by a reference to the record, and enumerating with great deliberation, there was Big Pig, and there was Little Pig, and there was Speckled Pig, and there was Blunt, and last and lonesome there was Runt. One day, dish yer pig ma, she know she gwine kick de bucket, and she took and call up all her chillens and tell 'em dat the time done come when dey got to look out for deyself. And den she up and tell 'em good as she kin, though her breath mighty scant, 'bout what a bad man is old Brer Wolf. She says she, dat if they can make their escape from old Brer Wolf, they'll be doing monstrous well. Big Pig 'low she ain't skeered. Speckled Pig 'low she ain't skeered. Blunt, he say he most big a man as Brer Wolf hisself, and Runt, she just tuck and root round in de straw and grunt. But old Widder Sow, she lay dar, she did, and kep on tellin' 'em dat dey better keep their eye on Brer Wolf, 'cause he mighty mean and deceitful man. Not long after dat, sure enough, old Miss Sow lay down and die, and all dem 'ere chilluns of hern was flung back on deself, and dey whirl in, dey did, and dey build 'em all a house to live in. Big Pig, she tuck and build a house outer bresh. Little Pig, she tuck and build a stick house. Speckled Pig, she tuck and build a mud house. Blunt, he took and build a plank house. In Runt, she don't make no great to-do, and no great brags, but she went to work, she did, and build a rock house. By, when dey done got all fix, and marters was sorter settled, soon one mornin', yer comes old Brer Wolf, lickin' on his chops and shakin' in his tail. Fust house he come to was Big Pig house. Brer Wolf walked to de door, he did, and he knocked sorter soft. Blim, blim, blim. Nobody ain't answer. Den he knock loud. Blam, blam, blam. Dis wake up Big Pig, and she come to de door, and she ax who dat. Brer Wolf 'low it's a friend, and den he sing out, "If you open de door and let me in, I'll warm my hands and go home again." Still Big Pig ax who dat, and den Brer Wolf he up and says he, "How your maw?" says he. "My maw done dead," says Big Pig, says he. "And 'fore she die, she tell me fer to keep my eye on Brer Wolf. I sees you through the crack of the door, and you look mighty like Brer Wolf," says he. Den old Brer Wolf, he draw a long breath like he feel mighty bad, and he up and says he, "I dunner what changed your maw so bad, less'n she is outer her head. I year tell dat old Miss Sow was sick, and I say to myself dat I kinder drop round and see how de old lady is, and fetch her dish yer bag of roastin' years. Mighty well does I know dat if your maw was yer right now, and in her mind, she'd take de roastin' years and be glad for to git 'em. And more'n dat, she'd take and ax me in by de fire fer to warm my hands," says old Brer Wolf, says he. To talk about de roastin' years make Big Pig mouth water, and by, after some more palaver, she opened de door and let Brer Wolf in, and bless your soul, honey, dat 'uz de las' of Big Pig. She ain't had time for to squeal and neither for to grunt, for Brer Wolf gobble her up. Next day, old Brer Wolf put up the same game on Little Pig. He go and sing de song, and Little Pig, she took and let him in, and den Brer Wolf he tuck and turned de compliments and let Little Pig in. Here Uncle Remus laughed long and loud at his conceit, and he took occasion to repeat it several times. Little Pig, she let Brer Wolf in, and Brer Wolf, he let Little Pig in. And what more can you ax than dat? Next time, Brer Wolf pay a call, he drop in on Speckled Pig, and rap at de door and sing his song. "If you open up de door and let me in, I'll warm my hands and go home again." But Speckled Pig, she kinder suspicioned somethin', and she refused to open de door. Yit Brer Wolf mighty deceitful man, and he talk mighty soft and he talk mighty sweet. By, he get his nose in de crack of de door, and he say to Speckled Pig, says he, for to just let him get one paw in, and then he won't go no furder. He get the paw in, and then he beg for to get the other paw in, and then when he get dat in, he beg for to get his head in, and then when he get his head in, and his paws in, 'cause all he got to do is shove the door open and walk right in. And when martyrs stand that way, 'twa'n't long 'fore he done made fresh meat of Speckled Pig. Next day, he make way wid Blunt, and the day after, he 'low that he make a pass at Runt. Now, den, right there where old Brer Wolf slip up at. He like some folks what I knows. He'd a been mighty smart if he hadn't a been too smart. Runt was the littlest one of the whole gang, yet all the same news done got out that she is pestered with sense like grown folks. Brer Wolf, he crope up to the Runt house, and he got underneath the winder, he did, and he sing out, "If you open up the door and let me in, I'll warm my hands and go home again." But all the same, Brer Wolf can't coax Runt fer to open the door, and neither can he break in 'cause the house done made out of rock. By and by, Brer Wolf make out he done gone off, and then after a while he come back and knock at the door. Blam, blam, blam. Runt, she sot by the fire, she did, and sort of scratch her ear, and holler out, "Who dat?" says she. "It's Speckled Pig," says old Brer Wolf, says he, twixt a snort and a grunt. "I fought you some peas for your dinner." Runt, she took and laughed, she did, and holler back,
"Sis Speckled Pig ain't never talked through that many toofies."
Brer Wolf go off again. By and by he come back and knock. Runt, she sot and rock and holler out, "Who dat?" "Big Pig," says Brer Wolf. "I fought some sweet corn for your supper." Runt, she look through the crack underneath the door and laugh and say, says she, "Sis Big Pig ain't had no hair on her hoof." Then old Brer Wolf, he get mad, he did, and say he gwine come down the chimbly. And Runt, she say, says she, dat the onlyest way what he can get in. And den, when she year Brer Wolf climbin' up on the outside er the chimbly, she took and pile up a whole lot of broom sage front of the hearth, and when she year him climbin' down on the inside, she stuck the tongs and shoved the straw on the fire, and the smoke made Brer Wolf head swim, and he drap down, and 'fore he know it he is done burnt to a cracklin', and dat was the las' of old Brer Wolf. Leastways, added Uncle Remus, putting in a cautious proviso to fall back upon in case of an emergency. Chapter 9 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 9, Mr. Benjamin Ram and His Wonderful Fiddle. "I spec you done year tell er old man Benjamin Ram," said Uncle Remus with a great affectation of indifference after a pause.
"Old man who?" asked the little boy.
"Old man Benjamin Ram. I spec you done year tell of him too long ago to talk about."
"Why, no, I haven't, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the little boy, protesting and laughing. "He must have been a mighty funny old man."
"That's as may be," responded Uncle Remus sententiously. Fun these days wouldn't have counted for fun in dem days, and many's the time what I see folks laughin'," continued the old man with such withering sarcasm that the little boy immediately became serious. "Many's the time what I sees 'em laughin' and laughin', when I lay they ain't can tell what they're laughin' at theyself. And 'tain't the laughin' what pesters me, neither," relenting a little. "It's dish here everlastin' snickle and giggle, giggle and snickle." Having thus mapped out, in a dim and uncertain way, what older people than the little boy might have been excused for accepting as a sort of moral basis, Uncle Remus proceeded. "Dish yer Mr. Benjamin Ram, which he done come up into my mind, was one of dese here old-timers. Dey tells me dat he is a fiddler from away back yonder, one of dem ere kinder fiddlers what can't get de tune down fine lest they pats der foot. He stay all by he own alone self way down in de middle of a big new ground, and he's such a handy man fer to have at a frolic dat de other creeturs like him mighty well. And when dey took a notion fer to shake der foot, which de notion took and struck 'em every once in a while, nothin' 'ud do but they must send for old man Benjamin Ram, and he fiddle. And dey do say," continued Uncle Remus, closing his eyes in a sort of ecstasy, "dat when he square hisself back in a cheer and get in a weavin' way, he can jest snatch dem old chime tunes from who lay de rail. And den, when de frolic was done, dey'd all fling in, dem yuther creeturs would, and fill up a bag er peas for old Mr. Benjamin Ram fer to carry home wid him. One time, jest about Christmas, Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de gals, dey up and say dat they'd sorter gin a blowout, and dey got word to old man Benjamin Ram, which dey expected him fer to be on hand. When de time done come for Mr. Benjamin Ram fer to start, de wind blow cold and de cloud gun to spread out cross de elements. But no matter fer that. Old man Benjamin Ram tuck down his walking cane, he did, and tie up his fiddle in a bag and sot out for Miss Meadows. He thunk he knowed the way, but hit keep on getting colder and colder, and mo' cloudy, twel by, fust news you know, old Mr. Benjamin Ram done lose the way. And if he'd a keep on down de big road fum de start, it might a been different. But he took a nigh cut, and he ain't git fur 'fore he done lost sho' nuff. He go dis-a way, and he go dat-a way, and den he go de yuther way. Yet all the same he was done lost. Some folks would a sot right flat down where dey was and study out der way. But old man Benjamin Ram ain't got wrinkle on de hawn for nothin', 'cause he done got the name of old Billy Hardhead long 'fore dat. Den again, some folks would a stopped right still in der tracks and holler and bawl fer to see ef dey can't roust up some of der neighbors. But old Mr. Benjamin Ram, he just stick his jowl in de wind, he did, and he marched right on just 'zactly like he know he ain't gwine de wrong way. He keep on, but 'twa'n't long 'fore he begun to feel right lonesome. Most specially, it'd come on up in his mind how Miss Meadows and de gals and all de company he bleeds to do de best they kin widout any fiddlin', and it kinder make he morrer git cold when he study 'bout how he gotter sleep out dere in de woods by hisself. Yet, all de same, he keep on twel de dark begun to drap down, and den he keep on still. And by he come to a little rise where there was a clay gal. When he get dar, he stop and look round, he did, and way off down in de holler, there he see a light shinin', and when he see dis, old man Benjamin Ram took he foot in his hand and make way towards it like it de very place what he been huntin'. It wa'n't long 'fore he come to de house where de light is, and bless your soul, he don't make no bones a knockin'. Then somebody holler out, "Who dat?" "I'm Mr. Benjamin Ram, and I done lose de way, and I come fer to ax ye if ye can't take me in fer de night," says he. "In common," continued Uncle Remus, "old Mr. Benjamin Ram was a mighty rough and spoken somebody, but you better believe he talked monstrous polite dis time. Den someone on de side of de door asked Mr. Benjamin Ram fer to walk right in, and wid dat he opened de door and walk in, and make a bow like fiddlin' folks does when dey goes in company. But he ain't no sooner make his bow and look round twel he gun to shake and shiver, like he done been strucken wid a swampy fever, 'cause sittin' right dar 'fore de fire was old Brer Wolf, with his toofies showin' up white and shiny like they was brand new. If old Mr. Benjamin Ram ain't been so ole and stiff, I bound ye he'd a broke and run. But mos' 'fore he had time fer to study about gittin' away, old Brer Wolf done bin jump up and shet de door and fasten her wid a great big chain. Old Mr. Benjamin Ram he know he in for it, and he took and put on a bold face as he can, but he just naturally hoped for to be lost in de woods some more. Den he make another low bow, and he hoped Brer Wolf and all his folks is well, and den he says he, dat he just drop in fer to warm himself, and 'quire of de way to Miss Meadows's, and if Brer Wolf would be so good as to set him on de road again, he be off purty soon, and 'd be much obliged in de bargains. "To be sure, Mr. Ram," says Brer Wolf, says he, whiles he lick his chops and grin. "Jes' put your walking cane in de cornder over dar, and set your bag down on de floor, and make yourself at home," says he. "We ain't got much," says he, "but what we got is yourn while you stays, and I bound we'll take good keer of you," says he. And wid dat, Brer Wolf laugh and show his toofies so bad dat old man Benjamin Ram come mighty nigh havin' the ague. Den Brer Wolf took and flung 'nother lighter knot on de fire, and den he slip into de back room, and presently, whiles old Mr. Benjamin Ram was settin' dar shaking in his shoes, he year Brer Wolf whisperin' to de old woman, "Old woman, fling way your smoke meat, fresh meat for supper. Fling way your smoke meat, fresh meat for supper." Den old Miss Wolf she talk out loud, so Mr. Benjamin Ram can year, "To be sure, I'll fix him some supper. We are way off yere in de woods, so far from company that goodness knows I'm mighty glad to see Mr. Benjamin Ram." Den Mr. Benjamin Ram hear old Miss Wolf whettin' her knife on a rock, shra, 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 and every time he year de knife say shra, he know he dat much nigher de dinner pot. He know he can't git away, and whiles he sittin' dar studyin', it come cross his mind dat he might as well play one more tune on de fiddle 'fore de wuss come to de wuss. Wid dat, he untied de bag and take out de fiddle, and gun to tune it up. Plink, plank, plunk, plunk, plink, plank, plink, plank, plunk. Uncle Remus's imitation of the tuning of a fiddle was marvelous enough to produce a startling effect upon a much less enthusiastic listener than the little boy,
It was given in perfect good faith, but the serious expression on the old man's face was so irresistibly comic that the child laughed until the tears ran down his face. Uncle Remus very properly accepted this as a tribute to his wonderful resources as a storyteller, and continued in great good humor, "When old Miss Wolf hear that kinder fuss, 'cause she dunner what it is, and she drop her knife and listen. Old Mr. Benjamin Ram ain't know dis, and he keep on tunin' up. Plank, plink, plonk, plank. Den old Miss Wolf, she tuck and hunch Brer Wolf wid her elbow, and she say, says she,
'Hey, old man, what dat?'
Den both of 'em cock up de ears and listen, and jes 'bout dat time old Mr. Benjamin Ram, he sling de butt er de fiddle up under de chin and struck up one of dem old-time tunes."
"Well, what tune was it, Uncle Remus?"
the little boy asked with some display of impatience. "If I ain't done gone and forget dat tune off of my mind," continued Uncle Remus, "it sorter went like dat er song about sheep shall comb wid de rattle of a horn, and yit it might ha' been dat er yuther one about roll in de key, ladies, roll dem keys. Brer Wolf and ole Miss Wolf, dey listen and listen, and de more what dey listen, de skeerder dey git, twel by dey tuck ter de heels and make a break fer de swamp at de back of de house jes like de patrollers was after dem. When ole man Benjamin Ram sorter let up wid de fiddlin', he don't see no Brer Wolf, and he don't year no ole Miss Wolf. Den he look in de back room, no wolf dar. Den he look in de back porch, no wolf dar. Den he look in de closet and de cupboard, no wolf ain't dar yit. Den old Mr. Benjamin Ram, he tuck and shot all de doors and lock 'em, and he sarch round and he find some peas and fodder in de loft, which he ate for his supper, and den he lie down front of de fire and sleep sound as a log. Next mornin' he is up stirrin' monst'us soon, and he put out from dar, and he find a way to Miss Meadows's time enough fer to play at de frolic. When he git dar, Miss Meadows and de gals, dey run ter de gate fer to meet him, and dis'n tuck de hat, and dat'n tuck de cane, and the other one tuck de fiddle, and den dey up and say,
"Law, Mr. Ram, where de name of goodness is you been? We so glad you come. Stir round yer, folks, and get Mr. Ram a cup of hot coffee."
Dey make a mighty big ter-do 'bout Mr. Benjamin Ram, Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de gals did, betwixt you and me and de bedpost, honey. Dey'd a had der frolic whether the old chap was there or not, 'cause de gals done make arrangements with Brer Rabbit fer to pat fer 'em. Chapter 10 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 10. Brer Rabbit's Riddle.
"Could Brother Rabbit pat a tune, sure enough, Uncle Remus?"
asked the little boy, his thoughts apparently dwelling upon the new accomplishment of Brother Rabbit, at which the old man had hinted in his story of Mr. Benjamin Ram. Uncle Remus pretended to be greatly surprised that anyone could be so unfamiliar with the accomplishments of Brother Rabbit as to venture to ask such a question. His response was in the nature of a comment. "Name er goodness! What kind of pass dish year we comin' ter when a great big growed-up young'un askin' about Brer Rabbit? Bless yo' soul, honey,
Dey wa'n't no tune gwine dat Brer Rabbit can't pat. Let alone dat, when dey was someone else fer to do de pattin', Brer Rabbit kin jump out inter de middle of de floor and just nat'rally shake de eyelids off of dem other creatures. And it wa'n't none of dish yer bowin' and scrapin', and slippin' and slidin', and hands all round, what folks does dese days. It is dish yer up and down kinder dancin', where dey does de lips up in de air fer to cut de pigeon wing, and lights on de floor right in de middle of de double shuffle. Shoo! Dey ain't no dancin' dese days, folks' shoes too tight, and dey ain't got dat limbersomeness in de hips what dey uster is. Dat dey ain't. And yit, Uncle Remus continued, in a tone which seemed to imply that he deemed it necessary to apologize for the apparent frivolity of Brother Rabbit, "In yit de time come when ole Brer Rabbit gun to put dis and dat together, and de notion strike him like he better be home lookin' after de interests of he family, stidder traipsin' and trollopin' around to all the frolics in de settlement. He took and studied dis in his mind twell by he sot out determinin' fer to own his own livelihoods, and den he up and lay off a piece of ground and plant him a tater patch. Brer Fox, he see all dish yer gwine on, he did, and he 'lowed to hisself dat he spec Brer Rabbit rashfulness done been subjued 'cause he skeered, and den Brer Fox make up his mind dat he gwine to pay Brer Rabbit back for all his deceitfulness. He start in, Brer Fox did, and from dat time forward he aggervate Brer Rabbit 'bout de tater patch. One night he leave de drawbars down, 'nother night he fling off de top rails, and next night he tar down a whole panel of fence, and he keep on dis-a-way twell 'parently Brer Rabbit dunner what to do. All dis time, Brer Fox keep on foolin' with the tater patch, and when he see which Brer Rabbit ain't makin' no motion, Brer Fox 'low dat he done skeered sho enough, and dat de time done come fer to gobble him up widout leaf or license. So he call on Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox did, and he ax him will he take a walk. Brer Rabbit, he ax whereabouts. Brer Fox say, right out yonder. Brer Rabbit, he ax what is dey right out yonder. Brer Fox say he know where dey's some mighty fine peaches, and he want Brer Rabbit fer to go long and climb de tree and fling 'em down. Brer Rabbit say he don't care if he do, mo' especially fer to oblige Brer Fox. Dey sot out, dey did, and after a while, sho enough, dey come to de peach orchard, and Brer Rabbit, what do he do but pick out a good tree, and up he clum. Brer Fox, he sot hisself at de root er de tree, 'cause he 'lowed dat when Brer Rabbit come down, he hatter come down backards, and den dat'd be de time fer to nab him. But bless yo' soul, Brer Rabbit done see what Brer Fox atter 'fo' he clum up. When he pull de peaches, Brer Fox says he, "Fling 'em down yer, Brer Rabbit. Fling 'em right down yer so I can ketch 'em," says he. Brer Rabbit, he sorter wunked de furdest eye from Brer Fox, and he holler back, he did, "Ef I fling 'em down dar where you is, Brer Fox, and you misses 'em, dey'll get squished," says he, "and I'll just sorter pitch 'em out yonder in de grass where dey won't get bust," says he. Den he took and flung de peaches out in de grass, and whiles Brer Fox went after 'em, Brer Rabbit he skint down outer de tree and hustle hisself twell he get elbow room. When he get off a little ways, he up and holler back to Brer Fox dat he got a riddle he want 'em to read. Brer Fox he ax what is it. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he gun it out to Brer Fox like a man sayin' a speech. "Big bird rob and little bird sing,
De big bee zoon and de little bee sting. De little man lead and de big hoss foller. Can you tell what's good for a head in a holler? Old Brer Fox scratch his head and study and scratch his head. But the mo' he study, the wuss he get mixed up wid de riddle. And after a while he took and tell Brer Rabbit that he dunno know how in de name of goodness to unriddle dat riddle. Come and go longer with me, says old Brer Rabbit, says he, and I bound you I show you how to read dat same riddle. Hit's one of dem air kind of riddle, says old man Rabbit, says he, which fo' you read her you got to eat a bait of honey, and I done got my eye sot on de place where we can get the honey at, says he. Brer Fox, he asks whereabouts is it, and Brer Rabbit, he say up dar in old Brer B'ar cotton patch, where he got a whole passel of begums. Brer Fox, he 'low he did, that he ain't got no sweet tooth much, yet he wanter get at the innards of dat there riddle, and he don't keer if he do go long. Dey put out, dey did, and 'twa'n't long 'fore they come to old Brer B'ar's begums, and old Brer Rabbit, he up and guv 'em a rap wid a walking cane, just like folks thumps watermillions fer to see if they are ripe. He tap and he rap, and by he come ter one which she sound like she plumb full, and den he go round behind it, old Brer Rabbit did, and he up and say, says he, I just sorter tilled her up, Brer Fox, says he, and you can put your head in there and get some of the drippings, says he. Brer Rabbit, he tilled her up, and sure enough, Brer Fox, he jam his head underneath the gum. It make me laugh. Uncle Remus continued with a chuckle. For to see what a fresh man is Brer Fox, 'cause he ain't no sooner stuck his head underneath dat there begum than Brer Rabbit turned to loose, and down she come, kerwhoosh, right on Brer Fox's neck, and there he was. Brer Fox, he kick, he squeal, he jump, he squall, he dance, he prance, he beg, he pray, yet there he was, and when Brer Rabbit get way off and turn round fer to look back, he see Brer Fox just a wigglin' and a squirmin', and right then and there Brer Rabbit give one old-time whoop, and just put out for home. When he get there, the first man he see was Brer Fox's granddaddy, which folks all call Grandsir Gray Fox. When Brer Rabbit see him, he say, says he, How you come on, Grandsir Gray Fox? I still keeps po'ly. I'm 'bliged to you, Brer Rabbit, says Grandsir Gray Fox, says he. Is you seed any sign of my grandson this mornin'? Says he. Wid dat, Brer Fox laugh, and say which him and Brer Fox been a ramblin' round wid one another, havin' more fun than what a man can shake a stick at. We been a riggin' up riddles and a readin' 'em, says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Fox is settin' off somewheres in de bushes right now, aimin' fer to read one what I gum him. I'll just drap you one, says old Brer Rabbit, says he, which, if you can read it, it'll take you right spang to where your grandson is, and you can't get there none too soon, says Brer Rabbit, says he. Den old Grandsir Gray Fox, he up and ax what is it, and Brer Rabbit, he sing out, he did, De big bird rob and little bird sing, de big bee zoon and de little bee sting. The little man lead and a big hoss foller. Can you tell what's good for a head and a holler? Grandsir Gray Fox, he took a pinch of snuff and cough easy to himself, and study, but he can't make it out.
And Brer Rabbit, he laugh and sing, "Big mighty big fur to make fox collar. Can you tell what's good for a head in a holler?" After so long a time, Grandsir Gray Fox sort of catch a glimpse of what Brer Rabbit trying to get him, and he tipped Brer Rabbit good day, and shuffle on for to hunt up his grandson.
"And did he find him, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
"To be sure, honey. Brer B'ar hear the racket what Brer Fox is kicking up, and he go down there for to see what the marter is. Soon as he see how the land lay, 'course he took a notion that Brer Fox been robbing the bee gums, and he got him a handful of hickories, Brer B'ar did, and he lit in on Brer Fox, and he warm his jacket scandalous. And then he took and turn him loose, but 'twa'n't long for all the neighbors get word.
Chapter 11 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 11. How Mr. Rooster Lost His Dinner. It seemed that the rainy season had set in earnest, but the little boy went down to Uncle Remus's cabin before dark. In some mysterious way, it appeared to the child, the gloom of twilight fastened itself upon the dusky clouds, and the great trees without, and the dismal perspective beyond, gradually became one with the darkness. Uncle Remus had thoughtfully placed a tin pan under a leak in the roof, and the drip, drip, drip of the water, as it fell in the resonant vessel, made a not unmusical accompaniment to the storm. The old man fumbled around under his bed, and presently dragged forth a large bag filled with lightwood knots, which, with an instinctive economy in this particular direction, he had stored away for an emergency. A bright but flickering flame was the result of this timely discovery, and the effect it produced was quite in keeping with all the surroundings. The rain and wind and darkness held sway without, while within, the unsteady lightwood blaze seemed to rhyme with the drip, drip, drip in the pan. Sometimes the shadow of Uncle Remus, as he leaned over the hearth, would tower and fill the cabin, and again it would fade and disappear among the swaying and swinging cobwebs that curtained the rafters.
"When bedtime come, honey," said Uncle Remus in a soothing tone, "I'll just snatch down your paw buggy umbrella from up there in the corner, just like I been to doin', and I'll take you under my arm and set you down on Miss Sally hearth, just as dry and as warm as a rat nest inside a fodder stack." At this juncture, Tildy, the house girl, rushed in out of the rain and darkness with a waterproof cloak and an umbrella, and announced her mission to the little boy without taking time to catch her breath.
"Miss Sally say you got to come right back," she exclaimed, "'cause she's scared lightning gonna strike round in yer 'mongst these high trees somewheres."
Uncle Remus stood from his stooping posture in front of the hearth and assumed a threatening attitude.
"Well, is anybody here to beat her that?"
was his indignant exclamation.
"Look here, gal, don't you come foolin' longer me. Now, don't you do it. 'Cause if you does, I'll take and hit you with a clip that'll put you to bed 'fore bedtime's come. That's what."
"Lordy, what I done gone and done to Uncle Remus now?"
asked Tildy with a great affectation of innocent ignorance.
"I'm gwine to put on my coat and take dat 'ere umbrella, and I'm gwine straight up to the big house and ax Miss Sally if she saw dat kinderwood down yer, when she know dat chile sittin' yer longer me. I'm gwine to ax her," continued Uncle Remus. "If she don't sont dat wood, den I'm gwine to fetch myself back. Now, you just watch my motions."
"Well, I hear Miss Sally say she afeard lightning gwine to strike somewheres on the place," said 'Tildy in a tone which manifested her willingness to compromise all differences. "And den when I asked her can I come down here, and den she say I better bring dis here cloak and parasol."
"Now you done brung 'em," responded Uncle Remus. "You just better put 'em in dat cheer over dar, and take yo'self off. Thunder mighty apt to hit close to where dese here slick-head niggers is."
But the little boy finally prevailed upon the old man to allow 'Tildy to remain, and after a while he put matters on a peace footing by inquiring if roosters crowed at night when it was raining.
"Dat dey does," responded Uncle Remus. "Wet or dry, dey flops der wings and wakes up all de neighbors. Law, bless my soul!" he exclaimed suddenly. "What make I done gone and forget about Mr. Rooster?"
"What about him?" inquired the little boy.
"One time, way back yonder," said Uncle Remus, knocking the ashes off his hands and knees, "dere was 2 plantations right alongside one another, and on both of dese plantations was a whole passel of fowls. Dey was mighty sociable in dem days, and it turned out dat de fowls on one plantation gun a party, which dey sot out der invites to de fowls on de other plantation. When de day come, Mr. Rooster, he blow his horn, he did, and 'semble all together, and after dey 'semble dey got in line. Mr. Rooster, he tuck de head, and after him come ole Lady Hen and Miss Pullet, and den der was Mr. Peafowl, and Mr. Turkey Gobbler, and Miss Guinea Hen, and Miss Puddle Duck, and all de balance of 'em. Dey start off sorter raggedy, but 'twa'n't long 'fore dey all cotched de step, and den dey marched down by de spring, up through de hoss lot and cross by de gin house, and 'twa'n't long 'fore dey get to where de frolic was. Dey dance, dey play, and dey sing. Most especially did dey play and sing dat er song which run on like dis: "Come under, my honey, my love, my own true love. My heart been a-weepin' way down in Galilee." Dey was gwine on dis-a-way, havin' der amusements, when, by ole Mr. Peafowl, he got on de comb er de barn and blow de dinner horn. Dey all washed der face and bands in de back porch, den dey went in to dinner. When dey get in dar, dey don't see nothin' on de table but a great big pile of cornbread. De pones was piled up on pones, and on top was a great big ash cake. Mr. Rooster, he look at dis and he turn up his nose, and by, after a while, out he strut. Ole Miss Guinea Hen, she watchin' Mr. Rooster motions, and when she see dis, she take and squall out, she did,
"Pot track, Mr. Rooster gone back. Pot track, Mr. Rooster gone back."
Wid dat, dey all make a great to-do. Miss Hen and Miss Pullet, dey cackle and squall. Mr. Gobbler, he gobble, and Miss Puddle Duck, she shake her tail and say,
"Quickety quack quack."
But Mr. Rooster, he ruffle up he cape and march on out. Dis sorter put a damper on de others, but 'fore Mr. Rooster get out of sight and yearin', dey went to work on de pile what was 'parently cornbread, and lo and beholds, underneath dem pone of bread was a whole passel of meat and greens, and baked taters, and biled turnips. Mr. Rooster, he hear de ladies making great admiration, he stop and look through de crack, and dar he see all de doin's and fixin's. He feel mighty bad, Mr. Rooster did, when he see all dis, and de other fowls dey holler and ax him fer to come back, and he craw, which it mighty empty. Likewise, it up and ax him, but he mighty biggity and stuck up, and he strut off crowin' as he go. but his spunts at dat time done las' him and all of his family down to dis day. And you need ter take my word for it neither, 'cause if you'll jest keep your eye open and watch, you'll catch a glimpse of old Mr. Rooster folks scratchin' where dey spects ter find der rations, and more than dat, they'll scratch where der rations in plain sight. Since that time, there ain't none of de Mr. Roosters been fooled by dat what they see on top. They ain't rest till they see what under there. They'll scratch spite of all creation."
"That's de Lord's truth," said 'Tildy with unction. "I done seen 'em with my own eyes, that I is."
This was 'Tildy's method of renewing peaceful relations with Uncle Remus, but the old man was disposed to resist the attempt.
"You better be up yonder washin' up dishes, stidder."
Chapter 12 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 12. Brer Rabbit Breaks Up a Party. As long as Uncle Remus allowed 'Tildy to remain in the cabin, the little boy was not particularly interested in preventing the perfunctory abuse which the old man might feel disposed to bestow upon the complacent girl. The truth is, the child's mind was occupied with the episode in the story of Mr. Benjamin Ram, which treats of the style in which this romantic old wag put Mr. and Mrs. Wolf to flight by playing a tune upon his fiddle. The little boy was particularly struck with this remarkable feat, as many a youngster before him had been, and he made bold to recur to it again by asking Uncle Remus for all the details. It was plain to the latter that the child regarded Mr. Ram as the typical hero of all the animals, and this was by no means gratifying to the old man. He answered the little boy's questions as well as he could, and when nothing more remained to be said about Mr. Ram, he settled himself back in his chair and resumed the curious history of Brother Rabbit.
"Course, Mr. Ram mighty smart man. I ain't dispute that. But neither Mr. Ram nor yet Mr. Lamb is soon creatures like Brer Rabbit. Mr. Benjamin Ram, he took and skeer off Brer Wolf and his old woman wid his fiddle, but bless your soul, old Brer Rabbit he gone and done wuss'n dat."
"What did Brother Rabbit do?"
asked the little boy.
"One time," said Uncle Remus, "Brer Fox he took and axed some of the other creatures to his house. He axed Brer B'ar, and Brer Wolf, and Brer Coon, but he ain't axed Brer Rabbit. All de same, Brer Rabbit got wind of it, and he allowed dat if he don't go, he 'spect he have much fun as de next man. De creatures what git de invite, they tuck and 'semble at Brer Fox's house, and Brer Fox he ax 'em in and got 'em cheers, and dey sot dar and laugh and talk, twell bimeby Brer Fox he fotch out a bottle of dram and lay her out on de sideboard, and den he sorter step back and say, says he, "Jes step up, gentermens, and help yourself." And you better believe that they helped theirself. Whiles they was drinkin' and drammin' and gwine on, what you 'spect Brer Rabbit doin'? You jes well make up your mind that Brer Rabbit's monstrous busy, 'cause he is sailin' round fixin' up his tricks. Long time 'fore dat, Brer Rabbit had been at a barbecue where there was a muster, and whiles all the folks is down at the spring eatin' dinner, Brer Rabbit he crope up and run off wid one of de drums. There was a big drum and a little drum, and Brer Rabbit he snatch up the littlest one and run home. Now den, when he hear 'bout de other creatures gwine to Brer Fox's house, what did Brer Rabbit do but get out this rattling drum and make de way down de road towards where dey is. He took dat drum, continued Uncle Remus with great elation of voice and manner, and he went down de road towards Brer Fox's house, and he make her talk like thunder mixed up with hail. Hit talk like this: dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum-pum, dee-dee-pum. De creatures, dey is a-drinkin' and a-drammin', and a-gwine on at a terrible rate, and dey ain't year de racket, but all the same here come Brer Rabbit, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum-pum, dee-dee-pum. By and by, Brer Coon, which he allus got 1 year hung out for de news, he up and ax Brer Fox what dat, and by dat time all de creatures stop and listen, but all the same, here come Brer Rabbit, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum-bum, dee-dee-pum. De creatures, dey keep on listening, and Brer Rabbit keep on getting nigher, twell by and by Brer Coon reach under the cheer for his hat, and says he, "Well, gents, I speck I better be gwine. I told my old woman dat I won't be gone a minute, and here it is way long in de day." With dat, Brer Coon he skip out, but he ain't got much furder dan de back gate, for here come all de other creatures like dey is a-running a foot race, and old Brer Fox was workin' in de lead. "Dar now!" exclaimed 'Tildy with great fervor. "Yasser, there they was, and there they went," continued Uncle Remus. "They took nigh cuts, and they scramble over one another, and dey ain't rest twell dey get in de bushes. Old Brer Rabbit, he come on down de road, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-pum, dee-dee-bum-bum, and bless gracious, when he get to Brer Fox's house, dey ain't nobody there. Brer Rabbit is dat owdacious dat he hunt all round twell he find de air hole in de drum, and he put his mouth ter dat and sing out, says he, "Is there anybody home?" And den he answer hisself, says he, "Law, no, honey, folks all gone." Wid dat, old Brer Rabbit break loose and laugh, he did, fit to kill hisself, and den he slam Brer Fox's front gate wide open and march up to de house. When he git there, he kick de door open and hail Brer Fox, but nobody ain't there, and Brer Rabbit he walk in and take a cheer, make himself at home wid puttin' his foots on de sofy and spittin' on de floor. Brer Rabbit ain't sot there long 'fore he catch a whiff of de dram. "You hear dat?" exclaimed 'Tildy with convulsive admiration. "'Fore he catch a whiff of de dram, and den he see it on de sideboard, and he step up and drap about a tumbler full somewheres down in de neighborhoods of de goozle. Brer Rabbit mighty like some folks I knows. He took one tumbler full, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he took another'n, and when a man do dis-a-way," continued Uncle Remus, somewhat apologetically, "he believes to get drammy." "Truth, too," said 'Tildy, by way of hearty confirmation. All dis time de other creatures was down high in de bushes listening for de diddy-pum, and making ready for to light out from dar at the drop of a hat. But dey ain't year no more fuss, and by Brer Fox, he say he gwine on and look after his plunder, and de other creatures say dey believe dey'll go long wid him. Dey start out, dey did, and dey crope towards Brer Fox's house, but dey crope mighty keerful, and I bound if somebody had shook a bush, dem ar creatures had nat'rally tore up de earth gettin' away from dar. Yet dey still ain't year no fuss, and dey keep on creepin' twell dey git in de house. When dey git in dar, the fust sight they see was old Brer Rabbit standin' up by de dram bottle mixin' up a toddy, and he wa'n't so stiff-kneed near, 'cause he sorter sways from side to side, and he looked like he mighty limbersome, which, goodness knows, A man bleeds to be limbersome when he drink dat kind of liquor what Brer Fox provide for dem creatures. When Brer Fox see Brer Rabbit making free wid his doin's dat-a-way, what you spec he do? Inquired Uncle Remus, with the air of one seeking general information.
I spect he cussed,
said Tildy, who was apt to take a vividly practical view of matters.
He was glad, said the little boy, because he had a good chance to catch Brother Rabbit.
To be sure he was,
continued Uncle Remus, heartily assenting to the child's interpretation of the situation.
To be sure he was. He stand there, Brer Fox did, and he watch Brer Rabbit motions. By and by he holler out, says he,
"Aye, aye, Brer Rabbit," says he. "Many a time as you made your escape, but now I got you."
And with that, Brer Fox and the other creatures close in on Brer Rabbit. Seem like I done told you that Brer Rabbit done gone and took more dram than what was good for his wholesome. Yet his head ain't swim so bad that he don't know what he doin', and time he lay eyes on Brer Fox, he know he done got in close quarters. Soon as he see dis, Brer Rabbit make like he been down in de cup more deeper than what he is, and he stagger round like town gal standing in a batteau, and he seem like he does as limber as a wet rag. He stagger up to Brer Fox, he did, and he rolled his eyeballs round, and slap him on his back, and ax him how's his maw. Then when he sees the other creatures, continued Uncle Remus, he holler out, he did,
"Venture uppance, gentlemens, venture uppance. If you'll just give me hand romance and come one at a time, the tussel'll last longer. How you all come on, nohow?" says he.
Old Brer Rabbit talks so curious that the other creatures have more fun than what you can shake a stick at. But by and by Brer Fox say dey better get down to business, and then they all close in on Brer Rabbit, and there he was. In dem days, Old Man B'ar was a judge mongst the creatures, and they all ax him what they gwine do 'long wid Brer Rabbit. And Judge B'ar, he put on his spectacles, and clear up his throat, and say that the best way to do wid a man what kick up sech a racket, and run the neighbors out of their own house, and go in there and level on the pantry, is take him out and drown him. And old Brer Fox, which he's settin' on the jury, he up and smacky his hands together, and cry, and say, says he, that after dis he bleeds to believe that Judge B'ar done got all under hold on the lawyer books, 'cause dat exactly what they say when a man level on his neighbor pantry. Den Brer Rabbit, he make out he's skeered, and he holler and cry, and beg 'em, in the name of goodness, don't fling him in the spring branch, 'cause they all know he dunno how to swim. But if they bleeds for to pitch him in, den for mercy's sake, give him a walking cane, so he can have somethin' to hold to whiles he's a-drownin'. Old Brer B'ar scratch his head and say, says he, dat, fur as his 'membrance go back, he ain't come across nothin' in de lawyer book to the contraries of dat, and then they all agree that Brer Rabbit can have a walking cane. With dat, they catch up Brer Rabbit and put him in a wheelbarrow, and carry him down to the branch, and fling him in.
"Hey, hey!"
exclaimed Tildy with well-feigned astonishment. They fling him in, continued Uncle Remus, and Brer Rabbit light on his foots, same as a tomcat, and pick his way out by the helps of the walking cane. The water was dat shallow dat it don't more'n come over Brer Rabbit's slipper, and when he get out on Chapter 13 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 13. Brer Fox, Brer Rabbit, and King Deer's Daughter. Notwithstanding Brother Rabbit's success with the drum, the little boy was still inclined to refer to Mr. Benjamin Ram and his fiddle. But Uncle Remus was not by any means willing that such an ancient vagabond as Mr. Ram should figure as a hero, and he said that, while it was possible that Brother Rabbit was no great hand with the fiddle, he was a drummer and a capital singer to boot. Furthermore, Uncle Remus declared that Brother Rabbit could perform upon the panpipe, an accomplishment to which none of the other animals could lay claim. There was a time, too, the old man pointedly suggested, when the romantic rascal used his musical abilities to win the smiles of a nice young lady of quality, no less a personage, indeed, than King Deer's daughter. As a matter of course, the little boy was anxious to hear the particulars, and Uncle Remus was in no wise loath to give them. "When you come to ax me 'bout de year and day and de month," said the old man, cunningly arranging a defense against criticism, "den I'm done, 'cause de almanac what dey got in dem times won't pass muster dese days. But let alone dat, I speck dey ain't had none yit, and if dey is, dey ain't none been handed down to Remus. Well den, sometime long in dar, old Brer Fox and Brer Rabbit got to flyin' round King Deer daughter. Dey tells me she is a monstrous likely gal, and I speck maybe she was. Leastways, Brer Fox he hanker after her, and likewise Brer Rabbit he hanker after her. Old King Deer look like he sorter leaned towards Brer Fox, 'cause ter a settled man like him, hit seem like dat Brer Fox kin stir round and keep de pot bilin', most specially bein's he's de biggest. Hit go on dis-a-way twell hardly a day past dat one or de other of dem creeturs don't go sparklin' round King Deer daughter, and it got so after a while dat all day long Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox keep de front gate a-skreakin', and King Deer daughter ain't sca'cely had time for to eat a meal vittles in no peace o' mind. In dem days," pursued Uncle Remus in a tone of unmistakable historical fervor, "when a creetur go a-courtin', dey wa'n't none o' dish yer bouquet doin's mix up longer de courtship, and dey ain't cut up no capers like folks does now. Stidder scallopin' round en bowin' en scrapin', dey des go right straight after de gal. Old Brer Rabbit, he might a had some bubby blossoms wrop up in his handkerchief, but mostly him and Brer Fox 'ud des drap in on King Deer daughter and begin to cast sheep eyes at her time dey sot down and crossed her legs."
"And I bet,"
said 'Tildy by way of comment, and looking as though she wanted to blush,
"dat dey wa'n't shamed, nuther."
"Dey went long dis-a-way," continued Uncle Remus, "twell it gun to look sorter skittish with Brer Rabbit, 'cause ole King Deer done good say, says he, dat he gwineter take Brer Fox inter de family. Brer Rabbit he 'low, he did, dat dis ain't gwineter do, and he study and study how he gwineter cut Brer Fox out. At las', one day, w'iles he's goin' thoo King Deer pasture lot, he up wid a rock and kilt 2 of King Deer goats. When he git to de house, he ax King Deer daughter whereabouts her pa, and she up and say she go and call him. And when Brer Rabbit see him, he ax when de weddin' took place, and King Deer ax which weddin', and Brer Rabbit say de weddin' 'twixt Brer Fox and King Deer daughter. Wid dat, ole King Deer ax Brer Rabbit what make he go on so, and Brer Rabbit he up and respond dat he see Brer Fox makin' monstrous free wid de family,
going around chunking the chickens and killing up the goats." Old King Deer struck his walking cane down pon the floor, and 'lowed that he don't put no penance in no such tale like dat. And den Brer Rabbit tell him dat if he'll just take a walk down in de pasture lot, he can see the carcass of the goats. Old King Deer, he put out, and by he come back, and he 'low he gwine to settle matters with Brer Fox if it take him a month. Brer Rabbit say he a good friend to Brer Fox, and he ain't got no room to talk 'bout him, but yit when he see him destroying King Deer goats and chunking at his chickens, and rattlin' on the palin's for to make a dog bark, he bleeds to come lay the case for the family. "And more'n dat," says old Brer Rabbit, says he, "I'm de man what can make Brer Fox come and stand right at the front gate, and tell you dat he has killed dem goat. And if you just wait twell tonight, I won't ask you to take my word," says he. King Deer say if Brer Rabbit man enough to do dat, then he can get the gal and thankee too. With dat, Brer Rabbit jump up and crack his heels together, and put out fer to find Brer Fox. He ain't got fur before he see Brer Fox comin' down the road all primp up. Brer Rabbit, he sing out, he did, "Brer Foxy, where you goin'?" And Brer Fox, he holler back, "Go away, Rab, don't bother with me. I'm goin' to see my gal." Brer Rabbit, he laugh way down in his stomach, but he don't let on, and after some more chat, he up and say that old King Deer done tell him 'bout how Brer Fox goin' to marry his daughter, and den he tell Brer Fox that he done promise King Deer that dey drap round tonight and give him some music. "And I up and told him," said Brer Rabbit, says he, "dat the music what we can't make ain't worth making. Me with my panpipe and you with your triangle. The next motion we makes," says he, "we had to go off somewheres and practice up on the song we'll sing, and I got one here that'll tickle 'em dat bad," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "till I lay they'll fetch out a hunk of dat big chicken pie what I see 'em puttin' in the pot just now," says he. In a occasion like dis, Brer Fox say he the very man what Brer Rabbit huntin', and he allow that he'll just 'bout put off payin' his call to King Deer house and go wid Brer Rabbit fer to practice on dat song. Den Brer Rabbit, he get his panpipe, and Brer Fox, he get his triangle, and dey went down on the spring branch, and there dey sing and play, twell dey get it all by heart. Old Brer Rabbit, he make up the song his own self, and he fix it so that he sing the call like the captain of the comb pile, and old Brer Fox, he had to sing the answer. At this point, Uncle Remus paused to indulge in one of his suggestive chuckles, and then proceeded. "Don't talk 'bout no songs to me. Gentlemens, that is a funny song from the wood go. By and by, when they practice long time, they gets up and goes round in the neighborhoods of King Deer house, and when night come, they took a stand at the front gate, and after all got still, Brer Rabbit, he give the wink, and they broke loose with the music. They played a tune or two on the panpipe or triangle, and then they got to the song. Old Brer Rabbit, he got the call, and he open up like this: "Some folks pile up more'n dey can tote, and dat what the matter with King Deer goat." And den Brer Fox, he make answer, "Dat's so, and I'm glad dat it's so." Den the panpipe and the triangle, dey come in, and den Brer Rabbit pursue on with the call. "Some kill sheep and some kill shote, but Brer Fox killed King Deer goat." And den Brer Fox, he join in with the answer, "I did, dat I did, and I'm glad dat I did." At just 'bout dat time, King Deer, He walk out of the gate and hit Brer Fox a clip with his walking cane, and he follered up with another that make Brer Fox fairly squall, and you just better believe he make tracks away from dar, and the gal, she come out, and dey ax Brer Rabbit in.
"Did Brother Rabbit marry King Deer's daughter, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
"Now den, honey, you're crowdin' me," responded the old man. "Dey ax him in, and dey give him a great big hunk of chicken pie, but it won't make show dat he took and married the gal. The point with me is the way Brer Rabbit run."
Chapter 14 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 14. Brer Terrapin Deceives Brer Buzzard. There was a pause here which was finally broken by Tildy, whose remark was in the shape of a very undignified yawn. Uncle Remus regarded her for a moment with an expression of undisguised scorn, which quickly expressed itself in words.
"If you'd have been out of de house dat whack, you'd have tuck us all in. Pity dey ain't some place in dere where dese yer trollops can go and learn manners."
Tildy, however, ignored the old man, and with a toss of her head said to the little boy in a cool, exasperating tone, employing a pet name she had heard the child's mother use, "Well, Pinks, I speck we'd better go. De rain done most healed up now, and bimeby de stars'll be a-shinin'. Miss Sally lookin' for you right now."
"You better go where you goin', you triflin' hussy, you!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "You better go get your Jim Crow kyard and straighten out dem rups in your hair. I allus hear white folks say you better keep your eye on niggers what got the hair wrop up in strings. Now I done gun you fair warnin's."
"Uncle Remus," said the little boy when the old man's wrath had somewhat subsided, "why do they call them Jim Crow cards?"
"I be blessed if I know, honey, 'ceptin' it's 'cause they the onliest machine what dese yer low-life niggers can uncomb de kinks wid. Now den," continued the old man, straightening up and speaking with considerable animation, "dat minds me 'bout a riddle what been runnin' roun' in my head. En dat riddle, it's de onliest riddle what I mos' ever year tellin'. Hit go like dis: If he come, he don't come. If he don't come, he come. Now, I bound you can't tell me what is dat."
After some time spent in vain guessing, the little boy confessed that he didn't know.
"Hit's crowin' corn,"
said Uncle Remus sententiously. "Crow and corn, Uncle Remus?"
"Course, honey. Crow come, de corn don't come. Crow don't come, den de corn come."
"Dat's so," said Tildy. "I done see 'em pull up corn, and I done see corn grow what dey don't pull up."
If Tildy thought to propitiate Uncle Remus, she was mistaken. He scowled at her, and addressed himself to the little boy.
"De crow, he mighty close kin to de buzzard, and dat puts me in mind dat we ain't been a-keepin' up wid ole Brer Buzzard close as we might 'a' done. What the case might be dese days I ain't a-sayin', but in dem times, ole Brer Terrapin love honey more samer dan Brer B'ar, but he was dat flat-footed dat, when he find a bee tree, he can't climb it, and he goes so slow dat he can't hardly find 'em. Bimeby, one day, when he gwine 'long down de road, jest a honin' atter honey, who should he meet but ole Brer Buzzard. Dey shook hands mighty sociable, and ax 'bout de news of de neighborhoods. And den, after a while, Brer Terrapin say to old Brer Buzzard, says he, that he want to go into cahoots wid him longer gittin' honey, and 'twa'n't long 'fore they struck a trade. Brer Buzzard was to fly round and look for de bee tree, and Brer Terrapin he was to creep and crawl and hunt on de ground. Dey start out, dey did, old Brer Buzzard sailin' round in de elements, and old Brer Terrapin shufflin' and shamblin' on de ground. Most de very first field what dey come ter, Brer Terrapin strike up wid a great big bumblebee nest in de ground. He look round, old Brer Terrapin did, and bimeby he stick he head in and taste de honey, and den he pull it out and look all round fer to see if he can catch a glimpse of Brer Buzzard. But Brer Buzzard don't seem like he nowhere. Den Brer Terrapin say to hisself, says he, that he 'spect dat bumblebee honey ain't the kinder honey what dey been talkin' 'bout, and dey ain't no great shakes of honey dere nohow. Wid dat, Brer Terrapin crope into de hole and gobble up de last drop of de bumblebee honey by his own lone self. After he done make away wid it, he come out, he did, and he whirl in and lick it all off'n his footses. So ole Brer Buzzard can't tell dat he done get a mess of honey. Den ole Brer Terrapin stretch out his neck and try to lick de honey off his back, but his neck too short, and he try to scrape it off up agin a tree, but it don't come off. Den he waller on de ground, but still it don't come off. Den ole Brer Terrapin jump up and say to hisself dat he'll just about rack off home, and when Brer Buzzard come, he can lie on his back and say he's sick, so old Brer Buzzard can't see de honey. Brer Terrapin start off, he did, but he happened to look up, and lo and behold, there was Brer Buzzard hovering right spang over the spot where he is. Brer Terrapin know Brer Buzzard bleeds to see him if he start off home, and more'n dat, he know he be fine out if he don't stir round and do somethin' mighty quick. Wid dat, Brer Terrapin shuffle back to de bumblebee nest swift as he can, and build him a fire in dar, and den he crawl out and holler, "Brer Buzzard, oh Brer Buzzard, run yer, for gracious sake, Brer Buzzard, and look how much honey I done find. I just crope in a little ways, and it just drip all down my back, same like water. Run yer, Brer Buzzard, half yourn and half mine, Brer Buzzard." Brer Buzzard, he flop down, and he laugh and say he mighty glad, 'cause he done get hongry up there where he been. Den Brer Terrapin tell Brer Buzzard fer to creep in little ways and taste and see how he likes 'em, whiles he take his stand on de outside and watch fer somebody. But no sooner is Brer Buzzard crope in de bumblebee nest den Brer Terrapin take and roll a great big rock fronter de hole. Directly de fire gun to burn Brer Buzzard, and he sing out like a man in trouble. "Somethin' bitin' me, Brer Terrapin! Somethin' bitin' me, Brer Terrapin!" Den old Brer Terrapin, he holler back, "It's de bumblebees a stingin' you, Brer Buzzard. Stan' and flap yo' wings, Brer Buzzard. Stan' up and flop yo' wings, Brer Buzzard, and you'll drive 'em off," says he. Brer Buzzard flop and flop he wings, but de mo' what he flop, de mo' he fan de fire, and it wa'n't long 'fore he done bodaciously burn up, all 'ceppin' de big end of his wing feathers, and dem old Brer Terrapin took and made into some quills, which he go round a playin' of 'em, and de tune what he play was dish yer: "I fool I fool I fool poor Buzzard."
Chapter 15 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris, Chapter 15. Brer Fox Covets the Quills.
"That must have been a mighty funny song," said the little boy.
"Fun one time ain't fun another time. Some folks find fun where y'other folks finds trouble. Pig may laugh when he see de rock a-heatin', but dey ain't no fun dere for de pig. Yet, fun or no fun, dat de song what Brer Terrapin play on de quills. I fooly, I fooly, I fooly, poor Buzzard. Poor Buzzard, I fooly, I fooly, I fooly. Nobody dunno what de quills come from, 'cause Brer Terrapin, he ain't making no brags how he git 'em. Yet everybody wants 'em on account of dere playin' such a lonesome chune. And old Brer Fox, he want 'em wuss'n all. He beg and he beg Brer Terrapin for to sell him dem quills. But Brer Terrapin, he hol' on to 'em tight, and he say, "Hey, hey!" Den he ax Brer Terrapin for to loan 'em to him jes a week, so he can play for his chilluns. But Brer Terrapin, he shake he head, put he foot down, and keep on playin'. I fooly, I fooly, I fooly, poor Buzzard. Poor Buzzard, I fooly, I fooly, I fooly. But Brer Fox, he ain't got no peace or mind on account of dem quills. And one day he meet Brer Terrapin, and he ax him how he seem to sagactuate and he family and all his chilluns. And den Brer Fox ax Brer Terrapin if he can't jes' look at de quills, 'cause he got some goose feathers at de house, and if he can jes' get a glimpse of Brer Terrapin quills, he speck he can make some mighty like 'em. Brer Terrapin, he study 'bout dis, but he hate to deny small favors like dat, and by he hol' out dem quills where Brer Fox can see 'em. Wid dat, Brer Fox, he took and juck de quills out of Brer Terrapin's hand, he did, and dash off jes' as hard as he can go. Brer Terrapin, he holler and holler at him loud as he can holler, but he know he can't ketch him, and he jes' sot there, Brer Terrapin did, and look like he done lost all de kinfolks what he got in de round world. After dis, Brer Fox he strut round and play mighty biggity, and every time he meet Brer Terrapin in de road, he walk all round him and play on de quills like dis. I fooly, I fooly, I fooly, poor Buzzard. I fooly old Terrapin, too. Brer Terrapin, he feel mighty bad, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Las', one day whiles old Brer Terrapin was settin' on a log sunnin' hisself, here come Brer Fox playin' dat same old chune on de quills, but Brer Terrapin, he stay still. Brer Fox, he come up little nigher and play, but Brer Terrapin, he keep his eyes shut and he stay still. Brer Fox, he come nigher and get on de log. Brer Terrapin ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Fox still get up nigher and play on de quills. Still Brer Terrapin ain't sayin' nothin'. "Brer Terrapin mighty sleepy dis mornin'," says Brer Fox, says he. Still Brer Terrapin keep his eyes shut and stay still. Brer Fox keep on gettin' nigher and nigher, twel by and by Brer Terrapin open his eyes and his mouth both, and he make a grab at Brer Fox and miss him. "But hol' on!" exclaimed Uncle Remus in response to an expression of intense disappointment in the child's face. "You jes' wait a minute. Next mornin' Brer Terrapin take hisself off and waller in a mud hole, and smear hisself with mud twel he look like jes' 'zactly a clod of dirt. Den he crawl off and lay down underneath the log where he know Brer Fox come every mornin' fer to freshen himself. Brer Terrapin lay there, he did, and terrectly here come Brer Fox. Time he get there, Brer Fox 'gin to lip back'ards and for'ards 'cross de log, and Brer Terrapin he crope nigher and nigher, 'Twell by and by he make a grab at Brer Fox and cotch him by de foot. Dey tells me," continued Uncle Remus, rubbing his hands together in token of great satisfaction, "dey tells me dat when Brer Terrapin catch holt, hit got to thunder 'fore he let go. All I know, Brer Terrapin git Brer Fox by de foot, and he hilt him dar. Brer Fox he jump and he roar, but Brer Terrapin done got him. Brer Fox he holler out, 'Brer Terrapin, please let me go.' Brer Terrapin talk way down in his throat. 'Gimme my quills.' 'Let me go and fetch 'em.' 'Gimme quills.' 'Do pray let me go and git 'em.' 'Gimme quills.' And bless gracious, dis all Brer Fox can git out of Brer Terrapin. Lass, Brer Fox's foot hurt him so bad that he bleedz to do somethin', and he sing out for his ole woman for to fetch de quills, and the ole woman she busy 'bout de house, and she don't hear him. Den he call his son, which he name Toby. He holler and bawl, and Toby make answer, 'Toby! Oh, Toby! You Toby!' 'What you want, Daddy?' 'Fetch Brer Terrapin quills.' 'What you say, Daddy? Fetch de big tray to get de honey in?' 'No, you crazy head! Fetch Brer Terrapin quills.' 'What you say, Daddy? Fetch de dipper to catch de minners in?' 'No, you fool! Fetch Brer Terrapin quills.' 'What you say, Daddy? Water done been spill?' Hit went on dis-a-way twel atter w'ile ole Miss Fox hear de racket, en den she listen, en she know dat her ole man hollerin' fer de quills, en she fotch 'em out en give 'em to Brer Terrapin, en Brer Terrapin he let go his holt. He let go his holt," Uncle Remus went on, "but long time atter dat, when Brer Fox go to pay his calls, he hatter go hoppity fetchity, hoppity fetchity." The old man folded his hands in his lap and sat quietly gazing into the lightwood fire. Presently he said, "I 'speck Miss Sally blessin' us all right now, and fust news you know she'll hice up and leave Mars John a traipsin' down here, and if she do dat, den termorrow mornin' my breakfast'll be cold, and likewise my dinner, and if dere's somethin' what I spises, it's cold vittles." Thereupon Uncle Remus arose, shook himself, peered out into the night to discover that the rain had nearly ceased, and then made ready to carry the little boy to his mother. Long before the chickens had crowed for midnight, the child, as well as the old man, had been transported to the land where myths and fables ceased to be wonders. Chapter 16 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 16. How Brer Fox Failed to Get His Grapes. One night the little boy failed to make his appearance at the accustomed hour, and the next morning the intelligence that the child was sick went forth from the big house. Uncle Remus was told that it had been necessary during the night to call in 2 physicians. When this information was imparted to the old man, there was an expression upon his countenance of awe not unmixed with indignation. He gave vent to the latter. "Dar now, 2 on 'em. When dat child rise up, if rise up he do, he'll just natchally be a shatter. Here I is gwine on 80 year, and I ain't tuck none of dat there doctor truck yit, 'ceppin' it's dish yer flask of poke root what ole Miss Favors fix up fer de stiffness in my joints. Dey'll come and dey'll go, and dey'll po' in de jollop yer, and slap on de fly plaster dere, and sprinkle de calumny yonder, till by and by dat child won't look like hisself. Dat's what. And more'n dat, it's mighty curious unto me dat old folks can go long and stand up to de rack and gobble up der 'lowance, and yet chilluns has got to be strucken down. If Miss Sally'll just turn dem doctor mens loose onter me, I lay I can lick up de physic twell dey go off 'stonished."
But no appeal of this nature was made to Uncle Remus. The illness of the little boy was severe, but not fatal. He took his medicine and improved, until finally even the doctors pronounced him convalescent. But he was very weak, and it was a fortnight before he was permitted to leave his bed. He was restless, and yet his term of imprisonment was full of pleasure. Every night after supper Uncle Remus would creep softly into the back piazza, place his hat carefully on the floor, rap gently on the door by way of announcement, and so pass into the nursery. How patient his vigils, how tender his ministrations, only the mother of the little boy knew. How comfortable and refreshing the change from the bed to the strong arms of Uncle Remus, only the little boy could say. Almost the first manifestation of the child's convalescence was the renewal of his interest in the wonderful adventures of Brother Rabbit, Brother Fox, and the other brethren who flourished in that strange past over which this modern Aesop had thrown the veil of fable. Miss Sally, as Uncle Remus called the little boy's mother, sitting in an adjoining room, heard the youngster pleading for a story, and after a while she heard the old man clear up his throat with a great affectation of formality, and begin.
"There ain't scacely no point where old Brer Rabbit and old Brer Fox made der agreements side wid one or another, let alone dat, dey was one point twixt 'em which it was same as fire and tow, and dat was Miss Meadows and de gals. Little as you might 'spect, dem same creeturs was both of 'em flyin' round Miss Meadows and de gals. Old Brer Rabbit, he'd go dar, and dar he'd find old Brer Fox sittin' up gigglin' wid de gals, and den he'd 'scuse himself, he would, and gallop down de big road a piece, and paw up de sand same like dat there bald-faced steer what took off your paw coat-tail last February. And likewise old Brer Fox, he'd saunter in, and find old man Rab sittin' alongside of de gals, and den he'd go out down de road and grab a persimmon bush in he mouth, and naturally gnaw the bark off'n it. In dem days, honey," continued Uncle Remus, responding to a look of perplexity on the child's face, "creeturs was wuss than dey is now. Dey was dat, lots wuss. Dey went on dis-a-way twell by Brer Rabbit begun to cast round, he did, fer to see if he can't bust inter some of Brer Fox's rangerments, and after a while, one day when he were settin' down by de side of de road workin' up de different argument what struck 'pon his mind, and fixin' up his tricks, just about dat time he year a clatter up de long green lane, and here come old Brer Fox to bookity-bookity-bookity-book, lopin' long mo' samer dan a bay colt in de barley patch. And he was all primp up, too, mon, and he looked slick and shiny, like he'd just come out of de store. Old man Rabbit, he sot dar, he did, and when old Brer Fox come gallopin' long, Brer Rabbit, he up and hail him. Brer Fox, he fotch up, and dey pass de time of day wid one another monstrous polite, and den, by after a while, Brer Rabbit, he up and say, says he, that he got some mighty good news for Brer Fox, and Brer Fox, he up and ax him, what is it? Den Brer Rabbit, he sorter scratch his year wid his behind foot and says he,
I was taking a walk day 'fore yesterday,
says he,
when the first news I knowed I run up agin the biggest and the fattest bunch of grapes that I ever lay eyes on. They was dat fat and dat big,
says he,
dat natural juice was just drapping from 'em, and the bees was a swarming after the honey, and little old Jack Sparrow and all of his family connections was skeeting round there dipping in their bills,
says he. Right then and there, Uncle Remus went on, Brer Fox's mouth begun to water, and he look outer his eye like he de best friend what Brer Rabbit got in de round world. He done forget all 'bout de gals, and he sorter sidle up to Brer Rabbit, he did, and he says he, "Come on, Brer Rabbit," says he, "and let's you and me go get them er grapes 'fore they're all gone," says he. And den old Brer Rabbit, he laugh, he did, and up and spawn, says he,
I hungry myself, Brer Fox,
says he,
but I ain't hankering after grapes, and I'll be a monstrous big luck if I can rush round here somewheres and scrape up a bait of pusley time enough for to keep the breath in my body. And yet, says he, if you take and rack after these here grapes, what Miss Meadows and the gals gonna do? I lay they got your name in the pot, says he.
As ter that, says old Brer Fox, says he,
I can drop down and see the ladies afterwards,
says he.
Well, then, if that's your game,
says old man Rab, says he,
I can squat right flat down here on the ground and point out the way just the same as leading you there by the hand,
says he, and den Brer Rabbit sorter chaw on his cud like he getterin' up his remembrance, and he up and says he,
You know dat there place where you went after sweet gum for Miss Meadows and the gals terday?
Says he. Brer Fox 'lowed dat he knowed dat there place same as he do his own tater patch.
Well then,
says Brer Rabbit, says he,
the grapes aren't there. You get ter the sweet gum, says he, and then you go up on the branch till you come to a little patch of bamboo briar, but the grapes ain't there. Then you follow your left hand and strike cross the hill till you come to that big red oak root, but the grapes ain't there. On you goes down the hill till you come to another branch, and on that branch there's a dogwood tree leaning way over, and nigh that dogwood there's a vine, and in that vine there you'll find your grapes. They're that ripe, says old Brer Rabbit, says he, that they look like they're done melt together, and I expect you'll find 'em full of bugs, but you can take that fine bushy tail of yourn, Brer Fox, says he, and bresh them bugs away.
Brer Fox 'low he much oblige, and then he put out after the grapes in a hand gallop, and when he done got outer sight, and likewise out of hearing, Brer Rabbit, he take and get a blade of grass, he did, and tickle hisself in de year, and then he holler and laugh and holler, till he had to lay down fer to get his breath back again. Den, after so long a time, Brer Rabbit he jump up, he do, and take after Brer Fox, but Brer Fox he ain't look to de right ner de left, and neither do he look behind. He just a rackin' long twell he come to the sweet gum tree, and den he turn up the branch twell he come to the bamboo briar, and den he turn square to the left twell he come to the big red oak root, and den he keep on down the hill twell he come to the other branch, and there he see the dogwood, and more'n that, there nigh the dogwood he see the vine, and in dat vine there was a big bunch of grapes. Sure enough, they was all covered with bugs. Old Brer Rabbit, he been a-pushin' along after Brer Fox, and he just had to scratch gravel for to keep up. Last he hove in sight, and he lay off in de weeds, he did, for to watch Brer Fox's motions. Presently Brer Fox crope up the leading dogwood twell he come nigh de grapes, and den he sorter balance hisself on a lime and give 'em a swipe with his big bushy tail, for to brush off de bugs. But bless your soul, honey, no sooner is he done dat than he fetch a squall which Miss Meadows vow afterwards she hear plumb to her house, and down he come, kerblim!
"What was the matter, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked.
Law, honey, dat deceitful Brer Rabbit done fool old Brer Fox. Dem ere grapes all so fine was neither more nor less than a great big wasp nest, and dem bugs was dese yer red waspies, dese yer species what's rank poison from center to center. When Brer Fox drap from the tree, the waspies they drap wid him, and the way they warm old Brer Fox up was sinful. They ain't more'n tetch him 'fore they had him head up to the boiling point. Brer Fox he run, and he kick, and he scratch, and he bite, and he scramble, and he holler, and he howl, but it look like they get wuss and wuss. One time it seemed like Brer Fox and his new acquaintance was making towards Brer Rabbit, but they ain't no sooner'n point dat way than old Brer Rabbit he up and make a break, and he went sailing through the woods wuss'n one of dese woolly wines, and he ain't stopped twell he fetch up at Miss Meadows. Miss Meadows and de gals, they ax him, they did, whereabouts was Brer Fox, and Brer Rabbit, he up and spond dat he done gone to grape huntin', and den Miss Meadows she 'low, she did,
"Law, gals, is you ever year de beat of dat? And dat too when Brer Fox done say he is comin' to dinner," says she. "I lay I done with Brer Fox, 'cause you can't put no penance in dese yer men folks," says she. "Yer de dinner been done dis long time, and we been a-waitin' like de quality. But now I'm done with Brer Fox," says she. Wid dat, Miss Meadows and de gals, they asked Brer Rabbit fer to stay to dinner, and Brer Rabbit, he sorter make like he want to be excused, but by he took a cheer and sot him out. He took a cheer, continued Uncle Remus, and he ain't been dere long twell he look out and spy old Brer Fox gwine long by, and what do Brer Rabbit do but call Miss Meadows and de gals and point him out? Soon's dey seed him, dey sot up a monstrous gigglement, 'cause Brer Fox was dat swell up twell little more'n he'd a bust. His head was swell up, and down to de legs dey was swell up. Miss Meadows, she up and say dat Brer Fox look like he done gone and got all de grapes there was in de neighborhoods, and one of de other gals, she squeal, she did, and say, "Law, ain't you shame, and right yer for Brer Rabbit," and den dey hilt their hands 'fore their face.
Chapter 17 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 17. Brer Fox figures as an incendiary. The next night the little boy had been thoughtful enough to save some of his supper for Uncle Remus, and to this Miss Sally had added, on her own account, a large piece of fruit cake. The old man appeared to be highly pleased.
If there's any kind of cake what I likes the most, it's this here kind what's got reasons strowed amongst it. With sick folks now," he continued, holding up the cake and subjecting it to a critical examination, "this here hunk 'ud mighty nigh last a month. But with a well man like I is, it won't last a minute." And it didn't. It disappeared so suddenly that the little boy laughed aloud, and wanted Uncle Remus to have some more cake. But the latter protested that he didn't come there "fer to get foundered," but merely to see "if somebody's strength is strong enough fer to stand another tale." The little boy said if Uncle Remus meant him, he was sure his health was good enough to listen to any number of stories. Whereupon the old man, without any tantalizing preliminaries, began. "Brer Fox done been fooled so much by Brer Rabbit that he sorter look round fer to see if he can't catch up with some of de other creeturs. And so one day, w'iles he's gwine long down de big road, who should he strike up with but ole Brer Terrapin. Brer Fox sorter lick his chops and 'low dat if he kin fling anybody and give 'em all under holt, Brer Terrapin de man, and he march up, mighty biggity, like he gwine to make sport of 'em. When he git up nigh enough, Brer Fox hail him. 'How you 'spect you find yo'self dis mornin', Brer Terrapin?' says he. 'Slow, Brer Fox, mighty slow,' says Brer Terrapin, says he. 'Day in and day out, I'm mighty slow, and it look like I'm a-gittin' slower. I'm slow and po'ly, Brer Fox. How you come on?' says he. 'Oh, I'm Sanchick-Dickler, same as I allus is,' says Brer Fox, says he. 'What make yo' eye so red, Brer Terrapin?' says he. 'It's all longer de trouble I see, Brer Fox,' says Brer Terrapin, says he. 'I see trouble and you see none. Trouble come and pile up on trouble,' says he. 'Law, Brer Terrapin,' says Brer Fox, says he, 'you ain't see no trouble yit. If you want to see sho' nuff trouble, you just ought to go 'long of me. I'm de man what can show you trouble,' says he. 'Well, den,' says old Brer Terrapin, says he, 'if you're de man what can show me trouble, den I'm de man what want a glimpse on it,' says he. Den Brer Fox, he ax Brer Terrapin is he seed de ole boy, and den Brer Terrapin, he make answer dat he ain't seed him yit, but he year tell of him. Wid dat, Brer Fox 'lowed de ole boy de kind of trouble he been talkin' about, and den Brer Terrapin, he up and ax how he gwine see him. Brer Fox, he take and lay out de programs, and he up and tell Brer Terrapin dat if he'll step up dar in de middle of dat there broom sage field and squat dar a spell, it won't be no time 'fo' he catch a glimpse of de ole boy. Brer Terrapin knowed there's somethin' wrong somewheres, yet he most too flat-footed fer to have any scuffle wid Brer Fox, and he say to hisself dat he'll go 'long and des trust to luck, and den he 'low dat if Brer Fox help him cross de fence, he believe he'll go up and resk one eye on de ole boy. Course Brer Fox help him cross, and no sooner is he good and gone, den Brer Fox he fix up fer to make him see trouble. He lipped out to Miss Meadows's house, Brer Fox did, and make like he want to borry a chunk of fire fer to light his pipe, and he took dat chunk, and he run round de field, and he sot de grass afire, and wa'n't long 'fo' it look like de whole face of de yeth was a blazin' up."
"Did it burn the Terrapin up?" interrupted the little boy.
Don't push me, honey. Don't make me get the cart before the horse." When old Brer Terrapin begun to wade through the straw, the very first man what he struck up with was old man Rabbit, layin' there sleepin' on the shady side of a tussock. Brer Rabbit, he one of dese yer kind of mens what sleep with one eye wide open, and he was wake directly he year Brer Terrapin scufflin' and scramblin' long through the grass. After dey shook hands and ax about one another family, it ain't take long for Brer Terrapin fer to tell Brer Rabbit what fotch him dar. And Brer Rabbit, he up and say, says he, "It's just a naturally a born blessin' dat you struck up wid me when you did," says he, "'cause little more'n both of us would have been barbecued," says he. Dis kinder terrify Brer Terrapin, and he say he want to get out from dar. But Brer Rabbit he 'low he'd take keer of him, and he tuck Brer Terrapin in de middle of de field where der was a big holler stump. Onter dis stump Brer Rabbit lift Brer Terrapin, and den he lip up hisself and crope in de holler, and bless your soul, honey, when de fire come a snippin' and a snappin', there dey sot just as safe and as snug as you is in your bed dis minute. When de blaze blow over, Brer Terrapin look roun' and he see Brer Fox run up and down de fence like he huntin' somethin'. Den Brer Rabbit, he stick his head up out in de hole, and likewise he seed 'em, and den he holler like Brer Terrapin.
Here Uncle Remus puckered his voice, so to say, in a most amusing squeak.
"Brer Fox! Brer Fox! Oh, Brer Fox! Run yer! We done cotch Brer Rabbit!"
And den Brer Fox, he jump up at de top rail of de fence and fetch a spring dat lan' him way out in de burnin' grass, and it hurted him and sting him in de footses dat bad dat he squeal and he roll, and de more he roll de worse it burn him. And Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin, dey just holler and laugh. By Brer Fox git out, and off he put down de road, limpin' fus on one foot and den on de other.
The little boy laughed, and then there was a long silence. So long, indeed, that Uncle Remus's Miss Sally, sewing in the next room, concluded to investigate it. An exceedingly interesting tableau met her sight. The little child had wandered into the land of dreams with a smile on his face. He lay with one of his little hands buried in both of Uncle Remus's, while the old man himself was fast asleep, with his head thrown back and his mouth wide open. Miss Sally shook him by the shoulder and held up her finger to prevent him from speaking. He was quiet until she held the lamp for him to get down the back steps, and then she heard him say, in an indignantly mortified tone, "Now, den, Miss Sally been riggin' me about noddin', but 'stid of dat, she better be glad dat I ain't bust loose and snore and alarm de house." Chapter 18 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 18. A Dream and a Story.
"I dreamed all about Brother Fox and Brother Rabbit last night, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the little boy when the old man came in after supper and took his seat by the side of the trundle bed. "I dreamed that Brother Fox had wings and tried to catch Brother Rabbit by flying after him."
"I don't dispute it, honey, dat I don't," replied the old man, in a tone which implied that he was quite prepared to believe the dream itself was true. Many's and many's the time, these long nights and these rainy spells, did I sets down there in my house over agin the chimley jam. I sets there and I dozes, and it seemed like that old Brer Rabbit, he'll stick his head in the crack of the door and see my eye apparently shut, and then he'll beckon back at the other creatures, and then they'll all come slipping in on their tiptoes, and they'll sit there and run over the old times with one another, and crack their jokes same as they used to. And then again, continued the old man, shutting his eyes and giving to his voice a gruesome intonation quite impossible to describe, and then again hit look like that Brer Rabbit gun to wink all round, and then they'll turn in and git up a regular juberlee. Brer Rabbit, he'll retch up and take down the trivet, and Brer Fox, he'll snatch up the griddle, and Brer B'ar, he'll lay hold of the pothooks, and old Brer Terrapin, he'll grab up the frying pan, and there they'll have it, up and down and round and round. It seemed like to me that if I can get my mind smoothed down and catch up some of them 'ere tunes what they sets there and plays, then I'd lean back here in dish yer cheer, and I'd entrance you wid 'em. 'Twill, by this time tomorrow night, you'd be settin' up there at the supper table, disputin' longer your little Breer about the lasses pitcher. Dem creatures, they sets there," Uncle Remus went on, "and they plays dem kinder tunes what moves you from way back yonder. And many's the time when I get lonesome 'cause there ain't nobody hear 'em, exceptin' it's me. Dey ain't no tellin' the tunes dey is in dat trivet, and in dat griddle, and in dat fryin' pan of mine. Dat dey ain't. When dem creatures walks in and snatches 'em down, dey lays Miss Sally's piano in de shade, and Mars John's flute, hit ain't nowheres." "Do they play on them just like a band, Uncle Remus?" inquired the little boy, who was secretly in hopes that the illusion would not be destroyed. "Dey comes just like I tells you, honey. When I shuts my eyes and dozes, dey comes and dey plays. But when I opens my eyes, dey ain't there. Now den, when dat's de shape of matters, what does I do? I just shuts my eyes and hol' 'em shut, and let 'em come and play dem old tunes twel long after bedtime done come and gone." Uncle Remus paused, as though he expected the little boy to ask some question or make some comment, but the child said nothing, and presently the old man resumed, in a matter-of-fact tone. "Dat dream of yourn, honey, 'bout Brer Fox wid wings, fetches up the time when Brer Fox and Brer Wolf had der fallin' out wid one another. But I speck I done tole you 'bout dat." "Oh, no, you haven't, Uncle Remus. You know you haven't," the little boy exclaimed. "Well, den, one time, after so long a time, Brer Wolf and Brer Fox dey got to disputin' longer one another. Brer Wolf, he took and abused Brer Fox 'cause Brer Fox let Brer Rabbit fool him. And den Brer Fox, he took and quarrel back at Brer Wolf, 'cause Brer Wolf let ole man Rabbit likewise fool him. Dey keep on disputin' and disputin', twel by dey clinch, and Brer Wolf, bein' de biggest man, 'twouldn't a been long before he'd a wool Brer Fox, but Brer Fox he watch his chance, he did, and he give him leg bail." "Give him what, Uncle Remus?" "Give him leg bail, honey. He juk loose from Brer Wolf, Brer Fox did, and gentermens, he des mosey through de woods. Brer Wolf he took after him, he did, and there dey had it, and Brer Wolf push Brer Fox so close that the onlyest way Brer Fox can save his hide is to find a hole somewheres, and the first holler tree dat he come 'cross, inter it he dove. Brer Wolf fetched a grab at him, but he was just in time for to be too late. Den Brer Wolf, he sot dar, he did, and he study and study how he gwine to get Brer Fox out. And Brer Fox, he lay in dar, he did, and he study and study what Brer Wolf gonna do. Bime-by, Brer Wolf, he took and getter up a whole lot of chunks, and rocks and sticks, and then he took and fill up the hole what Brer Fox went in, so Brer Fox can't get out. Whilst this was gwine on, old Brer Tucky Buzzard, he was sailing round way up in the elements, with his eye peeled for business, and 'twa'n't long 'fore his glance lit on Brer Wolf, and he lowed to hisself, says he, "I jest sorter flop down," says he, "and look into dis, 'cause if Brer Wolf hiding his dinner dere wid the expection of finding it dere when he come back, then he done gone and put it in de wrong place," says he. Wid dat, old Brer Tucky Buzzard, he flopped down and sailed round nigher, and he soon seed that Brer Wolf ain't hiding no dinner. Den he flopped down furder, old Brer Buzzard did, twel he lit on de top of de holler tree. Brer Wolf, he done cotch a glimpse of old Brer Buzzard's shadder, but he keep on puttin' chunks and rocks in de holler. Den, presently, Brer Buzzard, he open up. "What you doin' dere, Brer Wolf?" "Makin' a tombstone, Brer Buzzard." Course, Brer Buzzard sorter feel like he got interest in matters like this, and he holler back, "Who dead now, Brer Wolf?" "One of your acquaintance, which he named Brer Fox, Brer Buzzard." "When he die, Brer Wolf?" "He ain't dead yit, but he won't last long in yer, Brer Buzzard." Brer Wolf, he keep on, he did, twel he done stop up de hole good, and den he brushed de trash off'n his clothes and put out for home. Brer Tucky Buzzard, he sot up there, he did, and untangled his tail feathers, and listen, but Brer Fox, he keep dark, and Brer Buzzard ain't year nothin'. Den Brer Buzzard, he flop his wings and sail away. Bime-by, next day, bright and early, yer he come back, and he sail all round and round de tree, but Brer Fox, he lay low and keep dark, and Brer Buzzard ain't year nothin'. Atter a while, Brer Buzzard he sail round again, and dis time he sing, and de song what he sing is dish yer: "Boo, boo, boo, my Filmerloo, man out yer wid news for you." Den he sail all round and round 'nother time and listen, and bime-by he year Brer Fox sing back, go way, my little jug of beer. The news you bring I heerd last year." "Beer, Uncle Remus? What kind of beer did they have then?" the little boy inquired. "Now den, honey, you're getting me up in a close corner," responded the old man, in an unusually serious tone. "Beer is the way the tale runs, but what kind of beer it might have been ain't come down to me. And yit hit seem like I hear talk somewheres that dish yer beer was mostly principally persimmon beer." This seemed to satisfy the small but exacting audience, and Uncle Remus continued. "So den, when Brer Buzzard year Brer Fox sing back, and 'low he ain't dead, and wid dat Brer Buzzard he sail off and tend ter de yuther business. Next day back he come, and Brer Fox he sing back, he did, des as lively as a cricket in de ashes, and he keep on dis way twel Brer Fox stomach begun to pinch him. Den he know dat he gotter study up on some kinder plans fer to get out fum dar. 'Nother day pass, and Brer Fox he took and lay low, and he keep on dat-a-way twel it look like to Brer Fox, pent up in dar, he most sho'ly perish. Las', one day Brer Buzzard come sailin' all round and round wid dat boo, 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 my fillermaloo. But Brer Fox, he keep dark, and Brer Buzzard, he took'n suspicion that Brer Fox was done dead. Brer Buzzard, he keep on singin', and Brer Fox, he keep on layin' low. Twell bimeby Brer Buzzard lit and begun to clear away de trash and truck fum de holler. He hop up, he did, and took out one chunk, den he hop back and listen. But Brer Fox stay still. Den Brer Buzzard hop up and took out another chunk, and den hop back and listen. And all dis time, Brer Fox's mouth is waterin' whilst he lays back in there and just naturally honed after Brer Buzzard. He went on dis-a-way twell just 'fore he got the hole unkivered. Brer Fox, he break out, he did, and grab Brer Buzzard by the back of the neck. There was a kind of scuffle mongst 'em, but it wa'n't for long, for dat was the
Chapter 19 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 19. The Moon in the Mill Pond. One night, when the little boy made his usual visit to Uncle Remus, he found the old man sitting up in his chair, fast asleep. The child said nothing. He was prepared to exercise a good deal of patience upon occasion, and the occasion was when he wanted to hear a story. But, in making himself comfortable, he aroused Uncle Remus from his nap.
"I let you know, honey,"
said the old man, adjusting his spectacles, and laughing rather sheepishly.
"I let you know, honey, when I gets my head rare back dat-a-way, and my eyelids shut, and my mouth open, and my chin pointin' at the rafters, den dere's some mighty queer goin's on in my mind. Dey is dat. Dey is sure as you're sittin' dar. When I first year you comin' down de path," Uncle Remus continued, rubbing his beard thoughtfully, "I is sorter fear you might suspicion dat I done gone off on my journeys for to see old man Nod."
This was accompanied by a glance of inquiry, to which the little boy thought it best to respond. "Well, Uncle Remus," he said, "I did think I heard you snoring when I came in."
"Now you see dat!"
exclaimed Uncle Remus, in a tone of grieved astonishment.
"You see dat! Man can't lean hisself upon his remembrance, 'ceppin' dere's someone fer to come high-primin' round and 'lowin' dat he done gone to sleep. Shoo! When you stopped in dat there door, I was right in amongst some mighty queer notions. Mighty queer notions. Dey ain't no two ways. If I is to up and let you on about all de notions what I gins in amongst, folks that had to come and carry me off to the place where they puts distracted people. After I sop up my supper," Uncle Remus went on, "I took and year some flutterments up there amongst the rafters, and I look up, and there was a bat sailin' round. Round and round she go, 'mong the rafter. Under the rafters, 'bove the rafters, and as she sails she make noise like she grittin' her toofies. Now what dat bat after, I be blessed if I can tell you, but there she was, round and round, over and under. I ask her what do she want up there, but she ain't got no time for to tell. Round and over and under. And by, out she flip, and I bound she's grittin' her toofies, and gwine round and round out dar, and dodging and flipping till like the elements was full of rafters and cobwebs. When she flip out, I leant my head back, I did, and 'twa'n't no time 'fore I got mixed up with my notions. Dat bat wing's so limber and her will so good that she done her day's work there 'fore you could a run to the big house and back. De bat put me in a mind of folks, continued Uncle Remus, setting himself back in his chair, and folks put me in mind of de creatures. Immediately the little boy was all attention. "There was times," said the old man with something like a sigh, "when the creatures 'ud sagaciate together just like they ain't had no falling out. Dem was de times when old Brer Rabbit 'ud pretend like he gwine quit his havishness, and dey all go round jest like dey belonged to de same family connection. One time after dey been gwine in cahoots dis-a-way, Brer Rabbit gun to feel his fat, he did, and dis make him get projecky terrectly. De more peace what dey had, the more wuss Brer Rabbit feel, twell by he get restless in de mind. When de sun shine, he go and lay off in de grass and kick at de gnats, and nibble at de mullen stalk, and waller in de sand. One night, after supper, whiles he is a-romancin' round, he run up wid old Brer Terrapin, and after dey shook hands dey sot down on de side of de road and run on 'bout de old times. Dey talk, dey did, and by Brer Rabbit say it done come ter dat pass where he believs to have some fun, and Brer Terrapin 'low dat Brer Rabbit jes de very man he been lookin' fer. "Well, den," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "we'll jes put Brer Fox and Brer Wolf and Brer B'ar on notice, and tomorrow night we'll meet down by de mill pond and have a little fishin' frolic. I'll do de talkin'," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "and you can sit back and say, 'Yeah,'" says he. Brer Terrapin laugh. "If I ain't there," says he, "den you may know de grasshopper done fly away wid me," says he. "And you needn't bring no fiddle neither," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "'cause dey ain't gwine to be no dancin' there," says he. Wid dat, continued Uncle Remus, Brer Rabbit put out for home, and went to bed, and Brer Terrapin bruise round and make his way towards de place so he can be there agin de appointed time. Next day Brer Rabbit sont word to de other creatures, and dey all make great admiration, 'cause dey ain't think 'bout dis deyself. Brer Fox, he 'low, he did, dat he gwine after Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de other gals. Sho' nuff, when de time come dey was all dar. Brer B'ar, he fotch a hook and line. Brer Wolf, he fotch a hook and line. Brer Fox, he fotch a dip net, and Brer Terrapin, not to be outdone, he fotched a bait. "What did Miss Meadows and Miss Motts bring?" the little boy asked. Uncle Remus dropped his head slightly to one side and looked over his spectacles at the little boy. "Miss Meadows and Miss Motts," he continued, "dey took'n stand way back from de edge of de pond and squeal every time Brer Terrapin shook de box of bait at 'em. Brer B'ar 'low he gwine to fish fer mudcats. Brer Wolf 'low he gwine to fish fer horny heads. Brer Fox 'low he gwine to fish fer perch fer de ladies. Brer Terrapin 'low he gwine to fish fer minners, and Brer Rabbit wink at Brer Terrapin and 'low he gwine to fish fer suckers. Dey all git ready, dey did, and Brer Rabbit march up to de pond and make fer to throw de hook in de water, but des 'bout dat time it seem like he see somethin'. De other creatures, dey stop and watch his motions. Brer Rabbit, he drap his pole, he did, and he stand there scratching his head and looking down in de water. De gals, they begun to get oneasy when dey see dis, and Miss Meadows, she up and holler out, she did, "Law, Brer Rabbit, what in the name of goodness de matter in there?" Brer Rabbit scratch his head and look in de water. Miss Mott, she hilt up her petticoat, she did, and 'low she's monsters feared of snakes. Brer Rabbit keep on scratchin' and lookin'. By he fetch a long breath, he did, and he 'low, "Ladies and gentlemens all, we just might as well make tracks from dish yer place, 'cause there ain't no fishin' in dat pond for none of dish yer crowd." Wid dat, Brer Terrapin, he scramble up to de edge and look over, and he shake his head and 'low, "To be sure, tut, tut, tut." And den he crawl back, he did, and do like he workin' his mind. "Don't be skeert, ladies, 'cause we are bound to take care of you. Let come what will, let go what mus," says Brer Rabbit, says he. "Accidents got to happen unto we all, just the same as dey is to other folks, and dey ain't nothin' much de matter, 'ceppin' dat de moon done drap in de water. If you don't believe me, you can look for yourself," says he. Wid dat, dey all went to de bank and looked in. Sure enough, there lay de moon, a swingin' and a swayin' at de bottom of de pond. The little boy laughed. He had often seen the reflection of the sky in shallow pools of water, and the startling depths that seemed to lie at his feet had caused him to draw back with a shudder. Brer Fox, he look in, he did, and he 'low, "Well, well, well." Brer Wolf, he look and he 'low, "Mighty bad, mighty bad." Brer B'ar, he look in, and he 'low, "Tum, tum, tum." De ladies, dey look in, and Miss Meadows, she squall out, "Ain't dat too much?" Brer Rabbit, he look in again, and he up and 'low, he did, "Ladies and gentlemens, you all can hum and haw, but lessen we gets dat moon out of de pond, dey ain't no fish can be ketched round yer dis night, and if you'll ax Brer Terrapin, he'll tell you de same." Den dey ax how kin dey get de moon out of dere. Den Brer Terrapin 'low dey better lef dat wid Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he shot his eyes, he did, and make like he workin' his mind. By he up and 'low, "De nice way out of dish yer difficulty is fer to send round yer to ole Mr. Mud Turkle and borrow his sen, and drag dat moon up from dere," says he. "I 'clare to gracious I'm mighty glad you mentioned dat," says Brer Terrapin, says he. "Mr. Mud Turkle is sech close kin to me dat I calls him Unk Muck, and I lay if you send dere after dat seine, you won't find Unk Muck so mighty disaccommerdatin'." "Well," continued Uncle Remus, after one of his tantalizing pauses, "dey sought after de seine, and whiles Brer Rabbit was gone, Brer Terrapin, he 'low dat he done year tell, time and time again, dat dem what find de moon in de water and fetch him out, likewise dey'll fetch out a pot of money. Dis make Brer Fox and Brer Wolf and Brer B'ar feel mighty good, and dey 'low, dey did, dat long as Brer Rabbit been so good as to run after de seine, dey'll do de seinin'. Time Brer Rabbit get back, he see how de land lay, and he make like he wanter go in after de moon. He pull off his coat, and he is fixin' fer to shuck his waistcoat, but de other creeturs dey 'low dey wa'n't gwine to let dry-foot man like Brer Rabbit go in de water. So Brer Fox, he took hold of one staff of de seine, Brer Wolf he took hold of de other staff, and Brer B'ar he waitin' long behind for to lift the same 'cross logs and snags. Dey make one haul, no moon. 'Nother haul, no moon. 'Nother haul, no moon. Den by dey get out furder from de bank. Water run in Brer Fox's ear, he shake his head. Water run in Brer Wolf's ear, he shake his head. Water run in Brer B'ar's ear, he shake his head. And de fust news you know, while dey was a-shakin', dey come to where de bottom shelved off. Brer Fox he step off and duck hisself. Den Brer Wolf duck hisself, and Brer B'ar he make a splunge and duck himself. And bless gracious, dey kick and splatter, twel it look like dey is goin' to slosh all de water outer de mill pond. When dey come out, de gal is all a-snickerin' and a-gigglin', and dey well might, 'cause go where you would, there won't no wuss-lookin' creeturs dan dem. And Brer Rabbit he holler, sezee, "I 'spect you all gents better go home and get some dry duds, and 'nudder time we'll be in better luck," sezee. "I hear talk dat de moon'll bite at a hook if you take fools for baits, and I lay dat's de onliest way fer to ketch her," sezee. Brer Fox and Brer Wolf and Brer B'ar went drippin' off, and Brer
Chapter 20 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 20. Brer Rabbit Takes Some Exercise. One night when the little boy was sitting in Uncle Remus's cabin, waiting for the old man to finish his hoe cake and refresh his memory as to the further adventures of Brother Rabbit, his friends, and his enemies, something dropped upon the top of the house with a noise like the crack of a pistol. The little boy jumped, but Uncle Remus looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, yeah!" in a tone of triumph. "What was that, Uncle Remus?" the child asked, after waiting a moment to see what else would happen. "News from Jack Frost, honey. When dat hickory nut tree out dar hear him comin', she gins to drop what she got. I'm mighty glad," he continued, scraping the burnt crust from his hoe cake with an old case knife. "I'm mighty glad hickory nuts ain't big and heavy as grindstones." He waited a moment to see what effect this queer statement would have on the child. "Yes, sir, I'm mighty glad, dat I is. 'Cause if hickory nuts as big as grindstones, dish yer old calaboose 'ud be a-leakin' long 'fore Christmas." Just then another hickory nut dropped upon the roof, and the little boy jumped again. This seemed to amuse Uncle Remus, and he laughed until he was near to choking himself with the smoking hoe cake. "You does des 'zactly like ole Brer Rabbit done. I 'clar to gracious if you don't," the old man cried, as soon as he could get his breath. "Des 'zactly fer de worl'." The child was immensely flattered, and at once he wanted to know how Brother Rabbit did. Uncle Remus was in such good humor that he needed no coaxing. He pushed his spectacles back on his forehead, wiped his mouth on his sleeve, and began. "Hit come about dat soon one mornin' towards de fall of de year, Brer Rabbit was stirrin' round in de woods after some bergamot for to make him some ha'r grease. De wind blow so cold dat it make him feel right frisky, and every time he year de bushes rattle he make like he skeered. He is goin' on dis-a-way, hoppity-skippity, when by he hear Mr. Man cuttin' on a tree way off in de woods.
He fotch up, Brer Rabbit did, and listen fust with one ear and den with the other. Man, he cut and cut, and Brer Rabbit, he listen and listen. By, whilst all dis was gwine on, down come de tree, cumberlang bang blam. Brer Rabbit, he took and jump just like you jump, and let alone dat, he make a break, he did, and he lipped out from there like the dogs was after him.
Was he scared, Uncle Remus?
Asked the little boy. Scared? Who, him? Shoo! Don't you fret yourself 'bout Brer Rabbit, honey. In dem days there wa'n't nothin' goin' dat can scare Brer Rabbit. To be sure, he took keer hisself, and if you know de man what 'fused to take keer hisself, I like mighty well if you point him out. Deed'n dat I would.
Uncle Remus seemed to boil over with argumentative indignation.
Well, den, he continued, Brer Rabbit run twel he got sorter head up like, and just about the time he makin' ready fer to squat and catch his wind, who should he meet but Brer Coon gwine home after settin' up wid old Brer Bullfrog. Brer Coon see him runnin', and he hail him. What your hurry, Brer Rabbit?
Ain't got time to tarry.
Folks sick?
No, my lord, ain't got time to tarry.
Tryin' your suppleness?
No, my lord, ain't got time to tarry.
Do pray, Brer Rabbit, tell me de news.
Mighty big fuss back there in the woods. Ain't got time to tarry.
Dis make Brer Coon feel mighty skittish, 'cause he fur ways from home, and he just lip out, he did, and he went a bilin' through the woods. Brer Coon ain't gone fur twel he meet Brer Fox. Hey, Brer Coon, where you goin'? Ain't got time to tarry.
Goin' after de doctor?
No, my lord, ain't got time to tarry.
Do pray, Brer Coon, tell me the news.
Mighty queer racket back there in the woods. Ain't got time to tarry.
Wid dat, Brer Fox lipped out, he did, and fairly split the wind. He ain't gone fur twel he meet Brer Wolf.
Hey, Brer Fox, stop and rest yourself.
Ain't got time to tarry.
Who been want the doctor?
No one, my lord, ain't got time to tarry.
Do pray, Brer Fox, good or bad, tell me the news.
Mighty curious fuss back there in the woods. Ain't got time to tarry.
With that, Brer Wolf shook hisself loose from the face of the earth, and he ain't get fur twel he meet Brer B'ar. Brer B'ar he ax, and Brer Wolf make answer, and by Brer B'ar he fotch a snort and runned off, and bless gracious, 'twa'n't long 'fore the last one of the creatures was a scaddlin' through the woods like the old boy was after 'em, and all 'cause Brer Rabbit year Mr. Man cut tree down. Dey'd run and dey'd runned, Uncle Remus went on, twel dey come to Brer Terrapin house, and dey sorter slack up 'cause dey done mighty nigh lose der wind. Brer Terrapin, he up and ax 'em whereabouts dey gwine, and dey 'lowed dey was a monstrous terrifyin' racket back there in de woods. Brer Terrapin, he ax what she sound like. One say he dunno, 'nother say he dunno, den dey all say dey dunno. Den Brer Terrapin, he up and ax who year this monstrous racket. One say he dunno, 'nother say he dunno, den dey all say dey dunno. Dis make old Brer Terrapin laugh way down in his insides, and he up and say, says he, "You all kin run long if you feel skittish," says he. "After I cook my breakfast and wash up the dishes and I gets wind of any suspicious racket, maybe I might take down my parasol and follow along after you,' says he. When the creatures come to make inquirements mongst one another about who start the news, he went right spang back to Brer Rabbit. But lo and beholds, Brer Rabbit ain't there, and it turn out that Brer Coon is the man what seed him last. Den they got to layin' de blame on it on one or another, and little more, and they'd a fit the scandalous. But old Brer Terrapin, he up and allowed that if they want to git the straight on it, they better go see Brer Rabbit. All the creatures was agreeable, and they put out to Brer Rabbit house. When they git there, Brer Rabbit was a-sittin' cross-legged in de front porch, winking his eye at the sun. Brer B'ar, he speak up, "What make you fool me, Brer Rabbit?"
"Fool who, Brer B'ar?"
"Me, Brer Rabbit, dat's who."
"Dish year de first time I seed you dis day, Brer B'ar, and you are more than welcome to dat." They all ax him and get the same answer, and then Brer Coon put in,
"What make you fool me, Brer Rabbit?"
"How I fool you, Brer Coon?"
"You make like there was a big racket, Brer Rabbit."
"Dey surely was a big racket, Brer Coon."
"What kind of racket, Brer Rabbit?"
"Ah, you oughter ask me dat first, Brer Coon."
"I axes you now, Brer Rabbit."
"Mr. Man cut tree down, Brer Coon."
Course, dis make Brer Coon feel like a natural born slink, and it twa'n't long for all the creatures make der bow to Brer Rabbit and mosey off home.
"Brother Rabbit had the best of it all along," said the little boy, after waiting to see whether there was a sequel to the story.
"Oh, he did dat away."
Chapter 21 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 21, Why Breer Has No Tail.
"I 'clare to gracious, honey,"
Uncle Remus exclaimed one night as the little boy ran in,
"you surely ain't chawed your vittles. Hit ain't been no time, scasely, since the supper bell rung, and if you go on dis-a-way, you'll just nat'rally pass yourself out."
"Oh, I wasn't hungry," said the little boy. "I had something before supper, and I wasn't hungry anyway."
The old man looked keenly at the child, and presently he said,
"De ins and de outs of dat kinder talk all come to de same point in my mind. You been a-cuttin' up at de table, and Mars John, he took'n sont you way from dar, and whiles he think you're off somewheres a-snifflin' and feelin' bad, yer you is a-high-primin' round just like you done had mo' supper dan de King of Philanders."
Before the little boy could inquire about the King of Philanders, he heard his father calling him. He started to go out, but Uncle Remus motioned him back.
"Jest set right where you is, honey. Just set right still."
Then Uncle Remus went to the door and answered for the child, and a very queer answer it was, one that could be heard half over the plantation.
"Mars John, I wish you and Miss Sally be so good as to let dat chile 'lone. He down yer cryin' his eyes out, and he ain't bodderin' 'long of nobody in de roun' world."
Uncle Remus stood in the door a moment to see what the reply would be, but he heard none. Thereupon he continued in the same loud tone,
"I ain't been used to no such gwines on in Ole Miss time, and I ain't gwine to git used to it now. Dat I ain't."
Presently 'Tildy, the house-girl, brought the little boy his supper, and the girl was no sooner out of hearing than the child swapped it with Uncle Remus for a roasted yam, and the enjoyment of both seemed to be complete. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy after a while, "you know I wasn't crying just now." "Dat's so, honey," the old man replied, "but it wouldn't have been long 'fo' you would have been, 'cause Mars John bawl out like a man what got a strop in his hand, so what de difference?" When they had finished eating, Uncle Remus busied himself in cutting and trimming some sole leather for future use. His knife was so keen, and the leather fell away from it so smoothly and easily, that the little boy wanted to trim some himself. But to this Uncle Remus would not listen. "'Tain't only chilluns what got the conceit of doin' everything they see yother folks do. It's grown folks what oughter know better," said the old man. "That's just the way Brer B'ar got his tail broke off smick-smack smooth, and down ter this day he just the funniest lookin' creature what wobble on top of the dry ground." Instantly the little boy forgot all about Uncle Remus's sharp knife. "It seem like dat in dem days Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin done gone in cahoots fer to outdo de other creatures. One time Brer Rabbit took'n make a call on Brer Terrapin, and when he get to Brer Terrapin house, he hear talk from Miss Terrapin dat her ole man done gone fer to spend a day with Mr. Mud Turkle, which dey was blood kin. Brer Rabbit he put out after Brer Terrapin, and when he got to Mr. Mud Turkle house, dey all sot up, dey did, and told tales, and den when 12 o'clock came, dey had crawfish for dinner, and dey enjoyed deyself right along. After dinner they went down to Mr. Mud Turkle mill pond, and when dey git dar, Mr. Mud Turkle and Brer Terrapin dey amused deyself, dey did, wid sliding from de top of a big slantin' rock down into de water. I speck you might 'a' seen rocks in de water 'fore now, where dey get green and slippery," said Uncle Remus. The little boy had not only seen them, but had found them to be very dangerous to walk upon, and the old man continued. "Well, den, dish yer rock was mighty slick and mighty slantin'. Mr. Mud Turkle, he'd crawl to de top and turn loose, and go a-sailin' down into de water, splash. Ole Brer Terrapin, he'd follow after, and slide down into de water, splash. Ole Brer Rabbit, he sot off, he did, and praise 'em up. While deys was a-goin' on dis-a-way, a-havin' der fun, and enjoyin' deyself, yer come ole Brer B'ar. He year 'em laughin' and hollerin', and he hail 'em. 'Heyo, folks! What's all dis? If my eye ain't deceive me, yish yere's Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin and ole Unc Tommy Mud Turkle,' says Brer B'ar, says he. "'De same,' says Brer Rabbit, says he, 'en yer we is a-joyin' de day dat passes des like der wa'n't no hard times.' "'Well, well, well,' says ole Brer B'ar, says he, 'a slippin' and a slidin' and makin' free. And what de matter wid Brer Rabbit dat he ain't j'inin' it?' says he. Ole Brer Rabbit he wink at Brer Terrapin, and Brer Terrapin he hunch Mr. Mud Turkle, and den Brer Rabbit he up and 'low, he did, 'My goodness, Brer B'ar, you can't speck a man fer to slip and slide de whole blessed day, kin ye? I done had my fun, and now I'm a-settin' out yer lettin' my clothes dry. Hit's turn and turn about wid me and dese gents when dey's any fun gwine on,' says he. "'Maybe Brer B'ar might join in wid us,' said Brer Terrapin, says he. Brer Rabbit he just holler and laugh. "'Shoo!' says he. 'Brer B'ar foot too big and his tail too long fer to slide down dat rock,' says he. Dis kinder put Brer B'ar on his mettle,
and he up and respond, he did, "Maybe dey is, and maybe dey ain't, yet I ain't afeard to try." Wid dat, de others took and made way for him, and old Brer B'ar, he git up on de rock, he did, and squat down on his hunkers, and coil his tail under him, and start down. Fust he go sorter slow, and he grin like he feel good. Den he go sorter peart, and he grin like he feel bad. Den he go mo' pearter, and he grin like he skeered. Den he strike de slick part, and gentlemens, he swallered de grin and fetch a howl dat might have been yeared a mile, and he hit de water like a chimbly a fallin'. "Ha, you can gimme denial," Uncle Remus continued after a little pause, "but just as sure as you was sittin' there, when Brer B'ar slicked up and flew down dat rock, he break off his tail right smick-smack smooth, and more'n dat, when he make his disappearance up de big road, Brer Rabbit holler out, 'Brer B'ar, oh Brer B'ar, I year tell dat flaxseed poultices is mighty good for sore places.'" Chapter 22 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 22, How Brer Rabbit Frightened His Neighbors. When Uncle Remus was in a good humor, he turned the most trifling incidents into excuses for amusing the little boy with his stories. One night, while he was hunting for a piece of candle on the shelf that took the place of a mantel over the fireplace, he knocked down a tin plate. It fell upon the hearth with a tremendous clatter. "There now!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "Hit's a blessin' dat there platter is got more backbone dan de common run of crockery, 'cause it would have been bust all der flinderations long time ago. Dat there platter is got dents on it what Miss Sally put dar when she is a little bitter girl. Yet dar it is, and right dis minute it'll hold more vittles than what I got to put in it. I lay," the old man continued, leaning his hand against the chimney and gazing at the little boy reflectively, "I lay ef de creeturs had a been yer whiles all dat clatterment goin' on, dey'd a left without tellin' anybody good-bye, all 'ceptin' Brer Rabbit. Bless your soul, he'd a stayed fer to see de fun, just like he did dat there time when he skeered 'em all so. I speck I done tole you 'bout dat." "When he got the honey on him and rolled in the leaves?" Uncle Remus thought a moment. "If I make no mistakes in my remembrance, dat was de time when he call hisself de Wuller de Woost." The little boy corroborated Uncle Remus's memory. "Well, den, dish yer was another time, and he liked to skeer 'em plumb out of de settlement, and it all come 'bout 'cause dey wanter play smarty." "Who wanted to play smarty, Uncle Remus?" asked the child. "Oh, just dem other creeturs. Dey was allers a layin' traps for Brer Rabbit and gettin' cotch in 'em derself, and dey was allers a pursuin' after him day in and day out. I ain't denyin' but what some of Brer Rabbit's pranks was mighty harsh, but why'n't dey let him 'lone deyself?" Naturally, the little boy was not prepared to meet these arguments, even had their gravity been less impressive, so he said nothing. "In dem days," Uncle Remus went on, "de creeturs was same like folks. Dey had der ups and dey had der downs. Dey had de hard times and dey had de safe times. Some seasons de craps 'ud be good, and some seasons dey'd be bad. Brer Rabbit, he'd fared like rest of 'em. What he'd make, dat he'd spend. One season he took and made a fine chance of goobers, and he 'low, he did, dat if dey fetch him anywheres nigh de money what he spect dey would, he'd go to town and buy de truck what necessity call fer. He ain't no sooner say dat dan ole Miss Rabbit, she vow, she did, dat it be a scandal and a shame if he don't whirl in and get 7 tin cups for de chillens for to drink out of, and 7 tin plates for 'em to sop out of, and a coffee pot for de family. Brer Rabbit say dat just exactly what he gwine do, and he 'low, he did, dat he gwine to town de comin' Wednesday.
Uncle Remus paused and indulged in a hearty laugh before he resumed.
Brer Rabbit want mowin' out of de gate 'fore Miss Rabbit she slap on her bonnet, she did, and rush cross to Miss Mink house, and she ain't been dar a minute 'fore she up and tell Miss Mink dat Brer Rabbit done promise to go to town Wednesday comin' and git de chillun somethin'. Course, when Mr. Mink come home, Miss Mink she up and 'low she want to know what the reason he can't buy somethin' for his chilluns, same as Brer Rabbit do for his'ns. And dey quarrel and they quarrel just like folks. After dat, Miss Mink she carry de news to Miss Fox, and den Brer Fox he took and got a rakin' over de coals. Miss Fox she tell Miss Wolf, and Miss Wolf she tell Miss Bar, and it wa'n't long 'fore everybody in dem diggins know dat Brer Rabbit gwine to town de comin' Wednesday for to get his chillun somethin'. And all de other creeturs' chilluns ax der ma what the reason der pa can't get dem somethin'. So there it went. Brer Fox and Brer Wolf and Brer Bar, dey make up der minds, dey did, dat if dey gwine to ketch up wid Brer Rabbit, dat was de time, and dey fix up a plan dat they'd lay for Brer Rabbit and nab him when he come back from town. They'd took and made all der arrangements and wait for de day. Sure enough, when Wednesday come, Brer Rabbit ate his breakfast 'fore sun up and put out for town. He took and got hisself a dram and a plug of tobaccer and a pocket hanker, and he got the old woman a coffee pot, and he got the chillun 7 tin cups and 7 tin plates, and den toward sundown he start back home. He walk long, he did, feelin' mighty biggity, but by he get sorter tired. He sot down under a blackjack tree and begun to fan himself with one of the platters. Whiles he's doin' dis, a little bit of teenchy sapsucker run up and down de tree and keep on making mighty queer fuss. After a while, Brer Rabbit took and shoo at him wid de platter. Seem like dis make de teenchy little sapsucker mighty mad, and he rush out on a limb right over Brer Rabbit and sing out, "Pilly pee, pilly wee, I see what he no see. I see, Pilly pee, I see what he no see." He keep on singin' dis, he did, twell Brer Rabbit begun to look round, and he ain't no sooner do dis dan he see marks in de sand where someone done been dar befo' him, and he look little closer, and then he see what the sapsucker drivin' at. He scratch his head, Brer Rabbit did, and he allowed to himself, "Ah ye, yer where Brer Fox been settin', and dar de print of his nice bushy tail. Yer where Brer Wolf been settin', and dar de print of his fine long tail. Yer where Brer Bar been squarin' on his hunkers, and dar de print which he ain't got no tail. Dey all been yer, and I lay dey are hidin' out in de big gully down dar in de holler." Wid dat, ole man Rabbit took and put his truck in de bushes, and den he run way round fer to see what he can see. Sho' nuff, continued Uncle Remus with a curious air of elation, sho' nuff, when Brer Rabbit git over agin de big gully down in de holler, dar dey was. Brer Fox he is on one side of de road, and Brer Wolf is on de udder side, and old Brer Bar he is coiled up in de gully takin' a nap. Brer Rabbit he took and peep at 'em, he did, and he lick his foot and roach back his hair, and then hold his hands cross his mouth and laugh like some chillens does when they think they are fooling their ma.
"Not me, Uncle Remus, not me!" exclaimed the little boy promptly.
"Hey-yo there! Don't kick for you're spurred, honey. Brer Rabbit, he seed 'em all dar, and he took and grin, he did, and then he lit out to where he is done left his truck. And when he get there, he dance round and slap hisself on de leg, and make all sorts of curious motions. Then he go to work and turn de coffee pot upside down and stick it on his head. Then he run de gallus through de handles of de cups and sling 'em cross his shoulder. Then he divided platters, some in one hand and some in de other. After he get good and ready, he crope to de top of de hill, he did, and took a running start, and flew down like a harricane, rickety-rackety, slam-bang. The little boy clapped his hands enthusiastically. Bless your soul, dem creatures ain't year no fuss like dat, and dey ain't seed no man what look like Brer Rabbit do, wid de coffee pot on his head and de cups a-rattlin' on de gallus, and de platters a-wavin' and shinin' in de air. Now, mind you, old Brer B'ar was a-layin' off up de gully takin' a nap, and de fuss skeer him so bad dat he make a break and run over Brer Fox. He rush out in de road, he did, and when he see de sight, he whirl round and run over Brer Wolf. Wid de scramblin' and de scufflin', Brer Rabbit got right on 'em 'fore dey can git away. He holler out, he did, "Give me room! Turn me loose! I'm old man Sputer Splutter wid long claws and scales on my back. I'm snaggle-toothed and double-jointed. Give me room!" Every time he'd fetch a whoop, he'd rattle de cups and slap de platters together, rickety-rackety, slam-bang. And I let you know, when dem creatures got de limbs together, dey split the wind. Dey did dat. Old Brer B'ar, he struck a stump what stand in de way, and I ain't gwine tell you how he tore it up, 'cause you won't believe me. And de next mornin' Brer Rabbit and his chillens went back there, dey did, and dey got enough splinters fer to make 'em kindlin' wood all de winter. Yes.
Chapter 23 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 23, Mr. Man Has Some Meat. The little boy sat watching Uncle Remus sharpen his shoe knife. The old man's head moved in sympathy with his hands, and he mumbled fragments of a song. Occasionally he would feel of the edge of the blade with his thumb, and then begin to sharpen it again. The comical appearance of the venerable darky finally had its effect upon the child, for suddenly he broke into a hearty peal of laughter, whereupon Uncle Remus stopped shaking his head and singing his mumbly song, and assumed a very dignified attitude. Then he drew a long, deep breath and said, "When folks get old and stricken with the palsy, they must 'spect to be laughed at. Goodness knows I've been used ter dat since the day my whiskers gun to bleach."
"Why, I wasn't laughing at you, Uncle Remus. I declare I wasn't," cried the little boy. "I thought maybe you might be doing your head like Brother Rabbit did when he was fixing to cut his meat." Uncle Remus's seriousness was immediately driven away by a broad and appreciative grin.
"Now, dat de way to talk, honey, and I bound you wa'n't fur wrong, neither, 'cause for all dey'll tell you dat Brer Rabbit make his livin' long a nibblin' at grass and greens, it wa'n't dat way in dem days, 'cause I got in my 'membrances right now de occasion where Brer Rabbit is took and eat meat, The little boy had learned that it was not best to make any display of impatience, and so he waited quietly while Uncle Remus busied himself with arranging the tools on his shoe bench. Presently the old man began. "It so happened dat one day Brer Rabbit meet up with Brer Fox, and when dey quire after de corporosity, dey find out dat both of 'em mighty po'ly. Brer Fox he 'low, he do, dat he monsters hungry, and Brer Rabbit he 'spon' dat he got a mighty hankerin' after vittles hisse'f. Bimeby dey look up de big road, and dey see Mr. Man comin' 'long wid a great big hunk of beef under his arm. Brer Fox he up and 'low, he did, dat he like mighty well fer to get a taste of dat. And Brer Rabbit he 'low dat de sight of dat nice meat all lined with taller is enough fer to run a body distracted. Mr. Man he come and he come along. Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox dey look and dey look at him. Dey wink der eye and der mouth water. Brer Rabbit he 'low he bleeds to git some er dat meat. Brer Fox he 'spon', he did, dat it look mighty fur off ter him. Den Brer Rabbit tell Brer Fox fer to foller along atter him in hailin' distance, and wid dat he put out, he did, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he cotch up wid Mr. Man. Dey passed de time o' day, and den dey went joggin' long de road same like dey is gwine upon a journey. Brer Rabbit he keep on snuffin' de air. Mr. Man up and ax him is he got a bad coal, and Brer Rabbit 'spon' dat he smells somethin' which it don't smell like ripe peaches. Bimeby Brer Rabbit begun to hold his nose, he did, and after a while he sing out, "Gracious and to goodness, Mr. Man, it's dat meat of yourn. Phew! Whereabouts is you pick up dat meat at?" Dis make Mr. Man feel sorter shame of hisself, and to make matters worse, yer come a great big green fly a zoonin' round. Brer Rabbit he get way off on de other side of de road, and he keep on holdin' his nose. Mr. Man he look sorter sheepish, he did, and he ain't gone fur 'fore he put de meat down on de side of de road, and he took and ax Brer Rabbit what dey gwine do 'bout it. Brer Rabbit he 'low, he did, "I year tell in my time dat if you take and drag a piece of meat thoo de dust, hit'll fetch back its freshiness. I ain't no superspicious man myself," says he, "but I ain't got no 'sperience with no such doin's, and dem what tell me say dey done try it. Yit I knows dis," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "I knows dat 'tain't gwine to do no harm, 'cause de grit what gits on de meat kin be wash off." Says Brer Rabbit, says he, "I ain't got no string," says Mr. Man, says he. Brer Rabbit laugh hearty, but still he hold his nose. "Time you been in de bush as long as I is, you won't miss strings," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Wid dat Brer Rabbit lipped out, and he ain't gone long 'fore he come hoppin' back wid a whole passel of bamboo vines all tied together. Mr. Man he 'low, "Dat line mighty long." Brer Rabbit he 'low, "To be sure, you want de wind for to get twixt you and dat meat." Den Mr. Man tuck and tied de bamboo line ter de meat. Brer Rabbit he broke off a persimmon bush, he did, and 'lowed dat he'd stay behind and keep de flies off. Mr. Man he go on before and drag de meat, and Brer Rabbit he stay behind, he did, and take keer of it. Here Uncle Remus was compelled to pause and laugh before he could proceed with the story. "And he is take keer of it, man, dat he is. He took and git him a rock, and whiles Mr. Man gwine long bidout lookin' back, he undo de meat and tie de rock to de bamboo line, and when Brer Fox foller on, sure enough, there lay de meat. Mr. Man, he drug de rock, he did, and Brer Rabbit, he keep de flies off, twell after dey gone on right a smart piece, and den when Mr. Man look round, where was Ole Man Rabbit? Bless your soul, Brer Rabbit done gone back and joined Brer Fox, and he was jest in time at dat, 'cause little more and Brer Fox would a done been out of sight and hearing. And so dat de way Brer Rabbit git Mr. Man meat.
The little boy reflected a little and then said, "Uncle Remus, wasn't that stealing?"
Well, I tell you about dat, honey, responded the old man with the air of one who is willing to compromise. In dem days de creeturs bleeds to look out for deself, more specially dem what ain't got horn and hoof. Brer Rabbit ain't got no horn or hoof, and he bleeds to be his own lawyer.
Just then the little boy heard his father's buggy rattling down the avenue, and he ran out into the darkness to meet it. After he was gone, Uncle Remus sat a long time, rubbing his hands and looking serious. Finally, he leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, Chapter 24 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 24. How Brer Rabbit Got the Meat. When the little boy next visited Uncle Remus, the cabin was dark and empty and the door shut. The old man was gone. He was absent for several nights, but at last one night the little boy saw a welcome light in the cabin, and he made haste to pay Uncle Remus a visit. He was full of questions.
"Goodness, Uncle Remus, where in the world have you been? I thought you were gone for good. Mama said she reckoned the treatment here didn't suit you, and you had gone off to get some of your town friends to hire you."
Is Miss Sally tell you dat, honey? Well, if she ain't the beatin'est white woman dis side of the kingdom come, you can just shoot me. Miss Sally took and writ me a pass wid her own hands fer to go see some of my kin down there in de Ashbank settlement. Your mammy queer woman, honey, sure. And yit, what the good of my stayin' here? T'other night, I ain't more'n get good and started 'fore you up and gone, and I ain't seed hair nor hide of you since. When I see you do dat, I 'low to myself that hit's just about time for Ole Man Remus fer to pack up his duds and go huntin' company somewheres else.
"Well, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the little boy in a tone of expostulation, "didn't Brother Fox get the meat? And wasn't that the end of the story?" Uncle Remus started to laugh, but he changed his mind so suddenly that the little boy was convulsed. The old man groaned and looked at the rafters with a curious air of disinterestedness. After a while he went on with great seriousness. "I don't know what kind of idea folks got about Brer Rabbit nohow. Dat I don't. S'posen you lays de plan so some yother chap can git a big hunk of goody, is you gwine to set off er somewheres and see him make way wid it?" "What kind of goody, Uncle Remus?" "Dish yer kind of goody what town folks keeps. Mint draps and raisins, and sweet doin's like Miss Sally keep under lock and key. Well, den, if you git some of dat, and maybe some other kind of goody, which I wish it was yer right this blessed minute, is you gwine to set coil up in dat cheer and let another chap run off wid it? Dat you ain't. Dat you ain't." "Oh, I know!" exclaimed the little boy. Brother Rabbit went back and made Brother Fox give him his part of the meat."
"Just like I tell you, honey. There wa'n't no man 'mongst the creatures what can stand right flat-footed and work his mind quick like Brer Rabbit. He tied a rock on the string stidder the meat, and he pursue long after it, he did, twell Mr. Man turned a bend in the road, and den Brer Rabbit, he just lit out from there, to buckety buckety, buckety, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he took and cotch up with Brer Fox. They took the meat, they did, and carried it way off in the woods, and laid it down on a clean place on the ground. They laid it down, they did," continued Uncle Remus, drawing his chair up closer to the little boy, "and den Brer Fox 'low dey better sample it, and Brer Rabbit he agree. Wid dat, Brer Fox he took and gnaw off a hunk, and he shut both eyes, he did, and he chaw and chaw, and taste and taste, and chaw and taste. Brer Rabbit he watch 'em, but Brer Fox he keep both eyes shut, and he chaw and taste and taste and chaw." Uncle Remus not only furnished a pantomime accompaniment to this recital by shutting his eyes and pretending to taste, but he lowered his voice to a pitch of tragical significance in reporting the dialogue that ensued. "Den Brer Fox smack his mouth, and look at the meat more closeter, and up and allow, 'Brer Rabbit hits lamb.' 'No, Brer Fox, sho'ly not. Brer Rabbit hits lamb. Brer Fox, tooby sho'ly not.' Den Brer Rabbit, he tuck and gnaw off a hunk, and he shut both eyes, and chaw and taste and chaw. Den he smack his mouth, and up and allow, 'Brer Fox, hit shoat.' 'Brer Rabbit, you foolin' me.' 'Brer Fox, I vow hit shoat.' 'Brer Rabbit, hit just can't be.' 'Brer Fox, it sho'ly is.' Dey taste and dey dispute, and dey dispute and dey taste. Atter a while, Brer Rabbit make like he want some water, and he rush off in de bushes, and directly yer he come back wiping his mouth and clearing up his throat. Den Brer Fox he want some water sure enough. 'Brer Rabbit, where you find de spring?' 'Cross de road and down de hill and up de big gully.' Brer Fox he lope off, he did, and after he gone, Brer Rabbit touch his year wid his behind foot like he flippin' him good-bye. Brer Fox he cross de road and rush down de hill, he did, yet he ain't find no big gully. He keep on goin' till he find de big gully, yet he ain't find no spring. While all dish year goin' on, Brer Rabbit he tuck and grabble a hole in de ground, he did, and in dat hole he hid de meat. Atter he git it good and hid, he tuck and cut him a long keen hickory, and atter so long a time, when he year Brer Fox comin' back, he got in a clump of bushes, and took dat hickory and lit in on a saplin', and every time he hit de saplin', he'd a squall out, Brer Rabbit would, just like de patrollers had him. Pow, pow!
"Oh, pray, Mr. Man!"
Pow, pow!
"Oh, pray, Mr. Man!"
Chippy row, pow!
"Oh, Lordy, Mr. Man, Brer Fox took your meat."
Pow!
"Oh, pray, Mr. Man, Brer Fox took your meat." Every time Uncle Remus said "pow," he struck himself in the palm of his hand with a shoe sole by way of illustration. "Course," he went on, "when Brer Fox year dis kinder doin's, he fotch up, he did, and listen, and every time he year de hickory comin' down, pow, he tuck and grin and 'low to hisself, 'Ah yi, you fool me 'bout de water! Ah yi, you fool me 'bout de water!' Atter so long a time, de racket sorter
die out, and seem like Mr. Man was dragging Brer Rabbit off. Dis make Brer Fox feel mighty skittish. By and by, Brer Rabbit come a cally-hootin' back just a hollerin', "Brer Fox, run! Mr. Man says he gwine to carry dat meat up the road to where his son is, and then he's a-comin' back after you. Run, Brer Fox, run!" "And I'll let you know," said Uncle Remus, leaning back and laughing to see the little boy laugh. "I'll let you." Chapter 25 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 25, African Jack. Usually, the little boy, who regarded himself as Uncle Remus's partner, was not at all pleased when he found the old man entertaining, in his simple way, any of his colored friends, but he was secretly delighted when he called one night and found Daddy Jack sitting by Uncle Remus's hearth. Daddy Jack was an object of curiosity to older people than the little boy. He was a genuine African, and for that reason he was known as African Jack, though the child had been taught to call him Daddy Jack. He was brought to Georgia in a slave ship when he was about 20 years old, and remained upon one of the sea islands for several years. Finally, he fell into the hands of the family of which Uncle Remus's little partner was the youngest representative, and became the trusted foreman of a plantation in the southern part of Georgia known as the Walthall place. Once every year he was in the habit of visiting the home place in Middle Georgia, and it was during one of these annual visits that the little boy found him in Uncle Remus's cabin. Daddy Jack appeared to be quite 100 years old, but he was probably not more than 80. He was a little dried-up old man, whose weazened, dwarfish appearance, while it was calculated to inspire awe in the minds of the superstitious, was not without its pathetic suggestions. The child had been told that the old African was a wizard, a conjurer, and a snake-charmer. But he was not afraid, for, in any event, conjuration, witchcraft, or what not, he was assured of the protection of Uncle Remus. As the little boy entered the cabin, Uncle Remus smiled and nodded pleasantly, and made a place for him on a little stool upon which had been piled the odds and ends of work. Daddy Jack paid no attention to the child. His thoughts seemed to be elsewhere. "Go and shake his hands, honey, and tell Daddy Jack howdy. He like good chilluns." Then to Daddy Jack, "Brer Jack, dis yer de chap what I been tellin' you 'bout." The little boy did as he was bid, but Daddy Jack grunted ungraciously and made no response to the salutation. He was evidently not fond of children. Uncle Remus glanced curiously at the dwarfed and withered figure, and spoke a little more emphatically. "Brer Jack, if you take good look at dis chap, I lay you'll see more'n you expect to see. You'll see somethin' that'll make you grunt wusser dan you grunted dese many long year. Go up there, honey, where Daddy Jack can see you." The child went shyly up to the old African and stood at his knee. The sorrows and perplexities of nearly 100 years lay between them, and now, as always, the baffled eyes of age gazed into the sphinx-like face of youth, as if by this means to unravel the mysteries of the past and solve the problems of the future. Daddy Jack took the plump, rosy hands of the little boy in his black, withered ones, and gazed into his face so long and steadily, and with such curious earnestness, that the child didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Presently the old African flung his hands to his head,
and rocked his body from side to side, moaning and mumbling, and talking to himself, while the tears ran down his face like rain. "Oh, Missy, he come back. I been shum day, I been shum the night. I been yetty advice, I been yetty the sign."
"Ah, ye!"
exclaimed Uncle Remus, into whose arms the little boy had fled.
"I just knowed dat'd fetch him. It's been many's de long days since Brer Jack seed ole Miss. Yit ef he hain't seed her dat whack, den I ain't sittin' yer."
After a while Daddy Jack ceased his rocking and his moaning and his crying, and sat gazing wistfully into the fireplace. Whatever he saw there fixed his attention, for Uncle Remus spoke to him several times without receiving a response. Presently, however, Daddy Jack exclaimed with characteristic but laughable irrelevance,
"I no like it dem gal what is been a standin' pigeon-toe. When I fetch pail of water on her head, water churry. I no like it dem gal what tied her wool up with string, make him stand ugly for true. I been ax de Tildy gal fer marry me, and she make no crack and breath fer make answer, 'cept she break out and laugh by me wery face. De gal do holler and laugh and stomp her foot day, and done I shum gone pigeon-toe. Oona been know dat Tildy gal?"
"I been knowin' dat gal," said Uncle Remus, grimly regarding the old African. "I been a knowin' dat gal now goin' on since she is knee-high ter one of dese yer puddle ducks, and I been noticin' lately dat she mighty likely nigger."
"Auntie," exclaimed Daddy Jack enthusiastically, "I did been make up to de lilly gal true trick and chin. I been fetchin' one fine possum, and mo' is 1, 2, 3 peck-a-tatty, and bumbye I kin fetch him one bag of popcorn. When I been do dat, is flay roun' de lilly gal so long time, and I yitty him talk wid t'er gal. He do say, 'Daddy Jack fine ole man for true.' Done I is been talk. Oona no call me Daddy Jack when dem preacher man come for to marry we." Den de lilly gal throw her head back, and squeal like filly and canebrake.
The little boy understood this rapidly spoken lingo perfectly well, but he would have laughed anyhow, for there was more than a suggestion of the comic in the shrewd seriousness that seemed to focus itself in Daddy Jack's pinched and wrinkled face.
"She took de truck what you took of fotch her," said Uncle Remus, with the air of one carefully and deliberately laying the basis of a judicial opinion. "And den when you sail in and talk business, den she up and gun you de flat of her foot and de back of her hand, and den after dat she took and laugh and make sport of you."
"Auntie,"
assented Daddy Jack admiringly.
"Well den, Brer Jack, you're mighty ole, and yit it seem like you're mighty young, 'cause a man what ain't got no mo' 'sperience wid wimmen folks dan what you is neater creep roun' yer callin' dese'f ole. Dem kinder folks ain't ole enough, let alone bein' too ole. When de gals took and laugh, Brer Jack, what is your next move?" demanded Uncle Remus, looking down upon the shriveled old man with an air of superiority. Daddy Jack shut his shrewd little eyes tightly, and held them so, as if by that means to recall all the details of the flirtation. Then he said, "De lilly gal is been tek dem ting, and is been say, 'Tankey.' Him eaty de possum, him eaty de popcorn, him roasa de tatty. He do say, 'Tankey.' When I talk marry, he is been ris and vice and squeal like lilly pig stuck in de throat. He do holler, 'Hey, Daddy Jack, what is young gal going do with so old man like dis?' And I is been say, 'What young girl gwine do with old Christmas 'cept to joy herself?' and the little girl he do laugh and float hisself way from Day-Day." "I knowed a nigger one time," said Uncle Remus, after pondering a moment, "what tuck a notion dat he want a bait of persimmons, and the more what the notion took him, the more what he want 'em, and by, hit look like he just naturally bleeds to have 'em. He want the persimmons, and there they is in the tree. He'd mouth water, and there hang the persimmons. Now den, what do dat nigger do? When you and me and dish yer child here wants persimmons, we goes out and shakes the tree, and if they're good and ripe, down they comes, and if they're good and green, there they stays. But dish yer yuther nigger, he too smart for that. He just took and tuck the sand under the tree, and he opened his mouth, he did, and wait for the persimmons fer to drop in there. They ain't none drop in yet," continued Uncle Remus, gently knocking the cold ashes out of his pipe. "And what's more, dey ain't none gwine to drop in there. Dat's just 'zactly the way wid Brer Jack yer 'bout marryin'. He stand dar, he do, and he hold both hands wide open, and he 'spect de gal gwine to drop right spang in 'em. Man want gal, he just got to grab her, that's what. Dey may squall and dey may flutter, but flutterin' and squallin' ain't done no damage yit as I knows of, and 'tain't gwine ter. Young chaps kin make great admiration 'bout gals, but when dey gits old as I is, dey all know dat folks is folks, and when it come to bein' folks, de women ain't got none of de 'vantage of de men. Now dat's de plain up and down tale I'm a-tellin' you." This deliverance from so respectable an authority seemed to please Daddy Jack immensely. He rubbed his withered hands together, smacked his lips, and chuckled. After a few restless movements, he got up and went shuffling to the door, his quick, short steps causing Uncle Remus to remark, "De gal what get ole Brer Jack'll git a nat'ral pacer, sure. He move more one-sided dan ole Zip Coon, which he rack up de branch all night long wid his nose point like he gwine cross." While the little boy was endeavoring to get Uncle Remus to explain the nature of Daddy Jack's grievances, muffled laughter was heard outside, and almost immediately 'Tildy rushed in the door. 'Tildy flung herself upon the floor and rolled and laughed until, apparently, she could laugh no more. Then she seemed to grow severely angry. She arose from the floor and flopped herself down in a chair and glared at Uncle Remus with indignation in her eyes. As soon as she could control her inflamed feelings, she cried,
"What is I done to you, Uncle Remus? 'Fore de Lord, if anybody was to come and tole me dat you gwine to put ole boy in dat ere African nigger head, I wouldn't have believed him. Dat I wouldn't. Uncle Remus, what is I done to you?"
Uncle Remus made no direct response, but he leaned over, reached out his hand, and picked up an unfinished axe-helve that stood in the corner. Then he took the little boy by the arm and pushed him out of the way, saying in his gentlest and most persuasive tone, "Stand sorter round dere, honey, 'cause when de splinters begin to fly, I want you to be outer de way. Miss Sally never give me her forgivince in the round world if you was to get hurted on account of de frazzlin' er dish yer piece of timber." Uncle Remus's movements and remarks had a wonderful effect on 'Tildy. Her anger disappeared, her eyes lost their malignant expression, and her voice fell to a conversational tone.
"Now, Uncle Remus, you oughtn't to do me dat-a-way, 'cause I ain't done nothin' to you. I 'uz settin' up yon in Aunt Tempy house jest now, runnin' on wid Rhea, and yer come dat ole African Jack and say you say he kin marry me if he catch me, and he try to put his arm round me and kiss me."
Tildy tossed her head and puckered her mouth at the bare remembrance of it.
"What word did you give Brer Jack?" inquired Uncle Remus, not without asperity.
What I gwine to tell him?
exclaimed Tildy disdainfully.
I just took up and told him he a foolin' with the wrong nigger.
Tildy would have continued her narration, but just at that moment the shuffling of feet was heard outside, and Daddy Jack came in, puffing and blowing and smiling. Evidently he had been hunting for Tildy in every house in the negro quarter.
"Hi!"
he exclaimed.
"Little gal, he been skeet some like Marsh Hen. He don't run no more."
"Pick her up, Brer Jack," exclaimed Uncle Remus. "She's yourn."
Tildy was angry as well as frightened. She would have fled, but Daddy Jack stood near the door.
"Look here, nigger man," she exclaimed. "If you come slobbin' round me, I'll take one of these yer doggins and brain you with it. I ain't gwine to have no web-foot nigger followin' after me. Now you just come. I ain't feared of your conjurin'. Unc' Remus, if you got any interest in dat old African ape, you better make him leave me alone. Go away from yer now."
All this time Daddy Jack was slowly approaching Tildy, bowing and smiling, and looking quite dandified, as Uncle Remus afterward said. Just as the old African was about to lay hands upon Tildy, she made a rush for the door. The movement was so unexpected that Daddy Jack was upset. He fell upon Uncle Remus's shoe bench, and then rolled off on the floor, where he lay clutching at the air, and talking so rapidly that nobody could understand a word he said. Uncle Remus lifted him to his feet with much dignity, and it soon became apparent that he was neither hurt nor angry. The little boy laughed immoderately, and he was still laughing when Tildy put her head in the door and exclaimed, "Uncle Remus, I ain't killed that old nigger, is I? 'Cause if I got to go to the gallows, I want to go there for something bigger than that." Uncle Remus disdained to make any reply, but Daddy Jack chuckled and patted himself on the knee as he cried, "Come long, little gal, come long. I no mad. I fall down there for laugh. Come long, little gal, come long." Tildy went on laughing loudly and talking to herself. After a while, Uncle Remus said, "Honey, I 'spect Miss Sally lookin' under the bed and axin' where you is. You better leak out from here now, and by dis time tomorrow night I'll git Brer Jack all primed up, and he'll whirl in and tell you a tale." Daddy Jack Chapter 26 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 26. Why the Alligator's Back is Rough. The night after the violent flirtation between Daddy Jack and Tildy, the latter coaxed and bribed the little boy to wait until she had finished her work about the house. After she had set things to rights in the dining-room and elsewhere, she took the child by the hand, and together they went to Uncle Remus's cabin. The old man was making a doormat of shucks and grass and white oak splits, and Daddy Jack was dozing in the corner.
"What I tell you, Brer Jack,"
said Uncle Remus as Tildy came in.
"Dat gal after you, mon."
"For the Lord's sake, Unc' Remus, don't start that old nigger. I done promised Miss Sally dat I won't kill him, and I like to be good as my word. But if he come foolin' longer me, I just naturally gwine to unjite him. Now you hear me say the word."
But Daddy Jack made no demonstration. He sat with his eyes closed and paid no attention to Tildy. After a while the little boy grew restless, and presently he said,
"Daddy Jack, you know you promised to tell me a story tonight."
"He workin' wid it now, honey,"
said Uncle Remus soothingly.
Brer Jack," he continued, "wa'n't they something or another about the old man Yalligator?"
"Ha!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, arousing himself. "E 'bout Brer Gator for true. Oona no bin see de Brer Gator." The child had seen one, but it was such a very little one he hardly knew whether to claim an acquaintance with Daddy Jack's gator. "Dem all same," continued Daddy Jack. "Big mout, pop eye, walk on de belly, and he is bin got bump, bump, bump pon his back, bump, bump, bump pon de tail, and life neath de water, and de life pon de land. One time dog is bin ruin Brer Rabbit, tell he do get tire. De dog is bin run him tell him it most have no breath in his body. He hide himself by de crick side. He come close pon Brer Gator, and Brer Gator, he do say, 'Kee, Brer Rabbit, what dis is make you blow so? What make it your breath come so?' 'Eh, Brer Gator, I have bin come pon trouble. Dog, he do run me. When you no fetch him long, Brer Rabbit, I is bin get fat all de trouble lak dem. I proud for yeddy dog bark, ef he is bin fetch a me trouble lak dem.' Wait, Brer Gator, trouble come visitin' where you live. It make a you side puff, it make a you breath come so. Gator, he do flip his tail and stretch hisself and laugh. He say, 'I like for see dem trouble. Nottin' no bother me. I catch a dem swimp, I catch a dem crab. I make in my bed where de sun shine hot, and I do enjoy myself. I proud for to see dem trouble.' He come upon you, Brer Gator, when you bin hab you eye shed, and come upon you from de turrer side. And if no come upon you in de crick, den he come upon you in de broom grass. Den I shake him by de hand, Brer Rabbit. I ax him howdy. Brer Gator, you bin a laugh at me. You no laugh when dem trouble come. Dem trouble bin catch a you yet." Daddy Jack paused to wipe his face. He had reported the dialogue between Brother Rabbit and Brother Alligator with considerable animation, and had illustrated it as he went along with many curious inflections of the voice, and many queer gestures of head and hands impossible to describe here, but which added picturesqueness to the story. After a while he went on. "Brer Rabbit, he do blow and do catch him breath. He pit one ear where dog is bin a bark. He pit one ear upon Brer Gator. He listen, he look. He look, he listen. He no yeddy dog, and he comforts come back. By, Brer Gator, he come drowsy. He do nod, and he head sway down to marsh grass tickle his nose, and he do cough like he tear up de crick by de root. He no like dis place for sleep at, and he is crawl through de marsh pon dry land. He is make for de broom grass field. He make his bed wit de long tail, and he is stretch hisself out at his length. He is shed his eye, and open his mouth, and take a nap. Brer Rabbit, he do hold his eye upon Brer Gator. Him talk no word. Him wallop his cud. Him stand still. Brer Gator, he do take his nap. Brer Rabbit, he do watch. Bimeby, Brer Gator Brett, he do come loud. He is bin snore hard. He dream lilly dream. He work his foot and shake de tail in a dream. Brer Rabbit wink his eye, and he do watch. Brer Gator, he do leave he dream behind, and he sleep sound. Brer Rabbit watch little, wait little. Bimeby, he do go way fire burn in de stump, and he is fetch some. He say, "Dis day I is make you know dem trouble. I is make you know dem well." He hop round day, and he do light de broom grass. He burn. He do burn smart. Brer Gator, he is dream some mo' lilly dream. He do work his foot and do shake de tail.
Broomgrass burn, burn. Brer Gator dream. He dream the sun is shining hot. He warm his back, he warm his belly, he work his foot and shake his tail. Broomgrass burn high, he burn low, he burn smart, he burn hot. By and by, Brer Gator is wake from the dream, and smell of the smoke, and feel the fire. He run this way, he run t'other way. No different way is he run. Dey the smoke, dey the fire. Burn, burn, burn. Brer Gator lash he tail, and grind his tooth. By and by, he do roll and holler, Trouble, 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 trouble. Brer Rabbit, he is stand past the fire, and he do say, Kee, Brer Gator, where you fair learn that this a talk about dem trouble? Brer Gator, he lash his tail, he fair tear the earth, and he do holler, Oh, my Lord, trouble, 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 trouble. Shake him by the hand, Brer Gator, ask him howdy. Oh, my Lord, trouble, trouble, trouble. Laugh with dem trouble, Brer Gator, laugh with dem. Ask dem, is they health been well? You been a cry for their acquaintance. Brer Gator, now you must bear with dem trouble. Brer Gator come so mad, he make dash through the broom grass. He fair tear 'em down. He been scatter the fire wide apart, and he do run and dive in the creek for squinch the fire upon the back. He back swivel, he tail swivel with the fire, and from dat they is been stand so. Bump, bump, pon the tail. Bump, bump, pon the back, and where the fire burn. It's just like Brer Jack tell you, honey, said Uncle Remus, as Daddy Jack closed his eyes and relapsed into silence. I done seed 'em with my own eyes, and dey're mighty curious creatures, mon. Dey back is all roughed up and down to dis day and time, and more'n dat, you ain't gwine to ketch Brer Rabbit rackin' round where de alligators is, and de alligators deyself, where dey years any cracklin' and rattlin' gwine on in de bushes, dere dey makes a break for de creek, and splunges in. Ain't exclaimed Daddy Jack, with momentary enthusiasm. He do turn and go de bank, and dive neath de creek, and been so warm wid de fire, and make de creek go sizz. Here Daddy Jack looked around and smiled. His glance fell on 'Tildy, and he seemed suddenly to remember that he had failed to be as polite as circumstances demanded. Come a sit next, lily gal. I gwine tell you one tale. Come long, Pinks, said 'Tildy, tossing her head disdainfully and taking the little boy by the hand. Come long, Pinks. We better be gwine. I done say I won't kill dat ole nigger man. Yet if he start after me dis blessed night, I lay I roust the whole plantation. Come on, honey, let's go. The little boy was not anxious to go, but Uncle Remus seconded 'Tildy's suggestion. Better let that gal mosey long, honey, 'cause she might start in fer to cut up some capers in yer, and I hate mighty bad to bust up dish yer axe helve, which I'm in needs of it every hour of the day. Whereupon Chapter 27 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 27. Brer Wolf Says Grace. 'Tildy, the house girl, made such a terrible report of the carryings-on of Daddy Jack that the little boy's mother thought it prudent not to allow him to visit Uncle Remus so often. The child amused himself as best he could for several nights, but his playthings and picture books finally lost their interest. He cried so hard to be allowed to go to see Uncle Remus
that his mother placed him under the care of Aunt Tempy, a woman of large authority on the place, and who stood next to Uncle Remus in the confidence of her mistress. Aunt Tempy was a fat, middle-aged woman, who always wore a head handkerchief, and kept her sleeves rolled up, displaying her plump black arms, winter and summer. She never hesitated to exercise her authority, and the younger negroes on the place regarded her as a tyrant. But in spite of her loud voice and brusque manners, she was thoroughly good-natured, usually good-humored, and always trustworthy. Aunt Tempy and Uncle Remus were secretly jealous of each other, but they were careful never to come in conflict, and, to all appearances, the most cordial relations existed between them.
"Well, the goodness knows!" exclaimed Uncle Remus as Aunt Tempy went in with the little boy. "How you come on, Sis Tempy? De rainy season ain't so mighty fur off when you come a sojourning in dis house. If I'd a knowed you'd a been a comin', I'd a sort o' steered round and brished de cobwebs out of de corners."
"Don't mind me, Brer Remus. Look in de house where de cobwebs hangs low. I is just a passin' long, and Miss Sally ax me if I can come for is de door wid dat child dar. But bless you, 'tain't in my manners to turn back at de door. How you come on, Brer Remus?"
"Po'ly, Sis Tempy, and yet I ain't complainin'. The pain yer, and a catch yonder, wid the cramps throwed in, ain't no more dan ole folks kin expect. How you is, Sis Tempy?"
"I thank de Lord I'm able to crawl, Brer Remus, and dat's about all. If I weren't so sot in my ways, dese yer niggers would 'a' run me distracted directly."
Daddy Jack was sitting in the corner laughing and talking to himself, and the little boy watched him not without a feeling of awe. After a while he said, "Uncle Remus, won't Daddy Jack tell us a story tonight?"
"Now den, honey," responded the old man, "we ain't got to push Brer Jack too clost. We'll just have to creep up on him and catch him for a tale whence he is in de humors. Sometime hoss pull, sometime he ain't pull. You ain't been down yer so long, hit sorter look like it my turn, 'cause it done come cross my remembrance that dey was one time when Brer Wolf cotch Brer Rabbit, which I ain't never gun it out to you yet."
"Brother Wolf caught Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus?"
exclaimed the little boy incredulously.
"Yasser. Dat de up and down of it, sho," responded the old man with emphasis. "And I be mighty glad if Sis Tempy yer will 'scuse me whiles I runs over de tale along wid you."
"Bless your soul, Brer Remus, don't pay no 'tention to me," said Aunt Tempy, folding her fat arms upon her ample bosom, and assuming an attitude of rest and contentment. "I bad as de chillun 'bout dem old tales, 'cause I kin jest set up yer and listen at 'em de whole blessed night, and a good part of de day. Yas, Lord."
"Well, den," said Uncle Remus, "we'll just huddle up and see what come to Brer Rabbit when ole Brer Wolf cotch him. In dem days," he continued, looking at Daddy Jack and smiling broadly, "de creeturs was constant gwine a courtin'. If 'twa'n't Miss Meadows and de gals dey was flyin' roun', hit was Miss Motts. Dey was constant a courtin', and 'twa'n't none of dish yer how de do, ma'am, I speck I better be goin', near. Hit 'uz go out to breakfus and stay twel after supper. Brer Rabbit, he got took wid a likin' fer Miss Motts, and soon one mawnin' he took'n slick hisse'f up, he did, and put out to call on her. When Brer Rabbit git to whar Miss Motts live, she done gone off somewheres. Some folks 'ud sot down and wait twel Miss Motts come back, and den agin some folks 'ud tuck de foot in de hand and went back. But ole Brer Rabbit, he ain't de man fer to be outdone, and he des tuck'n go in de kitchen and light de seegyar, and den he put out fer to pay a call on Miss Meadows and de gals. When he get dar, lo and beholds, he find Miss Mott's dar, and he tipped in, old Brer Rabbit did, and he galanted round 'mongst 'em, same like one of dese yer town chaps, what you see come out ter Harmony Grove meetin' house. Dey talk and dey laugh and dey giggle. By, long towards night, Brer Rabbit 'low he better be goin'. De women folks dey all ax him fer to stay twel after supper, 'cause he such lively company, but Brer Rabbit feared some of de yuther creeturs be hidin' out fer him, so he took and pay his specks, he did, and start for home. He ain't git fur twel he come up wid a great big basket settin' down by de side of de big road. He look up de road, he ain't see nobody. He look down de road, he ain't see nobody. He look befo', he look behind, he look all round, he ain't see nobody. He listen and listen, he ain't year nothin'. He wait and he wait, nobody ain't come. Den, by Brer Rabbit go and peep in de basket, and it seem like it half full of green truck. He reach his hand in, he did, and get some and put it in his mouth. Den he shut his eye and do like he's studyin' 'bout somethin'. After a while, he 'low to hisself, hit look like sparrow grass, hit feel like sparrow grass, hit taste like sparrow grass, and I be blessed if it tain't sparrow grass. Wid dat, Brer Rabbit jump up, he did, and crack his heel together, and he fetch one leap and lan' in de basket, right spang in 'mongst de sparrow grass. Dar where he miss his footin', continued Uncle Remus, rubbing his beard meditatively, 'cause when he jump in 'mongst de sparrow grass, right dead and dere he jumps in amongst old Brer Wolf, which he were coil up at de bottom. "There now!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy enthusiastically. "What I tell you? What make him pester de folks' doin's? I bound Brer Wolf nailed him." "Time Brer Wolf grab him," continued Uncle Remus, "Brer Rabbit knowed he'd a gone case, yet he sing out, he did, 'I just tried to skeer you, Brer Wolf. I just tried to skeer you. I knows you is in there, Brer Wolf. I knowed you by the smell,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. Old Brer Wolf grin, he did, and lick his chops, and up and say, 'Mighty glad you knowed me, Brer Rabbit, 'cause I knowed you just time you drapped in on me. I took and tell Brer Fox yesterday dat I is gwine take a nap 'longside of dis yer road, and I bound you to come along and wake me up. And sure nuff, you come and here you is,' says Brer Wolf, says he. "Oh ho, Mr. Rabbit, how you feel now?" exclaimed Aunt Tempy, her sympathies evidently with Brer Wolf. "When Brer Rabbit hear dis," said Uncle Remus, paying no attention to the interruption, "he gun to git mighty skeered, and he whirl in and beg Brer Wolf fer to please turn him loose. But dis make Brer Wolf grin wusser, and his toof look so long and shine so white, and his gums look so red, dat Brer Rabbit hush up and stay still. He so skeered dat his breff come quick, and his heart go like fluttermill. He tune up like he gwine cry. 'Where you gwine carry me, Brer Wolf?' 'Down by de branch, Brer Rabbit.' 'What you gwine do down dar, Brer Wolf?' 'So I can git some water to clean you wid after I done skunt you, Brer Rabbit.' 'Please, sir, let me go, Brer Wolf.' 'You talk so young you make me laugh, Brer Rabbit.' 'Dat sparrowgrass done make me sick, Brer Wolf.' 'You'll be sick of dat 'fo' I git done wid you, Brer Rabbit.' 'Where I come from, nobody dast to eat sick folks, Brer Wolf.' 'Where I come from, dey ain't dast to eat no other kind, Brer Rabbit.' 'Oh, Mr. Rabbit was a talkin', mon,' said Aunt Tempy, with a chuckle that caused her to shake like a piece of jelly. "Dey went on dis-a-way," continued Uncle Remus, "plumb twel dey get ter de branch. Brer Rabbit, he beg and cry and beg, and Brer Wolf, he fuse and grin and fuse. When dey come to de branch, Brer Wolf lay Brer Rabbit down on de ground and hilt him dere, and den he study how he gwine make way wid him. He study, and whiles he studyin' Brer Rabbit, he took and study some on his own hook. Den, when it seem like Brer Wolf done fix all de arrangerments, Brer Rabbit, he make like he cryin' wusser and wusser. He just fairly blubber. Uncle Remus gave a ludicrous imitation of Brother Rabbit's wailings. Brer Woolly Wolf, is you going to sacrifice me right now? Ow, ow. Dat I is, Brer Rabbit, dat I is. Well, if I bleeds to be kilt, Brer Woolly Wolf, I wants to be kilt right, and if I bleeds to be et, I want to be eaten right, too, now. How dat, Brer Rabbit? I want you to show your politeness, Brer Wolf. How I gwine do that, Brer Rabbit? I want you to say grace, Brer Wolf, and say it quick, 'cause I getting mighty weak. How I gonna say grace, Brer Rabbit? Fold your hands and your chin, Brer Wolf, and shut your eyes and say, bless us and bind us, and put us in crack where the old boy can't find us. Say it quick, Brer Wolf, 'cause I'm failing mighty fast. Now ain't that just too much? Exclaimed Aunt Tempy, as delighted as the little boy. Uncle Remus laughed knowingly and went on. Brer Wolf, he put up his hands, he did, and shot his eyes, and 'low, bless us and bind us. But he ain't get no furder, 'cause the time he take up his hands, Brer Rabbit fotch a wiggle, he did, and lit on de foots, and he just nat'ral left a blue streak behind him. "Ay, hee, 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 hee!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, while Aunt Tempy allowed her arms to drop helplessly from her lap as she cried, "There now!" and the little boy clasped his hands in an ecstasy of admiration. "Oh, I just knew Brother Rabbit would get away," the child declared. "Dat's right, honey," said Uncle Remus. "You put your dependence in Brer Rabbit, and you won't be fur out of de way." There was some further conversation among the negroes, but it was mostly plantation gossip. When Aunt Tempy rose to go, she said, "Goodness knows, Brer Remus, if dis de way you all runs on, I'm gwine to pester you some more. Hit come cross me like old times, dat it do." "Do so, Sis Tempy, do so," said Uncle Remus, with dignified hospitality. "You allus find a place at my hearth. Old times is about all we got left." "Truth, too!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. Chapter 28 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 28. Spirits, Seen and Unseen. It was not many nights before the same company was gathered in Uncle Remus's cabin, Daddy Jack, Aunt Tempy, and the little boy. The conversation took a turn that thrilled the child with mingled fear and curiosity. Uncle Remus had inquired as to the state of Aunt Tempy's health when the latter came in, and her response was, "I feelin' mighty creepy, Brer Remus, sure. Look like I bleeds to hunt company. When I come long down, I felt dat skittish, twel if a leaf had blowed cross de path, I'd 'a just about drapped in my tracks." "How come dat, Sis Tempy?" Uncle Remus inquired. "You know dat little gal of Ria's? Well, I 'uz settin' up there in my house while ago,
when, bless gracious, first news I know, I hear dat child talking in the other room. I 'lowed to myself, she ain't talking to Rhea, 'cause Rhea ain't come yet. And then I crope up, and there was the child sitting right flat in the middle of the floor, laughing and talking and making motion like she sees somebody in the corner. I just stood there and watch her, and I ain't a living human if she don't do like they is somebody or another in there with her. She asks 'em for to stay on their own side, and then, when it seemed like they come towards her, then she say she gwine get a switch and drive 'em back. It make me feel so cold and curious that I just took and come away from there. And if there's something or another there, it'll be them and Rhea for it. He do talk bin goose. He has been laugh with aunt, exclaimed Daddy Jack.
I spec that's about the upshot of it, said Uncle Remus. They tells me that whence you hear chillins talking and going on apparently with theirself, there bleeds to see haunts.
The little boy moved his stool closer to his venerable partner. Daddy Jack roused himself.
Una been no see dem ghosts? Una no been a see dem haunt? Hi, I have been a see plenty ghosts. I no afraid of dem. I have been a punch dem way with me cane. I have been a shoe dem upon the own side of the road. Dem has been walk when the moon stand low. Then I been shoom. Una no walk with me done. U very bad. Una call, they no answer. When they call, hold your mouth shut. It very bad for to make answer when the haunt holler. They call you away from this land. I hear them call. I shut in me eye. I shake in me head. When I been young man, me to go for to get water, and when I to dip piggin' neath the creek, I hear the voice for to call me, Jack, oh Jack. I stand, I listen, I hear the voice, Jack, Jack, oh Jack. I think it been Titty Horn. I ask him, where you been calling me, Titty Ann? Titty Ann stretch in me eye big. I no been a call. Dead ghosts has been a call. Dem haunt do a call of you. Then I rise me eye, and I has been shum gwan by sundown, and he's been gwan backward. I tell Titty Ann for look at the nuncle, gwan backward by sundown. Titty Ann put the two hand upon me eyes, and he do blind me. He say, been a seed one dead ghost. When, what then, Daddy Jack? Asked the little boy, as the old African paused. Key, noof done. 'Cause by and by, so long time, folks come fetch a wee nuncle stretch out. He has been attacked with the hiccup. He has throw the head this way, he throw the head that way. Daddy Jack comically suited the action to the word. He has been taken the hiccup has been taken. The cramp has been fetch him. I been seeing no more dead ghosts, but me no spot 'em like this.
I bound you is, said Uncle Remus. They tells me, Brer Jack, he continued, that when you meets up with them of dese haunts, if you'll take and turn your coat wrong side outwards, they won't use no time in making their disappearance.
Hey! exclaimed Daddy Jack. Turn coat for to scare dead ghosts. He scared dem jack-me-lantern. One time, I's been a make my way through Trick Swamp. I do come hot, I do come cold. I feel in my back quake, my breath come fast. I look, and then see nothing. I listen, and yet yetty nothing. I look, they the jack-me-lantern making the way through the bush, and coming straight by me. His light been a flicker. He get close and closer. I yet can't stand this. One foot get heavy. The hair upon my head lift up. The jack-me-lantern, he get a high, he get a low, he come close. Then I think I been a yetty old folks talk. Turn your coat sleeve.
when the jack-my-lantern is been run you. I pull, I twist, I yerk at dem jacket, and yent come. He has been growing me back. Jack-me-lantern fly close. I say me pray upon the jacket. He been a jerk loose, the sleeve he do turn. Jack-me-lantern, he see dis, he lift up, he say, phew! He done gone. Una no walk in the swamp, 'cept you is kill your coat cross the arm. Ain't he? That what make me say, remarked Aunt Tempy, with a little shiver. Dat omen like me, what ain't wear no jacket, ain't got no business traipsin' and trollopin' round through the woods after dark. You might turn your head anchor, Sis Tempy, said Uncle Remus reassuringly, and if dat ain't do no good, den you can whirl in and give 'em leg bail. I hear tell, continued Aunt Tempy, vouchsafing no reply to Uncle Remus, that dish yer Jacky-me-lantern is a sure enough spirit. Spirits ain't going to walk and walk lessen they got something other on their mind. And I hear tell that dish yer Jacky-me-lantern is occasioned by a man what got kilt. Folks kilt him and took his money, and now his haunt done gone and got a light for to hunt up where his money is. Mighty curious if folks can home after money when they done gone. I dunno know what he want to be ramblin' round with a light when he done dead. If anybody got the hard feelings agin me, I want 'em to take it out while they're in the flesh. When they come a hauntin' me, then I'm done. I'm just done. Are witches spirits? The little boy asked. The inquiry was not especially directed at Daddy Jack, but Daddy Jack was proud of his reputation as a witch, and he undertook to reply. None 'tall. Witch, he no dead ghosts. He life folks. Where you shake a hand with. Una witch, maybe. How you is can tell? Here Daddy Jack turned his sharp little eyes upon the child. The latter moved closer to Uncle Remus, and said he hoped to goodness he was not a witch. How you is can tell different, 'cept you been for to try 'em? Continued Daddy Jack. He good ting for to be witch. He make a dem folks 'fraid. He make a dem 'fraid, he make a dem hold de breath, when they been a come by your place. In the name of the Lord, Daddy Jack, how can folks tell whether they are witches or no? Asked Aunt Tempy. Ooh, is easy enough. When the moon is shining low, wet your hand with your pot liquor grease, rub young heifer upon the nose, get upon his back. Must hold him by the ear, must go gallop, gallop down the lane, and he do come cross a one a big gully, must holler, double, double, double up, double, double, double up. Heifer jump, una witch. Heifer no jump, una no witch. Did you ever ride a heifer, Daddy Jack? Asked the little boy. More time is dem, replied the old negro, holding up the crooked fingers of one withered hand. Did she jump across the big gully? The child's voice had dropped to an awed whisper, and there was a glint of malicious mischief in Daddy Jack's shrewd eyes as he looked up at Uncle Remus. He got his cue. Uncle Remus groaned heavily and shook his head. Whoo! Exclaimed Daddy Jack. When I bid a tell all, dey no more for tell. Must keep some for the Sunday. Lily Bye no 'fraid of dem witch. He no bother Lily Bye. Witch, he no wrestle with everyday acquaintance. He do go past his own place. It was certainly reassuring for the child to be told that witches didn't trouble little boys, and that they committed their depredations outside of their own neighborhood. I has been a yeddy Tim talk about old witch. He do leave his skin where they is start from. Man been a come pass by, he is find dem skin. He say, Key, is one green skin. I fix to try 'em. Man hang 'em by the fire.
Skin, he do swink, he do swivel. By he do smell bad. Man, he hold his nose. He do wait. Skin swink, skin stink, skin swivel. He do get so bad, man pitch him in the yard. He wait, he is listen. By, he yeti the witch come. Witch, he do sharper the claw on the fence. He is snap the jaw, flick, flick, flick. He is come a hunt for him skin. He fight him. He try him on this way. He no fit. He try him on that way. He no fit. He try him on ter other way. He no fit. He pit him upon the head. Skin, he no fit. He put him upon the foot. Skin, he no fit. He cuss, he swear. Skin, he no fit. He cut and he caper. Skin, he no fit. By he holler, "'Tis-a me, Skin, when you don't know me. Skin, 'tis-a me, when you no know me." Skin, he is no talk nothing at all. Witch, he do jump, he do holler, and make no difference. Skin, he do talk nothing 'tall. Man, he a take a torch, he look in yard. He see big black wolf lay by the skin. He tooth show, his eyes shining. Man drive him away, he is come back. Man burn the skin, he has been come back no more.
The little boy asked no more questions. He sat silent while the others talked, and then went to the door and looked out. It was very dark, and he returned to his stool with a troubled countenance.
"Just wait a little minute, honey," said Uncle Remus, dropping his hand caressingly on the child's shoulder. "I believes to go up there to the big house for to see Mars John, and I'll take you 'long for company."
And so, Chapter 29 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 29, A Ghost Story. The next time the little boy visited Uncle Remus, he persuaded Tildy to go with him. Daddy Jack was in his usual place, dozing and talking to himself, while Uncle Remus oiled the carriage harness. After a while, Aunt Tempy came in. The conversation turned on Daddy Jack's story about haunts and spirits. Finally, Tildy said,
"When it come to tales 'bout haunts," said she, "I hear tell of one that'll just naturally make the kinks on your head uncoil theirself." "What tale dat, chile?" asked Aunt Tempy. "Uncle Remus, must I tell it?"
"Let her come," said Uncle Remus.
"Well, den,"
said Tildy, rolling her eyes back and displaying her white teeth.
"One time there was a woman and a man. Seemed like they lived close to one another, and the man, he sot his eyes on the woman, and the woman, she just went long and tend to her business. Man, he keep his eyes sot on her. By, the woman, she tend to her business so much till she tuck sick and die. Man, he up and tell the folks she dead, and the folks they come and fix her. They lay her out, and they light some candles, and they sot up with her, just like folks does now, and he put 2 great big round shiny silver dollars on her eyes fer to hold her eyelids down."
In describing the silver dollars, Tildy joined the ends of her thumbs and forefingers together and made a figure as large as a saucer.
"Dey was lots bigger than dollars in dese days," she continued, "and dey look mighty purty. Seem like dey was all the money the woman got, and the folks dey put 'em on der eyelids for to hold 'em down. Den when the folks do that, dey call up the man, and take and tell him dat he must dig a grave and bury de woman, and den dey all went off 'bout their business. Well den, de man, he took and dig de grave and make ready for to bury de woman. He look at dat money on her eyelids, and it shine mighty purty. Den he took it off and feel it. It feel mighty good, and jes' 'bout dat time de man look at de woman and see her eyelids open. Look like she lookin' at him, and he take and put de money where he git it from. Well den, de man, he take and get a wagon and haul de woman out to de burying ground, and when he get dar, he fix everything, and den he grab de money and cover up de grave right quick. Den he go home and put the money in a tin box and rattle it round. It rattle loud and it rattle nice, but the man, he ain't feelin' so good. Seem like he know the woman's eyelids stretched wide open lookin' for him. Yet he rattled the money round, and it rattle loud and it rattle nice. Well den, the man, he take and put the tin box what the money in on the mantel shelf. The day go by, and the night come, and when night come, the wind gun to rise up and blow. It rise high, it blow strong. It blow on top of the house, it blow under the house, it blow round the house. Man, he feel queer. He set by the fire and listen. Wind say, "Buzzard." Man, listen. Wind holler and cry. Hit blow top of the house, hit blow under the house, hit blow round the house, hit blow in the house. Man get closed up in the chimbley jam. Wind find the cracks and blow it in. Busy, busy, bazoo. Well den, man, he listen, but by and by he get tired of dis, and he 'low to hisself that he gwine to bed. He took and fling a fresh lighted knot in the fire, and den he jump into bed and coil himself up and put his head under the cover. Wind hunt for the cracks. Bzzy buzz, bzzy buzz, bzzoo. Man keep his head under the cover. Lighted knot flare up and flicker. Man ain't dast to move. Wind blow and whistle. Foo-wee. Lighted knot flicker and flare. Man, he keep his head covered. Well den, man lay there and get skeereder and skeereder. He ain't dast to wink his eye scasely, and seem like he gwine to have swamp ague. Whiles he's a-layin' there shakin', and the wind a-blowin', and the fire a-flickin', he hears some yother kind of fuss. It mighty curious kind of fuss. Clinkety-clink-linkle. Man allow, "Hey, who's stealin' my money?" Yet he keep his head covered whiles he lay and listen. He hear the wind blow, and den he hear dat yother kind of fuss. Clickety-clink, clinkety-clink-a-linkle. Well then, he fling off the cover and sot right up into bed. He look, he ain't see nothin'. The fire flicker and flare, and the wind blow. Man go and put chain and bar across the door. Den he go back to bed, and he ain't more'n touch his head on the pillow till he hear that yother fuss. Clink, clink, clinkety-click-a-linkle. Man rise up. He ain't see nothin' 'tall. Mighty queer. Just 'bout time he gwine to lay down again, here come the fuss. Clickety-clink-a-linkle. It sound like it on the mantel shelf. Let 'lone dat, it sound like it in the tin box on the mantel shelf. Let 'lone dat, it sound like it the money in the tin box on the mantel shelf. Man say, "Hey, rat done got in box." Man look, no rat there. He shet up the box and set it down on the shelf. Time he do dat, here come the fuss. Clinkety-clinkety-clink-linkle. Man open de box and look at de money. Dem 2 silver dollars laid in dere jes like he put 'em. Whilst de man done dis, look like he can year somethin' say way off yonder, "Where my money? Oh, gimme my money!" Man, he sot de box back on de shelf, and time he put it down he year de money rattle, clinkety-clink-linkle-clink. And den from way off yonder somethin' say, "Oh, gimme my money! I want my money!" Well den, de man get skeered sure enough, and he got her flat iron and put on de tin box, and den he tuck and pile all de cheers agin de door, and run and jump in de bed. He just know dere's a boogeyman comin'. Time he get in bed and cover his head, de money rattle louder, and somethin' cry way off yonder, "I want my money! Oh, gimme my money!" Man, he shake and he shiver. Money hit clink and rattle. Boogeyman hit holler and cry. Boogeyman come closter. Money clink louder. Man shake wusser and wusser. Money say, "Clinkety-clink-linkle." Boogeyman cry, "Oh, gimme my money!" Man holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy!" Well den, he keep on dis-a-way till directly man year de door open. He peep from under de cover, and in walk de woman what he done bury in de buryin' ground. Man shiver and shiver. Wind blow and blow. Money rattle and rattle. Woman cry and cry. "Bzzoo," says de wind. "Clink-clink," says de box. "Oh, gimme my money," says de woman. "Oh, Lordy," says de man. Woman year de money, but look like she ain't can see, and she grope round, and grope round, and grope round wid her hands h'ist in de air just dis-a-way. Here 'Tildy stood up, pushed her chair back with her foot, raised her arms over her head, and leaned forward in the direction of Daddy Jack. Wind blow, fire flicker, money rattle, man shake and shiver, woman grope round and say, "Gimme my money! Oh, who got my money?" 'Tildy advanced a few steps. "Money look like it gwine to tear de tin box all to flinders." Woman grope and cry, till by she jump on de man and holler, "You got my money!" As she reached this climax, 'Tildy sprang at Daddy Jack and seized him, and for a few moments there was considerable confusion in the corner. The little boy was frightened, but the collapsed appearance of Daddy Jack convulsed him with laughter. The old African was very angry. His little eyes glistened with momentary malice, and he shook his cane threateningly at 'Tildy. The latter coolly adjusted her earrings as she exclaimed, "Dar now, I knowed I'd get even wid the old villain, come a-callin' me pigeon-toed." "Better keep your eye on him, chile," said Aunt Tempy. "He witch you, sho." "Witch who? If he come witchin' round me,
Chapter 30 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 30, Brer Rabbit and His Famous Foot. The little boy was very glad, one night shortly after he had heard about Daddy Jack's ghosts and witches and 'Tildy's haunts, to find Uncle Remus alone in his cabin. The child liked to have his venerable partner all to himself. Uncle Remus was engaged in hunting for tobacco crumbs with which to fill his pipe, and in turning his pockets a rabbit foot dropped upon the hearth. "Grab it, honey," he exclaimed. "Snatch it up offen de hearth. In the name of goodness, don't let it get into embers, 'cause if dat there rabbit foot gets singed, I'm a goner, sure." It was the hind foot of a rabbit, and a very large one at that, and the little boy examined it curiously. He was in thorough sympathy with all the superstitions of the negroes, and to him the rabbit foot appeared to be an uncanny affair. He placed it carefully on Uncle Remus's knee, and after the pipe had been filled, he asked, "What do you carry that for, Uncle Remus?" "Well, honey," responded the old man grimly, "if you want me to make shorts out of a mighty long tail, dat rabbit foot is fer to keep off boogers. When I have to run errands for myself at all times of night, and take night cuts through the woods, and cross by the burying ground, it's monstrous handy for to have dat there rabbit foot. Keep your head steady now. Mind your eye. I ain't sayin' there any boogers anywheres. Brer Jack can say what he mind ter. I ain't sayin' nothin'. But yit, if there was any, and they come slinkin' after me, I let you know they'd find out directly dat the old nigger healed with rabbit foot. I'd hold it up just dis-a-way, and I bound you I'd shoo 'em off on the face of the earth. And I'll tell you what," continued Uncle Remus, seeing that the little boy was somewhat troubled, "when it come to dat pass, dat you gotta be dodgin' round in de dark, and you'll just holler for me, I'll loan you dish yer rabbit foot, and you'll be just as safe as you is when Miss Sally's standing by your bed with a little candle in her hand. Strip of red flannel tied round your arm'll keep off the rheumatiz. Stump water'll cure dyspepsy. Some good for one disease and some good for another. But the p'ints is that dish yer rabbit foot'll give you good luck. The man what told it mighty apt fer to come out right end up when there's any racket gwine on in de neighborhoods, let her be where she will and when she may, mo' especially if the man what got it know exactly what he got to do. White folks may laugh," Uncle Remus went on, "but when rabbit run cross the big road front of me, what does I do? Does I shoo at 'em? Does I make fer to kill 'em? Dat I don't. Dat I don't. I just squats right there in the middle of the road, and I makes a cross mark in the sand, just dis-a-way, and den I spits in it." Uncle Remus made a practical illustration by drawing a cross mark in the ashes on the hearth. "Well, but Uncle Remus, what good does all this do?" the little boy asked. "Lots of good, honey, bless your soul, lots of good. When rabbit crosses your luck, what you gwine do, less'n you sets down and crosses it out, right den and dere. I hear talk of folks shootin' rabbit in de big road, yet I notices that dem what does de shootin' ain't come to no good end. That's what I notices." "Uncle Remus," the little boy asked after a while, "how did people happen to find out about the rabbit's foot?" "Oh, you let folks alone for dat, honey. You just let 'em alone. What the women ain't up and tell bidout anybody axin' of 'em, folks mighty apt for to find out for derself. De women, dey does de talkin' and de flyin', and de mens, dey does de walkin' and de pryin', and betwixt and betweenst 'em, there ain't much dat don't come out. If it don't come out one day, it do de next, and so she goes, ante over, ante under, up one row and down de other, and clean across de bolly patch." It may be that the child didn't understand all this, but he had no doubt of its wisdom, and so he waited patiently for developments. "Dere's a tale 'bout de rabbit foot," continued Uncle Remus, "but your eye look watery, like ole man Nob 'bout to slip up behind you, and let alone dat, I spec Miss Sally clock clickin' for you right now."
"Oh, no, it isn't, Uncle Remus," said the boy, laughing. "Mamma said she'd make 'Tildy call me."
"Dare now!" exclaimed the old man indignantly. "'Tildy this and 'Tildy dat. I dunno what your mammy dreamin' 'bout for to let dat nigger gal be a hollerin' and a bawlin' after you all round dish yer plantation. She jes' most uppity nigger on de hill, and de fust news you know, dey all'll have to make de bows and call her mistress. If ole Miss was 'live, dey wouldn't be no such goin's-on round here. But never mind. You jes' let her come cuttin' up front of my door, and I lay you'll hear squallin'. Now den," continued the old man, settling himself back in his chair, "whereabouts was I?"
"You said there was a tale about the rabbit foot," the little boy replied.
"So dey is, honey, so dey is," Uncle Remus exclaimed. "But she got so many crooks and turns in her dat I dunno but what I ain't done gone on and forgotted some of 'em off of my mind, 'cause ole folks like me knows lots more dan what dey kin remember. In de days whence Brer Rabbit was sorter keepin' de neighborhoods stirred up, de yuther creeturs was studyin' and studyin' de whole blessed time how dey gwine to nab him. Dey ain't had no holiday yit, 'cause when de holiday come, dey'd go to work, dey would, and juggle with one another fer to see how dey gwine to ketch up wid Brer Rabbit. By, when all der plans and der traps and der jugglements ain't do no good, dey all 'greed, dey did, dat Brer Rabbit got some conjurement what he trick 'em wid. Brer B'ar, he up and 'low, he did, dat he bound Brer Rabbit is a nat'ral born witch. Brer Wolf say, says he, dat he spec Brer Rabbit just in cahoots wid a witch. And Brer Fox, he vow dat Brer Rabbit got more luck dan smartness. Den Jedge B'ar, he drop his head one side, he did, and he ax how come Brer Rabbit got all de luck on he own side. De more dey ax, de more dey get pestered, and de more dey get pestered, de worse dey worry. Day in and day out dey work wid dis puzzlement, let 'lone dat, dey sot up nights, and by dey agree 'mongst deyself dat dey better make up wid Brer Rabbit, and see if dey can't find out how come he so lucky. Whiles all dis gwine on, old Brer Rabbit was a gallopin' round from Funtown to Frolicville, a kickin' up de devilment and terrifyin' de neighborhoods. Hit keep on dis-a-way, twell one time, endurin' de odd come shorts, old Jedge B'ar sont with one of his chilluns done been tooken wid a sickness, and he ax won't ole Miss Rabbit drap round and set up wid him. Ole Miss Rabbit, she say, course she go, and after she fill her satchel full of yerbs and truck, off she put. "I done forget," said Uncle Remus, scratching his head gravely, "which one of dem chilluns was ailin'. It might have been cubs, and it might have been clibs, but no matter fer dat. When ole Miss Rabbit get dar, ole Miss B'ar was a settin' up in de chimbly corner jes a dozin' and a nussin' de young'un, and all de women of de neighborhoods was dar, a whispin' and a talkin', jes fer all de world like women does dese days. It is, 'Come right in, Sis Rabbit, I'm mighty proud to see you. I'm mighty glad you fotch your knittin', 'cause I powerfully poor company when my chillun's sick. Just fling your bonnet on de bed dar. I'm dat flustrated twell I dunno which ends up sca'cely. Sis Wolf, hand Sis Rabbit dat rockin' chair dar, 'cause it ain't no one step from her house to mine." "Dat de way ole Miss B'ar run on," continued Uncle Remus, "and dey set dar and dey chatter and dey clatter. Old Brer Wolf, he is settin' out on de back piazzer smokin' and noddin'.
He'd a take and draw a long whiff, he would, and then he'd drap off to noddin', and let the smoke oozle out through the nose. By ole Sis Rabbit drop a knittin' in her lap and sing out, says she.
"Law, Sis Bar, I smells bark smoke," says she.
Ole Sis Bar, she jolt up the sick baby and swap it from one knee to the other, and allow,
"My old man been smokin' round yere the whole blessed day, but soon as dish yere child took sick, I just took and told him, says I, for to take hisself off in de woods where he belong at, says I. Yes'm, I did dat. I pities any woman what her old man is for everlastin' stuck round de house when dey's any sickness gwine on," says she.
Old Brer Wolf sot out there on de back piazzer, and he shot one eye, he did, and opened 'em again, and let the smoke oozle out through his nose. Sis Bar, she jolt the sick baby and swap it from one knee to the other. They sot there and talked, till by the confab sort of slack up. Fust news they know, Sis Rabbit drop her knittin' and fling up her hands and squall out,
"De gracious and de goodness! If I ain't done a kind of traipsin' off and left my old man Money Puss, and he got sompin in there what he won't take a purty for, neither. I'm dat forgetful," says she. "'Twill it keep me miserable mighty nigh de whole time," says she.
Brer Wolf, he lift up his ear and open his eye, and let the smoke oozle out of his nose. Sis Bar, she jolt the sick baby wuss and wuss, and by she up and say, says she,
"I'm mighty glad it ain't me, dat I is," says she. "Because if I was to left my old man Money Puss lying round dat-a-way, he'd just naturally rip up the planks in de floor, and tear off all de bark off'n de trees," says she.
Ole Miss Rabbit, she sot there, she did, and she rock and study and rock, and she done know what to do. Ole Sis Bar, she jolt and jolt the baby. Old Brer Wolf, he let the barker smoke oozle through the nose, he did, and then he opened both eyes and lay his pipe down. Wid dat, he crope down de back steps and lit out for Brer Rabbit house. Brer Wolf got gait some like a racehorse, and it ain't take him long for to get where he goin'. When he get to Brer Rabbit house, he pull de latch string and open de door, and when he do dis, one of de little Rabs wake up, and he holler out, "Dat you, Mammy?" Den Brer Wolf wish he can sing "Bye-O Baby," but 'fore he can make answer, de little Rab holler out again, "Dat you, Mammy?" Old Brer Wolf know he gotta do somethin', so he took and whisper, he did, "Shh! Go to sleep, honey. De boogers'll git you." And wid dat the little Rab begun to wimple, and he wimpled hisself off to sleep. Den when it seemed like de little Rabs, which dey was mighty nigh 11 of 'em, is all gone to sleep, Brer Wolf, he crope round, he did, and feel on de mantel shelf, and feel, twell he come to old Brer Rabbit Money Puss. If he wa'n't so light wid his hand, Uncle Remus went on, glancing quizzically at the child, he'd a knock off de polygolic vial what ole Miss Rabbit put up there. But never mind. Brer Wolf, he feel, twell he come to de Money Puss, and he grabbed dat, he did, and he just flewed away from there. When he get out of sight and yearin', Brer Wolf look at de Money Puss and see what in it. It is one of dese yer kind of money puss with tossel on de end and shiny rings in de middle. Brer Wolf look in there for to see what he can see. In one end there was a piece of calamus root and some collard seeds, and in de other end there was a great big rabbit foot. Dis make Brer Wolf feel mighty good, and he gallop off home wid de showance of a man what's done found a gold mine.
Here Uncle Remus paused and betrayed a disposition to drop off to sleep. The little boy, however, touched him upon the knee and asked him what Brother Rabbit did when he found his foot was gone. Uncle Remus laughed and rubbed his eyes. "It's mighty curious 'bout Brer Rabbit, honey. He ain't missed that money puss for a mighty long time, and when he do miss it, he miss it mighty bad. He miss it so bad that he get right down sick, 'cause he know he bleeds to find dat there foot let go what may, and come what will. He study and he study, yet it ain't do no good, and he go all round allowin' to hisself, 'I know where I put dat foot, yet I don't know where I left 'em. I know where I put dat foot, yet I don't know where I left 'em.' He mope and he mope round. Look like Brer Wolf got all de luck, and Brer Rabbit ain't got none. Brer Wolf get fat, Brer Rabbit get lean. Brer Wolf run fast, Brer Rabbit lope heavy like ole Sis Cow. Brer Wolf feel funny, Brer Rabbit feel po'ly. He keep on dis-a-way twell by Brer Rabbit know somethin' or nother bleeds to be done. At last he make up his mind fer to take a journey, and he fix up his tricks, he do, and he go and see ole Aunt Mammy Bammy Big Money."
"And who was old Aunt Mammy Bammy Big Money, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
"Ah, yeah!" exclaimed Uncle Remus in a tone of triumph. "I knew when I fotched that old creature's name up there wa'n't gwine to be no noddin' round dish yer hearth. In dem days," he continued, "there was a witch rabbit, and dat was her entitlements, ole Aunt Mammy Bammy Big Money. She live way off in a deep, dark swamp, and if you go there you have to ride some, slide some, jump some, hump some, hop some, flop some, walk some, balk some, creep some, sleep some, fly some, cry some, foller some, holler some, wade some, spade some, and if you ain't monstrous keerful, you ain't gonna get there den. Yet Brer Rabbit he get there after so long a time, and he mighty nigh wore out. He sot down, he did, fer to rest himself, and by he sees black smoke comin' out of the hole in the ground where the ole witch rabbit stay. Smoke get blacker and blacker, and after while Brer Rabbit know the time done come for him to open up and tell what he want." As Uncle Remus interpreted the dialogue, Brother Rabbit spoke in a shrill, frightened tone, while the voice of the Rabbit Witch was hoarse and oracular.
"Mammy Bammy Big Money, I needs your help."
"Son Riley Rabbit, why so? Son Riley Rabbit, why so?"
"Mammy Bammy Big Money, I lost the foot you gimme."
"Oh, Riley Rabbit, why so? Son Riley Rabbit, why so?"
"Mammy Bammy Big Money, my luck done gone. I put dat foot down upon the ground. I left 'em there I know not where."
"De wolf done tuck and stole yo' luck, son Riley Rabbit, Riley. Go find de track. Go get him back, son Riley Rabbit, Riley." "Wid dat," continued Uncle Remus, "ole Aunt Mammy Bammy Big Money sucked all de black smoke back in de hole in de ground, and Brer Rabbit jes put out for home. When he git there, what do he do? Do he go off in the corner by himself and wipe his weepin' eye? Dat he don't. Dat he don't. He jes tuck and wait his chance. He wait and he wait. He wait all day. He wait all night. He wait mighty nigh a month. He hang round Brer Wolf house, he watch and he wait. By one day, Brer Rabbit get the news dat Brer Wolf jest come back from a big frolic. Brer Rabbit know his time comin', and he keep both eye open and both years hiced up.
Next mornin' after Brer Wolf git back from de big frolic, Brer Rabbit see him come out of de house and go down to de spring after a bucket of water. Brer Rabbit, he slip up, he did, and he look in. Ole Miss Wolf, she is sailin' round fryin' meat and gittin' breakfast, and dere hanging cross the cheer was Brer Wolf's waistcoat where he keep his money puss. Brer Rabbit rush up to de door and pant like he mighty nigh fag out. He rush up, he did, and he sing out, "Mornin', Sis Wolf, mornin'! Brer Wolf saw me after de shaving brush, which he keep it into dat there money puss what I loaned him." Sis Wolf, she fling up her hands and let him drop, and she laugh and say, says she, "I 'clare to gracious, Brer Rabbit, you give me such a turn dat I ain't got room for to be polite, scarcely." But most 'fore she gets de words out of her mouth, Brer Rabbit done grabbed de money puss and gone.
"Which way did he go, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked after a while.
"Well, I tell you dis," Uncle Remus responded emphatically. "Brer Rabbit road ain't lay by de spring, I bound you that."
Presently 'Tildy put her head in the door to say that it was bedtime, and shortly afterward the child was dreaming. Chapter 31 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 31, In Some Lady's Garden. When the little boy next visited Uncle Remus, the old man was engaged in the somewhat tedious operation of making shoe pegs. Daddy Jack was assorting a bundle of sassafras roots, and Aunt Tempy was transforming a meal sack into shirts for some of the little negroes, a piece of economy of her own devising. Uncle Remus pretended not to see the child.
"It's just like I tell you all," he remarked, as if renewing a conversation. "I'm monstrous glad dey ain't no bad chilluns on dis place fer to be wadin' in de spring branch and flingin' mud on de yuther little chilluns, which de goodness knows dey are nasty enough bidout dat. I'm monstrous glad dey ain't none of dat kind of young'uns round yer. I is dat."
"Now, Uncle Remus," exclaimed the little boy in an injured tone, "somebody's been telling you something on me." The old man appeared to be very much astonished.
"Hey-o! Where you been hidin', honey? Yer it is most way after supper, and you ain't into bed yet. Well, well, well. Sit over agin in de chimbley jam dere where you kin dry dem shoes, and de very next time what I see you wadin' in dat branch, wid de sickly season comin' on, I'm a-gwine to take you cross my shoulder and carry you to Miss Sally, and if dat don't do no good, den I'll carry you to Mars John, and if dat ain't do no good, den I'm done wid you. So dere now."
The little boy sat silent a long time, listening to the casual talk of Uncle Remus and his guests, and watching the vapor rise from his wet shoes. Presently there was a pause in the talk, and the child said, "Uncle Remus, have I been too bad to hear a story?" The old man straightened himself up and pushed his spectacles back on his forehead.
"Now den, folks, you year what he say. Shill we pursue on after de creatures? Shill or shan't?"
"Bless your soul, Brer Remus, I'm most shamed myself, yet I tell you de Lord's truth, I just as bad after dem er tales as dat child dere."
"Well, den," said Uncle Remus, "a tale it is. One time der was a man, and dish yer man he had a garden. He had a garden, and he had a little gal fer to mind it. I don't 'spect dish yer garden was wide like Miss Sally's garden, but it is lots longer. It is so long dat it run down side of de big road, cross by de plum thicket, and back up de lane. Dish yer garden was so nice and long dat it took and tracked de attention of Brer Rabbit. But the fence was built so close and so high that he can't get in nohow he can fix it.
"Oh, I know about that," exclaimed the little boy. "The man catches Brother Rabbit and ties him, and the girl lets him loose to see him dance."
Uncle Remus dropped his chin upon his bosom. He seemed to be humbled.
"Sis Tempy," he said after a sigh, "you have to come in sometime when we ain't so crowded, and I'll up and tell about Billy Malone and Miss Janey."
"That wasn't the story I heard, Uncle Remus," said the little boy. "Please tell me about Billy Malone and Miss Janey."
"Ah, ye!" exclaimed Uncle Remus with a triumphant smile. "I 'lowed maybe I warn't losing the use of my remembrance, and sure 'nuff I ain't. Now den, we'll just work our way back and start fair and square. One time there was a man, and dish yer man he had a garden and a little gal. The garden was chock full of truck, and in de mornin's, when de man had to go off, he call up de little gal, he did, and tell her dat she must be sure and keep old Brer Rabbit out of de garden. He tell her dis every mornin', but one mornin' he took and forgot it, twel he got to de front gate, and den he stop and holler back, 'Oh, Janey, you Janey, mind what I tell you 'bout old Brer Rabbit. Don't you let him get my nice green peas.' Little gal, she holler back, 'Yes, Daddy.' All dis time Brer Rabbit he is settin' out dere in de bushes dozin'. Yit, when he hear his name call out so loud, he cock up one year and listen, and he 'low to hisself dat he bleedz to outdo Mr. Man. By Brer Rabbit, he went round and come down de big road just as nat'ral as if he been trafflin' somewheres. He see de little gal sittin' by de gate, and he up and allow, 'Ain't dish yer Miss Janey?' Little gal say, 'My daddy call me Janey.' Uncle Remus mimicked the voice and manner of a little girl. He hung his head, looked excessively modest, and spoke in a shrill tone. The effect was so comical that even Daddy Jack seemed to enjoy it. "My daddy call me Janey. What's your daddy call you?" Brer Rabbit look on de ground and sorter study like folk does when they feels bad. Den he look up and allow, "I been lose my daddy dis many long year, but when he live he call me Billy Malone." Den he look at de little gal hard and low. Well, I ain't seed you since you is a little bit of baby, and now yer you is nigh a grown woman. I pass your daddy in de road just now, and he say I must come and tell you for to gimme a mess of sparrowgrass." Little gal, she fling de gate wide open, and let Mr. Billy Malone get de sparrowgrass. Man come back and see where somebody done been tromplin' on de garden truck, and den he call up de little gal, and up and ax her who been dere since he been gone. And de little gal, she 'low, she did, dat Mr. Billy Malone been dere. Man ax who in de name of goodness is Mr. Billy Malone. Little gal 'low it's just a man what say her daddy sont him in fer to get some sparrowgrass on account er ole acquaintance. Man got his suspicions, but he ain't say nothin'. Next day, when he start off, he holler and tell de little gal fer to keep one eye on old Brer Rabbit, and don't let nobody git no more sparrowgrass. Brer Rabbit, he sittin' off dere in de bushes, and he year what de man say, and he see him when he go off. By, he sorter run round, old Brer Rabbit did, and he come hoppin' down de road twel he get close up by de little gal at de garden gate. Brer Rabbit drapped to his biggest bough, and ax her how she come on. Den after dat, he allow, he did, "I see your daddy gwine 'long down de road just now, and he give me a rakin' down 'cause I make way wid de sparrowgrass. Yit he say dat bein' as
how I such a good friend of the family, I can come and ask you for to give me a mess of English peas.
Little gal, she took and fling de gate wide open, and old Brer Rabbit, he march in, he did, and he git de peas in a hurry. Man come back after a while. He allow, "Who been trampling down my pea vines?"
Mr. Billy Malone, Daddy.
Man slap his hand on his forehead. He dunno what to make of all dis. By and by he allow, "What kind of looking man dish yer Mr. Billy Malone?"
Split lip, pop eye, big ear, and bobtail, Daddy.
Man say he bless if he ain't gwine to make de acquaintance of Mr. Billy Malone, and he went to work, he did, and fix him up a box trap, and he put some goobers in there, and he tell de little gal next time Mr. Billy Malone come fer to invite him in. Next mornin', man get little ways from de house and took and holler back, he did, "Whatsomever you does, don't you dast to let nobody get no more sparrowgrass, and don't you let 'em get no more English peas." Little gal holler back,
"No, Daddy."
Den after dat, 'twa'n't long 'fore here come Mr. Billy Malone, hoppin' along down de big road. He drapped a bow, he did, and allow, "Mornin', Miss Janey, mornin'. Met your daddy down de big road. He say that I can't git no more sparrowgrass and green peas, but you can give me some goobers." Little gal, she lead de way in, and tell Mr. Billy Malone dere dey is in de box. Mr. Billy Malone, he lick his chops, he did, and allow, "You oughter be monstrous glad, honey, that you got such a good daddy like dat." Wid dat, Mr. Billy Malone wunk his off eye and jump in de box.
"What I done tell you?" exclaimed Aunt Tempy.
"He jump in de box," continued Uncle Remus, "and dere he was, and ef de little girl had a been a minute bigger, I lay she'd a tuck and done some mighty tall winkin'. Man ain't gone fur, and 'twa'n't long 'fore yer he come back. When Brer Rabbit year him comin', he bounce round in dere same as a flea in a pillow case, but it ain't do no good. Trap done fall, and Brer Rabbit in dere. Man look through de slats and 'low, "Dere you is, same old hoppin', skippin', runnin', jumpin'. You de very chap I'm after. I want your foot for to carry in my pocket, I want your meat for to put in de pot, and I want your hide for to wear on my head." Dis make cold chill rush up and down Brer Rabbit backbone, and he git more humbled dan a town nigger what been cotch out after 9 o'clock. He holler and cry and holler, "Do pray, Mr. Man, turn me go. I done deceive you dis time, but I ain't gwine to deceive you no more. Do pray, Mr. Man, turn me go, just dis little bit of time." Man, he ain't sayin' nothin'. He look like he's studyin' 'bout somethin' nother way off yonder, and den he take the little girl by the hand and go off towards the house.
"Sho'ly Brer Rabbit's time done come now," exclaimed Aunt Tempy in a tone of mingled awe and expectation.
Uncle Remus paid no attention to the interruption, but went right on. "It seem like dat Brer Rabbit got more luck dan what you can shake a stick at, 'cause de man and de little gal ain't good and gone sca'cely, till yer come Brer Fox a perootin' round. Brer Fox year Brer Rabbit hollerin', and he up and ax him what de occasion of such goin's on right there in de broad open daylight. Brer Rabbit squall out, 'Lordy, Brer Fox, you better make haste away from yer, 'cause Mr. Man'll catch you and slap you in dish yer box and make you eat mutton twel you'll just nat'rally bust right wide open. Run, Brer Fox, run! He been feedin' me on mutton the whole blessed mornin', and now he done gone after more. Run, Brer Fox, run!' Yit Brer Fox ain't run. He up and ax Brer Rabbit how de mutton tastes.
'He tastes mighty good long at fust, but 'nuff's enough, and too much is a plenty,'
Run, Brer Fox, run! He'll catch you, sure!" Yet Brer Fox ain't run. He up and allowed that he believe he want some mutton hisself, and with dat, he unloosed the trap and let Brer Rabbit out, and den he took and get in there. Brer Rabbit ain't wait for to see what the upshot going to be, neither. I bound you he ain't. He just took and gallop off in the woods, and he laugh and laugh till he have to hug a tree for to keep from drapping on the ground.
"Well, but what became of Brother Fox?" the little boy asked, after waiting some time for Uncle Remus to proceed.
"Now den, honey," said the old man, falling back upon his dignity, "it ain't about takes all my spare time for to keep up wid you and Brer Rabbit, let alone keepin' up wid Brer Fox. Old Brer Rabbit took keer of himself, and now let Brer Fox take."
Chapter 32 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 32. Brer Possum Gets in Trouble. When Uncle Remus began his story of Billy Malone and Miss Janey, Daddy Jack sat perfectly quiet. His eyes were shut, and he seemed to be dozing, but as the story proceeded he grew more and more restless. Several times he was upon the point of interrupting Uncle Remus, but he restrained himself. He raised his hands to a level with his chin and beat the ends of his fingers gently together, apparently keeping time to his own thoughts. But his impatience exhausted itself, and when Uncle Remus had concluded, the old African was as quiet as ever. When Brother Fox was left so unceremoniously to his fate, Daddy Jack straightened himself temporarily and said,
"Me ain't been a yeri dat tale so. E nice for true. E make laugh come. Una been no a yeri like me."
"No," said Uncle Remus with grave affability, "I spect not. One man, one tale. 'Nother man, 'nother tale. Folks tell 'em different. I bound your way de best, Brer Jack. Out wid it, and we'll all sit up yer and hawk at you and laugh wid you plumb twel de chickens crow."
Daddy Jack needed no other invitation. He clasped his knee in his hands and began.
"Dey is been lif one man what plant some pea in his garden. He plant some pea, and he make no pea. Brer Rabbit, he is find 'em. He find 'em and he eat 'em. Man make no pea, Brer Rabbit he stroy 'em so. He plant dem pea, dey do grow, and he go off. He come back, pea no dare. Brer Rabbit tear 'em up and make 'em cud wid dem. So long time, man says he gwine catch 'em, and he no catch 'em. Man go, Brer Rabbit come. Man come, Brer Rabbit go. Bimeby man, he is git so mad, his eye bin come red. He crack his tooth, he do cuss. He obe he gwine catch Brer Rabbit no how. Doon he is bin a call her de lily gal. He talk, he tell him fer to let Brer Rabbit go through de garden gate. Little gal say yasser. He talk, he tell him when Brer Rabbit go through de gate, den he must shet de gate, and no let come pass no more. Little gal say yasser. Old man is bin a gone about his work. Little gal, he do listen. Brer Rabbit, he come tippy-toe, gone in de garden, eat dem pea till he fill up, eat till he mos' get sick with dem pea. Done he start for to go out. He find de gate shut. He shake 'em. He no open. He push 'em. He no open. He fair grunt. He push so hard, he no open. He been a call the little gal, he say, little gal, come me open the gate. It is hurt my feeling to find the gate shut like this. Little gal no talk nothing. Brer Rabbit say, "'Tis a been hurt my feeling, little gal. Come me open the gate, little gal, lest I tear 'em loose from the hinge." Little gal vice come back. He talk. Daddy say, "Mustn't." Brer Rabbit open his mouth. He say, "See me long trap tooth? He bite you true and true." Little gal scared. He turn around and gate on fly. Brer Rabbit gone. A man come back. He asks about Brer Rabbit. Little gal say, "He done gone, Daddy. I shet the gate. I hold him fast. Brer Rabbit been show the tooth and going for to bite me true and true. I get scared, Daddy." Man asks, "How he going for to bite you true and true when he tooth is fixed to bite grass?" Brer Rabbit tell one big tale. He no kin bite you. When he come again, you shut dem gate. You hold 'em tight. You no let go pass no more. Little girl say, "Yassa." Next day morning, man go long 'bout his work. Little gal, she play round and she play round. Brer Rabbit, he is come tippy-tippy. He find the gate open. He sleep in the garden. He chew dem pea. He gnaw dem pea. He eat till dem peas taste bad. Dun he try to go out. Gate shet fast. He no kin get through. He push. Gate no open. He kick with foot. Gate no open. He butt with head. Gate no open. Dun he holler, little gal, come and open the gate. It berry bad for a fool with old man like me. I no can hold me feeling down when you is do like this. It berry bad." Little gal hold he head down, and she no say nothing. Brer Rabbit say, "Be shame, little gal, for do old man like this. Me feeling get worser. Come and open the gate, for I tear 'em down." Little gal say, "Daddy say mustn't." Brer Rabbit open his eye wide. He look berry mad. He say, "See me big eye? I pop this eye straight at you. Me kill you dead. Come and open the gate, for me eye pop." Little gal skeer for true. He loose the gate, and fair fly. Brer Rabbit done gone. Little girl daddy's back. He asks, "Where is Brer Rabbit?" Little girl say, "He done gone, Daddy. I hold gate fast. He's been a come berry mad. He say he gwine pop his eye at me, shoot me dead." Man say, "Brer Rabbit tell a too big tale. How he gwine shoot you with a eye? His eye same like the other folks' eye. When he come some more, you shut dem gate, you hold 'em fast." Little girl say, "Yasser." Next day morning, man go, Brer Rabbit come. He is march in the gate and eat 'em dem pea till he can eat 'em no more. He start out, gate shut. He no kin can pass. He shake, he pull, gate shed. Dun he holler, little gal, come you open the gate. 'Tis berry bad for treat you kin like this. Come open the gate, little gal. 'Tis full me up with sorry when you do like this." Little gal, she no say nothing. Brer Rabbit say, "He berry bad for treat your kin like this. Turn and go to gate, little gal." Little gal say, "How you is kin with me, Brer Rabbit?" "Your granddaddy foller at me nuncle with the dog. Dat make we is kin. Come open the gate, little gal." "Dat old rabbit was a talkin', man," exclaimed Aunt Tempy enthusiastically. Little gal no say nothing at all. Daddy Jack went on with renewed animation.
Den Brer Rabbit say, "See me long sharp tooth, little gal? Me bite you true and true." Little gal say, "Me no scared of tooth. He bite nothing tall 'cep he bite grass." Brer Rabbit say, "See me big eye? I pop 'em at you, shoot you dead." Little gal say, "Me no skeer of the eye. He seem like the other folks' eye." Brer Rabbit say, "Little gal, you make me come mad. I no like for to hurt me kin. Look at me horn. I run you true and true." Brer Rabbit lift his 2 year up en point 'em straight at de little gal. Little gal come skeer of de horn, en she do turn go da gate en fly from dey.
"Well, if dat don't beat!"
exclaimed Aunt Tempy, laughing as heartily as the little boy.
"Look at 'em one way, en rabbit ear does look like sho' nuff horns."
Little gal turn go de gate. Daddy Jack continued. Brer Rabbit gone. Man come back. He ax, "Where is Brer Rabbit?" Little gal cry. She say she skeer Brer Rabbit horn. Man say he is hab no horn. Little gal is stand 'em down en see de horn. Man say de horn is nothin' 't all but Brer Rabbit year w'at he yeddy wit. En he tell little gal nex' time Brer Rabbit come, she mus' shet de gate, en mus' run from dey en leaf 'em shet. Little gal say, "Yasser." Man gone, Brer Rabbit come. He go in de gate. He eat a dem pea till he tired. He try for to go pass the gate. Gate shut. He call little gal. Little gal gone. He call. Little girl no hear. He try for to find crack in de palin'. No crack dey. He try for jump over. De palin' too high. He come skeered. He is come so skeered he squat pon de ground. He shake, he shiver. Man come back. He ax, "Where Brer Rabbit?" Little gal say, "He in de garden." Man hug little girl. He is lub 'em so. He go in de garden. He find Brer Rabbit. He catch 'em. He carry 'em off for to kill 'em. He mad for true. Little girl come holler,
"Daddy, daddy, daddy, Missus say run dar. He want you come straight dar."
Man tied Brer Rabbit in de bag en hang 'im on de tree limb. He say, "I gwine come back. I larn you for mek cud wid me green pea." Man gone for to see his missus. By, Brer Possum is bin a come pass. He look up, he catch glimpse of de bag pon de limb. He say, "Key, what is dis bin a hangin' de bag pon de tree limb?" Brer Rabbit say, "Hush, Brer Possum, 'tis a me. I bin a listen at dem sing in de cloud." Brer Possum listen. He say, "I no hear dem sing, Brer Rabbit."
"Hush, Brer Possum. How is I can hear dem sing when you is making de fuss day?"
Brer Possum, he hold his mouth still, 'cep he do grin. Brer Rabbit say,
"I hear dem now. I hear dem now. Brer Possum, I wish you is hear dem sing."
Brer Possum say his mouth water for yem to sing in de cloud. Brer Rabbit, he say he has been a hab so long time acquaintance with Brer Possum, he let him yeddy dem sing. He say, "I git fum de bag, I turn a you in till you is yeddy dem sing. Den you is git fum de bag, till I do come back enjoy myself." Brer Possum, he do climb up in de tree. He git dem bag, he bring 'em down. He tek off de string, en turn Brer Rabbit go. He crawl in en he coil up en say, "I no hear dem sing, Brer Rabbit."
"Hi! Wait till de bag get tie, Brer Possum. You kin hear 'em soon enough."
He wait.
"I no hear dem sing, Brer Rabbit." "Hi! Wait till I climb de tree, Brer Possum. You'd hear dem soon enough."
He wait.
I no hear dem sing, Brer Rabbit. Wait till I fix 'em pon de limb, Brer Possum. You hear dem soon enough. He wait. Brer Rabbit climb down, and he run from Day-Day. He hide in de bush side. Man come back. He see the bag move. Brer Possum say, I no hear dem sing. I wait for hear 'em sing. Man think he tie Brer Rabbit in de bag. He say, Ah ye, I make you hear 'em sing. Man take de bag from de tree limb. He do slam de bag gin de face of de earth. He take his walking cane, and he is beat Brer Possum what is do him no harm till he most kill him. Man think Brer Rabbit must been dead by dis. He look in de bag. He stretch as he eye big. He astonish. Brer Rabbit, he do come from de bush side. He do holler, he do laugh. He say, You no is a catchin' me. I thief your green pea. I thief you some more. I thief 'em till I dead. Man, he come so mad, he is fling hatchet at Brer Rabbit and chop off his tail. At this moment Daddy Jack subsided. His head drooped forward, and he was soon in the land of Nod. Uncle Remus sat gazing into the fireplace as though lost in reflection. Presently he laughed softly to himself and said, "Dat's just about the long and the short of it. Mr. Man clip off Brer Rabbit's tail wid de hatchet, and it bleed so free den Brer Rabbit rush off into the cotton patch and put some lint on it. And down to dis day dat lint most the first thing you see when Brer Rabbit jump out of his bed and tell you goodbye." "But, Uncle Remus, what became of Brother Possum?"
Uncle Remus smacked his lips and looked wise. "Don't talk 'bout Brer Possum, honey. If dat there Mr. Man was nice folks like we all is, and I ain't dispute it, he took and tuck Brer Possum and barbecue him.
Chapter 33 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 33, Why the Guinea Fowls Are Speckled. One night, while the little boy was watching Uncle Remus broil a piece of bacon on the coals, he heard a great commotion among the guinea fowls. The squawking and pot-racking went on at such a rate that the geese awoke and began to scream, and finally the dogs added their various voices to the uproar. Uncle Remus leaned back in his chair and listened. "I speck maybe dat's de patrollers gwine by," he said after a while. "But you can't put no dependence in dem there guinea hens, 'cause dey'll wake up and holler if dey year deyself snore. Dey'll fool you, sure."
"They are mighty funny, anyhow," said the little boy.
"Dat's it!" exclaimed Uncle Remus. "Dey looks queer, and dey does queer. Dey ain't do like no yuther kind of chicken, and dey ain't look like no yuther kind of chicken. Yit folks tell me," the old man went on reflectively, "that dey are a heap more curious lookin' now dan what dey used to be. I year tell dat dey was one time when dey was all blue, 'stidder havin' all dem air teenchy little spots on 'em."
"Well, how did they get to be speckled, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy, seeing that the old man was disposed to leave the subject and devote his attention to his broiling bacon. Uncle Remus did not respond at once. He turned his meat over carefully, watched it a little while, and then adroitly transferred it to the cover of a tin bucket, which was made to answer the purpose of a plate. Then he searched about in the embers until he found his ash cake, and in a little while his supper was ready to be eaten. "I ain't begrudgin' nobody nothin',"
said Uncle Remus, measuring the victuals with his eye. "Yet I'm monstrous glad Brer Jack ain't nowheres round, 'cause dey ain't no tellin' de gawm dat ole nigger can eat. He look shaky, an' he look dry up, an' he ain't got no toof, yet whence he set himself down where dey's any vittles, he jes' natchally laps it up. An' let alone dat, he'll wipe his mouf an' look round jes' like he want mo'. Time Miss Sally see dat ole nigger eat one meal of vittles, I boun you he hatter go back down de country. I ain't begrudgin' Brer Jack de vittles." Uncle Remus went on, adopting a more conciliatory tone. "Dat I ain't, 'cause folks is got to eat. But, gentermens, you'll be astonished when you see Brer Jack pesterin' 'long at his dinner." The little boy sat quiet a while, and then reminded Uncle Remus of the guinea fowls. "To be sure, honey, to be sure. What I doin' runnin' on dis-a-way about old Brer Jack? What's he done to me? Yer I is gwine on about old Brer Jack, and dem air guinea hens out dere waitin'. Well, den, one day Sis Cow was a-grazin' 'bout in de ole field and lookin' after her calf. De weather was kinder hot, and de calf, he tuck'n stand, he did, in his mammy shadder so he can keep cool, and so dat one flip of his manny tail can keep de flies off'em both of 'em. After a while, along come a drove of guineas. De guineas, dey howdied, and Sis Cow, she howdied, and de guineas, they sorter picked round and sunned deyselves. And Sis Cow, she cropped de grass and axed 'em de news of de neighborhoods. Dey went on dis-a-way twell it 'twa'n't long 'fo' dey year mighty curious noise out dere to the other side of de ole field. De guineas, dey make great admiration, just like dey does dese days, and ole Sis Cow fling up her head and look all round. She ain't see nothin'. After a while dey year dis curious fuss agin, and dey look round, and bless gracious, standin' right dere twixt dem and sundown was a great big lion. "A lion, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy in amazement. "Jes as sho' as you a sittin' dere, honey, a great big lion. You better believe dey was a monstrous flutterment 'mongst de guineas, and ole Sis Cow, she look mighty skeered. De lion love cow meat mos' better dan he do any yuther kind of meat, and he shake his head and allow to hisself dat he'll just about ketch ole Sis Cow and eat her up, and take and carry her calf to his family. Den he took and shook his head, de lion did, and make straight at Sis Cow. De guineas, dey run dis-a-way, and dey run t'other way, and dey run all round and round. But ole Sis Cow, she jes know she got ter stand her ground, and when she see de lion makin' towards her, she jes took and drapped her head down and pawed de dirt. De lion, he crope up, he did, and crope round, watchin' fer a good chance fer to make a jump. He crope round, he did, but no diffunce which way he creep, dere was ole Sis Cow's horns pointin' right straight at him. Ole Sis Cow, she pawed de dirt, she did, and showed de white of her eyes, and beller way down in her stomach. Dey went on dis-a-way, dey did, twell by de guineas, dey see dat Sis Cow ain't so mighty skeered, and den dey gun to take heart. Fust news you know, one of 'em sorter drap his wings and fuzzle up de fedders and run out twixt Sis Cow and de lion. When he get dar, he sorter dip down, he did, and fling up dirt jes like you see him do in de ash pile. Den he took and run back, he did, and time he get back, 'nother one run out and raise de dust twixt Sis Cow and de lion. Den another one, he run out and dip down and shoo up de dust. Den another one run out and dip down, and another one, and yet another one. Twell, bless gracious, time dey all run out and dip down and raise de dust, Dat lion was dat blind twel he ain't kin see his hand before him. Dis make him so mad dat he make a splunge at Sis Cow, and de ole lady, she cotch him on her horns and got him down, and just naturally tore his entrails out." "Did she kill the lion, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy incredulously. "Dat she did, dat she did. Yet it tain't make her proud, 'cause after de lion done good and dead, she took and call up de guineas, she did, and she 'low dey been so quick fer to help her out dat she want to pay 'em back. De guineas, dey say, sezee,
'Don't bother longer we all, Sis Cow,'
sezee,
You had your fun, and we all had ourn, and 'ceppin' that there blood on your hair and your horn,'
sezee,
they ain't none of us any worse off,"
sezee. But ole Sis Cow, she stand 'em down, she did, dat she got to pay 'em back, and den after a while she ax 'em what dey like best. One of 'em up and make answer dat what dey like best, Sis Cow, she can't give 'em. Sis Cow, she up and allowed dat she don't know 'bout dat, and she ax 'em, what is it? Den de guineas, they took and huddle up, dey did, and hol' a confab wid one another, and whiles dey is doin' dis, ole Sis Cow, she took and fetch a long breff, and den she call up her cud, and stood dar chawin' at it just like she ain't had no tribulation dat day. By, one of de guineas step out fum de huddlement and make a bow, and 'low dat dey all'd be mighty proud ef Sis Cow can fix it some way so they can't be seed so fur through the woods, 'cause dey look blue in de sun, and dey look blue in de shade, and dey can't hide deyself nohow. Sis Cow, she chaw on her cud, and shut her eyes and study. She chaw and study and study. By, she 'low, "Go fetch me a pail." Guinea hen laugh.
"Law, Sis Cow, what the name of goodness you going to do with a pail?"
"Go fetch me a pail." Guinea hen, she runned off, she did, and after a while here she comes trotting back with a pail. She sot dat pail down,
continued Uncle Remus in the tone of an eyewitness to the occurrence, and Sis Cow, she took and stand over it, and she let down her milk in dar twell she mighty nigh filled de pail full. Den she took and make dem guinea hens git in a row, and she dip her tail in dat there pail, and she switch it at de fust, and den sprinkle her all over wid de milk, and every time she switch her tail at 'em, she 'low, "I loves dis'n." Then she'd sing, "Oh, blue, go away, you shall not stay. Oh, Guinea, be gray, be gray." She took and sprinkled de last one of 'em, and de guineas, dey sot in de sun twel dey get dry. Chapter 34 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 34. Brer Rabbit's Love Charm. "Dey was one time," said Uncle Remus one night as they all sat around the wide hearth, Daddy Jack, Aunt Tempy, and the little boy in their accustomed places, "Dey was one time when de other creeturs pushed Brer Rabbit so close dat he took up a kinder idea dat maybe he wa'n't as smart as he might be, and he study 'bout dis plum twel he git humble as de next man. Las' he 'low to hisse'f dat he better make inquirements." "Kee!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, raising both hands and grinning excitedly. "What tale dis? I been yeary de tale when I been weaned from my mammy." "Well, den, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, with instinctive deference to the rules of hospitality, "I 'spect you just better whirl in yer and spin her out. And if you get mixed up anywheres, I'll just slip in front of you and catch hold where you left off." With that, Daddy Jack proceeded.
"One time, Brer Rabbit is been lub one young lady."
"Miss Meadows, I expect," suggested Uncle Remus, as the old African paused to rub his chin.
"He no lub Miss Meadow nothing at all,"
exclaimed Daddy Jack emphatically.
"He been lub the other young lady from dat. He is been lub very nice young lady. He lub 'em hard, he lub 'em long, and he is gwine try for to make young lady marry wit him. Young lady seem like she no look upon Brer Rabbit, und dis is been a make Brer Rabbit feel very bad all day long. He move way off by hisself, he lose his fat, and his hair is been a come out. By, he see one ol' African mans what is been a hunt in de field for root and yerb for to make de medicine truck. He see 'em, and he go towards him. African mans, he is eyes big, he astonish. He say, 'Ki, Brer Rabbit, you hilt is been a come. He been a gone and lef you. What make you look so beauty like dis? Who is been hurt to your feeling?' Brer Rabbit laugh with dry grins. He say, 'Shoo, I been got well. If you see me when I sick for true, 'twill make your hair stand up, I scare you so.' African mans, he make Brer Rabbit stick out his tongue, and he's count Brer Rabbit pulse. He shake his head. He do say, 'Hi, Brer Rabbit, what all dis? You is been catcha de gal fever, and he is strack in upon your gizzard.' Den Brer Rabbit, he is tell de African mans about dem young lady what no look towards him. And de African mans, he do say, he been no gal same like dat. He has been shum before. He say he can fix all dem young lady like dat. Brer Rabbit, he is feel so good, he jump up high. He has been crack his heel, and he shake de African mans by de hand. African mans, he say, Brer Rabbit no can get de gal 'cep he make him one charm bag. He say he must get one elephant tush, he must get one gator tooth, he must get one rice bud bill. Brer Rabbit very glad 'bout dis, and he hop way from day. He hop, he run, he jump all next day night, and by he see one great big elephant come breaking his way through the roots. Brer Rabbit, he say, 'Ki, una big for true. I been a yetty talk 'bout dis in me old country. Una big for true, too big for to be strong.' Elephant say, 'See dis.' He take pine tree in his snout, he pull him up by the roots, he toss him way off. Brer Rabbit say, 'Hi, dem tree come 'cause you been high, he no come 'cause you been strong.' Elephant say, 'See dis.' He rush through the roots, he fair tear 'em down. Brer Rabbit say, 'Whew, dem has been a sapling where you destroy. See dat big pine? Una no can destroy dem.' Elephant say, 'See dis.' He run pon de big pine. De big pine has been too tough. Elephant tush stick in there for true, and big pine hol' 'em fast. Brer Rabbit get at 'em tusk, and fetch 'em where de African mans live. African man say elephant is been too big for to be smart. He say he must have one gator tooth for go with elephant tush. Brer Rabbit, he do crack his heel, he do fair fly from day. He go long, he go long. By, he come pon gator. The sun shinin' hot. The gator do enjoy hisself. Brer Rabbit say, 'Dis road, he very bad. Less we make good one by the crick side.' Gator like dat. He wake hisself up from his head to his tail.
dey start to clean de road. Gator, he do tear de bush wif a toof. He sweep de trash away wid his tail. Brer Rabbit, he do beat de bush down wid his cane. He hit left, he hit right. He hit up, he hit down. He hit all round. He hit and he hit, till by and by he hit Gator in de mouth and knock de tooth out. He grab him up, he gone from day. He fetch de gator tooth where de Africa mans live. Africa man say, Gator is been got sharp tooth for true. Go fetch me one rice bud bill. Brer Rabbit gone. He go long, till he see rice bud swinging on bush, and he ask him, can he fly? Rice bud say, see dis. He whistle, he sing, he shake his wing, he fly all round and round. Brer Rabbit say, rice bud can fly when de wind has been blow, but he is no can fly when no wind blow. Rice bud say, Henty. He wait for wind stop blowin'. He wait, and he fly all round and round. Brer Rabbit say rice bud yint can fly in house where dey no wind. Rice bud say, Henty. He fly in house, he fly all round and round. Brer Rabbit pull de door shut. He look at dem rice bud and say, Henty. He catch dem rice bud. He do get 'em bill and fetch 'em away de Africa man live. Africa man say dem rice bud bill slick for true. He take it de elephant tusk, he take it de gator tooth, he take it de rice bud bill, he put 'em in little bag and swing dem bag pon Brer Rabbit neck. Den Brer Rabbit can marry dem young gal. Auntie! Here Daddy Jack paused and flung a glance of feeble tenderness upon 'Tildy. Uncle Remus smiled contemptuously, seeing which 'Tildy straightened herself, tossed her head, and closed her eyes with an air of indescribable scorn. "I dun know what Brer Rabbit might 'a' done," she exclaimed, "but I lay if dere's any old nigger man totin' a conjur bag in dis neighborhood, he'll get mighty tired of it 'fore it do him any good. I lay dat." Daddy Jack chuckled heartily at this. Chapter 35 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 35. Brer Rabbit submits to a test. "Uncle Remus," said the child, "do you reckon Brother Rabbit really married the young lady?" "Bless your soul, honey," responded the old man, with a sigh. "It belong to Brer Jack fer to tell you dat. 'Tain't none of my tale." "Wasn't that the tale you started to tell?" "Who? Me? Shoo! I ain't disputin' but what Brer Jack's tale des as purty as dey any needs fer, and 'tain't none of my tale." At this, the little boy laid his head upon Uncle Remus's knee and waited. "Now, den," said the old man, with an air of considerable importance, "we're got to go way back behind dish yer alligator doin's what Brer Jack been mixin' us up wid. If I makes no mistakes with my remembrance, de place whereabouts I lef off was where Brer Rabbit had so many app'intments fer to keep out of de way of de other creeturs dat he begun to feel monstrous humbified. Let 'em be who dey will, you get folks in a close place if you want to see 'em shed de proudness. Dey beg mo' samer dan a nigger when de patrollers catch 'em. Brer Rabbit ain't ko no beggin', 'cause dey ain't kotch, and yit come so night he begun to feel his weakness. When Brer Rabbit feel dis-a-way, do he set down flat on de ground and let de other creeturs rush up and grab him? He might do it dese days, 'cause times done change. But in dem days, he just took and sot up wid hisself and study 'bout what he gwine do. He study, and las' he up and tell his ole woman, he did, dat he gwine on a journey. Wid dat, ole Miss Rabbit, she took and fry him up a rasher of bacon, and bake him a pone of bread. Brer Rabbit tied dis up in a bag and took down his walking cane and put out.
"Where was he going, Uncle Remus?" asked the little boy.
"Lemme 'lone, honey. Lemme sorter get hit up, like. De trail mighty cold 'long yer, sho, 'cause dish yer tale ain't come 'cross my mind not since your grandpa fotch us out from Virginny, and dat's a monstrous long time ago." He put out, Brer Rabbit did, for to see ole Mammy Bammy Big Money.
"Dat is dat ole witch rabbit," remarked Aunt Tempy complacently.
"Yasser," continued Uncle Remus, "de very same ole creature what I done tell you about when Brer Rabbit los' his foot. He put out, he did, and after so long a time he git dar. He take time for to catch his wind, and den he sorter shake hisself up and rustle round in de grass. Bimeby he holler,
"Mammy Bammy Big Money! Oh, Mammy Bammy Big Money! I journeyed fur, I journeyed fast, I glad I found de place at last."
Great big black smoke rise up outer de ground, and ole Mammy Bammy Big Money 'low,
"Wherefore, son Riley Rabbit, Riley? Son Riley Rabbit, wherefore?"
"Wid dat," continued Uncle Remus, dropping the sing-song tone by means of which he managed to impart a curious dignity and stateliness to the dialogue between Brother Rabbit and Mammy Bammy Big Money, "wid dat Brer Rabbit up and tell her, he did, 'bout how he feared he losin' de use of his mind, 'cause he done come to dat pass dat he ain't kin fool de yuther creeturs no mo', and dey push him so close twel it won't be long 'fo' dey'll git him. De ole Witch Rabbit she sot dar, she did, and suck in black smoke and puff it out agin, twel you can't see nothin' 't all but a great big eyeballs and a great big years. After w'ile she 'low,
"Dar sits a squirrel in dat tree, son Riley. Go fetch dat squirrel straight to me, son Riley Rabbit, Riley."
Brer Rabbit sorter study, and den he 'low, he did,
"I ain't got much sense lef, yit ef I can't coax dat chap down from dar, den it's 'cause I done got some disease which make me feeble in me min'," sezee.
Wid dat, Brer Rabbit tuck and empty de provender outer his bag, and got 'im 2 rocks, and put de bag over his head, and sot down under de tree where de squirrel is. He wait a little while, and den he hit de rocks toge'rr. Blip! Squirrel, he holler, "Hey!" Brer Rabbit wait a little, and den he tuck and slap de rocks toge'rr. Blap! Squirrel, he run down de tree a little bit and holler, "Hey-o!" Brer Rabbit ain't sayin' nothin'. He des pop de rocks toge'rr. Plop! Squirrel, he come down little furder, he did, and holler, "Who dat?" "Biggity dickity big bag."
"What you doin' in dar?"
"Crackin' hickory nuts."
"Can I crack some?"
"To be sure, Bunny Bushtail, come get in de bag." Miss Bunny Bushtail hang back, continued Uncle Remus, chuckling, but the long and the short of it was that she got in de bag, and Brer Rabbit he took and carried her to ole Mammy Bammy Big Money. De ole Witch Rabbit she took and turned de squirrel loose, and 'low,
"There lies a snake in amongst de grass, son Riley. Go fetch 'im yer, and be right fast, son Riley Rabbit, Riley."
Brer Rabbit look roun', and sho' nuff der lay de biggest kinder rattlesnake, all coil up ready for business. Brer Rabbit scratch his ear wid his behind leg, and study. Look like he gwine git in trouble. Yet after a while he go in dem bushes, he did, and cut him a young grapevine, and he fix him a slip knot. Den he come back. Snake 'parently look like he sleep. Brer Rabbit ax him how he come on. Snake ain't say nothin', but he coil up a little tighter, and his tongue run out like it had grease on it. Mouth shut, yet the tongue slick out and slick back 'fo' a sheep can shake his tail. Brer Rabbit, he allow, he did. "Law, Mr. Snake, I'm mighty glad I come 'cross you," says he. "Me and old Jedge B'ar been havin' a terrible dispute about how long you is. We both agreed that you look mighty purty when you are layin' stretch out full length in de sun, but Judge B'ar, he 'low you ain't but 3 foot long, and I stood him down dat you is 4 foot long if you not more," says he. "And de talk got so hot dat I come mighty nigh hittin' him a clip with my walkin' cane, and if I had bound, dey'd a been some bellerin' done round dere," says he. Snake ain't say nothin', but he look more complacent than what he been lookin'. "I up and told Jedge B'ar," says Brer Rabbit, says he, "dat the next time I run 'cross you I gwine take a measure of you, and goodness knows I'm mighty glad I struck up wid you, 'cause now dey won't be no more 'casion for any disputin' 'twixt me and Judge B'ar," says he. Den Brer Rabbit ax Mr. Snake if he won't be so good as to uncoil hisself. Snake he feel mighty proud, he did, and he stretch out for all he's wuff. Brer Rabbit he measure, he did, and allow, "Dere 1 foot for Jedge B'ar, dere 3 foot for Jedge B'ar, and bless goodness, dere 4 foot for Jedge B'ar, just like I said." By dat time Brer Rabbit done got de snake head, and just as de last word drop out of his mouth, he slipped the loop round de snake neck, and den he had him good and fast. He took and drag him, he did, up to where de old witch rabbit sittin' at. But when he git dar, Mammy Bammy Big Money done make her disappearance. But he hear somethin' way off yonder, and seem like it say, "If you get any more sense, Son Riley, you'll be the ruination of the whole settlement, Son Riley Rabbit, Riley." Den Brer Rabbit drag de snake long home, and stew him down and rub him wid de grease fer to make him more soupler in de limbs. Bless yo' soul, honey, Brer Rabbit might have been Chapter 36 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 36. Brer Wolf Falls a Victim. "Uncle Remus," said the little boy one night when he found the old man sitting alone in his cabin, "did you ever see Mammy Bammy Big Money?" Uncle Remus placed his elbows on his knees, rested his chin in the palms of his hands, and gazed steadily in the fire. Presently he said, "When folks gin to get ole and no account, hit look like der remembrance gits slack. Sometime it seem like I done seed somethin' or another mighty nigh de make and color o' ole Mammy Bammy Big Money, and den again seem like I ain't. When dat de case, what does I do? Does I stand tiptoe and tech de rafters and make like I done seed dat ole witch rabbit, when, goodness knows, I ain't seed her? Dat I don't. No, bless you. I'd say de same in company, much less settin' in yer alongside of you. De long and de short of it," exclaimed Uncle Remus with emphasis, "is jest dis. If I been run 'crost ole Mammy Bammy Big Money in my day and time, den she took and make her disappearance dat quick, twell I ain't cotch a glimpse of her."
The result of this good-humored explanation was that the child didn't know whether Uncle Remus had seen the witch-rabbit or not, but his sympathies led him to suspect that the old man was thoroughly familiar with all her movements.
"Uncle Remus," the little boy said, after a while, "if there is another story about Mammy Bammy Big Money, I wish you would tell it to me all by my own alone self."
The idea seemed to please the old man wonderfully, and he chuckled over it for several minutes.
"Now den, honey," he said after a while, "you hit me where I'm weak. You most surely does. Company mighty good for some folks, and I can put up with it long as de next one, but you can just take and pile company upon top of company, and dey won't cure de liver complaint. When you talk dat way you fetches me, sure, and I'll tell you a tale 'bout de ole witch-rabbit if I have to git down yer on my all-fours and grabble it outen de ashes. Yet dey ain't no needs of dat, 'cause de tale done come in my mind just as fresh as if it was day 'fore yesterday. It seem like dat one time after Brer Wolf took and steal Brer Rabbit foot, dey was a mighty long fallin' out 'twixt 'em. Brer Rabbit, he took and got ashy 'cause Brer Wolf took and tuck his foot, and Brer Wolf, he took and got hot 'cause Brer Rabbit work and work round and get his foot again. He keep on dis-a-way twel by, de ole witch-rabbit sorter get tired of Brer Wolf, and one day she took and sont word to Brer Rabbit dat she like mighty well fer to see him. Dey fix up der plans, dey did, and it wa'n't so mighty long 'fore Brer Rabbit run into Brer Wolf house in a mighty big hurry, and he 'low, he did, "Brer Wolf, oh, Brer Wolf, I just now come from de river, and des as sho as you're sittin' in dat cheer, ole Big Money layin' der stone dead. Less we go eat her up." "Brer Rabbit, surely you're jokin'."
"Brer Wolf, I'm a givin' you de fatal fact. Come on, let's go."
"Brer Rabbit, is you sho she dead?"
"Brer Wolf, she done dead. Come on, let's go."
And go dey did. Dey went round and dey got all de other creeturs, and Brer Wolf, livin' so high, he let all his chilluns go, and it wa'n't so mighty long 'fore dey had a crowd dar just like camp meetin' times. When dey git dar, sho nuff, there lay ole Big Money all stretch out on de river bank. Dis make Brer Wolf feel mighty good, and he took and stick his hands in his pocket and strut round dar and look monstrous biggity. After he done took and 'zamine ole Big Money much as he want her, he up and allow, he did, dat dey better sorter rustle round and make a fair dividin'. He ax Brer Mink, he ax Brer Coon, he ax Brer Possum, he ax Brer Terrapin, he ax Brer Rabbit which part dey take, and dey all up and allow dey did, dat bein' as Brer Wolf de biggest and de heartiest in de neighborhoods of de appetite, dey 'speck he better take de first choosement. Wid dat, Brer Wolf, he sot down on a log and hang his head to one side, sorter like he 'shame' of himself. By he up and allow, "Now den, friends and friends, since you shove it on me, de shortest way is de best way. Brer Coon, we been good friends a mighty long time. How much of dish yer meat ought a fibble ole man like me to take?" says he. Brer Wolf talk mighty lovin'. Brer Coon snuff de air and allow, "I 'speck you better take one of de 4 quarters, Brer Wolf," says he. Brer Wolf look like he astonish'. He lif' up his hands and allow, "Law, Brer Coon, I took you to be my friend, dat I did. Man w'at talk like dat ain't got no feelin' fer me. Hit make me feel mighty lonesome," says he. Den Brer Wolf turn roun' en talk mighty lovin' to Brer Mink. "Brer Mink, that is de day you bin a-knowin' me. "How much of dish yer meat you speck ought to fall to my shear?" says he. Brer Mink sort of study, and den he allow,
"Bein' as you such a nice man, Brer Wolf, I speck you ought to take one of de forequarters, and a right smart hunk off'n de bulge of de neck," says he.
Brer Wolf holler out, he did, "Go away, Brer Mink, go away. You ain't no acquaintance of mine." Den old Brer Wolf turn round to Brer Possum and talk lovin'. "Brer Possum, I done been tuck wid a likin' for you long time 'fore dis. Look at me, and den look at my fambly, and den tell me, if you be so good, how much dish yer meat gwanter to fall to my shear." Brer Possum, he look round, he did, and grin, and he up and allow, "Take half, Brer Wolf, take half." Den old Brer Wolf holler out, "Shoo, Brer Possum, I like you no more." Den Brer Wolf turn to Brer Terrapin, and Brer Terrapin say Brer Wolf oughter take all 'cep one of de behind quarters. And den Brer Wolf 'low dat Brer Terrapin ain't no friend to him. Den he up and ax Brer Rabbit, and Brer Rabbit, he tuck us respond, he did, "Gentermens all, you see Brer Wolf chillin'? Well, dey is all monsters hongry, and Brer Wolf hongry hisself. Now I puts dis plan straight at you. Less we all let Brer Wolf have de fust pass at big money. Let's tie him on dar, and let him eat as much as he wanter, and den we can pick de bones," says he. "You're my pardner, Brer Rabbit," says Brer Wolf, says he. "You're my honey pardner." Dey all 'gree to dis plan, most especially old Brer Wolf, and den dey took and tie him onter Big Money. Dey tie him on dar, dey did, and den old Brer Wolf look all round and wunk at de others. Brer Rabbit, he took and wunk back, and den Brer Wolf retch down and bite Big Money on de back of de neck. Course, when he do dis, Big Money bleeds to flinch, let alone dat she bleeds to jump. Brer Wolf holler out, "Ow! Run yer, somebody! Take me off! She ain't dead! Oh, Lordy, I feel her move!" Brer Rabbit holler back, "Numm mind de flinchin', Brer Wolf. She done dead. I done year her say so herself. She dead, sho. Bite her again, Brer Wolf. Bite her again." Brer Rabbit talk so stiff, it sorter took de chill off'n Brer Wolf, and he dipped down and bit old Big Money again. Wid dat, she begun to move off, and Brer Wolf he hollered just like de woods done cotch a fire. "Oh, Lordy! Untie me, Brer Rabbit, untie me! She ain't dead! Ow! Run yer, Brer Rabbit, and untie me!" Brer Rabbit, he holler back, "She is sho'ly dead, Brer Wolf. Nail her, Brer Wolf. Bite her. Gnaw her." Brer Wolf keep on biting, and Big Money keep on moving off. By she get to de bank of de river, and she fall in, cumberjoom, and dat is de las' of Brer Wolf.
"What did Brother Rabbit do?" the little boy asked after a while.
"Well," responded Uncle Remus, in the tone of one anxious to dispose of a disagreeable matter as pleasantly as possible, "you know what kind of man Brer Rabbit is. He just went on Chapter 37 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 37, Brer Rabbit and the Mosquitos. The next night Daddy Jack was still away when the little boy went to see Uncle Remus, and the child asked about him. "Bless your soul, honey, don't ax me 'bout Brer Jack. He look like he mighty old and trimbly, but he mighty pert nigger, man. He look like he shufflin' along, but dat old nigger gets over ground, sure. 40 year ago, maybe I might a kep up with him, but I'll let you know Brer Jack is way ahead of me. He most surely is."
"Why, he's older than you are, Uncle Remus," the child exclaimed.
"Dat what I year tell. Seem like it mighty curious, but sure as you're born, Brer Jack is a heap more pertage nigger dan what old Remus is. He little, but yet he mighty hard. That's Brer Jack up and down."
Uncle Remus paused and reflected a moment. Then he went on.
"Talkin' 'bout Brer Jack put me in mind 'bout a tale which she surely must a happened down there in dat ere country where Brer Jack come from. And it sorter catch me in de neighborhoods of de astonishment, 'cause he ain't done an up and tell it. I done 'spect it done wuck loose from Brer Jack remembrance."
"What tale was that, Uncle Remus?"
"Seem like dat one time, when everything and everybody was running along just like they'd been had waggin grease upon 'em, old Brer Wolf—"
The little boy laughed incredulously, and Uncle Remus paused and frowned heavily.
"Why, Uncle Remus, how did Brother Wolf get away from Mammy Bammy Big Money?"
The old man's frown deepened, and his voice was full of anger as he replied,
"Now den, is I'm de tale or is de tale me? Tell me dat. Is I'm de tale or is de tale me? Well den, if I ain't de tale and de tale ain't me, den how come you wanter take and rake me over de coals fur?"
"Well, Uncle Remus, you know what you said. You said that was the end of Brother Wolf."
"I bleeds to dispute that," exclaimed Uncle Remus with the air of one performing a painful duty. "I bleeds to dispute it. That's what de tale say. Old Remus is one nigger, and de tale hit's another nigger. Yit I ain't got no time for to set back yer and fetch out any arguments."
Here the old man paused, closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. After a while he said, in a gentle tone,
"So den, Brer Wolf done dead, and yer I was running on same like he was done live. Well, well, well."
Uncle Remus stole a glance at the little boy and immediately relented.
"Yit," he went on, "if I ain't de tale and de tale ain't me, it ain't sca'cely make no difference whether Brer Wolf dead or whether he's a high primin' round bodderin' longer de other creeturs. Dead or no dead. Dey was one time when Brer Wolf live in de swamp down dere in dat there country where Brer Jack come fum. And more'n dat, he had a mighty likely gal. Look like all de other creeturs was after her. Dey'd go down dere to Brer Wolf house, dey would, and dey'd set up and court de gal, and enjoy deyself. Hit went on dis-a-way twel after a while de skeeters gun to git monstrous bad. Brer Fox he went flyin' round Miss Wolf, and he sot dar, he did, and run on wid her and fight skeeters jest as big as life and twice as nat'ral. Las' Brer Wolf he took and cotch Brer Fox slappin' and fightin' at de skeeters. Wid dat he took and tuck Brer Fox by de off ear and led him out to de front gate, and when he git dar, he 'low, he did, dat no man what can't put up wid skeeters ain't gwine to come a courtin' his gal. Den Brer Coon he come flyin' round de gal, but he ain't bin dar no time, sca'cely, 'fo' he begun to knock at de skeeters, and no sooner is he done dis dan Brer Wolf show him de door. Brer Mink he come and try his hand, yet he bleeds to fight de skeeters, and Brer Wolf ax him out. Hit went on dis-a-way twel bimeby all de creeturs been flyin' round Brer Wolf's gal, 'cep'n it's ole Brer Rabbit, and when he year what kinder treatments de other creeturs been ketchin', he 'low to hisse'f dat he believe in his soul he must go down to Brer Wolf house and set de gal out one wet if it's de last act. No sooner'n say, no sooner'n do. Off he put, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he find hisself knocking at Brer Wolf front door. Ole Sis Wolf, she took and put down her knittin', and she up and allow, she did, "Who dat?" De gal she is standin' up 'fore de lookin'-glass sorter primpin', and she choked back a giggle, she did, and allow, "Shh! My goodness, mammy, dat's Mr. Rabbit. I year de gal say he's a mighty proper-tickler gentleman, and I jes hope you ain't gwine to set dar and run on like you mos' allers does when I got company, 'bout how much soap grease you done save up, and how many kitten de ole cat got. I gets right shamed sometimes, dat I does." The little boy looked astonished. "Did she talk that way to her mamma?" he asked. "Shoo, chile! 'Mongst all de creeturs dey ain't no more curious creeturs dan de gals. Ole as I is, if I was to start in dis minute fer to tell you how curious de gals is, and de Lord was to spare me plumb twel I get done, your head'd be gray, and Remus 'd be twice as old as what he is right now."
"Well, what did her mamma say, Uncle Remus?"
Ole Sis Wolf, she sot there, she did, and settle her cap on her head, and snicker, and look at de gal like she monstrous proud. De gal, she took and shuck herself 'fore de lookin'-glass a time or two, and den she tipped to de door, and open it a little ways and peep out just like she skeered someone gwine to hit her a clip side of de head. There stood old Brer Rabbit lookin' just as slick as a race hoss. De gal, she took and laugh, she did, and holler,
"Why, law, ma, it's Mr. Rabbit, and year we been afraid it is someone what ain't got no business round here."
Ole Sis Wolf, she look over her specks and snicker, and den she up and allow,
"Well, don't keep 'em standin' out there all night. Ax him in, for goodness sake."
Den de gal, she took and drap her hanker, and Brer Rabbit, he dip down and grab it and pass it to her wid a bow, and de gal say she much oblige, 'cause dat is mo' dan Mr. Fox 'ud 'a' done, and den she ax Brer Rabbit how he come on, and Brer Rabbit 'low he right peart, and den he ax whereabouts her daddy, and ole Sis Wolf 'low she go find him. 'Twa'n't long 'fore Brer Rabbit year Brer Wolf stompin' de mud off'n his foots in de back porch, and den bimeby he come. Dey shook hands, dey did, and Brer Rabbit say dat when he go callin' on his acquaintance, it ain't feel nat'ral 'ceppin' de man in de house settin' round somewheres.
"If he don't talk none," says Brer Rabbit, says he can just set up agin the chimley jam and keep time by noddin'."
But ole Brer Wolf, he's one of dese yer kind of mens what got de whimsies, and he up and allow dat he don't let hisself go to noddin' front of company. Dey run on dis way twel bimeby Brer Rabbit year de skeeters come zoonin' round and claimin' kin wid him.
The little boy laughed, but Uncle Remus was very serious.
Course dey claim kin wid him. Dey claims kin wid folks yit, let alone Brer Rabbit. Many's and many's de time when I year 'em sailin' round and singin' out, "Cousin, cousin," and I let you know, honey, de skeeters is mighty close kin when dey gets to be your cousin. Brer Rabbit, he year 'em zoonin', the old man continued, and he know he got to do some mighty nice talkin', so we up and ax fer a drink of water. De gal, she took and fotch it.
"Mighty nice water, Brer Wolf."
De skeeters, they zoon. "Some say it too full of wiggle tails, Brer Rabbit." De skeeters, dey zoon and dey zoon.
"Mighty nice place you got, Brer Wolf."
Skeeters, dey zoon. Some say it too low in de swamp, Brer Rabbit. Skeeters, dey zoon and dey zoon. Dey zoon so bad, said Uncle Remus, drawing a long breath, dat Brer Rabbit gun to get skeered, and when dat creature get skeered, his mind work like one of dese yer flutter mills. By he 'low, "Went to town today, and dere I see a sight what I never 'spected to see." "What dat, Brer Rabbit?" "Spotted hoss, Brer Wolf." "No, Brer Rabbit." "I mos' sho'ly seed him, Brer Wolf." Brer Wolf he scratch his head, and de gal she hold up her hands and make great admiration 'bout de spotted hoss. De skeeters, dey zoon and keep on zoonin'. Brer Rabbit, he talk on, he did. "'Twa'n't just one spotted hoss, Brer Wolf. 'Twas a whole team of spotted hosses, and dey went gallopin' up hosses,' says he. "'Let alone dat, Brer Wolf, my granddaddy was spotted,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. Gal, she squeal and holler out, 'Why, Brer Rabbit, ain't you ashamed of yourself for to be talkin' dat-a-way, and 'bout your own lone blood kin, too?' "'Hit's de naked trufe I'm a-ginin you,' says Brer Rabbit, says he. Skeeter zoon and come closter. Brer Wolf 'low, 'Well, well, well.' Ole Sis Wolf, she 'low, 'Tooby sho'ly, tooby sho'ly.' Skeeter zoon and come nigher and nigher. Brer Rabbit 'low, 'Yasser, des as sho' as you're settin' dar, my granddaddy was spotted. Spotted all over.' Skeeter come zoonin' up and light on Brer Rabbit jaw. He was dat. He had a great big spot right yer." Here Uncle Remus raised his hand and struck himself a resounding slap on the side of the face where the mosquito was supposed to be, and continued, "No sooner is he do dis dan another skeeter come zoonin' roun' and light on Brer Rabbit leg. Brer Rabbit he talk and he talk. 'Po' ole granddaddy, I boun' he make you laugh. He look so funny wid all dem spots and speckles. He had a spot on de side er de head where I done showed you, and den he had n'er big spot right yer on de leg,' says he." Uncle Remus slapped himself on the leg below the knee, and was apparently so serious about it that the little boy laughed loudly. The old man went on. "Skeeter zoon and light twixt Brer Rabbit's shoulder blades. Den he talk. 'Believe me or not believe me if you mind to, but my granddaddy had a big black spot up yer on de back which looked like a saddle mark.' Blip! Brer Rabbit took himself on de back. Skeeter sail roun' and zoon and light down yer beyond de hip bone. He say his granddaddy got spot down dar. Blip he took hisself beyond de hip bone. He keep on dis way," continued Uncle Remus, who had given vigorous illustrations of Brer Rabbit's method of killing mosquitoes while pretending to tell a story, "twel bimeby ole Brer Wolf and ole Sis Wolf dey listen at Brer Rabbit twel dey gun de nod, and den ole Brer Rabbit and de gal dey sot up dar and kill skeeters right along." "Did he marry Brother Wolf's daughter?" asked the little boy. "I year talk," replied Uncle Remus, "dat Brer Wolf sont Brer Rabbit wud nex' day dat he kin git de gal by gwine atter her, en I ain't never year talk 'bout Brer Rabbit goin'. De day afterwards wuz mighty long time, en Chapter 38 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 38. The Pimmerly Plum.
One night, when the little boy had grown tired of waiting for a story, he looked at Uncle Remus and said,
I wonder what ever became of old Brother Terrapin.
Uncle Remus gave a sudden start, glanced all around the cabin, and then broke into a laugh that ended in a yell like a view-halloo. "Well, well, well, how the name of goodness come you to know what running on in my mind, honey? Man, you scared me, you surely did, and when I get scared I bleeds to holler. Let alone dat, if I keep on getting skeereder and skeereder, you better give me room, 'cause if I can't get away from there, somebody gwine to get hurted, and dey gwine to get hurted bad. I tell you dat right pine black." "Old Brer Terrapin," continued Uncle Remus in a tone of exultation. "Old Brer Terrapin. Now, who been yer tellin' de beat of dat? Dar you set studyin' 'bout old Brer Terrapin, and yer I set studyin' 'bout old Brer Terrapin. Hit make me feel so curious dat little more'n I'd a drawed my rabbit foot and shuck it at you." The little boy was delighted when Uncle Remus went off into these rhapsodies. However nonsensical they might seem to others, to the child they were positively thrilling, and he listened with rapt attention, scarcely daring to stir. "Old Brer Terrapin? Well, well, well. When in his prime, he took his time. Dat what make his whole his age so good. Dey tells me dat somebody cross there in Jasper County took and cotch a terrapin which he got marks cut in his back dat is put there 'fore our folks went for to get revengeance in de Moccasin War. Dar where your Uncle Jeems been," Uncle Remus explained, noticing the little boy's look of astonishment.
"Oh!" exclaimed the child, "that was the Mexican War."
"Well," responded Uncle Remus, closing his eyes with a sigh, "I ain't one of dese yer kind of folks what choke deyself wid names. One name ain't got none of de advantage in no other name. And if de Terrapin got de marks on him, it don't make no difference where your Uncle Jeems Abercrombie got his revengeance out of de moccasin folks, or whether he got 'em out of de Mackersons."
"Mexicans, Uncle Remus."
"To be sure, honey, let it go at dat. But don't less pester old Brer Terrapin wid it, 'cause he done belong to a tribe all by his own lone self. I 'clar to gracious," exclaimed the old man after a pause, "if it don't seem periently like 't was yesterday."
"What, Uncle Remus?"
"Oh, just old Brer Terrapin, honey. Just old Brer Terrapin and a tale what I hear about him. How he done tuck and do Brer Fox."
"Did he scare him, Uncle Remus?" the little boy asked, as the old man paused.
"No, my goodness, wuss'n dat."
"Did he hurt him?"
"No, my goodness, wuss'n dat."
"Did he kill him?"
"No, my goodness, lots wuss'n dat."
"Now, Uncle Remus, what did he do to Brother Fox?"
"Honey,"
here the old man lowered his voice as if about to describe a great outrage.
"Honey, he took and make a fool out of him."
The child laughed, but it was plain that he failed to appreciate the situation, and this fact caused Uncle Remus to brighten up and go on with the story.
"One time when de sun shined down mighty hot, old Brer Terrapin was gwine 'long down de road. He is gwine 'long down, and he feel mighty tired. He puff, and he blow, and he pant. His breff come like he got de asthma way down in de windpipe, but ned mind, he de same ole creep-em crawl-em have some fun-em. He is gwine down de big road, old Brer Terrapin was, and bimeby he come to de branch. He took and crawl in, he did, and got him a drink of water.
and then he crawled out onto the side and set down under the shade of a tree. After he sorter catches wind, he look up at the sun for to see what time of day it is, and lo and beholds, he took and discovered that he's settin' in the shade of the sycamore tree. No sooner as he discovered this than he sing the old song, "Good luck to dem what come and go, what set in the shade of the sycamore." Brer Terrapin he feel so good, and the shade so cool, that 'twa'n't long 'fore he got to noddin', and by he drapped off and went sound asleep. Course, Brer Terrapin carry the house wid him wherever he go, and when he fix fer to go to sleep, he just shet the door and pull in the window shutters, and there he is just as snug as the old black cat under the barn. Brer Terrapin lay there, he did, and sleep and sleep. He don't know how long he sleep, but by and by he feel somebody foolin' along wid him. He keep the door shut, and he lay there and listen. He feel somebody turnin' his house round and round. Dis sorter skeer Brer Terrapin, 'cause he know dat if he turn the house upside down, he'll have all sorts of times gettin' back. Wid dat, he opened the door a little ways, and he sees Brer Fox projickin' wid him. He opened the door a little furder, he did, and he break out in a great big hoss laugh and holler, "Well, well, well, who'd have thunk it? Old Brer Fox, cuter dan the common run, is done come and cotch me. And he come at such a time, too. I feels dat full twell I can't see straight sca'cely. If dey was any jealousness proned into me, I'd just lay here and pout, 'cause Brer Fox done find out where I gets my Pimmerly Plum." In dem days, continued Uncle Remus, speaking to the child's look of inquiry, the Pimmerly Plum was monstrous scarce. Leaving out Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin, there wa'n't none of the other creatures that ever got a glimpse of it, let alone a taste. So den when Brer Fox year talk about the Pimmerly Plum, bless gracious, he hiced up his head and let Brer Terrapin alone. Brer Terrapin keep on laughin', and Brer Fox 'low, "Hush, Brer Terrapin, you makes my mouf water. Whereabouts de Pimmerly Plum?" Brer Terrapin, he sorter clear up the hoarseness in his throat and sing, "Pond of sugar and a pint of rum ain't nigh so sweet as de Pimmerly Plum." Brer Fox, he lift up his hands, he did, and holler, "Oh, hush, Brer Terrapin, you makes me dribble. Whereabouts dat Pimmerly Plum?" "You standin' right under de tree, Brer Fox." "Brer Terrapin, sho'ly not." "Yet dar you stands, Brer Fox." Brer Fox look up in de tree dar, and he was astonished.
"What did he see in the sycamore tree, Uncle Remus?" inquired the little boy. There was a look of genuine disappointment on the old man's face as he replied, "De gracious and de goodness, honey! Ain't you never is see dem air little bits of balls what grow on de sycamore tree?" The little boy laughed. There was a huge sycamore tree in the center of the circle made by the carriageway in front of the big house, and there were sycamore trees of various sizes all over the place. The little balls alluded to by Uncle Remus are very hard at certain stages of their growth, and cling to the tree with wonderful tenacity. Uncle Remus continued,
"Well, den, when old Brer Terrapin vouched dat dem ar sycamore balls was de genuine Pimmerly Plum, old Brer Fox he feel mighty good, yet he don't know how he gwine to get at 'em. Push 'em clost, and maybe might have beat Brer Terrapin climbin' a tree, but dish yer sycamore tree was too big for Brer Fox fer to get his arms round. Den he up and allow, 'I sees 'em hangin' there, Brer Terrapin, but
How I gwine git 'em?"
Brer Terrapin opened de door a little ways and holler out,
"Ah, ye! Dar where ole Slickum Slocum got de advantage. You're mighty peart, Brer Fox, yit somehow or nudder you ain't been a keepin' up wid ole Slickum Slocum."
"Brer Terrapin, how de name of goodness does you git 'em?"
"Don't do no good fer to tell you, Brer Fox. Nimble he'll make restless mind. You ain't got time fer to wait en git 'em, Brer Fox."
"Brer Terrapin, I got all de week befo' me."
"Ef I tells you, you'll go en tell all de yuther creeturs, en den dat'll be de las' er de Pimmerly Plum, Brer Fox."
"Brer Terrapin, dat I won't. Des try me one time en see." Brer Terrapin shut his eye like he studyin', en den he 'low,
"I tell you how I does, Brer Fox. When I wants a bait of de Pimmerly Plum right bad, I des takes my foot in my hand en comes down yer to dish yer tree. I comes en takes my stand. I gets right under de tree, en I rares my head back en opens my mouf. I opens my mouf, en when de Pimmerly Plum draps, I boun you she draps right spang in there. All you got to do is set en wait, Brer Fox."
Brer Fox ain't sayin' nothin'. He just sot down under de tree, he did, en r'ar'd his head back en opened his mouf. En I wish to goodness you might have been had a chance fer to see him settin' dar. He looks scandalous, dat's de long en de short of it. He just looks scandalous.
"Did he get the Pimmerly Plum, Uncle Remus?"
asked the little boy. "Shoo! How we gwine git plum where there ain't no plum?"
"Well, what did he do?"
"He sot dar wid his mouf wide open, en every time Brer Terrapin look at him, much as he kin do fer to keep from bustin' loose en laughin'. But bimeby he make his way towards home, Brer Terrapin did, chucklin' en laughin', en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he meet Brer Rabbit tippin' 'long down de road. Brer Rabbit, he hail him.
"What 'muse you so mighty well, Brer Terrapin?"
Brer Terrapin kotch his breff after so long a time, en he 'low,
"Brer Rabbit, I dat tickled twel I can't shuffle long skacely, en I'm afeard ef I'd up en tell you de occasion of it, I'll be tooken with one of my spells where folks have to set up wid me 'cause I laugh so loud en laugh so long."
Yet after so long a time, Brer Terrapin up en tell Brer Rabbit, en dey sot dar en chawed terbacker en carried on des like sho' nuff folks. Dat dey did.
Uncle Remus paused, but the little boy wanted to know what became of Brer Fox.
"It's mighty curious,"
said the old man, stirring around in the ashes as if in search of a potato.
"But endurin' all my days I ain't never year nobody
Chapter 39 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 39. Brer Rabbit Gets the Provisions. The next time the little boy called on Uncle Remus, a bright fire was blazing on the hearth. He could see the light shining under the door before he went into the cabin, and he knew by that sign that the old man had company. In fact, Daddy Jack had returned and was dozing in his accustomed corner, Aunt Tempy was sitting bolt upright, nursing her contempt, and Uncle Remus was making a curious-looking box. None of the negroes paid any attention to the little boy when he entered, but somehow he felt that they were waiting for him.
After a while Uncle Remus finished his curious-looking box and laid it upon the floor. Then he lifted his spectacles from his nose to the top of his head and remarked, "Now then, folks, there she is, and it's been so long since I have made one of 'em that she make me sweat. Yes, sir, she did that. Howsomever, it make no difference with me. Promise is a promise, though you make it in the dark of the moon. Long time ago, I took and promised one of my passing acquaintance that some of these lonesome days the old nigger'd whirl in and make him a rabbit trap, if he'd just be so good as to quit the devilment and larn his behavishness."
"Is that my rabbit trap, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed the child. He would have picked it up for the purpose of examining it, but Uncle Remus waved him off with a dignified gesture.
"Don't you dast to tech that there trap, honey, 'cause if you does, that spoils all. I'll just have to go to work and make it brand new, and the Lord knows I ain't got no time for to do that."
"Well, Uncle Remus, you've had your hands on it."
"To be sure I is, And what's more'n that, I've been had my hands in tar water."
"I hear talk of that," remarked Aunt Tempy with an approving nod.
"Yasser, in the natural tar water," continued Uncle Remus. "You put your hand in a partridge nest, and he'll quit them premises though he done got 11 dozen eggs in there. Same with a rabbit. They ain't got sense like the old-time rabbit, but I let you know they ain't going in no trap where they smell folks' hands. Dat they ain't. Dat what make I say what I does. Don't put your hand on it. Don't touch it. Don't look at it scarcely."
The little boy subsided, but he continued to cast longing looks at the trap, seeing which Uncle Remus sought to change the current of his thoughts.
"She been a mighty heap of trouble, mon, yet I'm mighty glad I took and make dat there trap. She's a solid un, sure, and if there was to be any scarceness of victuals, I lay dat there trap 'ud help us all out."
"The Lord knows," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, rubbing her fat hands together. "I hope there ain't gwine to be no famishing round yer 'mongst we all."
"Likely not," said Uncle Remus. "Yet the time might come when a big swamp rabbit cotchin' dat there trap would go a mighty long ways in a family no bigger dan what mine is."
"Mo' specially," remarked Aunt Tempy, "if you put dat wid what the neighbors might send in."
"Eh," Uncle Remus exclaimed. "Don't you put no dependence in dem neighbors. Don't you do it. When famine time come, one man ain't no better dan no other man, 'ceptin' he be soupless, and he got to be mighty souple at dat."
The old man paused and glanced at the little boy. The child was still looking longingly at the trap, and Uncle Remus leaned forward and touched him lightly on the shoulder. It was a familiar gesture, gentle and yet rough, a token of affection, and yet a command to attention. For the venerable darky could be imperious enough when surrendering to the whims of his little partner.
"All dish yer talk 'bout folks perishin' out," Uncle Remus went on with an indifferent air, "put me in mind of the times when the creeturs took and got up a famine 'mongst deyself. It come about dat one time vittles was monst'us scarce and high, and money mighty slack. Long as dey was any vittles goin' round, Brer Rabbit he 'uz bound to git his share of 'em, but bimeby hit come to dat pass dat Brer Rabbit's stomach begun to pinch him, and whiles he's gittin' hongry, de other creeturs dey's gittin' hongry deyself. It went on dis-a-way twel one day Brer Rabbit and Brer Wolf meet up wid one another in de big road, and after they holler howdy, dey sat down, dey did, and make a bargain. They took and agree wid one another dat dey sell der mammy and take de money and get something another to eat. Brer Wolf he 'low he did, that bein' hit's like he de hungriest creature on de face of the earth, that he sell his mammy fus. And den, after de vittles give out, Brer Rabbit he can sell his own mammy and get some mo' grub. Old Brer Rabbit he chipped in and agreed, he did, and Brer Wolf he took and hitch up his team and put his mammy in de wagon, and den him and Brer Rabbit druv off. Man come along. Where you goin'? Goin' 'long down to town with a bag of corn for to sell. We ain't got time for to stop and talk, yet we wish you mighty well.
Did they talk poetry that way, Uncle Remus? The little boy inquired.
Shoo! Lots worse'n dat, honey. Dey was constant a gwine on a dat way, and if I wa'n't gettin' so mighty weak-kneed in my remembrance, I'd bust a loose yer, and I'd fair wake you up with de goin's-on in dem dere creatures. Now den, dey took and carry Brer Wolf's mammy to town and sell her, and dey start back with a wagon load of vittles. De day was a wadin' den, and de sun was a settin'. De wind took and blow up sorter stiff, and de sun look red when she settin'. Dey druv on and druv on. De wind blow and de sun shine red. By Brer Wolf scrooch up and shiver and allow, "Brer Rabbit, I'm a-gittin' mighty cold." Brer Rabbit he laugh and allow, "I'm gettin' sorter creepy myself, Brer Wolf." Dey druv on and druv on. Wind blow keen, sun shine red. Brer Wolf scrooch up in a little knot. By he sing out, "Brer Rabbit, I'm freezin'. I'm dat cold I dunno what to do." Brer Rabbit he point to de settin' sun and say, "You see dat great big fire cross dere in de woods, Brer Wolf? Well, dey ain't nothin' to hinder you from goin' dere and warmin' yourself, and I'll wait here for you. Gimme de lines, Brer Wolf, and you go warm yourself all over." Wid dat, Brer Wolf he put out just as hard as he kin fer to see if he kin find de fire, and whiles he was gone, bless goodness, what should Brer Rabbit do but cut off de hosses' tails and stick 'em down deep in de mud. "Let him alone now, just let him alone!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy in an ecstasy of admiration. "He stick de hosses' tails down in de mud," continued Uncle Remus, "and den he took and druv de wagon way off in de swamp and hide it. Den he took and come back, old Brer Rabbit did, fer to wait for Brer Wolf. After so long a time, sho' nuff, yer come Brer Wolf just a gallopin' up back. Brer Wolf he hail him. "Is yo' warm yourself, Brer Wolf?" "Brer Rabbit, don't talk. Dat de most deceitful fire what I had any 'sperience on. I run, and I run, and I run, and de more what I run, de furder de fire get. De nigher you come to dat fire, de furder it's off." Brer Rabbit he sorter scratch hisself behind de shoulder blade, and allow, "Nu'n mind 'bout de fire, Brer Wolf. I got somethin' yer dat'll warm you up. If you ain't never been warm before, I'll lay you'll get warm dis time." Dis make Brer Wolf sorter look round, and when he see Brer Rabbit hold on to two hoss tails, he up and squall out, he did, "Lord a mercy, Brer Rabbit, where my vittles? Where my wagon? Where my hosses?" "Dey are right yer, Brer Wolf. Dey are all right yer. I stayed there where you left me twell de hosses 'gun to get restless. Den I cluck at 'em, and bless gracious, dey start off and lan' in a quicksand. When dey begun to mire, I des took and turn everything loose and grab de hosses by de tail, and I been standin' here wishin' for you, Brer Wolf, twell I done gone gray in de mind. I 'low to myself dat I'd hang on to dese yer hoss tails if it kilt every cow in de island.
Come help me, Brer Wolf, and I lay we'll just naturally pull the ground out, but what we'll get these creatures out."
With that, Brer Wolf, he cotch hold of one hoss tail, and Brer Rabbit, he cotch hold of the other, and when dey pull, course the tails come out of the mud. Dey stood there, dey did, and dey look at the tails, and dey look at one another. By Brer Rabbit allow,
"Well, Sir Brer Wolf, we pull so hard 'twill we pull the tails plumb out."
Old Brer Wolf, he dunno what to do, but it begun to get dark, and it 'twa'n't long 'fore he tell Brer Rabbit good-bye, and off he put for home. Dat there Brer Rabbit, Uncle Remus went on, he just took and wait twell Brer Wolf get out of hearing. Then he went into the swamp and druv the hosses home and get all the vittles. Chapter 40 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 40. Cutta Cord-La. To all appearances, Daddy Jack had taken no interest in Uncle Remus's story of the horses' tails, and yet, as soon as the little boy and Aunt Tempy were through laughing at a somewhat familiar climax, the old African began to twist and fidget in his chair, and mumble to himself in a lingo which might have been understood on the Guinea coast, but which sounded out of place in Uncle Remus's Middle Georgia cabin. Presently, however, his uneasiness took tangible shape. He turned around and exclaimed impatiently, "Shoo! When you start for tell a dem tale, when you no tell 'em like dey stand? It berry bad for twist dem tail round and round. Why you no talk 'em straight?" "Well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus, smiling good-humoredly upon the queer little old man, "if we done gone and got dat there tail all twist up, de way for you to do is to whirl in and ontwist it, and we all folks'll set up yer and help you out plumb twell Mars John comes a hollerin' and a bawlin' after dish yer baby. And after he done gone to bed, den me and Sis Tempy yer, we'll set up wid you plumb twell the chickens crow for the day. Dem's de kind of folk we all is up yer. We ain't got many swimps and crabs up yer in Putman County, but when it come to settin' up wid company and hangin' round after dark for to make the time pass away, we are mighty rank. Now den, Brer Jack, I done called a roll wid my eye, and we are all yer, 'ceptin' dat there 'Tildy girl, and it 'twon't be long 'fore she'll be a-drappin' in. Run over in your mind, and where my tale is wrong, just whirl in and put her to rights."
Sure, exclaimed the old African. "Una no git dem tails straight. I hear dem where me live. E sound like dis. One time, de bittle bin get berry scarce. De rice crop mek nottin'. De fish swim low. De bud fly high. Hard times bin come dey day. E so hard, dem creatures do get hungry for true. Brer Rabbit and Brer Wolf, dey come pit bowl der head together. Dey is make talk how hungry dey is way down in de belly. By, Brer Rabbit, he shed his eye. He say he must kill de grandmammy. Brer Wolf say he make his eye come watery for hear de talk like dat. Brer Rabbit say, "Keep, Brer Wolf. De water come in your eye when you is been hungry. Me eye been done come a watery so long time before I been talking wid you 'bout me grandmammy." Brer Wolf, he do keep on cryin'. He wipe his eye upon his coat sleeve. Brer Rabbit, he been say, "If you is been take it so hard like dis, Brer Wolf, it berry good for kill a your grandmammy first,
so you is can come glad again. Brer Wolf, he go dry his eye and kill his grandmammy, and dey is been taking grandmammy off to sell him for bittle. Then dey is been eat the bittle day and night, till he all done gone. When a time come for Brer Rabbit for to kill his grandmammy, Brer Wolf, he go visitin' him. He say, Brer Rabbit, I has been feel hungry true and true. Lest we kill your grandmammy. Brer Rabbit lift up his head high. He laugh. He shake one ear. He shet one eye. He say, Hey, Brer Wolf, you think I goin' kill me grandmammy? Oh no, Brer Wolf, me no can do dat. Dis make Brer Wolf worse mad than he has been before. He a fair tear the earth with the claw. He yowl sim like Injun mans. He say he gwine make Brer Rabbit kill he grandmammy nohow. Brer Rabbit say he gwine see him 'bout dis. He take his grandmammy by the hand. He lead him way off in the woods, and hide him in the top of one big coconut tree. He tell him to stay there. The mention of a coconut tree caused the little boy to glance incredulously at Uncle Remus, who made prompt and characteristic reply. "Dat's it, honey, dat's it, sure. In dem days and in dem countries there was plenty of coconut trees. Less we all sit back here and give Brer Jack a living chance." "He hide his grandmammy in top of coconut tree," continued Daddy Jack, "and he give him a lily basket with cord tie on 'em. In the day morning, Brer Rabbit, he has been go to the foot of the tree. He make his voice fine. He holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' When his granny hear this, he let basket down with the cord, and Brer Rabbit he fill him with victual and something to eat. Every day dey has been a go dis thing. Every day Brer Rabbit is come to feed his granny. Brer Wolf he watch, he listen, he sneak up, he creep up, he do listen. By and by, he do hear Brer Rabbit call. He see the basket swing down, and see him go back. When Brer Rabbit been a go away from day, Brer Wolf, he come by the root of the tree. He holler, he do say, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' The old Granny Rabbit listen. He been listen well. He say, 'Kee, how come dis? Me son is no talkie like this. He no shoot at the cord like that.' When Brer Rabbit come back, the granny is been a tell him about something come a holler, 'Cutta Cord-La.' And Brer Rabbit, he laugh till he can laugh no more. Brer Wolf, he hidin' close. He heerd Brer Rabbit crackin' his joke, and he is a get very mad. When Brer Rabbit is gone way, Brer Wolf bin a come back. He stand by the tree root. He holler, 'Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La.' Granny Rabbit hold he head upon one side. He listen good. He say, 'I berry sorry, me son, you bin hab so bad cold. You voice bin sound rough, me son.' Done Granny Rabbit is been peep down. He been say, 'Ha! Brer Wolf, go way from day. You know is been foolin' me like dis. Go way, Brer Wolf.' Brer Wolf, he come berry mad. He grin till he tush been shinin'. He go in the swamp. He scratch his head. He think. By and by he go visitin' one blacksmith, and he ax him, how can he do for make his voice confine like Brer Rabbit voice? The blacksmith, he say, 'Come, Brer Wolf, I run dis red-hot poker in your throat. It make you talk easy.' Brer Wolf say, 'Well, I like you for making my voice fine.' Den de blacksmith run de red-hot poker in Brer Wolf throat, and he hurt him so bad. 'Tis a been long time before Brer Wolf Kentucky de long walk by de coconut tree. By and by he get so he kin come by, and when he get dey he holler, "Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La." De voice sound so nice and fine, de Granny Rabbit is been tink he Brer Rabbit voice, and he has been a let de basket down. Brer Wolf, he shaking de cord like he has put some bittle in de basket, and done he has been git in hisself. Brer Wolf, he keep still. De Granny Rabbit pull on de cord. He just say, "Kee, he come heavy for true. Me son, he love he granny heaps." Brer Wolf, he do grin. He grin and keep still. De Granny Rabbit pull. He do hard. He pull till he get to Brer Wolf mos by de top, and done he stop for de res'. Brer Wolf look down. His head swim. He look up. His mouth water. He look down again. He see Brer Rabbit. He get skeer. He jerk on de rope. Brer Rabbit, he do holler, "Granny, Granny, oh Granny, Cutta Cord-La." De Granny
Chapter 41 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 41. Aunt Tempy's Story. The little boy observed that Aunt Tempy was very much interested in Daddy Jack's story. She made no remarks while the old African was telling it, but she was busily engaged in measuring imaginary quilt patterns on her apron with her thumb and forefinger, a sure sign that her interest had been aroused. When Daddy Jack had concluded, when, with a swift, sweeping gesture of his wrinkled hand, he cut the cord and allowed Brother Wolf to perish ignominiously, Aunt Tempy drew a long breath and said, "Dat ere tale come cross me just like a dream. It put me in her mind o' one what I hear when I was a little bit a gal. Look like I can see myself right now, sittin' flat down on de hearth listenin' at old Unk Monk. You knowed old Unk Monk, Brer Remus. You bleedz to knowed him. Up there in Virginny. I declare to goodness, it make me feel right foolish. Brer Remus, I just know you knowed Unk Monk." For the first time in many a day, the little boy saw Uncle Remus in a serious mood. He leaned forward in his chair, shook his head sadly as he gazed into the fire. "Ah, Lord, Sis Tempy," he exclaimed sorrowfully, "don't less we all go foolin' round 'mongst dem old times. De best kind of bread gets sour. What's yesterday wid us was before de world begun with dish yer chile. Dat's de way I looks at it."
"Dat's de Lord's truth, Brer Remus," exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction, "and I'm mighty glad you call me to myself. Little mo' and I'd a sot right yer and a gone way back to Virginny, and all on account of dat there tale what I year long time ago." "What tale was that, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy.
Honey," replied Aunt Tempy, with a display of genuine bashfulness.
Honey, I 'fraid you'll all sit up there and laugh me out of de house. I ain't dast to tell no tale 'longside of Brer Remus and Daddy Jack yer. I 'fraid I git it all mixed up."
The child manifested such genuine disappointment that Aunt Tempy relented a little.
If you all laugh now," she said with a threatening air, "I'm just going to pick up and git right out of dish yer place. There ain't to be no laughin', 'cause the tale what I hear in Virginny ain't no laughin' tale." With this understanding, Aunt Tempy adjusted her head-handkerchief, looked round rather sheepishly, as Uncle Remus declared afterwards in confidence to the little boy, and began. "Well, den, in de times when Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox live in de same settlement wid one another, de seasons took come wrong. De weather got hot, and den a long dry drouth set in, and it seemed like dat de nat'ral leaf on de trees was gwine to turn to powder." Aunt Tempy emphasized her statements by little backward and forward movements of her head, and the little boy would have laughed, but a warning glance from Uncle Remus prevented him. "De leaf on de trees look like dey gwine to turn to powder, and de ground look like it done bin cooked. All de truck what de creeturs plant was all parched up, and dey wa'n't no crops made nowheres. Dey dunno what to do. Dey run dis-a-way, dey run dat-a-way, yit when dey quit runnin', dey dunno where de bread comin' from. Dis de way it look to Brer Fox, and so one day when he got a mighty hankerin' after somethin' sorter juicy, he meet Brer Rabbit in de lane, and he ax him, sezee, 'Brer Rabbit, whereabouts our bread comin' from?' Brer Rabbit, he bow, he did, and answer, sezee, 'Look like it might be comin' from nowhere,' sezee." "You see dat, honey?" exclaimed Uncle Remus, condescending to give the story the benefit of his patronage. "You see dat? Brer Rabbit was allus a waitin' a chance fer to crack his jokes." "Yes, Lord!" Aunt Tempy continued, with considerable more animation. "He joke and joke, and bimeby he ain't feel like no mo' jokin', and den he up and say, sezee, dat him and Brer Fox better stout out and take der fammerlies wid 'em to town and swap 'em off for some fresh ground meal. And Brer Fox say, sezee, dat look mighty fair and square, and den dey tuck and make dey agreements. Brer Fox was to supply de wagon and team, and he promised dat he gwine to catch his family and tie 'em hard and fast with a red twine string. Brer Rabbit, he say, sezee, dat he gwine to catch his family and tie 'em all, and meet Brer Fox at de fork er de road. Sho' nuff, soon in de mornin', when Brer Fox draw up wid his wagon, he hollered, 'Whoa!' and Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n holler back, 'Whoa yo'se'f!' and den Brer Fox know dey is all dar. Brer Fox, he tuck'n sot up on de seat, and all of his fammerly, dey was a layin' under de seat. Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put all his fammerly in de behind seat of de wagon, and he say, sezee, dat he speck he better set back dar twel dey git sorter usen to dey surroundin's. And den Brer Fox crack his whip, and off dey went towards town. Brer Fox, he holler every once in a while, sezee, 'No noddin' back der, Brer Rabbit.' Brer Rabbit, he holler back, sezee, 'Brer Fox, you miss de ruts in de rocks, and I'll miss de noddin'.' But all dat time, bless your soul, Brer Rabbit was settin' dar untyin' de ole woman and de children, which dey was 7 of 'em. When he git 'em all untie, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n h'ist hisse'f on de seat 'long of Brer Fox, and dey sot dar en talk en laugh 'bout all sorts er times dey gwine ter have w'en dey git de corn meal. Brer Fox sezee, he gwine ter bake hoe cake. Brer Rabbit sezee, he gwine ter make ash cake. Jest 'bout dis time, one er Brer Rabbit's children raise hisse'f up easy en hop out er de wagon.
Miss Fox, she sing out, 1 from 7, don't leave 11. Brer Fox hunches old woman wid de foot for to make her keep still. By, 'nother little rabbit pop up and hop out. Miss Fox say she, 1 from 6 leaves me less kicks. Brer Fox go on talkin' to Brer Rabbit, and Brer Rabbit go on talkin' to Brer Fox, and 'twa'n't so mighty long 'fore all Brer Rabbit family done pop up and dive out of de wagon. And every time one of 'em go, Miss Fox see to fit it like she did the others." "What did she say, Aunt Tempy?" asked the little boy, who was interested in the rhymes. "Just let me see. 1 from 5 leaves 4 alive. 1 from 4 leaves thee no more. 1 from 3 leaves 2 for to go free. 1 from 1 we all done gone." "What did Brother Rabbit do then?" inquired the little boy. "Better ax what Brer Fox do," replied Aunt Tempy, pleased with the effect of her rhymes. "Brer Fox look round after while, and when he see dat all Brer Rabbit family done gone, he lean back and holler, 'Whoa!' and den he say, says he, 'In de name of goodness, Brer Rabbit, where all your folks?' Brer Rabbit look round, and den he make like he cryin'. He des fairly boo-hooed, and he say, says he, 'Dar now, Brer Fox, I des knowed dat if I put my po' little childrens in dar wid your folks, dey'd git et up. I des knowed it.' Ole Miss Fox, she des vow she ain't totch Brer Rabbit fammerly, but Brer Fox he bin a wantin' a piece of 'em all de way, and he begrudge 'em so dat he git mighty mad wid his ole woman and de childrens, and he say, says he, 'You kin des make de most er dat, 'kaze I'm a gwine to bid you good riddance dis ve'y day.' En, sho' nuff, Brer Fox tuck his whole family to town and trade 'em off for corn. Brer Rabbit was wid 'em, just as big as life and twice as natural. Dey start back, dey did, and when dey get 4 or 5 mile out of town, it come 'cross Brer Fox mind dat he done come away and lef' a plug er terbacker in de store, and he say he bleedz to go back atter it. Brer Rabbit he say, says he, dat he'll stay and take keer of de wagon, while Brer Fox kin run back and get his terbacker. Soon as Brer Fox git out er sight, Brer Rabbit lay de hosses under line and lash, and drove de wagon home, and put de hosses in his own stable, and de corn in his smokehouse, and de wagon in his barn, and den he put some corn in his pocket, and cut de hosses' tails off, and went back up de road twel he come to a quagmire, and in dat he stuck de tails and wait for Brer Fox. Atter w'ile, yer he come, and den Brer Rabbit begun to holler and pull at de tails. He say, says he, 'Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer. You're just in time if you ain't too late. Run yer, Brer Fox, run yer.' Brer Fox, he'd run and jerk Brer Rabbit away, and say, says he, 'Git outer de way, Brer Rabbit. You too little. Get outer de way and let a man catch holt.' Brer Fox took holt," continued Aunt Tempy, endeavoring to keep from laughing, "and he fetch one big pull, and I let you know dat is the onlyest pull he make, 'cause de tails come out and he turn a back summerset. He jump up, he did, and begun to grabble in de quagmire just as hard as he kin. Brer Rabbit, he stand by and drop some corn in unbeknownst to Brer Fox, and dis make him grabble wuss and wuss, and he grabble so hard, and he grabble so long dat 'twa'n't long 'fo' he fall down dead,
And so dat is de last of de old Brer Fox in dat day and time."
As Aunt Tempy paused, Uncle Remus adjusted his spectacles and looked at her admiringly. Then he laughed heartily.
"I declare, Sis Tempy," he said after a while, "you gives tongue same as a lawyer. You have to join in with us some more."
Aunt Tempy closed her eyes and dropped her head on one side.
"Don't get me started, Brer Remus," she said after a pause, "'cause if you does, you'll have to sit up here long past your bedtime."
"I believe you, Sis Tempy, dat I does."
Chapter 42 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 42, The Fire Test.
"We have sort of been a-waitin' for Sis Tempy,"
Uncle Remus remarked when the little boy made his appearance the next night.
"But somehow or 'nother, look like she feared she have to up and tell some more tales. And yit, maybe she been struck down with some kinder ailment. Dey ain't no countin' on dese yer fat folks. Dey are up one minute and down de nex', and what make it dat away I'll be bless if I know, 'cause when folks is big and fat, look like dey oughter be weller dan dese yer long, hungry kinder folks. Yet all de same, Brer Jack done come," continued Uncle Remus, "and we'll just slam de do' shut, and if Sis Tempy comes she'll just have to hold her hands 'fore her face and holler out, 'Lucky de linctum, chucky de chin, open de door and let me in.' Oh, you can laugh if you wanter, but I bound you if Sis Tempy was to come dar and say de words what I say, de button on dat there door 'ud just nat'ally twist itself off but what it would let her in. Now I bound you dat."
Whatever doubts the child may have had, he kept to himself, for experience had taught him that it was useless to irritate the old man by disputing with him. What effect the child's silence may have had in this instance it is impossible to say, for just then Aunt Tempy came in laughing.
"You all can just say what you please," she exclaimed as she took her seat, "but dat there Shucky Cordy in de tale what Daddy Jack done tole been running round in my mind and zooning in my ears all de time."
"Yer too!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, with emphasis. "Dat's me up and down. Look like dat there cricket over there in de corner done took it up, and now he gwine, 'Shucky Cordy, Shucky Cordy.'"
"Shoo, shoo!" exclaimed Daddy Jack, with vehement contempt. "He Cutta Cord-La. He no Shucky Cordy not at all."
"Well, well, Brer Jack," said Uncle Remus soothingly, "in dese low grounds of sorrer, you jest gotta lean back and make 'lowances for all sorts of folks. You got to 'low for dem dat knows too much, same as dem what knows too little. A heap of sayin's and a heap of doin's in dis round world got to be took on trus'. You got yo' sayin's, I got mine. You got yo' knowin's, and I got mine. Man come 'long and ax me how does de worm get in de scaly bark. I tell him right up and down, I dunno, sir. 'N'other man come along and ax me who raised de row 'twixt de Buzzard and de bee-martin. I tell him I dunno, sir. Yet, 'cause I dunno," continued Uncle Remus, "dat don't hinder 'em. Dar dey is, spite er dat, worm in de scaly bark, bee-martin after de Buzzard."
"Dat's so!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. "Dat's de Lord's truth."
"Dat there pullin' at de string," Uncle Remus went on, "and dat there hollerin' 'bout Shucky Cordy."
"Cutta Cord-La,"
said Daddy Jack fiercely.
"'Bout the what's-his-name," said Uncle Remus, with a lenient and forgiving smile. "All dish yer hollerin' and gwine on 'bout the what's-his-name put me in mind one time when Brer Rabbit was gwine off from home fer to get a mess of green truck. When Brer Rabbit git ready fer to go, he call all his chilluns up, and he tell 'em dat when he go out dey mus' fasten de door on de inside, and dey mustn't turn nobody in nohow, 'cause Brer Fox and Brer Wolf bin layin' 'roun' waitin' a chance fer to nab 'em. And he tuck'n tole 'em dat when he come back, he'd rap at de door and sing, 'I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gol will pay toll.' De little Rabs, dey hilt up der hands en promise dat dey won't open de door fer nobody 'ceppin' dey daddy, en wid dat, Brer Rabbit, he tuck'n put out, he did, at a hang gallop, huntin' sump'n' n'er to eat. But all dis time, Brer Wolf bin hidin' out behime de house, en he year every word dat pass, en ole Brer Rabbit wa'n't more'n out of sight 'fo' Brer Wolf went to de door, en he knock, he did, blip, blip, blip. Little Rabbit holler out,
"Who dat?"
Brer Wolf, he sing, "I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gol will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh fit to kill deyse'f, en dey up en 'low,
"Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. You ain't none of we all daddy."
Ole Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, but every time he thunk of dem plump little Rabs, he just git mo' hungry dan before, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' he 'uz back at de door. Blap, blap, blap. Little Rab holler,
"Who dat?"
Brer Wolf, he up en sing, "I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gol will pay toll." De little Rabs, dey laugh en roll on de flo', en dey up en 'low,
"Go way, Mr. Wolf. We all daddy ain't got no bad cold like dat."
Brer Wolf slunk off, but bimeby he come back, en dis time he try mighty hard fer to talk fine. He knock at de door, blam, blam, blam. Little Rab holler,
"Who dat?"
Brer Wolf turn loose en sing, "I'll stay when you away, 'cause no gol will pay toll." Little Rab holler back, he did,
"Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way. We all daddy can sing lots purtier dan dat. Go way, Mr. Wolf, go way."
Brer Wolf, he slunk off, he did, en he go way out in de woods, en he sing en sing twel he kin sing fine as de nex' man. Den he go back en knock at de door, en when de little Rabs ax who dat, he sing dem de song, en he sing so nice, en he sing so fine, dat dey undo de door, en ole Brer Wolf walk in en gobble 'em all up, fum de fus to de las'. When ole Brer Rabbit git back home, he find de door standin' wide open, en all de chilluns gone. Dey wa'n't no sign of no tussle, de hearth 'uz all swep' clean, en everything was all to rights, but right over in de cornder he see a pile of bones, en den he know in reason dat some of de yuther creeturs bin done dar en make hash out'n his chilluns. Den he go 'roun' en ax um 'bout it, but dey all deny it. Dey all deny it to de las', en Brer Wolf, he deny it wuss'n all of um. Den Brer Rabbit tuck'n lay de case 'fo' Brer Terrapin. Ole Brer Terrapin was a mighty man in dem days," continued Uncle Remus, with something like a sigh. "A mighty man, en no sooner is he year de state of de condition dan he up en call all de creeturs toge'rr. He call 'em toge'rr, he did, en den he up en tell 'em 'bout how somebody done tuck'n 'stroy all of Brer Rabbit chillun, en he 'low dat de man w'at do dat bleedz to be kotch, 'kaze ef he ain't, There ain't no tellin' how long it'll be 'fore the same somebody'll come along and destroy all the chillun in the settlement. Brer B'ar, he up and ask how dey gwine find him. Brer Terrapin say dey are allus away. Den he allow, "Let's dig a deep pit." "I'll dig de pit," said Brer Wolf, says he. After the pit done dug, Brer Terrapin say, "Let's fill the pit up wid lighter knots of brush." "I'll fill the pit," says Brer Wolf, says he. After the pit done fill up, Brer Terrapin say, "Now den, let's set it afire." "I'll kindle the fire," says Brer Wolf, says he. When the fire begun to blaze up, Brer Terrapin 'lowed that the creeturs must jump 'cross dat, and the man what destroy Brer Rabbit chilluns will drap in and get burnt up. Brer Wolf been so uppity 'bout diggin' and fillin' and kindlin' that they all 'spected him fer to make the fust trial, but bless your soul and body, Brer Wolf look like he got some yuther business fer to tend ter. De pit look so deep, and de fire burn so high, that they mos' all feared fer to make de trial, but atter while, Brer Mink 'low dat he ain't hunted none of Brer Rabbit chilluns, and wid dat he tuck a running start and lipped across. Den Brer Coon say he ain't hunted um, and over he sailed. Brer B'ar say he feel mo' heavy dan he ever is before in all his born days, but he ain't hunted none of Brer Rabbit po' little chilluns, and wid dat away he went 'cross de fire. Dey all jump, twel bimeby hit come Brer Wolf time. Den he begun to git skeered, and he mighty sorry 'cause he dig dat pit so deep and wide, and kindled dat fire so high. He took such a long running start, dat time he git to de jumpin' place, he is done wore teetotally out, and he lip up, he did, and fetched a squall and drapped right spang in de middle of de fire.
Uncle Remus, said the little boy after a while, did Brother Terrapin jump over the fire?
"What Brer Terrapin gwine jump fer?" responded Uncle Remus, "when everybody know Terrapins ain't eat rabbits."
Well, you know you said everything was different then, said the child.
"Look here, Brer Jack," exclaimed Uncle Remus, "if you got any tale on your mind, just let her come. Dish
Chapter 43 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 43, The Cunning Snake. Daddy Jack, thus appealed to, turned half round in his seat, winked his bright little eyes very rapidly, and said with great animation, "Ho! Me been yeddy one sing tale. Me yeddy so long time go. One time, there been one ole Africa woman, a call e name Coomba. She go walkie through the woods, walkie through the field. By and by she's come pon one snake nest filled with egg. Snake, big snake, egg, big egg. Africa womans is been a wanted dem egg so bad, she afraid for to take 'em. She gone home, she is see dem egg in her dream, she want 'em so bad. When the next day morning come, the Africa woman say she bleeds to have dem egg. She go away, she been a see the snake nest, she is git the egg. She fetch 'em at her own house. He cook 'em for her breakfast. By and by the snake been a come by her nest. Egg done gone.
She put her nose upon the ground. She is tracked the Africa woman's by her own house. Snake come by the Africa woman's house. He ask about the egg. Africa woman say she no have been see no egg. Snake see the skin what been upon the egg. She ask, what is this? Africa woman's no say nothing at all. Snake she say, wait for you come break up me nest or taking me egg. Africa woman she no say nothing at all. She toss her head and make like she no hear the snake voice. It go bout her work. Snake she say, woman, you has been give me a voice when me cry out. You been taking me egg. You been destroy me children. Take care your own. Take care your own. Snake gone way. She slick out her tongue and slide away. By and by, the Africa woman's, she had one pretty little pickaninny. She love 'em hard all over. She is mind of what the snake say. She is tote the pickaninny round upon her back. She call 'em Nuncy, and tote 'em fur, and love 'em hard. Snake, she been a stay in the bush side. She watch all day, and wait all night. She gets hungry for the pickaninny. She want 'em so bad. She been slick out the tongue. She been slide through the grass. She been hanker for the pickaninny. By and by, the Africa woman's toted the Nancy till she get tire. She puff, she blow, she work a gill same like a catfish.
Aunt Tempy burst into loud laughter at this remarkable statement.
Whoever is here to beat a dat? She exclaimed. Daddy Jack, you goes on audacious 'bout the women, dat you does. He puff, she blow, she pant. She say, "Da pickaninny, she to get it big like one bag of rice. She get it so heavy, yet me yent most know what for to do. Me yent can tote 'em no more." The Africa woman's is been a put the pickaninny down upon the ground. She make up one sing on the head, and she learn the little gal for answer the sing. She do show 'em how for to pull out the peg in the door. Snake, she is been lay coil up in the bush. She say nothing at all. Africa woman's a learner the pickaninny for answer the sing, and when she start for to go off, she say, "Put the peg in the door, and you no open it for anyone 'cept you is hear me sing." Lil gal, she say, "Yassum," and Africa woman's gone off. Snake stay still. She coil up and it coil, and yet move the tail. By and by, towards night time, the Africa woman's come back where she live. He stand by the door. She talk this sing. "Walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy, walla walla witto me Nancy." She voice confine her towards the last tell, it get loud for true. The little gal, she do make answer like this: "Anduli, anduli, andolo." She know her mommy's voice, and she been pull out the peg quick. She run to her mommy, and mommy there hung 'em up. Next day, she does same ting, 2, 3, 7 day, and the same ting. Africa woman's holler to sing, the little gal make answer upon t'other side of the door. Snake, she like coil up in the bush. She watch the night and listen the day. She try for to learn the song. She no say nothing at all. By and by, one time when Africa woman's been gone away, Snake, she wait till most time for woman's to come back. She gone by the door and open her mouth and say, "Wulla wulla widow me Nancy, wulla wulla widow me Nancy, wulla wulla widow me Nancy." She try for to make the voice come fine like the little girl mammy, and there have one rough place in the throat, and the voice come big. Little gal no make answer. She no open the door. She say, "Go away from Day-Day. Me mammy no holler to sing like that." Snake, she try 1, 2, 3 time, and yet no use. Little gal no open the door, no make answer. Snake she slick out her tongue and slide away. She say she must learn to sing sure enough. By and by, the Africa woman's come back. She holler to sing, "Walla walla wito me Nancy, walla walla wito me Nancy, walla walla wito me Nancy." Lily gal say, "Dammy, mommy." She answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andulo." Snake, she coil up in the chimmerly corner. She hold her breath for to listen, and she learn to sing. Next day morning the Africa woman's been a gone way and left the lily gal all by herself. All the day long the snake she think about the song. She say 'em in her mind. She say 'em forward, she say 'em backward. By and by, most toward sundown, she come at the door. She holler to sing, "Walla walla wito me Nancy, walla walla wito me Nancy, walla walla wito me Nancy." The little gal, she think of the snake been her mommy. She is answer to sing, "Anduli, anduli, andulo." She make answer like that, and she open the door quick. She run upon the snake before she see him. Snake, she been a hug the lily gal more sem than her mammy. She is twist the tail round her. She is catch him in her coil. Lily gal, she holler, she squall, she holler. Nobody been a come for to hear 'em. Snake, she squeeze 'em tight. She no let go. And she squeeze 'em tight. She swaller 'em whole. She break no bone. She take the lily gal like she stand. By and by the little mammy come home at the house. She holler to sing. She get no answer. She come scared. Her voice shake. Her body tremble. She listen and no hear no fuss. She push the door open. She see nothing at all. The lily gal is gone. The woman she holler, she cry. She ask where the lily gal been gone. She no get no answer. She look all round, and she see where the snake been across the road. She holler, "Oh, my lord! The snake been come swallow me little Nancy gal. I gwine hunt him up. I gwine follow the snake past the end of the earth." She go in the swamp. She cut him one cane. She come back. She find the snake track, and she do follow long where it lead. Snake she so full with the lily gal she no walk fast. Little gal's mommy, she been mad. She go straight long. Snake she so full with the lily gal, she come sleepy. She lay down, she shut her eye. She open 'em no more, continued Daddy Jack, moving his head slowly from side to side and looking as solemn as he could. The woman come pon the snake when she been lay there asleep. She come upon him. She take a cane and break her head and mash him flat. She cut the snake open and find the lily gal seem like she been asleep. She take 'em home, she wash 'em off. By and by the little girl open her eye. As soon as she see her mommy, she answer to sing. She say, "Anduli, anduli, andulo."
"Well, well, well!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy sympathetically.
"And the poor little creature was alive?"
"Auntie!" exclaimed Daddy Jack. No reply could. Chapter 44 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 44. How Brer Fox Was Too Smart.
Uncle Remus,
said the little boy one night when he found the old man alone,
I don't like these stories where somebody has to stand at the door and sing, do you? They don't sound funny to me.
Uncle Remus crossed his legs, took off his spectacles, and laid them carefully on the floor under his chair, and made a great pretense of arguing the matter with the child. "Now den, honey, which tale is it what you ain't like the most?"
The little boy reflected a moment and then replied, "About the snake swallowing the little girl. I don't see any fun in that. Papa says they have snakes in Africa as big around as his body, and goodness knows I hope they won't get after me."
"How dey gonna git after you, honey, when you sittin' up yer 'longside of me and de snakes way across there in Africa?"
"Well, Daddy Jack, he came, and the snakes might come too."
Uncle Remus laughed, more to reassure the child than to ridicule his argument.
"Dem ar snakes ain't no water moccasin, not as I knows of. Brer Jack been yer mighty long time, and dey ain't no snake foller after him yet."
"Now, Uncle Remus, Papa says they have them in shows."
"I speck dey is, honey, but who's afeard of snakes stuffed with meal bran? Not none of ole Miss Grandchillun's, sho."
"Well, the stories don't sound funny to me."
"Dat might be. Yit dey're funny to Brer Jack, and dey do mighty well fer to pass de time. After a while you'll be a-gwine 'round runnin' down ole Brer Rabbit and de other creeturs, and somehow or n'other you'll take and get ole Remus mix up wid dem twel you won't know which one of 'em you were runnin' down, and let alone dat, you won't keer, needer. Shoo, honey! You ain't de fust chap w'at I done told dese yer tales ter."
"Why, Uncle Remus!" exclaimed the little boy in a horrified tone. "I wouldn't! You know I wouldn't!"
"Don't tell me," insisted the old man. "You are outgrowin' me, and you are outgrowin' de tales. Des like Miss Sally changed de link of your britches, des dat-a-way I got to do w'ence I whirl in en pursue after de creeturs. Time was when you'd a set down yer by dish yer hearth, and you'd take and holler, and laugh, and clap your hands when ole Brer Rabbit 'ud kick outen all of his tanglements, but dese times you sit still wid your eyes wide open, and you don't crack a smile. I say it!"
Uncle Remus exclaimed, changing his tone and attitude, as if addressing some third person concealed in the room.
"I say it! Stidder joinin' in wid de fun, he'll take and lean back there and dispute 'long wid you, des like growed-up folks. I'll stick it out dis season, but when Christmas come, I be bless if I ain't gwine to ax Miss Sally for my removin's papers, and I'm gwine to hang my bundle on my walkin' cane and see what kind of dirt there is at the fur end of dis big road."
"Yes," exclaimed the little boy triumphantly, "and if you do, the patrollers will get you."
"Well,"
replied the old man, with a curious air of resignation,
"if dey does, I ain't gwine to do like Brer Fox did when Brer Rabbit showed him de tracks in de big road."
How did Brother Fox do, Uncle Remus?
Watch out now, dish yer one of de tales what ain't got no fun in it.
Uncle Remus, please tell it.
Hol' on dar. There might be a snake somewheres in it. One of dese yer Milbrand snakes.
Please, Uncle Remus, tell it.
The old man never allowed himself to resist the artful pleadings of the little boy, so he recovered his specs from under the chair, looked up the chimney for luck, as he explained to his little partner, and proceeded. One day when Brer Fox went callin' on Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and the other gals, who should he find settin' up there but old Brer Rabbit? Yes, sir, there he was, just as sociable as you please. He is gwine on with the gals, and when Brer Fox drapped in, they looked like they was mighty tickled 'bout somethin' or 'nother Brer Rabbit been sayin'. Brer Fox, he looked sorter jubious, he did, just like folks does when they walks up in a crowd where the others are all a-gigglin'. He took and cotched the drygins directly, but they all howdied, and Miss Meadows, she up and say,
You just have to excuse us, Brer Fox, on account of dish yer gigglement. To be sure, it monstrous disperlite for we all for to be goin' on dat-a-way, but I'm mighty glad you come. And I says to the gals, say I, For the Lord, gals, there come Brer Fox, and here we is a-gigglin' and a-goin' on scandalous. Yet it done come to mighty funny pass, says I, if you can't run on and laugh for home folks, says I. Dat just exactly what I say, and I leave it to old Brer Rabbit and the gals, yeah, if it ain't.
The gals, they took and join in, they did, and they make old Brer Fox feel right splimmy-splammy, and they all sot there and run on about their neighbors, just like folks does these days. They sot there, they did, twell after a while Brer Rabbit look out towards sundown, and allow,
Now den, folks and friends, I believe to say good-bye. Cloud comin' up out yonder, and most 'fore we know it, the rain'll be a-po'in', and the grass'll be a-growin'. Why, that's poetry, Uncle Remus, interrupted the little boy.
To be sure 'tis, honey, to be sure 'tis. I'll just let you know Brer Rabbit was a mighty man in dem days. Brer Fox, he see the cloud comin' up, and he up and allow he spec he better be gettin' along hisself, 'cause he ain't wanter get his Sunday go-to-meetin' clothes wet. Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and the gals, they want 'em to stay, but both er dem there creatures is mighty feared of gettin' their foots wet, and after a while they put out. While days is gwine down the big road, jawin' at one another, Brer Fox, he took and stop right quick, and allow, Run yer, Brer Rabbit, run yer. If my eye ain't deceived me, yer the signs where Mr. Dog been along, and more'n dat, they are right fresh. Brer Rabbit, he sidle up and look. Den he 'low, Dat ere track ain't never fit Mr. Dog's foot in de round world. What make it more bindin', says he, I done gone and been acquainted with the man what make dat track. Too long go to talk about, says he. Brer Rabbit, please, sir, tell me his name. Brer Rabbit, he laugh like he makin' light of somethin' or 'nother. If I ain't make no mistakes, Brer Fox, the po' creature what made dat track is Cousin Wildcat, no more and no less. How big is he, Brer Rabbit? He just about your heft, Brer Fox. Den Brer Rabbit make like he talkin' wid hisself. Tut, tut, tut! Hit mighty funny dat I should run up on Cousin Wildcat in dis part of de world. To be sure, many and many's the time I see my old granddaddy kick and cuff Cousin Wildcat
twell I get sorry 'bout him. If you want any fun, Brer Fox, right now de time to git it."
Brer Fox up and ax, he did, how he gwine have any fun. Brer Rabbit, he 'low,
"Easy enough. Just go and tackle old Cousin Wildcat and lam him round."
Brer Fox, he sorter scratch his ear and 'low, Hey, Brer Rabbit, I feared. He track too much like Mr. Dog." Brer Rabbit just sit right flat down in de road and holler and laugh. He 'low, says he,
"Shoo, Brer Fox, who'd have thunk you is so skeery? Just look at this yer track right close. Is there any sign of claw anywheres?"
Brer Fox bleeds to agree that there wa'n't no sign of no claw. Brer Rabbit say,
"Well, den, if he ain't got no claw, how we gwine to hurt you, Brer Fox?"
"What gone wid his toofs, Brer Rabbit?"
"Shoo, Brer Fox, creeturs what barks the trees ain't gwine to bite."
Brer Fox took another good look at the tracks, and then him and Brer Rabbit put out fer to follow 'em up. They went up the road, and down the lane, and crossed the turnip patch, and down the drain, and up a big gully. Brer Rabbit, he done the trackin', and every time he find one, he up and holler,
"Here another track, and no claw there. Here another track, and no claw there."
They kep on and they kep on, twell by they run up wid the creature. Brer Rabbit, he holler out mighty biggity,
"Hey-o there, what you doin'?"
The creature look round, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit allow,
"Oh, you needn't look so sullen. We'll make you talk 'fore we are done along with you.
Come now, what you doin' out there?"
The creature rub hisself agin a tree just like you see dese yer house cats rub agin a cheer, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit holler,
"What you come pesterin' along with us fer, when we ain't been a pesterin' you? You got to consate that I dunno who you is, but I does. You were the same old Cousin Wildcat what my granddaddy used to kick and cuff when you refused to respond. I let you know I got a better man here than what my granddaddy ever is been, and I bound you he'll make you talk. That's what I bound you."
The creature lean mo' harder agin the tree and sorter ruffle up his bristle, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he 'low,
"Go up there, Brer Fox, and if he refuse to respond, slap him down. Dat de way my granddaddy done. You go up there, Brer Fox, and if he das to try to run, I'll just whirl in and catch him."
Brer Fox, he sorter jubious, but he start towards the creature. Old Cousin Wildcat walk all round the tree, rubbin' hisself, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he holler,
"Just walk right up and slap him down, Brer Fox. Hey, the audacious villain! Just hit him a surbinder, and if he das to run, I bound you I'll catch him."
Brer Fox, he went up a little nigher. Cousin Wildcat stopped rubbin' on the tree and sot up on his behind legs wid his front paws in de air, and he balanced hisself by leanin' agin the tree, but he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he squall out, he did,
"Oh, you needn't to put up your hands and try to beg off. Dat the way you fool my old granddaddy, but you can't fool we all. All your settin' up and beggin' ain't gwine to help you. If you're so humble as all dat, what make you come pesterin' along we all? Hit him a clip, Brer Fox. If he run, I'll catch him."
Brer Fox see the creature look so mighty humble, sittin' up there like he beggin' off, and he sorter take heart. He sidled up towards him, he did, and just as he is making ready for to slap him, old Cousin Wildcat drawed back and fotch Brer Fox a wipe across the stomach. Uncle Remus paused here a moment, as if to discover some term strong enough to do complete justice to the catastrophe. Presently he went on. "Dat there cousin Wildcat creature fotched Brer Fox a wipe across his stomach, and you might a yeared him squall from here to Harmony Grove. Little more, and the creature would a tore Brer Fox in two. Whence the creature made a pass at him, Brer Rabbit knew what gwine to happen, yet all the same he took and holler, 'Hit him again, Brer Fox! Hit him again! I'm a-backin' you, Brer Fox! If he das to run, I'll in about cripple him. Dat I will! Hit him again!' All this time whilst Brer Rabbit goin' on dis-a-way, Brer Fox, he is squatting down, holding his stomach with both hands, and just a moaning, 'I'm ruint, Brer Rabbit, I'm ruint. Run fetch the doctor. I'm teetotally ruint.' 'Bout dat time, Cousin Wildcat, he tuck a walk. Brer Rabbit, he make like he astonished that Brer Fox is hurted. He took and examined the place, he did, and he up and allow, 'It look like to me, Brer Fox, dat audacious villain took and struck you wid a reaping hook.' Wid dat, Brer Rabbit lit out for home, and when he get out of sight, he took and shuck the hands just like a cat does when he get water on the foots, and he Chapter 45 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 45. Brer Wolf Gets in a Warm Place. The little boy thought that the story of how the Wildcat scratched Brother Fox was one of the best stories he had ever heard, and he didn't hesitate to say so. His hearty endorsement increased Uncle Remus's good humor, and the old man, with a broad grin upon his features and something of enthusiasm in his tone, continued to narrate the adventures of Brother Rabbit. "After Brer Fox get hurted so bad," said Uncle Remus, putting an edge upon his axe with a whetstone held in his hand, "it was a mighty long time 'fore he could ramble round and worry ole Brer Rabbit. De time Cousin Wildcat fetched him dat wipe across de stomach, he tuck and lay de blame on Brer Rabbit, and when he get well, he des tuck and juggle wid de other creeturs, and dey all agree dat dem and Brer Rabbit can't drink out of de same branch, nor walk de same road, nor live in de same settlement, nor go in washin' in de same wash-hole. To be sure, Brer Rabbit bleeds to take notice of all dish yer kind of jugglements is goin' on, and he just took and strengthened his house in de neighborhoods of de windows, and den he put 'em up a steeple on top of dat. Yasser, a sure 'nuff steeple, and he rise up so high dat folks gwine long de big road stop and say, 'Hey, what kind of meetin' house dat?'" The little boy laughed loudly at Uncle Remus's graphic delineation of the astonishment and admiration of the passers-by. The old man raised his head, stretched his eyes, and seemed to be looking over his spectacles right at Brother Rabbit's steeple. "Folks 'ud stop and ax, but Brer Rabbit ain't got time fer to make no answer. He hammered, he nailed, he knocked, he lammed. Folks go by, he ain't look up. Creeturs come stand and watch him, he ain't look round. Work, 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 from sun up to sundown, twell dat ere steeple git done. Den ole Brer Rabbit took and draw long breff, and wipe his forehead, and allowed dat if dem other creeturs what been after him so long is got any advantage of him, de time done come for 'em fer to show it.
With that he went and got him a snack of something to eat, and a long piece of plow line, and he told his old woman for to put a kettle of water on the fire, and stand round close by, and everything he tell her not to do, dat the very thing she surely must do. Then old Brer Rabbit sot down in his rocking cheer and looked out from the steeple for to see how the land lay. 'Twa'n't long 'fore all the creatures yer talk that Brer Rabbit done stop work, and dey gun to come round for to see what he gwine do next. But Brer Rabbit, he got up there, he did, and smoke his segar, and chaw his tobaccer, and let his mind run on. Brer Wolf, he stand and look up at the steeple, Brer Fox, he stand and look up at it, and all the other creatures dey done the same. Next time you see a crowd of folks looking at something right hard, you just watch 'em, honey. Dey'll walk round one or another and swap places, and dey'll be constant on the move. That's just the way the creatures done. They walk round and punch one another and swap places, and look and look. Old Brer Rabbit, he sot up there, he did, and chaw his tobaccer and smoke his segar, and let his mind run on. By and by old Brer Terrapin come along, and old Brer Terrapin been in cahoots with Brer Rabbit so long that he just naturally knowed there was gwine to be fun plenty round in dem neighborhoods 'fore the sun go down. He laugh way down under de roof of the house, old Brer Terrapin did, and den he hailed Brer Rabbit.
Hey, old Brer Rabbit, what you doing way up there in the elements like that? I'm a sojourning up here for to rest myself, Brer Terrapin. Trap up and see me. 'Twixt you and me, Brer Rabbit, the drappin's all one way. Supposin' you turn loose and come. Man live dat high up there bleeds to have wings. I ain't no high flyer myself. I feared to shake hands with you so fur off, Brer Rabbit. Not so, Brer Terrapin, not so. My staircase is a mighty limbersome one, and I'll just let it down to you. With that, Brer Rabbit let down the plow line. Just catch hold of that, Brer Terrapin, says Brer Rabbit, says he, and up you comes, linktum, sinktum, binktum, boo, says he. What was that, Uncle Remus? Said the little boy, taking a serious view of the statement. Creature talk, honey, just creature talk. Bless your soul, child, the old man went on with a laughable assumption of dignity. If you think I got time for to stop right short off and strib it out all I knows, you are mighty much mistaken, mighty much mistaken. Old Brer Terrapin know mighty well that Brer Rabbit ain't got nothin' agin him, yet he got such a habit of looking out for hisself that he took and catched the plow line in his mouth, he did, and tried the strength of it. Old Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Swing on, Brer Terrapin!" And Brer Terrapin, he took and swung on, and it 'twa'n't long 'fore he is sittin' up there side of Brer Rabbit. But I wish to goodness you'd have been there, continued Uncle Remus, very gracefully leaving it to be inferred that he was there. I wish to goodness you'd have been there so you could have seed old Brer Terrapin whiles Brer Rabbit was a-haulin' him up, with his tail a-wigglin' and his legs all spraddled out, and him a-whirlin' round and round and lookin' skeered. The other creatures, they see Brer Terrapin go up safe and sound, and they see the vittles passin' round, and they begun to feel like they wanter see the inside of Brer Rabbit's steeple. Then Brer Wolf, he hail 'em. "Hey-o there, Brer Rabbit! You're lookin' mighty scrumptious way up there. How you come on?" Brer Rabbit, he look down, he did, and see who it is a-hollerin', and he respond, "Po'ly, mighty po'ly, but I thank the Lord I'm able to eat my allowance. Won't you drap up, Brer Wolf?"
It's a mighty clumsy journey fer to make, Brer Rabbit, yet I don't keer if I does." Wid dat, Brer Rabbit let down de plow line, and Brer Wolf cotch hold, and dey begun to haul him up. Dey haul and dey haul, and when Brer Wolf get most to de top, he year Brer Rabbit holler out, "Stir round, ole woman, and set de table. But before you do that, fetch de kittle fer to make de coffee." Dey haul and dey haul on de plow line, and Brer Wolf year Brer Rabbit squall out, "Watch out there, ole woman! You'll spill dat boilin' water on Brer Wolf." "And bless your soul," continued Uncle Remus, turning half around in his chair to face his enthusiastic audience of one, "dat is about all Brer Wolf did year, 'cause de next minute down come de scaldin' water, and Brer Wolf just fetch one squall and turn hisself a loose, and when he struck de ground, he bounced just the same as one of dese yer Injun rubber balls what you used ter play wid long in dem times 'fore you took and broke your mammy's lookin'-glass. Ole Brer Rabbit, he lean from out de steeple and 'pologized as best he can, but no 'pology ain't gwine to make hair grow back where de boilin' water hit."
"Did they spill the hot water on purpose, Uncle Remus?" the little boy inquired.
"Now den, honey, you're crowdin' me. Dem ar creeturs was mighty curious, most specially Brer Rabbit. When it come down to dat," said Uncle Remus, lowering his voice and looking very grave, "I speck if you'd a sarched de country from Hen Roost to River Bank, you won't find a no more curiouser man dan Brer Rabbit. All I knows is that Brer Rabbit and Brer Terrapin had a mighty laughin'."
Chapter 46 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 46. Brer Wolf Still in Trouble.
"And still we are by ourselves," exclaimed Uncle Remus as the little boy ran into his cabin the night after he had heard the story of how Brother Rabbit scalded Brother Wolf. "We are by ourselves, and time's a-passin'. Dem ar folks dunno what dey are missin'. We are jest gittin' to dat point where we kin keep de run of creeturs, and it keeps us dat busy we ain't got time fer to bolt our vittles sca'cely. I done tell you 'bout Brer Rabbit makin' him a steeple, but I ain't tell you 'bout how Brer Rabbit got ole Brer Wolf out'n a mighty bad fix."
"No," said the little boy, "you haven't, and that's just what I have come for now."
Uncle Remus looked at the rafters, then at the little boy, and finally broke into a loud laugh.
"I 'clare to goodness,"
he exclaimed, addressing the imaginary third person to whom he related the most of his grievances,
"I 'clare to goodness dat if dat there chile ain't gittin' so dat he's every whit as up and spoken as what ole Miss ever been, dat he is."
The old man paused long enough to give the little boy some uneasiness, and then continued.
"After ole Brer Wolf git de nat'ral hide took off of him on account of Brer Rabbit's kittle, course he had to go way off by hisself for to let de hair grow out. He's gone so long dat Brer Rabbit sorter 'lowed to hisself dat he speck he could come down out of his steeple en sorter rack 'round 'mongst de udder creeturs. He sorter primp up, Brer Rabbit did, en den he start out upon his journeys hither and yon. He took and went to de crossroads, en dar he stop en choose 'im a road. He choose 'im a road, he did, en den he put out des like he been sent fer in a hurry. Brer Rabbit gallop on, he did, talkin' and laughin' wid hisself, and every time he pass folks, he'd turn it off and make like he's singin'. He is gwine on dis-a-way, when fust news you know, he took'n year somethin'. He stopped talkin' and begun to hum a tune, but he ain't meet nobody. Den he stop and listen, and he hear somethin' holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, won't somebody come help me?" The accent of grief and despair and suffering that Uncle Remus managed to throw into this supplication was really harrowing. Brer Rabbit year dis, and he stop and listen. 'Twan't long 'fo' somethin' nother holler out, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, please somebody come and help me." Brer Rabbit, he hiced up his ears, he did, and make answer back,
"Who is you, nohow, and what the name of goodness the matter?"
"Please somebody do run yer." Brer Rabbit, he took'n stand on 3 legs fer to make sho' of gettin' a good start if there's any needs of it, and he holler back,
"Whereabouts is you, and how come you there?"
"Do please somebody run yer and help a po' miserable creetur. I'm down yer in de big gully under dish yer great big rock." Old Brer Rabbit bleedz to be mighty partickler in dem days, and he crope down to de big gully and look in, and who de name of goodness you speck he seed down there?
Uncle Remus paused and gave the little boy a look of triumph, and then proceeded without waiting for a reply.
"Nobody in de roun' world but dat there ole Brer Wolf what Brer Rabbit done been scalted de week 'fo' dat. He is layin' down dar in de big gully, and bless gracious! 'Pon top of him was a great big rock, and if you want to know de reason dat ere great big rock ain't teetotally kilt Brer Wolf, den you'll have to ax someone what know mo' 'bout it dan what I does, 'cause it look like to me dat it just oughter mash him flat. Yet dar he was, and let alone bein' kilt, he got strength enough left fer to make folks year him holler a mile off, and he holler so lonesome dat it make Brer Rabbit feel mighty sorry, and no sooner is he feel sorry dan he hold de coat-tails out of de way and slid down de bank fer to see what he kin do. When he git down dar, Brer Wolf ax him, please, sir, kin he help him wid de removance of dat there rock? And Brer Rabbit 'low he speck he can. And wid dat Brer Wolf holler and tell him for mussy sake won't he whirl in and do it, which Brer Rabbit took and catch hold of de rock and hump hisself, and 'twa'n't long 'fo' he gits a purchase on it, and bless your soul, he lift her up just like a nigger at the log rollin'. Hit turn out dat Brer Wolf ain't hurt it much, and when he finds dish out, he tuck a notion dat if he ever gonna get his revengeance out of Brer Rabbit, right den was de time, and no sooner does dat come cross his mind dan he tuck and grab Brer Rabbit by de nap of de neck and de small of de back. Brer Rabbit he kick and squeal, but 'tain't do no manner of good, 'cause de more what he kick, de more tighter Brer Wolf clamp him, which he squoze him so hard dat Brer Rabbit was feared he is going to get cut off his breath. Brer Rabbit he 'low,
"Well den, Brer Wolf, is dish yer de way you thanks folks fer saving yo' life?"
Brer Wolf grin big, and den he up and 'low, "I'll thank you, Brer Rabbit, and den I'll make fresh meat out'n you." Brer Rabbit 'low, he did, "If you talk dat-a-way, Brer Wolf, I never is to do yer another good turn whilst I live." Brer Wolf he grin some more, and 'low, "Dat you won't, Brer Rabbit, dat you won't. You won't do me no more good till you a done dead." Brer Rabbit, he sorter study to hisself, he did, and den he 'low, "Where I come from, Brer Wolf, hit's agin de law for folks fer to kill dem what done 'em a good turn, and I 'spect hit's the law right roun' yer." Brer Wolf say he ain't so mighty sho' 'bout dat. Brer Rabbit say he willin' fer to leaf the whole case wid Brer Terrapin, and Brer Wolf say he 'greeable. Wid dat dey put out, dey did, and make der way to where ole Brer Terrapin stay, and when dey git dar, Brer Wolf he tuck'n tell his side, and den Brer Rabbit he tuck'n tell his side. Ole Brer Terrapin put on de specs, and clear up his throat, and den he 'low, "Dere's a mighty heap er mixedness in dish yer dispute, and 'fo' I can take any sides, you'll just have to carry me fer to see de place whereabouts Brer Wolf was when Brer Rabbit found him," says he. Sho' nuff, dey tuck'n carried ole Brer Terrapin down de big road twel dey come to de big gully, and den dey took him to where Brer Wolf got cotch under de big rock. Ole Brer Terrapin he walk roun', he did, and poke at de place with the end of his cane. Bimeby he shook his head, he did, and 'low, "I hates mightily fer to put you all gents to so much trouble, yet dey ain't no two ways. I'll have to see just how Brer Wolf was cotch, and just how de rock was layin' 'pon top of him," says he. "De older folks gits, de mo' trouble dey is," says he. "And I ain't denyin' but what I'm a ripenin' mo' samer dan a persimmon what's been strucken wid de frost," says he. Den Brer Wolf, he tuck'n lay down where he was when Brer Rabbit found him, and de others dey up and rolled a rock 'pon the top of him. Dey rolled a rock upon him," continued Uncle Remus, looking over his spectacles to see what effect the statement had on the little boy, "and dar he was. Brer Terrapin, he walk all roun' and roun' and look at him. Den he sot down, he did, and make marks in de sand wid his cane like he studyin' 'bout somethin' or n'other. Bimeby Brer Wolf, he open up, "Ow, Brer Terrapin, dish yer rock gittin' mighty heavy." Brer Terrapin, he mark in de sand and study and study. Brer Wolf holler, "Ow, Brer Terrapin, dish yer rock mashin' de breff out of me." Brer Terrapin, he roar back, he did, and he 'low, says he, "Brer Rabbit, you was in de wrong. You ain't had no business fer to come bodderin' longer Brer Wolf when he ain't bodderin' longer you. He is attendin' to his own business, and you oughter been attendin' to yourn." Dis make Brer Rabbit look ashame of hisself, but Brer Terrapin talk her right along. "When you is gwine down dish yer road dis mawnin', you sho'ly mus' be a gwine somewheres, and if you was gwine somewheres, you better be gwine on. Brer Wolf, he wa'n't gwine nowheres den, and he ain't gwine nowheres now. You foun' him under dat there rock, and under dat there rock you lef' him." "And bless gracious!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, "dem ar creeturs racked off from dar." Chapter 47 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 47, Brer Rabbit Lays in His Beef Supply. "I wonder where Daddy Jack is," said the little boy, one night after he had been waiting for some time for Uncle Remus to get leisure to tell him a story. Uncle Remus, who was delightfully human in his hypocrisy as well as in other directions,
leaned back in his chair, looked at the little boy with an air of grieved resignation, and said, "I bound you does, honey, I bound you does. Old Brer Jack look mighty weaselly ter the naked eye, but I lay he's a lot more likely a nigger than what old Remus is. The time done gone by when a poor old no-count nigger like me can hold a hand with a brand-new nigger man like Brer Jack." The child stared at Uncle Remus with open-eyed astonishment. "Now, Uncle Remus, I didn't mean that. You know I didn't," he exclaimed. "Bless your heart, honey. Hit don't pester me. I done got the 'sperience of it. Dat I is. Plow hoss don't squeal and kick when dey put another hoss in his place. Brer Jack got the age on him, but he new to you. Old or young, folks is folks, and no longer'n day 'fore yesterday. I hear you braggin' about how de victual what dey feeds you on up at the big house ain't good as de victuals what yother children gits. Never mind old Remus, honey. You and Brer Jack just go right along, and I'll be much obliged if you just lemme set in de corner a year and chunk de fire. Surely I ain't past doin' dat." The child was troubled to think that Uncle Remus should find it necessary to depreciate himself, and he made haste to explain his position. "I thought that if Daddy Jack was here, he could tell me a story while you were working, so you wouldn't be bothered." A broad grin of appreciation spread over Uncle Remus's face. He adjusted his spectacles, looked around and behind him, and then, seeing no one but the child, addressed himself to the rafters and cobwebs. "Well, well, well! If dish yer don't beat all! Gentermens, dish yer little chap yer, he puny in de legs, yet he mighty strong in de head." He paused, as if reflecting over the whole matter, and then turned to the child. "Is dat what make you hone after Daddy Jack, honey? Just 'cause you wanter set back there and listen at a tale? Now den, if you hadn't 'a got me off'n de track, you'd 'a been sittin' yer listenin' at one of 'em just dis blessed minute, 'cause dis time I year talk dat Mars John gwine to have dat there long-horned steer kilt for beef, it come 'cross my mind 'bout de time whence Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox joined in wid one another and kilt a cow." "Killed a cow, Uncle Remus?" "Des as sho as you're sittin' dar," replied the old man with emphasis. "Look like der wa'n't no kind of doin's what dem there creeturs weren't up to, mo' specially old Brer Rabbit. Day in and day out, fum mornin' twel night, and fum night twel mornin', he is constant a studyin' up some brand new kinder contraption fer to let the other creeturs know he is somewheres in the neighborhoods. Come down to that, you can believe me or not believe me, just as you are mind ter. You can take your choosement. But old Brer Rabbit and old Brer Fox, spite of dey fallin' out, they took and go into cahoots and kilt a cow. Seem like I disremember who de cow belonged ter," continued the old man, frowning thoughtfully, and thus by a single stroke imparting an air of reality to the story. "But she surely belongs to some of de neighbors, 'cause you can just put it down, right pine blank, dat Brer Rabbit ain't gwine to kill his own cow, and needer is Brer Fox. Well, den, dey took and kilt a cow, and it wa'n't dey own cow, and after dey done skunt her, Brer Rabbit he up and 'low, he did, dat if Brer Fox want to git de good of de game, he better run home and fetch a tray of somethin' fer to put de giblets in." "Giblets, Uncle Remus?" "To be sure, honey. Dat's what we all calls de liver, de lights, de heart, and de melt. Some calls 'em giblets, and some calls 'em haslets,
but if you'll let me take 'em and carry 'em home, you can just up and call 'em most by any name what creep into your mind. You do the namin'," the old man went on, smacking his lips suggestively, "and I'll do the eatin', and if I'm the loser, I'll bound you won't hear no complaints from me. But law bless me, what is I'm a-doin'? The time's a-passin', and I ain't scarcely got start on the tail. Dey kilt de cow, dey did, and Brer Rabbit tell Brer Fox 'bout de giblets. And whiles Brer Fox gwine on home after de bucket fer to put 'em in, he say to hisself dat Brer Rabbit ain't as bad as he cracked up to be. But no sooner is Brer Fox outer sight than Brer Rabbit cut out de giblets, he did, and carried 'em off and hide 'em. Den he come back and took a piece of de meat and drapped blood way off de other way. By, here come Brer Fox wid his bucket, and when he get dar, Brer Rabbit was settin' down cryin'. Mon, he is just a boo-hooin'. Brer Fox, he 'low, "Name of goodness, Brer Rabbit, what de matter?" "Nuff de matter, nuff de matter. I wish you'd a stayed yer whiles you were yer. Dat a does, Brer Fox." "How come, Brer Rabbit, how come?" "Man come, Brer Fox, and stole all yo' nice giblets. I've been a-runnin' after him, Brer Fox, but he outrun me." "Which way he go, Brer Rabbit?" "Yer de way he went, Brer Fox. Yer where he drapped de blood. If you be right peart, Brer Fox, you'll ketch him." Brer Fox, he drapped de bucket, he did, and put out after de man what took de giblets, and he wa'n't out'n sight good 'fore ole Brer Rabbit sail in and cut out all de fat and taller, and carry it off and hide it. After a while, here comes Brer Fox back just a puffin' and a pantin'. He ain't seen no man. Brer Rabbit, he hail him. "You ain't come a minute too soon, Brer Fox, dat you ain't. Whiles you been gone, 'nother man come along and carried off all de taller and fat. He went right off dat-a-way, Brer Fox, and if you'll be right peart, you'll ketch him." Brer Fox, he took and put out, he did, and run, yet he ain't see no man. Whiles he done gone, Brer Rabbit carry off one of de behind quarters. Brer Fox come back, he ain't see no man. Brer Rabbit holler and tell him dat another man done come and got a behind quarter and runned off with it. Brer Fox sorta study about dis, 'cause it look like nobody ever see de like of men's folks passin' by dat one lonesome cow. He make out he gwine to run after de man what steal de behind quarter, but he ain't get fur 'fore he took and turn round and crope back, and he is just in time fer to see Brer Rabbit making off wid de yuther behind quarter. Brer Fox mighty tired wid running hither and yon, and backwards and forwards, but he git so mad when he see Brer Rabbit gwine off dat-a-way dat he dash up and ax him where is he gwine wid dat dere beef. Brer Rabbit lay de beef down, he did, and look like his feelin's hurted. He look at Brer Fox like he feel mighty sorry for folks what can ax foolish questions like dat. He shake his head, he did, and allow, Well, who'd a thunk that Brer Fox would a come axin' me 'bout dish yer beef, which anybody would a knowed I was carryin' off for to save for him, so nobody couldn't git it?" But dish yer kind of talk don't suit Brer Fox, and he took and make a motion as if to catch Brer Rabbit, but Brer Rabbit he got him leg bail, and there they had it through the woods twell Brer Rabbit come upon a holler tree, and inter dat he went, just like one of dese streaked lizards goes into a hole in the sand.
"And then," said the little boy, as Uncle Remus paused, "along came Brother Buzzard, and Brother Fox set him to watch the hole, and Brother Rabbit said he had found a fat squirrel which he would run out on the other side, and then he came out and ran home."
This was the climax of a story that Uncle Remus had told a long time before, and he looked at his little partner with astonishment not unmixed with admiration. "I 'clare to gracious, honey," he exclaimed, "if you holds on to your prayers like you does to dese yer tales, you'll do mighty well. But don't you try to hold Brer Rabbit down to one trick. You won't never keep up with him in the round world, dat you won't. Old Brer Buzzard was dere, and Brer Fox ax him fer to watch the hole, but he ain't been dere long 'fore Brer Rabbit sing out, 'I got the 'vantage of you, dat's what, Brer Buzzard, I sho'ly is.' 'How dat, Brer Rabbit?'
"'Cause I can see you, and you can't see me.'
Wid dat, Brer Buzzard stuck his head in de hole and look up, and no sooner is he do dis dan Brer Rabbit fill his eyes full of sand, and whiles he's gone to de branch fer to wash it out, Brer Rabbit he come down out of de holler and went back to where de cow was. Chapter 48 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 48. Brer Rabbit and Mr. Wildcat.
"Uncle Remus,"
said the little boy after a pause,
"where did Brother Rabbit go when he got out of the hollow tree?"
"Well, sir," exclaimed Uncle Remus, "you ain't gwine to believe me scarcely, but dat owdacious creature ain't no sooner get out of dat there tree dan he go and git hisself mix up with some mo' trouble, which he git mighty near skeered out of his skin. When Brer Rabbit git out of de holler tree, he took and fling some sass back at ole Brer Buzzard, he did, and den he put out down de big road, 'stid of gwine long back home and see 'bout his family. He is gwine long, lickety-clickety, clickety-lickety, when fust news you know, he feel somethin' or n'other drop down upon him, and dere he was. Bless your soul, when Brer Rabbit can git his remembrance together, he feel ole Mr. Wildcat a-huggin' him from behind, and whisperin' in his ear."
"What did he whisper, Uncle Remus?"
asked the little boy.
"Dis, dat, and de udder, one thing and another."
"But what did he say?"
"De way of it was dis," said Uncle Remus, ignoring the child's question. "Brer Rabbit, he is gallin' up and down de road, and ole Mr. Wildcat, he is layin' stretch out taking a nap on a tree limb hanging across de road. He year Brer Rabbit come a lickety-clicketing down de road, and he des sorter fix hisself, and when Brer Rabbit come a dancing under de limb, all Mr. Wildcat got to do is to drop right down on him, and there he was. Mr. Wildcat hug him right up at him, and laugh and whisper in his ear."
"Well, Uncle Remus, what did he say?" persisted the little boy.
The old man made a sweeping gesture with his left hand that might mean everything or nothing, and proceeded to tell the story in his own way.
Old Mr. Wildcat hug Brer Rabbit up close and whisper in his ear. Brer Rabbit, he kick, he squall. By he catch his breath and allow, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy, what I done gone and done now?" Mr. Wildcat, he rub his wet nose on Brer Rabbit's ear, and make cold chill run up his back. By he say, "Oh, Brer Rabbit, I just naturally loves you. You been a foolin' all of my cousins and all of my kinfolks, and they ain't been so mighty long since you set Cousin Fox on me, and little more and I'd a tore him in two. "Oh, Brer Rabbit, I just naturally loves you," says he. Den he laugh, and he toof straight together right close to Brer Rabbit's ear. Brer Rabbit, he 'low, he did,
"Law, Mr. Wildcat, I thought maybe you might like to have Brer Fox for supper, and dat de reason I send him up to where you is. Hit done come to mighty purty pass when folks can't be friends, something or another step in twixt and between 'em, and if dat de case, I ain't gwine to be friends no more. Dat I ain't."
Mr. Wildcat wiped his nose on Brer Rabbit's ear, and he do sorter like he's studyin'. Brer Rabbit, he keep on talkin'. He 'low,
"Endurin' all this time, is I ever pester along wid you, Mr. Wildcat?"
"No, Brer Rabbit, I can't say as you is."
"No, Mr. Wildcat, dat I ain't. Let alone dat, I done my level best fer to help you out. And though you done jump on me and skeer me skinless, yet I'm willin' to do you another good turn. I hear some wild turkeys yelpin' out yonder, and if you'll just let me off this time, I'll go out there and call 'em up, and you can make like you dead, and they'll come up and stretch their neck over you, and you can jump up and kill a whole passel of 'em 'fore they can get out of the way."
Mr. Wildcat stop and study, 'cause if there one kind of meat what he like, dat meat is turkey meat. Then he took and asked Brer Rabbit, is he joking? Brer Rabbit say if he is setting off somewheres by his own lone self, he might be joking, but how in the name of goodness is he can joke when Mr. Wildcat got him hug up so tight? This looked so pleasy that 'twa'n't long 'fore Mr. Wildcat 'lowed that he's mighty willin' if Brer Rabbit mean what he say. And after while, bless your soul, if you'd come along there, you'd have seed old Mr. Wildcat layin' stretch out on de ground, lookin' for all de world just like he done been dead a month. And you'd have yeared old Brer Rabbit a yelpin' out in de bushes just like a sure enough turkey hen. The little boy was always anxious for a practical demonstration, and he asked Uncle Remus how Brother Rabbit could yelp like a turkey hen. For reply, Uncle Remus searched upon his rude mantelpiece until he found a reed, which he intended to use as a pipe stem. One end of this he placed in his mouth, enclosing the other in his hands. By sucking the air through the reed with his mouth, and regulating the tone and volume by opening or closing his hands, the old man was able to produce a marvelous imitation of the call of the turkey hen, much to the delight and astonishment of the little boy. "Ah, Lord!" exclaimed Uncle Remus, after he had repeated the call until the child was satisfied. "Many's and many's de time is I gone out in de woods with old marster 'fore de crack of day, and called de wild turkeys right spang up to where we could kill 'em with a stick. When we fust moved here from Virginny, dey used to come right up to where de barn sets, and more'n dat I done seed old marster kill 'em right out there by de front gate. But folks from town been comin' round yer wid de pointer dogs, till it done got so dat if you want to see turkey track, you gotta go down dere to de Oconee, and dat's 2 mile off."
"Did the Wildcat catch the turkeys?" the little boy inquired, when it seemed that Uncle Remus was about to give his entire attention to his own reminiscences.
"De gracious and de goodness!" exclaimed the old man. "Yer I is running on, and there lays Mr. Wildcat waiting for Brer Rabbit for to help dem turkeys up. And it ain't take 'em long, neither, 'cause bless your soul, old Brer Rabbit was a yelper, man. Sure enough, after while, here they come, old Brer Gibbly Gobbler workin' in de lead. Brer Rabbit, he run to meet 'em and guv 'em de wink about old Mr. Wildcat, and by de time dey get up to where he layin', Brer Gibbly Gobbler and all his folks was jined in a big dispute. One 'low he dead, 'nother 'low he ain't, 'nother one 'low he's stiff, other one 'low he ain't, and the other 'low he is. So there they had it. They stretch out their neck and step high with the foot, and yet they ain't get too close to Mr. Wildcat. He lay there, he did, and he ain't move. Wind ruffle up his hair, yet he ain't move. Sun shine down upon him, yet he ain't move. The turkeys, they gobble and they yelp, but they ain't go no nigher. They holler and they dispute, but they ain't go no nigher. They stretch their neck and they lift their foot high, yet they ain't go no nigher. He keep on dis-a-way, 'twill by and by Mr. Wildcat get tired of waiting, and he jump up, he did, and make a dash at the nighest turkey. But dat turkey done fix, on when Mr. Wildcat come at him, he just riz in the air, and Mr. Wildcat run under him. Then he took and run at another one, and dat'n fly up, and they keep on dat-a-way 'twill 'twa'n't long 'fore Mr. Wildcat was so stiff in the joints, and so shoaled in the wind, that he just had to lay down on the ground and rest. And when he do dis, old Brer Gibbly Gobbler and all of his folks went on 'bout their own business. But since dat day they're constant disputin' 'long with theyself and everybody what come by. If you don't believe me," with an air of disposing of the whole matter judicially, "you can just holler at the first gobbler what you meets, and if he refuse to holler back after you, you can just use my head for a hole in the wall, and what more can you ask than dat?"
"What became of Brother Rabbit, Uncle Remus?"
"Well, sir, Brer Rabbit took and left them low grounds. Whilst they disputin' was goin' on, he took and bowed his goodbyes, and then he just put out from there. Next day old Brer Gibbly Gobbler took and sent him a turkey wing for to make a fan out of, and Brer Rabbit he took and sent it to Miss Meadows and de gals. And I let you know," continued the old man, chuckling heartily, Chapter 49 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 49. Mr. Benjamin Ram Defends Himself. "I speck we done gone and forgot old Mr. Benjamin Ram offen our mind," said Uncle Remus one night, as the little boy went into the cabin with a large ram's horn hanging on his arm.
"About his playing the fiddle and getting lost in the woods," exclaimed the child. "Oh, no, I haven't forgotten him, Uncle Remus. I remember just how he tuned his fiddle in Brother Wolf's house."
"That's me," said Uncle Remus with enthusiasm. "That's me up and down. Mr. Ram just as fresh in my mind now as he was the day I yeard that tale. That old creature was a sight, man. He most surely was. His wrinkly old horn and his shaggy hair on his neck make him look mighty servigous, and whence he shake his head and snort, it seem like he gwine to fair paw the earth from under him. Old Brer Fox been pookin' up old Mr. Benjamin Ram chilluns when dey get too fur from home, but look like he ain't never been get close ter the old creetur. So one time when he is comin' on down de road, talkin' 'long with Brer Wolf, he up and allow, old Brer Fox did, dat he mighty hongry in de neighborhoods of de stomach. Dis make Brer Wolf look like he astonished, and he ax Brer Fox how de name of goodness come he hongry when old Mr. Benjamin Ram layin' up dere in de house just a rollin' in fat. Den Brer Fox took and allow he did, dat he done been in de habits of eatin' Mr. Benjamin Ram chillun, but he sort of feared of the old creature 'cause he looked so bad on account of his red eye and his wrinkly horn. Brer Wolf just holler and laugh. Then he 'low, "Lordy, Brer Fox, I dunno what kind of man you is nohow. Why, dat there old creature ain't never hurted a flea in all his born days, dat he ain't," says he. Brer Fox, he look at Brer Wolf right hard, he did, and den he up and allow, "Hey, yo, Brer Wolf, many's the time dat you been hungry round in dese diggins, and I ain't year talk of you making a meal offen Mr. Benjamin Ram," says he. Brer Fox talked so close to the fatal truth dat Brer Wolf got tooken wid the dry grins, yet he up and respond, says he, "I'd just like to know who in the name of goodness want to eat tough creature like that old Mr. Benjamin Ram. That's what I like to know," says he. Brer Fox, he holler and laugh, he did, and then he up and say, "Ah, ye, Brer Wolf, you ax me what I goes hungry fer when old Mr. Benjamin Ram up there in the house, yet you done been hungry many and many's the time, and still old Mr. Benjamin Ram up there in his house. Now den, how you gwine do in a case like dat?" says Brer Fox, says he. Brer Wolf, he strike the end of his cane down pon the ground, and he say, says he, "I done say all I got to say, and what I say, dat I'll stick ter. Dat old creature lots too tough." Hungry as he is, Brer Fox laugh way down in his stomach. After a while he 'low, "Well den, Brer Wolf, stidder sputin' longer with you, I gwine do what you say. I gwine to go up there and get a bait of old Mr. Benjamin Ram, and I wish you be so good as to go along with me for company," says he. Brer Wolf jaw sort of fall when he hear dis, and he 'low, Hey, Brer Fox, I'd druther go my own lone self," says he. "Well, den," says Brer Fox, says he, "you better make haste," says he, "'cause it ain't goin' to take me so mighty long fer to go up there and make hash out of old Mr. Benjamin Ram," says he. "Brer Wolf know mighty well," said Uncle Remus, snapping his huge tongs in order to silence a persistent cricket in the chimney, "dat if he dast turn back from a banter like dat, he is never to hear de last of it from Miss Meadows and Miss Motts and de gals. And he march off towards Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Little puff of wind come and blow up some leafs. Brer Wolf jump like somebody shootin' at him, and he fly mighty mad when he hear Brer Fox laugh. He mend his gait, he did, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he is knockin' at Mr. Benjamin Ram's door. He knock at de door, he did, and course he expect somebody fer to come open de door. But stidder dat, lo and beholes, yer come Mr. Benjamin Ram round de house. Dere he was, red eye, wrinkly horn, and shaggy head. Now den, in case like dat, what a slim-legged man like Brer Wolf gwine do? There ain't no two ways. He gwine to git way from dar, and he went back to where Brer Fox is more samer dan if the patrollers was after him. Brer Fox, he laugh and he laugh, and old Brer Wolf, he look mighty glum. Brer Fox ax him is he done kilt and et Mr. Benjamin Ram, and if so be, is he lef any for him? Brer Wolf say he ain't feelin' well, and he don't like mutton nohow. Brer Wolf 'low, "You may be puny in de mind, Brer Wolf, but you ain't feelin' bad in de leg, 'cause I done seed you wuck 'em." Brer Wolf 'low he just a runnin' fer to see if it won't make him feel better. Brer Fox, he say, says he, dat when he feelin' puny, he ain't ax no more dan for somebody fer to get out of de way and let him lay down. Dey went on dis-a-way, dey did, 'Twill by and by Brer Fox ax Brer Wolf if he'll go wid him for to catch Mr. Benjamin Ram. Brer Wolf, he 'low, he did, Hey, Brer Fox, I feared you'll run and leave me there for to do all the fighting. Brer Fox, he 'low dat he'll fix dat. He stuck and got him a plow line, and tied one end to Brer Wolf and de other end to his own self. Wid dat, they put out for Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. Brer Wolf, he sorter hang back, but he's 'shamed for to say he's skeered, and dey went on plumb twell dey get right spang up to Mr. Benjamin Ram's house. When dey git there, the old creature was settin' out in de front porch, sorter sunning himself. He see 'em comin', and when dey git up in hailin' distance, he sorter clear up his throat, he did, and holler out, "I'm much 'bliged to you, Brer Fox, for catchin' dat owdacious villain and fetchin' him back. My smokehouse runnin' short, and I'll just chop him up and pickle him. Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in." Just 'bout dat time, ole Miss Ram see dem creatures a-comin', and, gentermens, you might a yeard her bleat plumb to town. Mr. Benjamin Ram, he sorter skeered hisself, but he keep on talkin'. "Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in. Don't you hear my old woman cryin' for him? She ain't had no wolf meat now and goin' on mighty nigh a month. Fetch him in, Brer Fox, fetch him in." Fust Brer Wolf tried to ontie hisself, den he took and broke and runned, and he drag old Brer Fox after him just like he ain't weigh no more'n a pound. And I let you know, it is many a long day 'fore Brer Fox get well of de thumpin' he got.
"Uncle Remus," said the little boy, after a while, "I thought wolves always caught sheep when they had the chance."
"Dey catches lambs, honey, but bless your soul, dey ain't catch dese yer old-time rams with red eye and wrinkly horn."
"Where was Brother Rabbit all this time?"
"Now den, honey, don't let's pester with old Brer Rabbit right now. Jest let's give him one night rest, mo' especially when I hear the 7 stairs say your bedtime done come. Just take your foot in your hand and put right out 'fore Miss Sally come a-callin' you, 'cause den she'll say I'm a-sittin' here a-noddin' and not takin' keer of you."
The child laughed and ran up the path to the big house, stopping a moment on Chapter 50 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 50. Brer Rabbit Pretends to be Poisoned. Not many nights after the story of how Mr. Benjamin Ram frightened Brother Wolf and Brother Fox, the little boy found himself in Uncle Remus's cabin. It had occurred to him that Mr. Ram should have played on his fiddle somewhere in the tale, and Uncle Remus was called on to explain. He looked at the little boy with an air of grieved astonishment, and exclaimed, "Well, I'll be blessed if I ever year the beat of dat. Yer you been a-pursuin' on after dese yer creeturs and makin' der acquaintance, and yit look like if you was to meet right up with 'em there in de path, you'd forget all 'bout who dey is."
"Oh, no, I wouldn't, Uncle Remus," protested the child, glancing at the door and getting a little closer to the old man.
"Yasser, you just nat'ally whirl in and forget 'bout who dey is. 'Tain't so mighty long since I done tole you 'bout ole Mr. Benjermun Ram playin' his fiddle at Brer Wolf house, and yer you come and ax me how come he don't take and play it at him agin. What kind of looking sight 'ud that old creature a been if he'd jump up and grab his fiddle and go to playing on it every time he hear a fuss down the big road? The little boy said nothing, but he thought the story would have been a great deal nicer if Mr. Benjamin Ram could have played one of the old-time tunes on his fiddle, and while he was thinking about it, the door opened and Aunt Tempy made her appearance. Her good humor was infectious.
"Name of goodness!" she exclaimed. "I left you all settin' here way last week. I goes off and I does my work, and I comes back, and I finds you settin' right where I left you. Goodness knows, I dunno where you get your vittles. I dunno where I ain't been since I left you all settin' here. I let you know I been usin' my feet, and I been a-usin' my hands. That's me. No use to ax how you all is, 'cause you looks lots better than me."
"Yes, Sis Tempy, we're sittin' here where you lef us, and the Lord he been a-providin'. When de vittles don't come in at de door, hit come down de chimbley, and so what de odds? We are sort o' po'ly, Sis Tempy, I'm 'bliged to you. You know what the jaybird say to the squinch owl? I'm sickly, but sassy."
Aunt Tempy laughed as she replied,
"I spec you all been a-havin' lots of fun. Goodness knows I wish many a time since I been gone that I a sittin' down here runnin' on wid you all. I ain't been gone fur, that's so, yet Mistis put me to cuttin' out, and I tell you now, dem what cuts out de duds for all de niggers in dis place is got to work from soon in de mornin' plum to bedtime. Dey ain't no two ways. 'Tain't no work you can carry 'bout wid you, needer, 'cause you got to spread it right out on de floor and git down on your knees. I'm mighty glad I done wid it, 'cause my back feel like it done broke in 1,000 pieces. Honey, is Brer Remus been a-tellin' you some mo' of dem old-time tales?"
Aunt Tempy's question gave the little boy an excuse for giving her brief outlines of some of the stories. One that he seemed to remember particularly well was the story of how Brother Rabbit and Brother Fox killed a cow, and how Brother Rabbit got the most and the best of the beef.
"I done yeard talk of de tale like dat," exclaimed Aunt Tempy, laughing heartily, "but it ain't de same tale. I'm most 'shamed to tell it."
"You gettin' too old to be blushin', Sis Tempy," said Uncle Remus with dignity.
"Well, den,"
said Aunt Tempy, wiping her fat face with her apron,
"one time Brer Rabbit and Brer Wolf took and gone off somewheres and killed a cow, and when dey come fer to divide out de carcass, Brer Wolf 'lowed dat bein's he's de biggest he oughter have de mos', and he light in, he did, and do like he gwine to take it all. Brer Rabbit do like he don't keer much, but he keer so bad it make him right sick. He took and walk all roun' de kyarkiss, he did, and snuff de air, and terreckly he say, 'Brer Wolf, oh, Brer Wolf, is dis meat smell 'zactly right to you?' Brer Wolf, he cuttin' and he carvin', and he ain't sayin' nothin'. Brer Rabbit, he walk all roun' and roun' de kyarkiss. He feel it and he kick it. Terreckly he say, 'Brer Wolf, oh, Brer Wolf, dis meat feel mighty flabby to me. How it feel to you?' Brer Wolf, he year all dat said, but he keep on a-cuttin' on the carvin'. Brer Rabbit say, 'You kin talk or not talk, Brer Wolf, just as youer mind ter, yet if I ain't mistooken in de sign, you'll do some tall talkin' 'fore you're done wid dis beef. Now you mark what I tell you.' Brer Rabbit put out fum dar, en 'twa'n't long 'fo' yer he come back wid a chunk of fire en a dish of salt. When Brer Wolf see dis, he say, 'What you gwine do wid all dat, Brer Rabbit?' Brer Rabbit laugh like he know mo' dan he gwine tell, and he say, "Bless your soul, Brer Wolf, I ain't gwine to carry a pound of dis meat home till I find out what de matter wid it. No, I ain't, so dar now." Den Brer Rabbit built him a fire, and cut him off a slice of steak, and broil it good and done, and den he ate a little of it. Fust he'd taste, and den he'd nibble, and den he'd nibble, and den he'd taste. He keep on till he ate right smart piece. Den he went and sawed off little ways like he waitin' for somethin'. Brer Wolf, he carve and he cut, but he keep one eye on Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit sot up there same as judge on de bench. Brer Wolf, he watch his motions. Directly Brer Rabbit fling both hands up to his head and fetch a groan. Brer Wolf cut and carve and watch Brer Rabbit motions. Brer Rabbit sorter sway backwards and forwards and fetch another groan. Den he sway from side to side and holler, "Oh, Lordy!" Brer Wolf, he sorter gun to get skeered, and he ax Brer Rabbit what de matter. Brer Rabbit, he roll on de ground and holler, "Oh, Lordy, Lordy! I'm poisoned! I'm poisoned! Oh, Lordy, I'm poisoned! Run yer, somebody, run yer! De meat done got poison in it! Oh, do run yer!" Brer Wolf get so skeered dat he put out from dar, and he want out of sight scarcely 'fore Brer Rabbit jump up from dar and cut de pigeon wing, and it wa'n't so mighty long atter dat 'fore Brer Rabbit done put all of dat beef in his smokehouse. "What became of Brother Wolf?" the little boy inquired. "Brer Wolf went after de doctor," continued Aunt Tempy, making little tucks in her apron. "And when he come back, Brer Rabbit, and de beef done gone. And bless goodness, if it hadn't been fer de sign where Brer Wolf built de fire, Brer Wolf would have been mighty pestered fer to find de place where de cow been kilt." At this juncture, Tildy, the house girl, came in to tell Aunt Tempy that one of the little negroes had been taken suddenly sick. "I been hunting for you all over de blessed place," said Tildy. "No, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't been hunting nowhere. You'd know mighty well where I was." "Law, Ma'am Tempy, I can't keep up with you. How I know you down yer courtin' with Uncle Remus?" "Your head mighty full of courtin', you nasty stinking hussy!" exclaimed Aunt Tempy. Uncle Remus, strange to say, was unmoved. He simply said, "When you see that there Tildy girl perootin' round, I bound your old Brer African Jack ain't fur off. 'Twon't be so mighty long 'fore the old creetur'll show up." "How you know dat, Uncle Remus?" exclaimed Tildy, showing her white teeth and stretching her eyes. "Hit's de Lord's truth. Master Jeems done writ a letter to Miss Sally, and he say in dat letter dat Daddy Jack ax him fer to tell Miss Sally fer to tell me dat he'll be up yer dis week. Dat ole African ape got the impudence
Chapter 51 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 51. More Trouble for Brer Wolf. The next night the little boy hardly waited to eat his supper before going to Uncle Remus's house, and when Aunt Tempy failed to put in an appearance as early as he thought necessary, he did not hesitate to go after her. He had an idea that there was a sequel to the story she had told the night before, and he was right. After protesting against being dragged around from post to pillar by children, Aunt Tempy said,
After Brer Rabbit took and make out he is poisoned and get all de beef, it wa'n't long 'fore he chanced to meet old Brer Wolf right spang in the middle of the road. Brer Rabbit, he sorter shied off to one side, but Brer Wolf hail him. "Whoa there, my colty! Don't be so gaily. You better be ashamed of yourself 'bout the way you do me when we go into cahoots with dat beef." Brer Rabbit, he up and asked Brer Wolf how all his folks. Brer Wolf say, "You'll find out all how dey is 'fore dis day gone by. You took the beef, and now I'm a-gwine to take you." With this, Brer Wolf make a dash at Brer Rabbit, but he just lack a little bit of being quick enough, and Brer Rabbit, he just went a-sailing through the woods. Brer Wolf, he took after him, and yer they had it. First Brer Rabbit, and den Brer Wolf. Brer Rabbit more soupler than Brer Wolf, but Brer Wolf got the advantage of the wind, and directly he pushed Brer Rabbit so close that he run in a holler log. Brer Rabbit been in dat log before, and he know there's a hole at the other end, and he just keep on a-gwyin'. He dart in one end and he slip out the other. He ain't stopped to say goodbye, bless you. He just keep on gwyin'. Brer Wolf, he see Brer Rabbit run in the holler log, and he say to hisself, "Hey yo, dey been callin' you so mighty cunning all dis time, and yer you done gone and shot yourself up in my trap." Den Brer Wolf laugh and lay down by the end where Brer Rabbit went in, and pant and rest himself. He see where Brer B'ar burnin' off a new ground, and he holler and ax him fer to fetch him a chunk of fire, and Brer B'ar he fotch it, and dey sot fire to the holler log, and dey sot dar and watch it till it burn plumb up. Den dey took and shook hands, and Brer Wolf say he hoped that after dat they'll have some peace in the neighborhoods.
Uncle Remus smiled a knowing smile as he filled his pipe, but Aunt Tempy continued with great seriousness.
One time after dat, Brer Wolf, he took and pay a call down to Miss Meadows, and when he get there and see Brer Rabbit settin' up side of one of the gals, he like to a fainted, dat he did. He is that astonished that he look right downhearted all enduring of the party. Brer Rabbit, he bows and howdies to Brer Wolf, and shook hands long with him, just like nothin' never happened twixt 'em, and he up and say, "Ah, law, Brer Wolf, you are more my friend than you ever 'spected to be, and you can just count on me right straight along." Brer Wolf say he sorter feel dat-a-way himself, and he ax Brer Rabbit what make him change his mind so quick. "Bless you, Brer Wolf, I had needs to change it," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how come. "All about bein' burned up in a holler log, Brer Wolf, and when you gets time, I wish you be so good as to burn me up some more," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he ax him how so. Brer Rabbit say, "I'm feared to tell you, Brer Wolf, 'cause I don't want the news to get out." Brer Wolf vow he won't tell nobody on the top side of the world. Brer Rabbit say, "I done find out, Brer Wolf, that when you get in a holler tree and somebody sets it afire, that the natural honey just oozles out of it. And more'n that, after you get the honey all over you, 'tain't no use to try to burn you up, 'cause the honey will preserve you. Don't deny me dis favor, Brer Wolf, 'cause I done pick me out another holler tree," says Brer Rabbit, says he. Brer Wolf, he wanter put right out den and dere, and Brer Rabbit say dat just the kind of man what he been hunting fer. Dey took theirself off, and it wa'n't long before they come to the tree what Brer Rabbit say he done pick out. When they get there, Brer Wolf, he's so greedy fer to get a taste of the honey that he beg and beg Brer Rabbit fer to let him get in the holler. Brer Rabbit, he hold back, But Brer Wolf begged so hard dat Brer Rabbit 'greed ter let him get in de holler. Brer Wolf, he got in, he did, and Brer Rabbit stuffed the hole full of dry leaves and trash, and den he got him a chunk of fire and totch her off. She smoked and smoked, and then she bust out in a blaze. Brer Rabbit, he pile up rocks and brush and sticks so Brer Wolf can't get out. Directly Brer Wolf holler, "Get mighty hot, Brer Rabbit. I ain't sees no honey yit." Brer Rabbit, he pile on mo' trash and holler back, "Don't be in no hurry, Brer Wolf. You'll see it and taste it too." Fire burn and burn, wood pop like pistol. Brer Wolf, he holler, "Gettin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit. No honey come yit." "Hold still, Brer Wolf, it'll come." "Gimme air, Brer Rabbit, I'm a-chokin'." "Fresh air make honey sour. Just hold still, Brer Wolf." "Ow! She gettin' hotter and hotter, Brer Rabbit." "Just hold right still, Brer Wolf. Most time for the honey." "Ow! Ow! I'm a-burnin', Brer Rabbit." "Wait for the honey, Brer Wolf." "I can't stand it, Brer Rabbit." "Stand it like I did, Brer Wolf." Brer Rabbit, he pile on de trash and de leaves. He say, "I gin ya honey, Brer Wolf, de same kind of honey you wanted to give me." "And it seemed like to me," said Aunt Tempy, pleased at the interest the little boy had shown,
Chapter 52 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 52. Brer Rabbit Outdoes Mr. Man. The little boy had heard Uncle Remus lamenting that his candle was getting rather short, and he made it his business to go around the house and gather all the pieces he could find. He carried these to the old man, who received them with the liveliest satisfaction. "Now dish yer sorter look like somethin', honey. When ole Brer Jack come back, and Sis Tempy git into habits of hangin' round, we'll des light some of dese yer, and folks'll come by and see de shine, and dey'll go off and 'low dat hit's de night des 'fo' camp meetin' at ole Remus house. I got little piece dar in my chist what you brung me long time ago, and I 'low to myself dat if shove ever git to be push, I'd des draw her out and light her up."
"Mama says Daddy Jack is coming back Sunday," said the little boy.
"Dat what I hear talk," replied the old man.
"What did he go off for, Uncle Remus?"
"Bless your soul, honey, Brer Jack bleedz to go and see your Unc Jeems. He believe de world go wrong if he ain't do dat. Dat ole nigger believe he white man. He come up yer fum down de country where de Lord done forsook 'em too long go to talk about. He come up yer and he put on more airs dan what I dast to do. Not that I'm keerin', 'cause goodness knows I ain't. Yet I notices that when I has to go somewheres, there's allus a great to do about what is I'm a-gwine for, and how long is I'm a-gwine to stay. And if I ain't back at the very minute, there's Mars John a-growlin', and Miss Sally a-vowin' dat she gwine to put me on de block." Perhaps Uncle Remus's jealousy was more substantial than he was willing to admit, but he was talking merely to see what the little boy would say. The child, however, failed to appreciate the situation, seeing which, the old man quickly changed the subject.
"Times is mighty different from what they used to was, 'cause the time has been dat ef ole Brer Rabbit er runned up wid Brer Jack whiles he's comin' from your Uncle Jeems' place, He'd outdone 'em just as sure as the world stands. These days the rabbits has to keep out of the way of folks. But in den days, folks had to keep out of the way of old Brer Rabbit. Ain't I never tell you about how Brer Rabbit whirl in and outdo Mr. Man?
About the meat tied to the string, Uncle Remus?
Shoo! Dat ain't a drap in the bucket, honey. Dish yer was the time when old Brer Rabbit was gwine long the big road, and he meet Mr. Man driving along with a wagon chock full of money.
Where did he get so much money, Uncle Remus?
Bruising round and peddling about. Mr. Man got what lots of folks ain't got. Good luck, long head, quick eye, and slick fingers. But no matter about dat, he got the money, and when you sort of grow up so you can knock round, 'twon't be long 'fore someone'll take you off round the corner and tell you dat 'tain't make no difference where the money come from, so the man got it. They won't tell you dat in the meeting house, but they'll come mighty nigh it. But dat ain't neither here nor there. Mr. Man, he come a-driving along the big road, and he got a wagon full of money. Brer Rabbit, he come a-lippity-clippiting long the big road, and he ain't got no wagon full of money. Old Brer Rabbit, he up and took a notion dat dey's somethin' wrong somewheres, 'cause if dey wa'n't, he'd have just as much wagon and money as Mr. Man. He study and study, and he can't make out how dat is. By and by he up and holler out, "Mr. Man, please, sir, let me ride." Mr. Man, he took and stopped the wagon, and allow, "Hey, old Brer Rabbit, how come dis? You comin' one way and I goin' another. How come you want to ride?" Brer Rabbit, he up and scratch hisself on the back of the neck wid the behind foot, and holler out, "Mr. Man, you surely can't be acquainted long with me. I'm one of dem old-time kind of folks what ain't a-carin' which way they're gwine, long as they're riding."
The little boy laughed a sympathetic laugh, showing that he heartily endorsed this feature of Brother Rabbit's program.
"After so long a time," Uncle Remus went on, "Mr. Man 'gree to let Brer Rabbit ride a little piece. He try to get Brer Rabbit fer to ride upon the seat wid him, so dey can get to disputin' another. But Brer Rabbit say he feared he fall off, and he just tuck and sot right flat down in the bottom of the wagon, and make like he feared to move. By, whiles dey's goin' downhill, and Mr. Man had to keep his eye on the hosses, Brer Rabbit he took and fling out a great big hunk of the money. Des, as the money hit the ground, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Ow!" Mr. Man look round and ax what the matter. Brer Rabbit 'low, "Nothin' 'tall, Mr. Man, 'cep'n you 'bout to jolt my jawbone aloose." Dey go on little furder, and Brer Rabbit fling out another hunk of the money. When she hit the ground, Brer Rabbit holler, "Blam!" Mr. Man look round and ax what the matter. Brer Rabbit allow, "Nothin' 't all, Mr. Man, 'cep'n I see a jaybird flyin' long, and I make like I had a gun." Hit keep on dis-a-way twel fust news you know, Mr. Man ain't got a sign of money in dat wagon. Seem like Mr. Man ain't noticed dis twel he get a mighty fur ways from de place where Brer Rabbit drap out de las' hunk. But, gentermens, when he do find it out, you better believe he sot up a howl. "Where my money? Where my nice money? Where my wagon full of purty money? Oh, you long-eared rascal, where my money? Oh, gimme my money!" Brer Rabbit sot there and listen at him like he astonished. Den he up and allow, "Look out, Mr. Man, folks'll come along and year you gwine on dat-a-way, and dey'll go off and say you done gone ravin' distracted." Yit Mr. Man keep on hollerin' and beggin' Brer Rabbit fer to give him the money, and by Brer Rabbit, He gets sort of skeered, and he up and allow,
"Sun getting low, Mr. Man, and I better be getting away from yer. The sooner I goes, the better, 'cause if you keep on like you goin', 'twon't be long 'fore you'll be accusing me of taking dat there money. I'm obliged for the ride, Mr. Man, and I wish you mighty well."
Brer Rabbit got the money, continued Uncle Remus, gazing placidly into the fire, and it's mighty. Chapter 53 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 53, Brer Rabbit Takes a Walk. Every time I run over in my mind 'bout the pranks of Brer Rabbit, Uncle Remus continued, without giving the little boy time to ask any more embarrassing questions about Mr. Man and his wagon full of money, it make me laugh more and more. He most allers comes out on top, yet there was times when he had to be mighty spry.
"When was that, Uncle Remus?" inquired the little boy.
I mind me of one time when the other creatures all get the laugh on 'em, responded the old man, and they make him feel sorter ashamed. It seemed like dey is some kinder bodiment amongst the creatures, and word went out that they all got to meet together somewheres and untangle the tanglements. When the time come, dey was all of 'em there, and they hilt the confab right along. All of 'em got somethin' to say, and they talked there, they did, just like they is paid for talkin'. They all had their plans, and they jabbered just like folks does when they call theirself together. It come 'bout that Mr. Dog get a seat right close by Brer Rabbit, and when he opened his mouth fer to say somethin', his toofs looked so long and so strong, and they shined so white, that it feel mighty curious. Mr. Dog, he say somethin', Brer Rabbit, he'd jump and dodge. Mr. Dog, he'd laugh, Brer Rabbit, he'd dodge and jump. He'd keep on dis-a-way, twell every time Brer Rabbit'd dodge and jump, the other creatures they'd slap their hands together and break out in a laugh. Mr. Dog, he tuck a notion that dey's laughin' at him, and dis make him so mad dat he 'gun to growl and snap right smartly. And it come to dat pass dat when Brer Rabbit seed Mr. Dog make a motion for to say a speech, he jest drap down and git under a cheer. Course, dis make 'em laugh wuss and wuss, and the more they laugh, the madder it make Mr. Dog, twell by he git so mad he fairly howl, and Brer Rabbit he sot there, he did, and shook like he got to ague. After a while, Brer Rabbit gets sorter on the other side, and he make a speech and say dey ought to be a law fer to make all the creatures what got tushes ketch and eat the vittles wid the claws. All of 'em agree to dis 'cep it's Mr. Dog, Brer Wolf, and Brer Fox. In dem days, continued Uncle Remus, if all the creatures ain't agree, they put it off twell the next meetin' and talk it over some more, and that's the way they done with Brer Rabbit project. They put it off twell the next time. Brer Rabbit got a kinder sneakin' notion that the creatures ain't gwine do like he want 'em to do, and he 'lowed to Brer Wolf that he spec the best way fer to do is to get all the creatures to agree fer to have Mr. Dog mouth sewed up, 'cause his toofs look so venomous, and Brer Wolf say dey all'll go in fer dat. Sho' nuff, when de day done come, Brer Rabbit he get up and say dat the best way to do is have Mr. Dog mouth sewed up so his toofs won't look so venomous. Dey all 'gree,
and den Mr. Lion, sittin' up in de armcheer, he ax who gwine do de sewin'. Den dey all up and 'low dat de man what want de sewin' done, he de man fer to do it, 'cause den he'll know it done been done right. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study, den he 'low, I ain't got no needle. Brer B'ar, he sorter feel in de flap of his coat collar, and he 'low, Here, Brer Rabbit, you're a great big one. Brer Rabbit, he sorter study again, and den he 'low, I ain't got no thread. Brer B'ar, he took and pull a ravelin from de bottom of his waistcoat, and he 'low, Here, Brer Rabbit, you're a great long one. If it had a been anybody in de round world, he'd a gun to feel sorter ticklish. Uncle Remus went on, but old Brer Rabbit, he just took and laid a finger across his nose and allow, Just hold 'em there for me, Brer B'ar, and I'll be much obliged to you. It's just about my time of day for to take a walk. Uncle Remus laughed as heartily as the child and added, Some folks say the creatures had the grins on Brer Rabbit 'bout dat time, but I tell you right.
Chapter 54 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 54, Old Grinny-Granny Wolf. At last Daddy Jack returned, and the fact that the little boy had missed him and inquired about him seemed to give the old African particular pleasure. It was probably a new experience to Daddy Jack, and it vaguely stirred some dim instinct in his bosom that impelled him to greet the child with more genuine heartiness than he had ever displayed in all his life. He drew the little boy up to him, patted him gently on the cheek, and exclaimed, "Kee! I been want to see you berry bad. I been a tell you, Nunk Jeem, how fine young man you is. He ax why you no come for shum. Fine boy, fine boy."
Well, if that's the way you're gwine on, Brer Jack, you'll spoil that chap sure. A whole sack of salt won't save him.
"I don't know 'bout dat, Brer Remus," said Aunt Tempy, who had come in. "Don't seem like he bad like some yuther children what I seen. Bless you, I know children what 'ud keep dish yer whole place terrified. Dat they would."
Well, sir, said Uncle Remus, shaking his head and groaning, you all ain't wid dat young un dere much as I is. Some days when dey ain't nobody lookin', and dey ain't nobody nowhere for to take keer of me, dat there little chap dere'll come down yer and chunk me wid rocks, and 'buse me and holler at me scandalous.
The little boy looked so shocked that Uncle Remus broke into a laugh that shook the cobwebs in the corners. Then, suddenly relapsing into seriousness, he drew himself up with dignity and remarked, "Good or bad, you can't git along wid 'em unless you sets in to tellin' tales, and Brer Jack, I hope you got some 'long wid you." Daddy Jack rubbed his hands together and said,
"Me been yeddy one tale, and making me laugh till I is come tire." "For the Lord's sake, let's have it den," exclaimed Aunt Tempy with unction. Whereupon the small but appreciative audience disposed itself comfortably, and Daddy Jack, peering at each one in turn, his eyes shining between his half-closed lids as brightly as those of some wild animal, began. "One time Brer Rabbit is been traffle roun' fer to see his neighbor folks. He been mad wid Brer Wolf for so long time, and make no difference. He come past the house, and he no see nothin', and he no year nothin'.
he holler, "Hey, Brer Wolf, when you no make for answer when you ax me howdy? Wherefore you is do dis for me wery face? What make you do dis?" He wait, he listen, nothing no make answer. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Come a show yourself, Brer Wolf! Come a show yourself! Be shame for not show yourself when your acquaintance come visiting where you live." Nothing at all no make answer, and Brer Rabbit come berry mad. He come so mad he stomp his foot and bump his head upon the fence side. By and by he take heart. He open the door, and he's look inside the house. Fire burn in the chimbley, pot set pon the fire. Old woman set by the pot. Fire burn, pot boil, old woman, she take the nap. The old woman, she is old Granny Wolf. She cripple in the leg. She blind in the eye. She's most deaf in one ear. She deaf, but she been yetty Brer Rabbit make fuss at the door, and she is cry out, "Come a see old Granny, me grandson. Come a see your Granny. The fire is been burn, the pot is been boil. Come a fix your Granny some bittle, me grandson."
Daddy Jack's representation of the speech and action of an old woman was worth seeing and hearing. The little boy laughed, and Uncle Remus smiled good-humoredly, but Aunt Tempy looked at the old African with open-mouthed astonishment. Daddy Jack, however, cared nothing for any effect he might produce. He told the story for the story's sake, and he made no pause for the purpose of gauging the appreciation of his audience.
Brer Rabbit, he has been make hisself comforts by the fire. By and by he holler, "Hi, Granny, I been cripple meself. Me eye been come blind. You must boil me in the water, Granny, so me legs can come well, and so me eye can come see." Brer Rabbit, he mighty hard for fool. He been take one chunk root, he trap the wood in the pot. He been say, "I has been feelin' well, me Granny. Me leg, he comin' strong. Me eye, he's fixed for see." Granny Wolf, she shake her head, she cry, "Me one leg cripple, me t'other leg cripple. Me one eye blind, me t'other eye blind. Why you no furt pit me in the pot for make me well?" Brer Rabbit laugh in he belly. He say, "Hol' yourself still, me Granny. I fix you one place in de pot where you is kin fetch back de strength in yo' leg and de sight in yo' eye. Hol' still, me Granny." Brer Rabbit, he has been takee de chunk out de pot. He takee de chunk, and he has been put Granny Wolf in de place. She touch de water, she holler, "Ow! Takee me way from dis." Brer Rabbit say 'tis not the soon enough time. Granny Wolf, she holler, "Ow! Takee me way from dis. He been too hot." Brer Rabbit, he no takee de Mammy Wolf from de pot, and by, she die in dey. Brer Rabbit, he take a bone and throw 'em away, and leaf de meat. He take Granny Wolf frock, and turn 'em round, and put 'em on, and take Granny Wolf cap, and turn round and put 'em on. He set there by the fire, and hold hisself in his chair same like Granny Wolf. By and by Brer Wolf is been a come back. He walk in his house, he say, "Me hungry, Grinny-Granny, me hungry for true." "Your dinner ready, grandson? Brer Wolf, he look in de pot, he smell in de pot, he stir in de pot. He eat his dinner, he smack a his mouth.
The little boy shuddered, and Aunt Tempy exclaimed,
"In the name of the Lord!"
The old African paid no attention to either.
Brer Wolf eat his dinner. He call his chilluns, and ax 'em is dey no want nothing at all for to eat. Dey holler back, "We can no eat my Grinny-Granny." Brer Rabbit, he run way from dey. He holler back, "Brer Wolf, you is been eat your Grinny-Granny." Brer Wolf bin a git so mad, he yent mos' can see. He yeddy Brer Rabbit holler, en he try fer ketch 'im. He fair tear up de grass way he run along. By he come 'pon Brer Rabbit. He is been push 'im hard. Brer Rabbit run en run till he yent can run no more. He hide 'neath leanin' tree. Brer Wolf, he find 'im. Brer Rabbit, he holler, "Hi, Brer Wolf! Make haste come hole up de tree, 'fo' he is fall day. Come a hole 'im, Brer Wolf, so I can prop 'im up." Brer Wolf, he hole up de tree for Brer Rabbit, en he hole 'im till he do come tire. Brer Rabbit gone.
Daddy Jack paused. His story was ended. The little boy drew a long breath and said,
"I didn't think Brother Rabbit would burn anybody to death in a pot of boiling water."
"Dat," said Uncle Remus reassuringly, "was endurin' de dog days. Dey are mighty warm times, mon. Dey are dog days is." This was intended to satisfy such scruples as the child might have, and it was no doubt successful, for the youngster said no more, but watched Uncle. Chapter 55 of Nights with Uncle Remus. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. Nights with Uncle Remus by Joel Chandler Harris. Chapter 55, How Wattle-Weasel Was Caught. Uncle Remus chipped the tobacco from the end of a plug, rubbed it between the palms of his hands, placed it in his pipe, dipped the pipe in the glowing embers, and leaned back in his chair, and seemed to be completely happy. "It might not have been a durin' er de dog days," said the old man, recurring to Daddy Jack's story, "'cause dey was times dat when dey push ole Brer Rabbit so close he us jes' bleeds to get his revengeance out of 'em. Dat might have been de martyr twixt him and ole Grinny-Granny Wolf, 'cause when ole Brer Rabbit git his dander up, he is a monstrous bad man fer to fool wid. Dey took after him," continued Uncle Remus, "and dey 'bused him, and dey tried to destroy him. But dey was times when de other creeturs bleedz to call on him fer to help him out of trouble. I ain't never tell you 'bout little Wattle-Weasel, is I?" asked the old man, suddenly turning to the little boy. The child laughed. The dogs on the plantation had killed a weasel a few nights before, a very cunning-looking little animal, and some of the negroes had sent it to the big house as a curiosity. He connected this fact with Uncle Remus's allusions to the weasel. Before he could make any reply, however, the old man went on. "No, boun' I ain't. And it come 'cross me right fresh and hot time I year talk of Brer Wolf eatin' his granny. Dey was one time when all de creeturs was livin' in de same settlement, and usin' out of de same spring, and it got so dat dey all put dey butter in de same piggin. Dey put it in dar, dey did, and dey put it in de spring house, and dey'd go off and tend ter de business. When dey come back, dey'd find where someone been nibblin' at de butter. Dey took and hide dat butter all roun' in de spring house. Dey sot it on de rafters, and dey bury it in de sand. Yet all de same de butter 'ud come up missin'. Bimeby it got so dey dunno what to do. Dey 'zamined de tracks, and dey find out dat de man what nibble de butter is little Wattle-Weasel. He come in de night, he come in de day. Dey can't catch him.
Last, the creatures took and helt a confab, and they agree that they had to set someone for to watch and catch Wattle-Weasel. Brer Mink was the first man appointed, 'cause he wa'n't no more than half a hand no way you can fix it. The other creatures, they took and went to their work, and Brer Mink, he talk and sot up with the butter. He watch, and he listen and he watch. He ain't see nothin', he ain't hear nothin', yet he watch, 'cause the other creatures done fix up a law dat if Wattle-Weasel come whiles somebody watchin' and get off bidout gettin' cotch, de man what watchin' ain't can eat no more butter endurin' dat year. Brer Mink, he watch and he wait. He set so still dat by he get the cramps in his legs. And just about that time, little Wattle-Weasel pop his head under the door. He see Brer Mink and he hail him.
"Hey-o, Brer Mink, you look sorter lonesome in there. Come out here and let's take a game of hide-and-switch."
Brer Mink, he want to have some fun, he did, and he took and joined Wattle-Weasel in the game. They play, and they play, till by Brer Mink gets so wore out that he can run scarcely, and just as soon as they sets down to rest, Brer Mink, he drops off to sleep. Little Wattle-Weasel, so mighty big and fine, he goes and nibbles up the butter, and pops out the way he come in. The creatures, they come back, they did, and they find the butter nibbled, and Wattle-Weasel gone. With dat, they marks Brer Mink down, and he ain't kin eat no more butter dat year. Then they fix up another choosement, and appoint Brer Possum for to watch the butter. Brer Possum, he grin and watch, and by, sure enough, in pop little Wattle-Weasel. He come in, he did, and he sorta hunch Brer Possum in the short ribs, and ask him how he come on. Brer Possum mighty ticklish, and time Wattle-Weasel touch him in the short ribs, he gun to laugh. Wattle-Weasel touch him again and laugh wusser, and he keep on hunchin' him dat-a-way twell by Brer Possum laugh hisself plumb out of wind, and Wattle-Weasel lef him in dar and nibble up the butter. The creatures, they took and marked Brer Possum down, and appoint Brer Coon. Brer Coon, he took and started all so mighty fine, but whiles he settin' there, little Wattle-Weasel banter him for a race up the branch. No sooner say than yer they went. Brer Coon, he follered the turns of the branch, and little Wattle-Weasel, he take nigh cuts, and 'twa'n't no time 'fore he done run Brer Coon plumb down. Then they run down the branch, and 'fore Brer Coon can ketch up wid him, dat little Wattle-Weasel done got back to the noggin of butter and nibble it up. Den the creatures took and marked Brer Coon down, they did, and appoint Brer Fox for to watch the butter. Wattle-Weasel sorter feared of Brer Fox. He study long time, and then he wait twel night. Then he took and went round in the old field and woke up the killdeers and druv 'em towards the spring house. Brer Fox hear 'em holler, and it make his mouth water. By, he 'lowed to hisself that ain't no harm if he go out and slip up on one.
"Dar now,"
said Aunt Tempy. Brer Fox took and slip out, and Wattle-Weasel, he slicked in, and bless your soul, there goes the butter.
"N.T.,"
exclaimed Daddy Jack. Brer Fox, he get marked down, continued Uncle Remus, and then the creatures took and appoint Brer Wolf for to be de watcher. Brer Wolf, he sot up there, he did, and sorter nod, and by he hear someone talkin' outside the spring house. He hiced up his ears and listen. Looked like some of the creatures was goin' by and talkin' amongst theirself. But all Brer Wolf can hear is dish year. "I wonder who put that there young sheep down there by the chinkapin tree,
and I like to know whereabouts Brer Wolf is." Den it seemed like dey pass on, and old Brer Wolf, he forgotted what he in dere for, and he dashed down to de chinkapin tree fer to git de young sheep. But no sheep dere, and when he git back, he see signs where Wattle-Weasel done been in dere and nibbled de butter. Den de creatures took and marked Brer Wolf down, and appoint Brer B'ar for to keep his eye upon de noggin of butter. Brer B'ar, he took and sot up dere, he did, and lick his paw and feel good. By and by, Wattle-Weasel come dancing in. He 'low,
"Hey-o, Brer B'ar, how you come on? I 'lowed I hear you snorting in here, and I just dropped in fer to see."
Brer B'ar tell him howdy, and he sort of keep one eye on him. Little Wattle-Weasel 'low,
"And you got ticks on your back, Brer B'ar?"
With dat, Wattle-Weasel gun to rub Brer B'ar on de back and scratch him on de sides, and 'twa'n't long 'fore he was stretch out fast asleep and snowing like a sawmill. Course, Wattle-Weasel git de butter. Brer B'ar, he get marked down, and den de creatures ain't know what dey gwine do sca'cely. Some say send for Brer Rabbit, some say send for Brer Terrapin, but last dey sent for Brer Rabbit. Brer Rabbit, he took a notion dat dey is fixin' up some kind of trick on him, and dey have to beg mightily, mon, 'fore he come on set up alongside of de butter. But by and by he agreed, and he went down to de spring house and look round. Den he took and got him a twine string and hide hisself where he can keep his eye on de noggin of butter. He ain't wait long for here come Wattle-Weasel. Jes as he's 'bout to nibble at de butter, Brer Rabbit holler out, "Let dat butter alone!" Wattle-Weasel jump back like de butter burnt him. He jump back, he did, and say,
"Surely dat must be Brer Rabbit."
"De same. I 'lowed you know me. Just let dat butter alone."
"Just let me get one little bit of taste, Brer Rabbit."
"Just let that butter alone." Den Wattle-Weasel say he want to run a race. Brer Rabbit 'low he tired. Wattle-Weasel 'low he want to play hidin'. Brer Rabbit 'lowed dat all his hidin' days is past and gone. Wattle-Weasel bantered him, and by and by Brer Rabbit come up with a banter of his own. "I'll take and tie your tail," says he, "and you'll take and tie mine, and then we'll see which tail de strongest." Little Wattle-Weasel know how weakly Brer Rabbit tail is, but he ain't know how strong Brer Rabbit been wid his tricks. So they took and tied the tails with Brer Rabbit twine string. Wattle-Weasel was to stand inside and Brer Rabbit was to stand outside, and they was to pull agin one another with the tails. Brer Rabbit, he took and slip out of the string, and tie his end round a tree root. Den he went and peep at Wattle-Weasel tugging and pulling. By and by Wattle-Weasel 'low,
"Come on and untie me, Brer Rabbit, 'cause you done outpull me."
Brer Rabbit sot there, he did, and chaw his cud, and look like he feel sorry 'bout something. By and by all de creatures come for to see 'bout de butter, 'cause dey feared Brer Rabbit done make way wid it. Yet when dey see little Wattle-Weasel tied by de tail, dey make great admiration 'bout Brer Rabbit, and dey 'low he de